In the scorching heat of summer, even the days of hauling bricks felt oddly sweet. Pushing a cart piled high with bricks toward the other side of the construction site, Gu Wei pondered whether he would have pickled mustard greens or steamed buns for dinner that night. Perhaps he should invite his future girlfriend out for hot pot. Unfortunately, his so-called girlfriend had not even been born yet. All he could do was go to the shop and buy a chess set instead. "Hey brother, run!" a shout suddenly cut through the air, urgent and sharp. A voice shot over, tight and pressed with anxiety. Gu Wei had just lifted his head when he saw a deadly steel reinforcing bar hanging in the air only a hair's breadth away from his handsome face. An instant later, with a sharp crack, he died. The bricks in his small handcart spilled out and slammed down onto his skull. Yet to his astonishment, Gu Wei realized he was still conscious. Just as he thought he was about to set a record as the male lead with the fastest death in history, Gu Wei clearly heard a mechanical electronic voice. Love development system binding in progress. Countdown initiated. 10. Wait. Gu Wei instinctively tried to speak. Binding complete. Gu Wei fell silent. Wonderful, he had not even been given a sliver of time to react. Even a person taking off their pants needed a bit of time, didn't they? Please select gender. A transparent light screen appeared before Gu Wei's eyes, intricate golden sigils etched along its edges. 2 radiant golden characters blazed across it, so bright that his eyes ached faintly. Female or male? Gu Wei's eyesight had never been very good, and in his haste to escape this terrifying system he instinctively tapped the option on the left. Unfortunately, the old rule of men on the left, women on the right meant nothing to the system. Gender selected female. Gu Wei could hear the surprise behind the electronic voice, and he himself was equally stunned. Due to the host's preference for a female body, soul reconstruction mode will now commence. Current progress 0.01%. Wait, I'm male. Reconstruction complete. A tribute panel successfully generated. System. Gu Wei gritted out, almost grinding his teeth. Are you some kind of pre-download? How can it be this fast? Before he could react, Gu Wei felt as though a fine little needle had pricked his body. When he lowered his head again, he was already standing in another expanse of pure white. Well then. What should have been there was gone, and what had never been there had now appeared. Unfortunately, in this soul state her figure was half hidden within drifting white mist. She could only glimpse her own blurred, delicate features in the standing mirror before her. A pair of long, slender legs swayed faintly within the fog, enough to suggest she looked more than decent. But that had nothing to do with how much she wanted to tear the system apart with her teeth. My name is Asi, a melodious voice murmured by Gu Wei's ear. Asi. The system was a girl. From the voice alone one could easily imagine a lithe, enchanting, "Host, please remain calm. It has been detected that you suffered an unjust death in your original world. If you can fulfill the heartfelt wishes of characters within these books and obtain the soul power of supporting roles, once the accumulated soul power reaches a certain threshold, you may be reborn. Furthermore, any rewards gained while granting these wishes, including but not limited to money and various items, may be brought back to your original world." Asi's voice was indeed pleasant, but such promises were far from enough to bewitch Gu Wei. After years of jungling in the canyon, her heart had long been cursed cold as an ice staff by midlaners. There was, however, one small problem. "Can I come back to life now?" "Your corpse has already turned into a puddle of mush," Asi replied. As soon as Asi finished speaking, a photo of a corpse appeared on the panel. From the hair and clothing, it was unmistakably Gu Wei. Gu Wei fell silent. "Then how do I resurrect later?" Gu Wei asked. "Rest assured, host. When the time comes, the system will provide a body perfectly suited to you." "Then what kind of tasks are these?" Gu Wei had already waved a white flag in front of the system AC. Before she could react, the panel vanished from sight. Several books wreathed in white misty light lined up before her. Gu Wei casually opened one of the books. A single line of gilded text gleamed upon it: "After rebirth, I'm chased by my gorgeous superstar wife." That title. Gu Wei had just begun to frown. World selection detected. Commencing deployment. Asi's voice rang out a heartbeat later. Before Gu Wei could respond, her figure vanished from the dense white space. Transmitting book plot. The female lead in Wan was originally one of the hottest top-tier celebrities in the country. In her spare time, she began playing games and became obsessed with a technical gaming streamer named Chun, utterly captivated by his skill. They soon arranged to meet offline, discovering that he was a low-key yet handsome technical streamer, none other than the male lead Yan Shen. Possessing a perfect life system, Yan Shen needed only to move his fingers and complete the simplest of tasks to transfer billions to Wan. Luxury cars came in stacks, one after another. Chased by such a godlike man, Wan spent her days starry-eyed and love-struck, abandoning all drive to improve herself. Within half a year of marriage, after giving birth, she was horrified to discover that her son was painfully ugly, bearing no resemblance to either of their genes. The once handsome Yan Shen in her eyes had become a greasy, pockmarked, hideous man. And Wan wanted a divorce. Young and beautiful as she was, how could she resign herself to a man whose pockmarked face made her want a retch at the mere sight of him? Yet earlier, believing Yan Shen to be talented and gifted in business, she had long since handed her family's company over to his management. By the time when Wan regretted it and sought a divorce, Yan Shen, already standing at the peak of his life, would never grant her wish so easily. He framed in Wan for infidelity, forcing her to leave the marriage with nothing. Wearing a face fabricated for him by a feral system, he then seduced a currently popular, seemingly pure little internet celebrity. Having finished browsing the plot, and Xiaowei, who was in fact Gu Wei, rubbed her temples, head pounding. What kind of absurd storyline was this? And Xiaowei's wish is to save her simp of an older sister and make sure Yan receives the punishment he deserves. The system will evaluate task completion based on the host's performance in the world. When the world settles, a settlement panel will appear. Current main quest progress 0. Host, please do your best. With that, Asi's voice faded away. And Xiaowei stepped up to the mirror in front of her. The girl in the mirror was exquisitely petite and adorable, like a white lily bud shyly about to bloom. A waterfall of long hair cascaded down her back. Her skin was as pale as freshly peeled eggs, with a faint blush beneath the surface. Her lips were rosy, her teeth gleamed white, and even the faintest smile seemed to carry an intoxicating fragrance. Her arms were as tender as white bamboo shoots. A firm pinch would leave a soft pink mark. Beneath the white gauze dress, a pair of long slender legs flashed in and out of view. It was the very picture of a first love face. This was her. This was practically his dream, and Xiaowei pinched her own cheek. It was as smooth as an eggshell, her skin outrageously good. She could already imagine what a stunning beauty Yan must be. Right now Yan is only in the online dating stage, Asi said. Because this is a beginner phase, the transmission time is relatively early. What did that mean? Would it be that in future transmissions, the moment she opened her eyes, the target of the mission would drop dead in the very next second? How was she supposed to survive that? Drawing in a steadying breath, and Xiaowei pushed open the door and saw a curly-haired woman sitting on the sofa. The woman's jade-white legs were propped on the coffee table, a beauty Xiaowei had previously only seen on television. Her skin was fair and flawless, her features striking cool elegance hinted at just beneath her collar. Her lips were a vivid tender red. She bit lightly at her lower lip as she played a game, one hand raking frustrated fingers through her hair. Hubby, I was wrong, she cooed playfully. Since Yan was not wearing her headphones either, and Xiaowei clearly heard a gentle male voice coming from the other side. It's fine baby, just be more careful next time. Stick with me and I'll carry you to an easy victory. And Xiaowei was stunned to find that there were no goosebumps left on her body, because they had all fallen to the floor. Good grief, could these two possibly be any more nauseatingly greasy? And Xiaowei even felt a wave of nausea like morning sickness. Immersed in the tender voice of her beloved husband online, and Yan finally snapped back to herself when Xiaowei walked up to her. She hurriedly muted her microphone and lifted her beautiful eyes to look at her biological younger sister. Xiaowei, I just ordered takeout. The food is in the bathroom, no in the kitchen, staying warm. Panic churned in Yan's heart. She almost bit the tip of her tongue. She and Xiaowei had depended on each other since childhood. Their mother had died early and their father had run off with the family's money. It was Yan alone who paid Xiaowei's tuition. Fortunately, when she was still very young, a discerning talent scout had discovered her. From child star, she had risen to a top-tier actress, so supporting Xiaowei was not difficult. After all, Xiaowei was easy enough to provide for, though there was one small problem. Xiaowei loathed men in particular. What their father had done back then was etched into Xiaowei's memory. If Xiaowei learned that she was in an online romance with someone whose face she had never even seen, her impression of her would likely plummet. Just as Yan was sitting there on pins and needles, Xiaowei suddenly said, "You're getting married. Is the other party male or female? Where do they live? How many houses, how many cars? Of course that's not important. I personally think you'd be better off keeping 5 pretty boy toys." While Yan was still dazed by the barrage of questions, she heard the last sentence and suddenly laughed. "Xiaowei, stop joking around. I just like him a bit, just a little." As she spoke, Yan clenched the hem of her dress. A blush spread over her fair cheeks, and the moment that shy expression appeared, anyone could see what it meant. And Xiaowei thought, if back then my online flirtations had been strong enough to make a big star act like a lovesick puppy for me, I wouldn't have ended up hauling bricks on a construction site for 5 years. And Xiaowei said this to the system AC. AC fell silent for a moment. "Do you like the big star very much?" No, and Xiaowei shook her head. But why was the system asking that? She carried the heated takeout in from the kitchen, sat on the sofa eating as she watched Yan out of the corner of her eye. Now Yan didn't dare unmute her mic at all. Wearing a bitter expression, she said to Yan, whose in-game ID was Xiaowei, "My sister's here. I won't turn on my mic for now." "Xiaowei, then put your headphones on first." "Xiaowei, so Yao, I heard you're also in Bifang City. Why don't we meet in person? I'm in Lanling District." When Yan saw the 3 characters for Lanling District, her heart suddenly skipped a beat. She was also in Lanling District. She quietly put on her headphones and a gentle magnetic voice slid straight to the tip of her heart. "I want to see you." Those few words struck straight to the heart. And Yan could already imagine what a refined, courteous man he must be. It was simply too lethal. A crime, a crime. How could her husband's voice be this beautiful? In Yan's heart it was as if a little deer were crashing about wildly. It felt like the deer was about to crash itself to death. It was bearing emotions far too intense for its age. "Tao Yao, all right. Tell me the address. I'm free this afternoon." As she typed, her hands wouldn't stop shaking. After 3 years of online romance with this man, she was finally about to see the moon after the clouds parted. Watching her flushed face and clumsy, uncooperative hands, Xiaowei raised an eyebrow. Was this a seizure? She's going to meet the male lead this afternoon. To prevent their relationship from progressing, you must go and ruin this date, C said. Are you sure that my showing up won't make An think I'm being immature, and then their relationship will progress even faster? And Xiaowei had never dated, but she had certainly read her fair share of melodramatic novels. Obstacles only served as a machine for heating up the feelings between male and female leads. Even if this was a sweet fluffy story and they were still in the early sugar-coated phase, since it was a novel, it could not escape that law. Adult rebellion could be fierce. The more you forbade something, the more they would do it. Back when Xiaowei worked in an electronics factory screwing in bolts, they wanted her to work overtime. She refused and even tried to quit. She ended up being fired on the spot. Pulling back from her own bitter black history memories, AC asked in puzzlement, then what are you going to do? I'm going to smoke, I'm going to drink, I'm going to perm my hair into big waves, and I'm going to get myself a partner, and I'll do it right in front of An. AC fell silent. You're breaking character. That won't do. She'll start to suspect you. And Xiaowei's persona was that of a well-behaved quiet girl, at most a little withdrawn. Fine, since you put it that way, I'll just have to go along and see first. If worst came to worst, she would think of a way to throw some mud on the male lead. He wasn't any kind of good bird anyway. With a plan forming in her mind, and just as An finished her game, An could no longer spare the time to explain her online romance to her sister. She rushed into the walk-in closet. Meeting the man she liked for the first time, she had to dress herself up properly. Xiaowei, what style do you think I should go for? Demure, elegant, or seductive? For the first time An felt going out was this difficult. She was a great beauty with a distinctly classical allure, able to carry almost any role. Her husband's voice was so pleasant, he probably liked a gentle, refined persona. Maybe she should wear a qipao. But a qipao wasn't exactly suitable for a date. Just as An was pondering, and Xiaowei walked over. You're going to meet your online boyfriend. And Xiaowei honestly felt her sister had lost her mind. She was a bona fide big star, her posters plastered across every street, yet she was actually thinking about an online romance turned real-life meeting. It was absurd. It would be better to have the male lead open the top-ranked drama series and watch the female lead in An. They're much nicer to look at and in motion too. No. Ningjie just called me. I'm going to meet with the screenwriter today to discuss the script, so of course I need to dress up, An said, putting on a convincing act. As an actress, her skills were unmatched among the younger generation in the industry, yet in front of her own younger sister her acting dropped straight off a cliff. Fine. So when is Ningjie coming to pick you up? Ningjie was someone Xiaowei knew, Ning Maching, An's agent. Her father had been the one to make An famous back then, and Ning Maching's professional ability was beyond question. If not for the existence of the male lead, then with Ning Maching's help, An would surely have successfully transformed her image and become a super top-tier superstar. At Xiaowei's words, a bead of sweat slid down An's temple. Xiaowei was really not easy to fool. She'll be here any minute. Go and rest, okay? You just finished your internship and you still have your thesis to write, don't you? Write it well, and once you graduate you can find a good job. As An spoke, she selected a modest outfit, a fresh youthful dress paired with a denim jacket, rendering her exceptionally vibrant and radiant. Relieved that Xiaowei had not pressed further, An exhaled softly, then spent an hour crafting a meticulously subtle, seemingly natural make. She was determined to make a flawless first impression on the person she loved. At the mere thought of his voice, her knees trembled faintly beneath her. How could such a voice exist in this world? It was utterly beyond belief. An practically floated out the door, utterly smitten. She's showing advanced symptoms, perhaps it's best not to rescue her at all. Just bury her. Xiaowei tossed the takeout container into the trash and remarked to AC. Yet she is genuinely kind, especially toward her younger sister Xiaowei. After divorcing, Yan Chen and Wan raised their child alone, deliberately vanishing from Xiaowei's life to spare her newlywed sister any burden. Otherwise Xiaowei would never have sacrificed her soul's energy to aid her elder sister. Alright, I understand, Xiaowei replied, having scarcely encountered matters of the heart and thus grasping little of its complexities. Still, she'd once rescued stray dogs and cats, surely love couldn't be so different. She snatched her keys and rushed outside. The white fluorescent panel of her device displayed two small red dots, a navigation system engineered by the system itself. Its sole purpose was to locate the story's protagonist and heroine. Yan Shen is imbued with both an untamed system aura and the protagonist's halo, making him dangerously persuasive to An. Then what's stopping us from eliminating him? Xiaowei sat in the taxi, eyes fixed on the two pulsing red dots, as if already sharpening her blade for the protagonist. Mutual devotion. If An knew her beloved bore pockmarked skin, she'd certainly feel no delight. AC choked on the words. Name one novel where the male lead dies at the very outset. Moreover, this is modern society, such methods are neither advisable nor ethical. And should An discover the truth, it would shatter their sisterhood forever. Clearly such a rupture was precisely what the original Xiaowei wished most to avoid. What about the system itself? Can you destroy it? With both the protagonist's halo and the system's aesthetic enhancement amplifying Yan Chen's appearance, Xiaowei suspected the system itself was the true villain. I possess the means to dismantle it, but regrettably this is a novice-level quest. Should you complete it unaided, without borrowing my power, the rewards within the starter package will be extraordinarily generous. AC longed to assist Xiaowei yet remained powerless. Should the untamed system perish, the quest would conclude instantly, and readers would have nothing left to follow. Understood. Xiaowei saw no point in debating further with the system. Soon she arrived at the restaurant where the protagonists were to meet, not so much a restaurant as a humble noodle shop. Yanchen, a senior university student, had yet to receive the full radiance of the untamed system's aura. He possessed only his striking face and captivating voice, and remained blissfully unaware that his online lover was none other than Yuan, the nation's current top celebrity. It was the system that had summoned him here, promising a seaside villa in the suburbs, provided he secured but a single kiss from his virtual. At the sight of the radiant young woman wearing a white mask, Yanchen's gaze softened with infatuation and heat, lingering unmistakably upon Yuan's legs. Slender, elegant, impossibly long. What exquisite legs, they'd look stunning clad in black silk. Already Yanchen envisioned himself galloping wildly across the vast Hulenberg grasslands. Meanwhile Yuan, breathless upon arrival, gazed upon the man before her, dressed simply in a white shirt and jeans, and felt her heart leap. Indeed, he was exactly as she'd imagined. Impeccably clean, undeniably handsome, his features rivaling any silver screen idol, his brows and eyes seemed to hold entire galaxies within them. And yet, he was still staring at her legs. How improper. A delicious blend of annoyance and shyness flooded her thoughts as her cheeks flushed and her pulse quickened. She stepped forward only to have her hand gently seized by his. His warm fingertips brushed lightly across her knuckles, then lingered in a tender, deliberate caress. And Yuan felt herself teetering on the edge of fainting. So handsome. This man knew precisely how to charm. His palm was warm, enveloping hers completely, so thoroughly that she felt utterly sheltered within his grasp. Yet even as her heart fluttered wildly, she blushed only to her ears, betraying no trace of starry-eyed adoration. She was resolved to leave a perfect impression upon the man who held her heart. From behind, Xiaowei watched Yuan approach, her gait so poised, so subtly feline it nearly resembled a catwalk. She's clearly afflicted with something serious. Merely holding hands, was it truly worth such fluster? And the rendezvous site. A noodle shop, somewhere Yuan hadn't set foot since she'd become a child star at age 10. Beyond saving, just prepare the funeral music. I'll sit at the children's table. Xiaowei almost turned and walked away on the spot. During filming, Yuan had worked alongside countless celebrities. Yanchen's face ranked merely above average among them. Yet once she'd filmed a kissing scene with a universally admired heartthrob whose chiseled model-perfect features set the national standard, and even then she'd shown no such dazed infatuation. And now the moment Yanchen laid eyes on Yuan, his gaze locked onto her legs, something the former Yuan would have met with an immediate stinging slap. The protagonist's halo truly was terrifying. I believe there may still be hope, a sea murmured, just as a Maserati glided smoothly to a halt beside Xiaowei. The window rolled down silently. Within sat a woman draped in a soft emerald gown, her raven hair cascading over her shoulders. Her beauty was delicate and refined, like a peach blossom in early spring or a chrysanthemum in crisp autumn air. Dimples bloomed on her cheeks like ripples of rosy light. Xiaowei. What brings you here? Where's Xiaowan? Ning Maching asked, her smile gentle and knowing. Just grabbing a bite, I'm starving, Xiaowei replied, recognizing her instantly. The system had already identified her as Ning Maching. What a coincidence, I'm famished too. Just left my parents' home. Would you prefer Western Chinese or Japanese cuisine? As Ning Maching spoke, she pulled the car aside, and the moment she stepped out, Xiaowei darted into the noodle shop. She fled with astonishing speed, yet Ning Maching caught a fleeting glimpse of her retreating silhouette. Why run? We've known each other for years. Ning Maching entered and spotted Xiaowei seated at the secondalas table near the back, where a young couple sat whispering. The man appeared pleasant enough. The woman's back, however, struck Ning Maching as oddly familiar. And Yuan rarely wore this outfit, so Ning Maching failed to recognize her immediately. She strode forward, took the seat opposite Xiaowei, and opened her mouth to speak, only to be silenced by Xiaowei's quiet, firm gesture, a finger to her lips. Shoo! Before Ning Maching could react, a voice, deeply familiar, sounded from behind her. My identity is rather sensitive, you know who I am. Just call me Xiaowan. And Yuan's voice was soft yet perfectly audible to Ning Maching. No wonder Xiaowei was here. Still, she'd never once seen Yuan step foot inside a humble noodle shop. Across the table, Yanchen let out a low husky chuckle, then leaned in, his voice dropping to a velvety murmur laced with playful provocation. Why have you stopped calling me husband? It's somewhat exhilarating to think that a big star calls her husband. How many people fantasize about the female celebrity in front of them? Who would know that Yanchen is the true winner in life? Indeed, listening to the system was the right choice. If it weren't for the fact that her CP was a V10 with a pleasant voice, Yanchen wouldn't have come out to meet in person no matter what. However, upon hearing Yanchen's alluring voice, Yuan felt her heart racing like a rabbit. Her cheeks were flushed. Was this not too inappropriate? But if she didn't call him, would Yanchen be angry? So she decided to call husband. Her voice was both delicate and soft. Yanchen found it pleasant to hear, even feeling a sense of attraction. Truly, as a big star, he had a good figure and a charming voice. She was smitten. Ning Moking's face turned as dark as a pot's bottom. And one whose father and she herself held stars in their hands was someone from high society who looked down on many rich and first-line male celebrities. Yet here she was calling a man in cheap shirts and jeans her husband in this rundown noodle shop. Ning Maching was so angry she nearly flipped the table. Your noodles. The waiter came over to serve the noodles, and seeing the greasy vegetables and minced meat on top, Ning Maching couldn't help but feel nauseous. Adding some minced garlic makes it taste better. And Xiaowei on the other hand was calm. It was just a matter of getting used to it. As the saying goes, knowing both your enemy and yourself ensures victory in 100 battles. She needed to understand what kind of character this male lead was to better strategize. Ning Maching was about to stand up in anger but was held back by Xiaowei's small slightly cold hand which calmed her fury a bit. Don't rush, just observe for now. And Xiaowei typed a line on her phone encouraging Ning Maching to remain composed. Ning Maching had no choice but to bury her head in her noodles. The grease in the noodles combined with Yuan and Yen Chen's grease almost suffocated her in the noodle shop. When those two were about to stand up and Xiaowei quickly pulled Ning Maching out the door. The two hid in the car watching the couple outside. Yen Chen on the other hand was deep in thought about how to get a kiss from the big star. A seaside villa, oh the seaside villa. Just then his phone rang and Yuan perked up her ears. And I'm really hungry today and my stomach isn't feeling well. Can you bring something back to eat? It was a girl's voice, sweet and charming. Thinking of this, Yuan felt a pang of jealousy. It was only natural. The person she liked was so outstanding, good at gaming and handsome. Seeing Yuan staring at him, Yen Chen instinctively explained, "This is my childhood friend." Although the childhood friend came from a wealthy family, he still clearly distinguished between the big star in front of him and his own situation. Furthermore, the childhood friend had looked down on him before. Now that he had become handsome, she was suddenly interested. Women, huh? Great, another girl. And Yuan bit her lip as she saw Yen Chen hang up the phone. Is she very pretty? She's okay, I guess. Yen Chen didn't really know how to date. All those flirtatious lines were taught to him by the system. Upon hearing this, Yuan looked at the man in front of her, gazing at his thin lips. No one had probably kissed this place before. He had a girlfriend already, so he shouldn't be flirting with others. She felt jealous and wanted to tell Yen Chen that she was his girlfriend. This annoying guy could only belong to her. With that thought, Yuan tiptoed, causing Yen Chen to widen his eyes in surprise. Here it comes, here it comes. The seaside villa is coming, it's bringing the free star with it. Just as Yen Chen anticipated a fragrant soft kiss after closing his eyes for a while, the seaside villa, oh no, the star's kiss had not arrived. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw a girl with a cold expression pulling Yuan's hand. And Yuan stood awkwardly in place. She hoped her younger sister hadn't seen that. Sister Ning is looking for you, she's in the car. And Xiaowei pointed to the nearby car where a head peeked out from the window. And Yuan could only greet Yen Chen, quickly put on her mask and hurried to the car. Damn it, why are Xiaowei and Sister Ning here? Yen Chen felt a chill in his heart. The seaside villa was gone, and what was worse was that the system's task had a deadline. If it couldn't be completed in 3 hours, there would be an electric shock punishment. He looked at the girl in front of him, his heart full of anger, but he still forced a charming smile. Hello, I'm Yen Chen. Yen Chen extended his hand. And Yuan's sister looked quite young and naive. Using his charm, Yen Chen thought she might have a good impression of him. Ever since he encountered the system, it had always been like this. Passing girls looked at him with infatuated eyes and he enjoyed it. Every man likes that kind of admiring gaze, but he was very devoted. He only liked one person, and that was Yuan. I understand. And Xiaowei said flatly. Want to add WeChat? Suddenly, Xiaowei took out her phone. What the hell? Could Yuan's sister be developing feelings for him? Yen Chen felt a little excited, but no, he could only love one person in his life. This cute little sister could only call him brother-in-law. It would be even better if she could act spoiled with him. When Yen Chen came back to his senses, he saw Xiaowei staring at him, her gaze icy as if she could see through his thoughts. And Xiaowei had been a man before, so she naturally understood men's thoughts well. She had seen many guys like Yen Chen, but those were all losers who had no chance of being chosen by the system. However, after staring at Yen Chen for a while, when she looked up, a golden halo appeared above Yen Chen's head. Was this the male lead's halo? It was so dazzling that Xiaowei could barely keep her eyes open. This is my WeChat ID. I've liked Xiaowan for a long time. If you encounter any troubles in life, feel free to come to me and it'll definitely help. Yen Chen, with the system in hand, spoke with a hint of subtle arrogance. If he had known that his online dating partner was a big star, he would have borrowed money to take her to a fancy restaurant. The main issue was that the system had only been with him for a few days and the money he earned from gaming live streaming couldn't be withdrawn yet. Okay, and Xiaowei said with a smile that didn't reach her eyes. She knew she had caused Yen Chen's task to fail. However, if Yen Chen succeeded, it would definitely not satisfy the original Xiaowei. Asi had just told her that the higher the task completion rate, the more soul light Xiaowei would likely provide. Therefore, she needed to nip the budding connection between these two in the bud. Thinking of this, Xiaowei got into Ning Moking's car without looking back, while Yuan was arguing with Ning Moching until her face was red and ears hot. How could I be infatuated? Sister Ning, you know very well what kind of person I am. I don't like those people in the industry, they're too fake. How many of those faces are real? Yen Chen is so handsome and has such depth, I just like him. Is that so? Ning Moching was amused by Yuan's words. However, when she saw Xiaowei sitting in the passenger seat, her lips tightened slightly. Let's talk about it later. Yen Chen felt quite distressed. Just after he left, the system's cold voice came through. Mission failed, electric shock punishment commencing. Immediately a surge of electricity struck him, causing him to roll his eyes back, his entire body feeling numb, and for a brief moment he felt his heartbeat stop. Yan Shen slumped weakly to the ground. Next time they meet he must put in more effort. So these are the only methods you could think of after pondering for so long? Asi asked in Xiaowei. I can understand you wanting to play games with An, but what do you mean by finding a guy to seduce An? Asi thought this person was joking. Then should I seduce her? That's ridiculous. Are you suggesting that I seduce her? And Xiaowei pondered and concluded that these were the only two methods to divert An's attention. Alternatively, let Ning Maching arrange for An to join several film crews in the mountains. Preferably those without signal. However, such situations in novel plots often lead to the couple rekindling their romance, and after a month inside, An might discover that Yan Shen is her true love, directly pushing forward the romantic development between the leads. And Xiaowei. She suddenly felt that dying wouldn't be a big deal. Perhaps for 200 yuan a deity would hold her funeral. Nonetheless, she must keep track of all of An's movements in the future. She also has to build a good relationship with Ning Maching. With this in mind, Xiaowei looked at Ning Maching, who was negotiating with An while sitting on the sofa. When she learned that An had registered a gaming account with a pseudonym, Ning Maching let out a sigh of relief. You're quite clever. If others find out you've bonded with a gaming streamer in the game, your fans would want to jump off a building after hearing that. Don't you think he's great? Ching. And knowing she couldn't out-argue her manager, sat beside Ning Maching, grasped her small hand and blinked her eyes innocently. In the past this trick had never failed her, she had relied on it to win over Ning Maching. However, this time Ning Maching would not listen to An at all. I won't interfere with your online romance, but you need to reveal your identity and don't flaunt yourself in public without a mask. If you get overwhelmed by fans, I won't take responsibility. Alright, I understand. I was wrong. Next time I will definitely wear a mask when I go out. However, An didn't dare to say this out loud. She and Ning Maching were childhood friends and their bond was naturally deep. Moreover, due to her father's kindness to Ning Maching, An had always held her in high regard. Currently, Yan Shen did not hold a greater significance in her heart than Ning Maching. Not to mention Xiaowei. Alright, you should go read the new script. I've gotten you a good role in a serious drama as a female strategist who rarely needs to dress as a man. It's based on a historical figure, and if you perform well you might win an award. Ning Maching patted An on the shoulder, then walked a few steps to stand beside Xiaowei. Before she could look up, Ning Maching embraced her shoulders. At such a close distance, Xiaowei could smell the faint scent of orchids on her. Let's go to the study and talk. And Xiaowei turned her head and saw Ning Maching's slender fair fingers. It was summer and she was dressed lightly. She could feel the warmth of Ning Maching's fingertips. It was slightly cool. Before Xiaowei could recover, she found herself standing in the study. This was the first time she was so close to a girl, and her trigeminal nerve was tense. Fortunately, Ning Maching released her as soon as they reached the study. Let's talk, Xiaowei. Do you know how long she has been in an online romance? Ning Maching played with a pen in one hand, her brow furrowed. Over the years, An had maintained her integrity, and the Ning family was a major player in the entertainment industry, so they had never arranged any scandals for An. Compared to other stars, An had always been fortunate, except for some misfortunes in her childhood. Starting as a child star, An's looks had not declined as she grew up, and her path as a star was smooth and successful. Others could only envy her. It was not that Ning Maching wanted to break them apart, but the way Yan Shen looked at An was no different from those lecherous fans. What was most terrifying was that the usually sharp-minded An seemed to have lost her mind, as if enchanted, and was immersed in her romance. Ning Maching could not stand this. 3 years, I only just found out recently, and Xiaowei spoke up. In the past, Xiaowei had indeed not taken Yan Shen seriously, thinking that her sister would see through that man after entering a romantic relationship. Unexpectedly, Yan Shen not only played the game of catching fish but also liked to ambush, and he had caught this clingy fish and won. It was laughable. There was no way to stop this clingy guy. Alright, I got it. They'll let her go out to shoot a scene to help her calm down. As for Yan Shen, don't tell my father, understood? Xiaowei. Ning Maching asked her with a smile. And Xiaowei nodded. In front of Ning Maching she dared not show any signs. Then she returned to her room. She still needed to do one thing: sabotage. Yan Shen's initial income was mainly from gaming, live streaming, and seducing An. He had even casually gone to a place and randomly bumped into An's grandfather, who without any hesitation took a liking to Yan Shen. At that moment, An coincidentally found her grandfather, who happened to be a billionaire, and casually wanted to introduce his long-lost granddaughter An to Yan Shen. All of this was merely coincidental. She couldn't prevent Yan Shen from meeting An's grandfather, but she could expose Yan Shen's dark history. In the past, Yan Shen was just an unremarkable small streamer who couldn't even edit videos. See, can we find any of Yan Shen's old photos? No, the system erased all of Yan Shen's previous data. The Yan Shen in the photos has been handsome since childhood, and no one has noticed that he didn't look like this before. Even his childhood sweetheart Taozi can't understand why she thought Yan Shen was ugly in the past. And Xiaowei immediately understood. Got it, I didn't expect that system to be so powerful. What's so powerful about it? It's just a bunch of data. Even if it gave the male lead money, it merely altered what it already had. Scoffed. And Xiaowei was stunned for a moment and then pursed her lips. The implication of the system was that the money was all transferred. But the male lead doesn't have that much money yet. And Xiaowei came back to her senses. In fact, she wanted to directly make the male lead a eunuch, to ensure that Yin Chen would not be able to keep his identity. She searched for the gaming streamer at Chen and sure enough found Yin Chen's livestream. However, Yin Chen, who had previously shown his face, didn't even reveal his hands this time. A group of female fans shouted in disappointment. And Xiaowei looked at the barrage on the livestream and then at the audience, which numbered over 10,000. The previous Yin Chen was not this impressive. His overnight rise can only be attributed to the strength of the system. But did he show his face before? And Xiaowei asked. Yes, and he is a technical streamer quite popular among fans. As for why he hasn't shown his face, it's because he failed a mission at noon and was punished by the system getting struck by lightning. C spoke, a barely concealed laugh in his voice. And Xiaowei didn't spare the male lead any face, laughing while slapping the table. Ha ha ha, she laughed so hard her stomach hurt. This was a deserved consequence. Making him feel so disgusted truly made her think a man could die of grease. But your adaptability is quite strong. C looked at Xiaowei, who was slapping the table. Generally hosts like this would have some difficulty adjusting. It's fine, I like cute girls, and besides there's not much difference from usual, just the clothing and such. And Xiaowei really could adapt to this kind of role. Though she was definitely a strong girl, she particularly enjoyed playing female characters in games. In the world of the book it felt quite similar to playing a game, so she currently had no psychological discomfort. She enjoyed dismantling others' glory the most. By the way, how is his skill? And Xiaowei observed several rounds of Yin Chen's gameplay and felt it didn't seem like a product of the system. The system didn't grant him any gaming hacks, he was originally a gaming enthusiast. C paused for a moment. What did Xiaowei mean? You're not thinking of taking advantage of his matchmaking time to crash into him, are you? C instinctively asked. Is that not allowed? And Xiaowei raised her eyes in question. However, borrowing an account wasn't easy, after all no one would want to let someone else drop their peak rank. I can use the system to generate an account with a peak score similar to his, but I don't want to do it for free. It was just a data account, AC could easily handle that. How much? And Xiaowei understood her. Moreover, if one had money, accounts could still be borrowed, but to match Yin Chen's mentality a long-term account would be better. However, creating a new account to reach Yin Chen's level was too strenuous. I want rip you off, it's 10,000 and the account has all skins, all heroes and all emblems. This was a reasonable transaction, not just helping the host. C was calculating in her heart. But do you even have a use for this 10,000? And Xiaowei found it a bit strange. If the system could still use this money, it felt a bit off. I can travel and I can also use this money to perm my hair into waves. C spoke playfully. And Xiaowei. This system definitely wasn't corrupted by her. Then I'll transfer it to you. As soon as Xiaowei's words fell, a white panel popped up in front of her displaying a QR code for payment. If there was one thing Xiaowei wasn't lacking, it was money. What kind of dog food novel female lead doesn't have money? That would be absurd. She scanned it and then quickly closed the panel. Soon AC sent the account password to Xiaowei. And Xiaowei logged in to check the account. It consisted of some virtual data. The previous win rate and fake labels were decent, but those were just external displays. The real win rate only showed 0 matches on her side. And Xiaowei was also an experienced player in mobile games. Although she was a strong girl, she loved playing cute female characters. For instance, the Sunny girl Shishir. Although she had played in the national server before, she really couldn't bear to buy that FMVP skin, the Dragon Spirit. She familiarized herself with the controls in the training camp, looking at the fresh and exquisite little dragon girl in front of her. The immersion was strong, she was now a cute girl. And then, she sniped the male lead Yin Chen, scoring 0-10 against him, making him suffer a complete defeat with all red stats loss. Making him end the stream in misery. However, live streams had a delay, so C kept an eye on Yin Chen's matchmaking time, waiting for him to finish the match before she called out. And Xiaowei directly entered matchmaking. Lucky matched. C said. And Xiaowei charge ahead. 33 Xiao Qingrong has set her sights on you. And Xiaowei instantly selected the hero Shishir, seeing Yin Chen confidently pick Ma Chao on the opposing side. She really wanted to howl. With support helping her, she cleared minion waves quickly. After reaching level 2, and Xiaowei went straight to the wall, heading toward the enemy's first tower. She spotted Yin Chen. She initiated with her first skill, hitting Yin Chen's Ma Chao. Shishir's first skill can pull the opposing hero one step toward her, and her ultimate can pull them twice. Yin Chen felt something was off when he saw the first skill. Before he could react, the opposing strong male support suddenly slammed him into the air. With a thud, the screen went black. Looking at the corpse lying on the ground, Yin Chen was nearly furious enough to explode. Coincidentally, Shishir's voice rang out. My trial began on the day we met. This Shishir is truly infuriating. Did she think that just because a skin of a dragon princess was released she could act like a princess? The barrage, however, was in fits of laughter. Was Shubo once again disgusted by Shishir? Shubo, don't get distracted, don't fall for the princess beauty trap. Just came in already a black screen. This match made Yin Chen suffer throughout. That Shishir was like a ghost, always hiding in the grass. A Shishir who played more irritatingly than Lan Lingwang. She used flash to pull him as if it was free. When the crystal exploded, Yenshen glanced at his stats. 1 kill 8 deaths. With the boost from the popular live streaming system, many viewers rushed away upon seeing these stats. Ma Cha with a 1-to-8 ratio is outperformed even by my cat's pawing. This streamer is truly terrible. Seeing those sarcastic comments, Yenshen took a deep breath, reminding himself not to get angry at such people. Cursing in the live stream would lead to warnings the hard-won fans would disappear in an instant. He aimed to become a top-tier streamer, not just a decent one. Recovering from the moment, Yenshen jokingly said, "I'd been targeted, brothers. This prince is playing too disgustingly, but don't panic, it's not a big deal. Next time I encounter her, I'll directly take her down with Yuan Gu." However, Yenshen was unaware that Xiaowei was not just good at one role, she was not afraid of him. Her hand speed was honed from practice in the factory. Without hesitation, he continued with the peak matches. Crashing into Yenshen was too easy given the low number of players at this score. 2 hours later, Yenshen stared blankly at his record of 5 consecutive losses. It was a sea of red. He had never encountered such a disaster since he started streaming. Crashing into that Shishir 4 times felt like a cursed encounter. His face was already hurting from the electric shock, and now it hurt even more. All of this was due to that Shishir. Truly, he was having a streak of bad luck. Ever since he gained the system, he hadn't been this unfortunate. 5 consecutive kneels were bad enough, but to be rated 5th and reported successfully was even worse. He didn't crash in the last game, but his mentality was already completely shattered, resulting in a negative record. That dog-like Shishir was playing some underworld heroes, and whenever he played Weiner, he would forcefully tower dive to kill her. Plus, he had a dog support behind him, completely disregarding the rules of the game, taking advantage of his moment of weakness to ambush him. What a coward. Tonight when he got into bed, he lifted the covers only to find a Shishir inside. The psychological shadow it cast on him was immense. There had been over 10,000 viewers when the stream started, but now only 4,000 remained. Yenshen said nothing and directly ended the stream. Meanwhile, Xiaowei was laughing happily. "How's it going over there?" And Xiaowei asked to see while walking outside to heat a cup of milk for herself. "Your face is cracked from anger, but not completely shattered. You really are mischievous," C said with a warm smile. And Xiaowei. She suspected the system was teasing her, but she had no proof. And Wan was still memorizing her script when Yenshen sent her a message. "Baby, do you want to duo Q? I'll carry you, just relax while you play Yao." Damn it, the frustrations from the peak match just now must be vented in the low-tier games. Yenshen glanced at himself in the mirror. Although it was the system's doing, such damage would only last for a while. The system said that tomorrow his face would return to normal. After all, he still needed this face to attract the big star wife. And Wan held the script in her hands, still not finished reading it. "How about I watch your stream? I'm memorizing my script, but I want to see you slaughter in the canyon." Yenshen almost laughed. He was the one who was slaughtered. "No babe, something unexpected happened today. My throat isn't feeling well, so I didn't stream." Saying this, Yenshen deleted today's stream replay from the backend. This was his humiliation. If that Shishir player ever came before him again, he would definitely kill that brat. Yenshen had just checked his profile. His commonly used heroes were all mages, but with such a sinister mindset and disgusting playstyle, he must be a man. And Wan was about to reply when her younger sister knocked and walked in. "Sister, have you finished memorizing the script? Let's go to the gym." And Xiaowei naturally knew that Yenshen was going to the low-tier games to hunt, and he would definitely take in Wan with him. But if they kept running into each other, it would seem strange. So it was better to nip it in the bud. "Ha! Are we going to the gym now?" And Wan was taken aback. And Xiaowei said expressionlessly, "You've gained weight." Although Xiaowei was in her 4th year, she wasn't very tall. If she let her bangs grow a bit, those who didn't know would think she was a 5th grade student. When Wan heard the word fat, her expression changed. She was a top-tier female star, and if there was anything more important than her boyfriend, it was definitely her weight. If her weight management went wrong, she didn't know how many trolls would attack her. She quickly dashed to the wardrobe, stepped on the scale. 95 pounds. During this time without filming, she had been playing duo Q with Yenshen at home every day and unexpectedly gained 5 pounds. And Wan almost fainted. Hastily tossing her phone onto the bed, she couldn't care less about chatting with Yenshen. "Wait for me a moment, I'll change my clothes and head to the gym upstairs right away." The new role in her upcoming drama was that of a frail beauty. If she ended up showing a big face on screen, not to mention her fans, she herself wouldn't be able to bear it. Striking at the core, she had it figured out. And Xiaowei watched the flustered Wan and turned to leave the room. Although 95 pounds was still quite slim for a star that was a bit overweight. And Xiaowei opened the panel and found that the task progress had actually reached 10. Disrupting the male lead's halo and hindering the development of the male and female lead's relationship can earn task progress. C explained further. If the male lead's halo didn't exist, and Wan naturally wouldn't look at Yenshen. And Xiaowei said this while downing the milk from the bottle. "You really understand it well," C said. "Of course, I used to be quite handsome myself, at least much more than him. Why didn't the system notice me back then? With his lack of hygiene and all those pimples on his face." And Xiaowei scoffed. He's just a trash who climbed up with a cheat, actually worthless. Yenshen secretly curses you as a petty person. A C suddenly laughed. He's getting anxious. And Xiaowei said while rubbing her soft cheeks. It's good to be anxious. If he's not anxious, then there's a problem. Alright, Xiaowei, and Wan came out wearing sportswear, her long hair tied up at the back of her head, looking extremely energetic and lively. Looking at her delicate brows and eyes as well as her bright smile. Indeed, Yenshen is not good enough. Why should a handsome male lead with a system-enhanced appearance get to marry such a beauty? Some people just keep walking around in their dreams. Let's go, time for the gym. You should stop focusing on love all day and pay attention to your weight. And Xiaowei chattered on. And Wan nodded repeatedly. For a moment, and Xiaowei thought she was the elder sister. Does the female lead have some kind of chick complex, getting closer to whoever she meets early on? It was said that her only friends in the game were Yenshen and his friends. But in the game, if she could find a gaming expert to carry Wan, could she make the male lead go to the bathroom to eat? It's worth a try, but it might not be effective since Wan has high standards and doesn't look at ordinary men. A seesaw threw in Xiaowei's thoughts. And Xiaowei. So you mean to find a woman? A C. Why don't you give it a try? Actually, if Xiaowei's identity is considered, it might really work. You should be able to jungle, right? A C asked. Girls like to play with handsome heroes, and Yenshen plays exactly that kind. And Xiaowei fell silent. She was decent at jungling, but only with Lan Ling Wang wanting to carry someone was unrealistic. So it's better to just kill Yenshen. And Xiaowei thought while heading to the gym with Wan. Days passed. Before she could find a gaming expert to lure her sister, and Wan had to go out for filming. Coincidentally, during this period, Yenshen ran into a rather casual grandfather. Oh no, it was a casual encounter with An's grandfather. The story of their encounter was written in a very plain manner. An's grandfather went out to buy something, his car broke down, and then Yenshen happened to see him and offered him a ride. The two found each other appealing, not really. But now the problem arose: if he wanted to get to the male lead and see An's grandfather, he needed a car to obstruct their chance of meeting. But Xiaowei didn't even have a driver's license. She looked at the bicycle in the garage. The back seat was tiny. And Xiaowei suddenly recalled a story. A female colleague in her factory told her that her father once took her aunt on a motorcycle, but after a short while he realized the aunt was missing. Don't ask, she just fell off. An's grandfather would probably fall off too. This bicycle would hurt someone. Just as Xiaowei was struggling with whether to rent a car, she saw Ning Moking's car parked outside the villa. Xiaowei, I'm back to help Xiaowan get something. After unlocking the door with her fingerprint, Ning Moqing walked in and saw Xiaowan fiddling with a bicycle, momentarily taken aback. Are you going out? Do you want me to give you a ride? I'm heading to Anxiang village, it's on the way, right? As Ning Moqing spoke, she walked inside. For this filming she had her assistant Xiaoli follow her. The weather was bad on set, so she came to deliver some clothes to Wan. And Xiaowei glanced at Ning Moking's Maserati. This agent was incredibly wealthy. Coincidentally, the place she needed to go was also Anxiang village. The name of the village sounded ominous. She quickly replied, all right. It would be a waste not to put a bicycle in such a nice car's trunk. After all, this bicycle could be folded. As Ning Moqing came out, she saw Xiaowei had already folded the bike. Do you really have to bring a bicycle when you go out? Why are you bringing a Bluetooth speaker? Ning Moqing was genuinely baffled. And what was with that helmet? You wouldn't understand, and Xiaowei said, shoving a 100 yuan note into Ning Moking's hand. Ning Moqing. Is she hiring her as a driver? When did her worth drop to 100 yuan? And Xiaowei looked at Ning Moqing's confused expression and hesitated for a moment. Was this too much? Thus Xiaowei pulled back the 100 yuan, stuffing the remaining change into Ning Moking's arms. Not too much, just enough, 3 yuan and 88 cents. Ning Moqing, grandmally, I feel like Xiaowei is acting a bit mischievous. Alright, I don't need your little money. Get ready and get in the car. Where are you going? I'll take you first. Ning Moqing was truly at a loss for words. I'm also going to Anxiang village, just drop me at the village entrance. Ning Moqing was taken aback. Anxiang village hadn't developed yet and the village entrance was quite far from the village. Why leave at the entrance? However, even though she thought this, Ning Moqing didn't ask further. All the way Xiaowei's music played in her car. It was still the Great Compassion mantra. Listening to it made her feel like she could almost ascend. She had the strange feeling that Xiaowei was acting oddly, but she couldn't pinpoint why. When they reached the entrance, Ning Moqing helped Xiaowei put the bike down and saw her still flipping through her playlist, so she spoke up. If you need anything, call me. I'm meeting a friend in Anxiang village and I'll also send a package. After Ning Moqing finished speaking, she saw Xiaowei nodding, which made her reluctantly leave. Before long, Xiaowei saw a car stall on the road. An old man with a shock of white hair but full of energy jumped out of the car and kicked the expensive vehicle. Useless waste. He pulled out his phone and took out the things he had bought in the city from the trunk. After a few steps, he spotted a pretty young girl pushing a bicycle toward him. Grandpa, need a ride? And Xiaowei patted the back seat. I ride my bike very steadily, you can trust me. Grandpa glanced at the low bicycle and then at the girl, who was less than 1.6 meters tall. This bike seemed like it could easily tip over. No need I. Grandpa An didn't finish his sentence before Yanqing's car stopped in front of them. This was the car he had just received from a task with the system in place. Even if he took a dump in the toilet he would still earn rewards. So Yanqing was as spirited as ever. He rolled down the car window, glanced at the old man and recognized the car that had just stalled. It was very expensive. The old man must come from a prominent family. He must have a granddaughter or a granddaughter, definitely stunningly beautiful, but she was clinging to him, obsessed with him, trying to crash him into a wall. Don't doubt it, that's how it's written in novels. But not him. He wanted to tell the whole world that he only liked In Wan. He was a man with an infatuated personality, and such men were more charming. With that thought, Yanqing said gently, "Uncle, is your car broken? I need to do something in the village, would you like a lift?" Grandpa An also glanced at the car in front of him. This car was flawless, quite appealing. But just as he was about to lift his leg to get in, and Xiaowei by his side made her move. She hugged Grandpa An's arm and cried out, "Grandpa, Grandpa, do you not remember me? I'm An Yuhua from the Daming Lake." Grandpa An. Yanqing. A C Sigma, what kind of path is this host on, and is there any hope of recovery? Yanqing hadn't noticed the person next to Grandpa An before, but now he realized it was Xiaowan's sister. Xiaowan's sister was named An Yuhua. That name was annoyingly cliché, yet he found it annoyingly appealing. That sounds nice. By the way, Yuhua, your sister went out to film. Why are you here playing without telling me? I have a car. As he spoke, the tone of Yanqing seemed to carry a hint of boasting, even raising his hand to knock on the steering wheel. And Xiao, I have a car too. Come on, Grandpa, you said before that one day in the future you would definitely ride in my car, whether it's a rickety car or a Rolls Royce. You wouldn't despise me. And Xiaowei was deeply into her role, making Grandpa An feel extremely awkward. He had never even been to Daming Lake. He even doubted if the security system in the city's hospital was malfunctioning. How could such a small girl run out? This made him want to get into Yanqing's car, but he felt an overwhelming sense of guilt. Especially looking at the little girl in front of him. She seemed to be neglected at home and was acting out. His second granddaughter should be about this girl's age if she hadn't gone missing. With that thought, Grandpa An sighed, his heart softening. "All right, little girl, are you sure your skills are very good?" "Mum, you can trust me." And Xiaowei rode the bike around a few circles and returned. Seeing that her skills were fine, Grandpa An reluctantly got on. Yanqing was stunned by the absurdity of the situation. What kind of game was this? This person was playing dirty, using sneak attacks and underhanded tactics. Yet the old man seemed to have a problem. Just as Grandpa An sat down, Yanqing saw An Xiaowei turn her head and wink at him, "Wishing you a happy 7th day in advance." As she said this, An Xiaowei opened her music player and played a song. "Fold 1,000 paper cranes, tie a red belt, may good-hearted people have good luck every day. You work hard for a beautiful life, your health endures through spring, your busy life is all for smiles." The music faded away. Yanqing pressed his hand to his heart. No, ambulance, ambulance. He felt like the first human-like cheat in his life had been forcibly stripped away by An Xiaowei. This skin-peeling pain made Yanqing feel faint from anger. After a while, someone knocked on the car window. "Old man, you didn't." Hearing the commotion, Yanqing quickly sat up, only to see someone outside tossing in a piece of paper. "A ticket. Who told you to park here?" When the old man, forced to listen to the endless loop of good luck comes on his way home, finally arrived at the doorstep, his face was numb. The butler came out to greet him and almost did not recognize him as he got off his bicycle. Old man. What happened?" The butler's words were interrupted as the old man waved his hand, causing him to shut his mouth. Meanwhile, An Xiaowei bounced over from behind. Hello, I am An Xiaowei, here to find my grandfather who has been missing for many years." "Do you know my grandfather?" The butler was still in a daze when he saw An Xiaowei tugging at his sleeve, tears streaming down her face. "I still remember, it was a winter day when my father died, a terrible death as tragic as Dou-yi, but he deserved it. After he died, my mother set off firecrackers for a week in the village." As she spoke, An Xiaowei sniffled. Although the story she told was nonsense. The butler thought, does this little girl have some social anxiety? However, since she was the one who brought the old man back, he dared not say much. The old man frowned as he looked at the little girl in front of him. "You said your surname is An." And Xiaowei felt somewhat speechless. Thanks to An Wan's stage name, otherwise it would not make sense. With such a powerful An family, how could they have taken so long to find their two granddaughters? Though it still did not make sense now. Plot hole. Everything was for the needs of the male protagonist. "Yes, my father is An Hui." It was embarrassing to mention An Hui was strictly controlled by Old Man and was eventually expelled from the family due to rebellion. Otherwise he would never have chosen to run away with the money, neglecting his two daughters. The mother of the An sisters was a strong woman with quite a few businesses, but in the end all of it was cashed out by An Hui. At that time An Hui had long been expelled from the An family, so the An family did not know about An Hu's situation. By the time they found out, they could not locate An Wan and An Xiaowei, as both had basically changed their names aside from their surname. To this day they had not seen his shadow. Upon hearing An Hu's name, Old Man An's face turned grim and he viciously said, "That bastard, he doesn't even care about his own daughters." If it were not for his granddaughter coming to him, Old Man felt he would never see his dear granddaughter in his lifetime. Indeed, not getting on that young man's car was the right decision. He brought his granddaughter back. His granddaughter even rode her bicycle to bring him back, truly a filial child. Come on little girl, let's go inside and talk. By the way, are you the only one? What about your sister? As he asked this old man and was a bit cautious. After all, so much time had passed. If the two little girls were sent to an orphanage, there would be no reason for a family to adopt both. They probably had long been separated. And Xiaowei looked around, pointed to one side and said, "That one, she's hanging there." Old Manon was stunned and turned to see the white wall, nearly losing his temper. Where is that little brat? Tell him to come out. Chasing stars is one thing, but putting up posters in the living room is. Wait, is that star Zhao Karen, my eldest granddaughter? Old Manon paused mid-scolding. Zhao Karen was Inwan's stage name, created so that her younger sister could go to school smoothly without being disturbed by fans. Thus Inwan intentionally chose a stage name with a different surname. However, her ID still bore the name Inwan, and her friends mostly called her by her real name. Hey, Grandpa, and what do you want from me? A languid young man walked out from the bedroom inside. I was just putting up posters in your living room. Seeing my goddess makes me happy. Anyway, in a few days my parents' house renovations will be done and I will move to the city. As he spoke, the young man scratched his hair, revealing his handsome features. His starry eyes sparkled. He wore a casual gray sweatshirt paired with black pants, exuding youthful vigor. Not a puppy look nor a wolfdog look. But he was handsome. This point alone overshadowed the pockmarked-faced Yanchen. And Xiaowei was instantly thrilled, gripping Lin Zixuan's hand as if she were going wild. Do you like Inwan? She asked. Lin Zixuan was momentarily taken aback, looking at the inexplicably excited little girl, and nodded blankly. Who, what's up? Brother-in-law. You are my brother-in-law who has been missing for many years. And Xiaowei felt as if she could sing for joy. A high-quality man. Oh no, the best of humanity, a fighter jet among planes, a little lobster in the eyes of women. She finally found someone who could overshadow Yanchen. Just from the way he spoke earlier, she knew he was not a member of the Yin family but was familiar with Old Manon. Seeing his granddaughter approaching again, Old Manon quickly tugged at Xiaowei's sleeve. No, I don't agree. I went through so much to find my granddaughter, how could she be matched with this brat? But Xiaowei did not care about that. And Xiaowei, is your family wealthy? Lin Zixuan looked dazed. What qualifies as wealthy? Compared to the Yin family. Old Manon. Why compare with the Yin family? Why hasn't this granddaughter acknowledged her roots yet and is already trying to go out? The Lin family and the Yin family are family friends, right? The comparison should be about the same. Lin Zixuan scratched his head, still confused, but agreed. What do you do for a living? Lawyer. She liked this, it was impressive. Do you have a house in Bifeng City? It's being renovated, should be ready soon. Do you play games? Which servers do you play and what do you play? 5. Jungle. Centimeters. As Xiaowei blurted it out, Lin Zixuan's face turned red. Was this topic getting off track? Meanwhile, she received a playful tap on her forehead from Old Man, and pretending to be cough, dear granddaughter, stop pestering him with questions. I am your grandfather and this brat has no skills not worthy of Xiaowan. Old Man said this with a hint of jealousy. He hadn't even met his granddaughter yet and he was supposed to help her find a partner. Dream on. No one was worthy of his granddaughter. Not even the brat from the Lin family. So Inwan. Lin Zixuan paused, turning to Old Manon. Grandpa, and do you also have the surname An? Old Manon. Does this brat still have any IQ left? Old Manon didn't have time for this and hurried to have the butler send someone to prepare food. He took Lin Zixuan and his granddaughter to eat some hot meals first. As for why he believed in Xiaowei was his granddaughter, it was because she brought an old relic of the Yin family, a jade ring. Plus she could roughly recount events from her childhood. However, a paternity test was still needed, but that was a matter for a few days later. But this little girl. Old Manon watched Xiaowei attentively taking care of Lin Zixuan during dinner. Come on brother-in-law, eat more. You're too thin, you need abs for my sister to like you. Does brother-in-law like to eat pork belly? Eat well to have a healthy next generation. Brother-in-law. During a meal, Lin Zixuan was completely choked while Old Master secretly tugged at a hair of Xiaowei. After all, paternity tests are a thing. Bringing it to the surface would hurt feelings. Lin Zixuan was feeling overwhelmed. Even though he knew the goddess was Old Master An's granddaughter, he still needed to digest. At that moment, Inwan answered the phone. Xiaowei, her tone was both indulgent and helpless. Who are you? asked Xiaowei. Inwan. Oh, you're my sister, what's wrong? And Xiaowei's tone was extremely innocent. Are you looking down on Yanchen? Sister tells you he's a good person, you'll know if you spend more time with him. There's no need to target him so specifically. Oh dear. Did she run to complain to the female lead after getting angry? Yanchen's behavior was just like a primary school student running to the teacher to report a classmate writing a love letter. And Xiaowei, calm and composed, firmly denied such baseless accusations. Who? Who are you talking about? Who is Yanchen? I haven't even seen him. I just saw an old man who couldn't go home, what's wrong with me helping him? That treacherous person reporting behind her back was actually slandering her pure and noble character. She was a sunny girl who enjoyed helping others yet received such treatment, and the villain was so arrogant. The malice of this world towards her was immense. Is there anyone to take care of this? Anyway, Yanchen had no evidence pointing to her, so no matter what, Wan couldn't possibly tear her face with her. Oh dear Xiaowei, I know it's not your fault, but you can't. As Wan spoke, she nearly forgot her lines. No matter what, you can't curse him. To pass away, that's impolite. And Wan finally remembered her lines. Ah. But today is his 7th day of live streaming, isn't it right for me to celebrate? And Wan. 7 days, is that what it means? You're scolding me for a man, and Xiaowei suddenly changed the subject, sniffing. Got it, there's no love left, you no longer need your extra sister. You want me to roll out of the house to make space for that Yanchen to sleep on the street, sleep in a garbage can, to starve or freeze to death in the windy winter. And Wan. That's not what I meant, Xiaowei, you. I am your sister, I will definitely take good care of you, don't talk nonsense. Even if I stop acting one day, I will still take good care of you. And Wan had no time to worry about Yanchen and hurried to comfort her emotionally distressed sister. I dreamed yesterday that you didn't want me anymore, you kicked me out and I sat at the door eating instant noodles, you told me to go away. I didn't. And Wan was still explaining. I won't listen, I'm sad and heartbroken, I'm going to die. After coaxing in Xiaowei for quite a while, and Wan finally hung up when she saw that Xiaowei had stopped crying. After hanging up, she frowned, having never seen her sister so upset before. Could it be Yanchen? No. And Wan felt a bit of a headache, unsure how to analyze the situation for a while, finally finding Yanchen's WeChat. She sent a message. My sister is young and doesn't understand, please don't bully her. Yanchen. What the hell? Who is bullying whom? He was so angry he felt his lungs might explode. But he couldn't lose his temper with Wan, after all he really liked Wan. Her legs. Damn it, he never expected that reporting would backfire. Yanchen really didn't know what he had done to provoke that Yuha into such deep malice against him. No way, he had to think of a way to get rid of this sister. Meanwhile, Xiaowei looked at her phone. To be honest, although I don't quite understand sisterly affection, and Wan really treats her sister well. And Xiaowei said to A. Envious. Actually, you can call me sister too. A. noticed how quickly this person changed her face and felt a bit emotional. And Xiaowei. Such outrageous words, can a normal system say that? She couldn't allow this to happen, bullying the host with a shameless face. No, envy doesn't help, but how did the task progress increase so quickly this time? It's already at 40%. And Xiaowei looked at the system panel in front of her, her eyes slightly narrowing. After encountering Old Master in Yanchen's career, and love simply soared to great heights. However, she directly cut off their relationship and instigated some discord between Wan and Yanchen's not so stable love. The male lead fainted from anger 2 times because of you, A. said. And Xiaowei remained unfazed. Don't talk nonsense, I neither touched him nor robbed his money. Don't slander my innocence. Saying this, Xiaowei turned back to the living room to eat fruit while watching Lin Zixuan boil water. Lin Zixuan felt like needles were prickling his back, not knowing why this future sister-in-law. Oh wait, he hadn't even seen the goddess in person yet. This little girl had him all confused. Meanwhile, Old Masterin was busy with matters, giving instructions to the butler. If you really like her next time, just dress up neatly and a bit wild. I'll message you and you just need to meet my sister then. Lin Zixuan. Dressing up neatly gives me the impression of slaughtering pigs, and dressing up wild is what? It sounds so casual, as if he was just meeting a top star. Why do I feel like I'm going to be sold? You want sell me, right? Lin Zixuan asked. And Xiaowei looked up. How much do you weigh? 120 Jin. The average price of pork nationwide is 11.37 yuan, calculated to be 13.64. 4 yuan. Rounding it down to 1,364 yuan. And Xiaowei opened the calculator on her phone and calculated very seriously. Lin Zixuan. Okay, I got it, I'll add you on WeChat. However, Lin Zixuan still didn't understand why he was being introduced to Wan. Wan was a popular star, and many rich young men and top celebrities had thrown olive branches at her, but she hadn't looked at any of them, not even her first love. Those who didn't know might think she liked girls. Lin Zixuan thought in a disorganized manner. Meanwhile, Xiaowei had finished dealing with her side of things and greeted Old Masterin before leaving, saying she'd come to visit when she had time. Now she had to solve another problem, which was Yanchen's childhood sweetheart Li Jiaojiao. Yanchen could practically be said to be straddling 2 boats now. If he hadn't discovered that his online dating partner was a first-line star, he probably wouldn't have said no to Li Jiaojiao. Of course, he still hadn't established a good relationship with Wan, so he was also keeping Li Jiaojiao at bay. He always showed a cold face and even had been forcefully kissed by Li Jiaojiao during the early parts of the novel. Xiaowei understood that Yanchen was secretly pleased but didn't say it. However, because of this incident, Wan got angry and he broke up with Wan for a while, which made him coax her for a long time. After that, he began to completely cut ties with Li Jiaojiao. Because under the influence of alcohol, when emotions ran high, he had completely obtained Wan, including her heart. That voice. That figure. Just thinking about it made him chuckle. So the key question now is how to entice Li Jiao. No, that's not right. How to make Li Jiao successfully attract Yunchen. And Xiaowei propped her hands against her small face, her cheeks puffed up like a little hamster hoarding food, looking adorably cute. This is a problem. And Xiaowei lay on the gaming chair covering her head with a pillow, just about to say something when she felt a sharp pain in her stomach. What's going on? Is she experiencing kidney deficiency? Her small face turned pale and she looked fragile, like a delicate flower, appearing pitiful, as if she would be blown away by the wind. The abdominal pain came in waves, as if a giant crab was pinching the flesh inside her body, accompanied by the sensation of being squeezed. Even though she used to be tough, she was now struggling to cope. She covered her lips with one hand and the tears at the corners of her eyes seemed to shimmer. See, I think I might die young. I'm so reluctant to leave this world. Whoa, I miss my sister who has been missing for so many years. See. You're not sick, it's just that your relative is here. C was incredibly calm, and besides, you don't even have a sister. But a sister is still a sister. And Xiaowei stubbornly retorted. But you're a single dog. C remained unfazed. And Xiaowei clutched her stomach and dashed into the bathroom, searching for ages but failing to find the mythical large band-aid sanitary pad. What's going on? Doesn't Xiaowei even have a spare? While enduring the pain, she muttered to C, can't you be a little gentler? But I'm not using any force. C felt troubled too. Since she doesn't have her period, she couldn't possibly understand Xiaowei's struggles. And Xiaowei felt that Sis' words were somewhat off, but she didn't have the energy to think too much about it at that moment. She could only reach for the sinful toilet paper, which would have to suffice for now. Only now did she realize how wrong she was at that time, step by step. She should have paid close attention to the gender displayed on the package. And Xiaowei was on the verge of tears. The toilet paper wouldn't hold up for long. And Xiaowei found a black hoodie and black pants from the closet, wrapping herself tightly. She even rummaged under the coffee table to find 2 disposable black masks. In the past, Xiaowei had only heard about such things, but now that it was happening to her, she felt a bit flustered. She was so panicked that she even had a bit of a nosebleed. You're bleeding from your nose, C exclaimed in surprise. And Xiaowei. I'm a bit overheated. While changing clothes in the dim light, Xiaowei vaguely saw the rising silhouette but quickly averted her gaze. Not daring to look, she feared that if she did, it wouldn't just be about being overheated anymore. And Xiaowei, being quite restrained, quickly pushed those thoughts aside and quietly slipped out the door. After all, Wan was filming and wouldn't be back anytime soon. This was a villa area, nice but lacking a supermarket, so Xiaowei could only ride her bicycle out. When she arrived at the convenience store, Xiaowei felt as if her toes were floating, her whole body walking as if she were floating in the air. And Xiaowei had never been one to run to the women's products section, it was her first time and she felt a bit nervous. What do those things even look like? And Xiaowei took a few steps closer, beads of sweat forming on her forehead, half from the pain and half from anxiety. The thought of buying sanitary pads felt somewhat shameful. Embarrassing. And Xiaowei stole a few glances. What's with the day use and night use options? She saw pads and panty liners but couldn't make much sense of it. When she picked one up from the shelf, the cold packaging burned her hand. Oh no, what if someone sees me? She even noticed someone approaching, and in a panic the 3 or 4 packs of pads in her hand slipped from her grasp. I'm sorry. The woman in a long dress hurriedly bent down to pick them up for her. This brand is not good, let me pick a few for you. Ning Emoqing glanced at the items in her hand, smiled and put them back on the shelf. Little sister, is this your first time here? Feeling shy? But there's nothing to be shy about, you'll get used to it. Ning Emoqing took a few packs from the shelf and examined the instructions on the packaging. They were all about day use and night use and their lengths. And Xiaowei instinctively looked up and saw those clean, slender fingers holding the pad packaging, and she felt a guilty sensation. How can she be so natural? And Xiaowei felt her face burning. Ning Emoqing handed the pads to the little girl beside her. When she looked down, she saw the girl's misty, watery eyes clean and with a hint of timid fear. Xiaowei. Ning Emoqing truly didn't expect to see Xiaowei here. Oh no, it's someone I know. And Xiaowei held the pads tightly and rushed to the counter to pay. She breathed a sigh of relief when she saw the cashier smiling as she placed the pads into a black plastic bag. How embarrassing. Just as Xiaowei was about to ride her bicycle away from the convenience store, she was stopped by Ning Emoqing. Out of stock at home. Is it toilet paper you're using? And Xiaowei felt extremely embarrassed. What is she even talking about? Her face turned bright red, and before she could react, Ning Emoqing grabbed her hand, not giving her a chance to shout for help. Come on, you're old enough, don't be shy. And Xiaowei was nearly forced to Ning Emoqing's house. The Ning family was wealthy and had already bought her a house when Ning Emoqing was in college. She lived nearby, and most importantly, it wasn't far from Wan's house. And Wan had only 2 assistants with her while filming this time, so Ning Emoqing was still quite at ease. The sunlight streaming through the floor-to-ceiling windows was somewhat blinding. And Xiaowei felt a mix of emotions. She truly hadn't expected to find herself in another girl's home. Changing pads. Ha! How dramatic. You go change first, I'll pour you a cup of hot water. By the way, stick this on, but don't stick it directly on your skin. Ning Emoching pulled out a heat pack from under the coffee table and smiled lightly at Xiaowei. Her smile was genuinely beautiful, her eyes twinkling, a blush gracing her cheeks, and when she smiled it was effortlessly natural. And Xiaowei was momentarily stunned, taking the heat pack awkwardly. Why are you standing there? Hurry up and change. You can't expect me to change it for you, can you? Ning Emoching's offhand remark made Xiaowei want to stomp her feet in frustration. She hurriedly turned and dashed into the bathroom. How ridiculous, what was she even saying? But does she really have to change this in another girl's house? And Xiaowei looked at the item in her hand, gritted her teeth, pulled it down and swiftly tossed it into the trash can, executing the whole operation smoothly. Although it was entirely because she had searched for the instructions on how to use sanitary pads before coming out. This is really too difficult. When she came out of the bathroom and Xiaowei didn't dare to look at Ning Moching, who was sitting on the sofa. She could understand, after all, Ning Moching had known Xiaowei for a long time, so their interaction felt very natural. With just a glance, Ning Moching saw Xiaowei standing against the wall, her body tightly pressed against the base, not moving at all. For some reason it struck a chord with her in an inexplicable way. What is this about? There's no need to do this. I've poured you some water, drink it and take a rest for a bit. Anyway, Wan isn't here. I'll cook later and I'll drive you home in the evening. Ning Moching patted the spot beside her and Xiaowei's gaze shifted before she finally sat down next to her. For the first time she was so close to a girl. And Xiaowei was so nervous she could barely breathe. What should I do? I'm so close to her. Why does she let me get so near? She must like me. I don't care, it's over. System, I'm going to be tainted. And Xiaowei was extremely anxious. See, my dear, how many bowls of erguotu have you had? See really wanted this drunk Xiaowei to wake up. I don't drink erguotu, I only drink xiang xiaobai. And Xiaowei was still trying to argue with the system. But why does the system call her dear? The scum girl system must call every host this. And Xiaowei saw right through it. If you don't drink water soon it will get cold. Ning Moching's gentle voice rang in her ears, and Xiaowei finally dismissed her earlier chaotic thoughts, holding the glass and drinking. With a warm pack on her, her stomach felt much better. There was even a hint of drowsiness. And Xiaowei glanced down at the glass. It wouldn't have been spiked with sleeping pills, would it? After finishing the water, and Xiaowei was once again convinced that the water had been drugged, otherwise why would she feel so drowsy? Help! This girl wants to get me. And Xiaowei hadn't yet realized the dangers of the world and just plopped down on the sofa and fell asleep. Sleeping so quickly. Ning Moching was somewhat surprised. Her medicine shouldn't have that much effect, it was just for treating her pain, right? Ning Moching was puzzled and reached out to poke Xiaowei's cheek, which was soft and bouncy, so adorable. She arched her brows, a captivating smile spilling from her lips. It made her feel mischievous. After placing a cushion on the sofa, Ning Moching adjusted in Xiaowei's small arms and legs, observing the tiny figure on the sofa, and instinctively covered her mouth to stifle a laugh. It was simply too amusing. So when Xiaowei woke up, she saw Ning Moching watching a drama while laughing. What's so funny? What the heck? That water must have been drugged. Just as Xiaowei was about to bare her teeth, she realized her stomach was no longer hurting, instead it felt warm and comfortable. This feeling was so comfortable that she felt she could eat 2 cows. Does it still hurt? Ning Moching asked. Not anymore, and Xiaowei shook her head. However, with her period arriving, she felt a bit weak. No, she had to quickly catch Li Jiajiao while Wan was busy. Li Jiajiao was portrayed in the novel as the top female supporting character, written as both foolish and clumsy. I have some things to take care of, so I won't bother you. Thinking of this, Xiaowei hurriedly grabbed her bag from the coffee table and rushed out the door. Ning Moching watched her hurriedly escape and stroked her chin, glancing down at the inexplicable blue light screen and keyboard. And Xiaowei returned home and put her things in the bathroom. Finding Li Jiajiao wasn't difficult, as Yan Chen's number 1 sycophant Li Jiajiao's footprints were all over Yan Chen's social circle, and Xiaowei added Li Jiajiao as a friend. Who are you? Li Jiajiao was very hostile. And Xiaowei used to be a man, so she understood men very well. Someone like Yan Chen was actually quite easy to handle. If Li Jiajiao didn't act out, she could very well remain as Yan Chen's white moonlight. Do you really like Yan Chen? And Xiaowei asked. If I told you there's a perfect way for you to get Yan Chen forever, would you do it? Li Jiajiao was taken aback, not expecting such a good opportunity. She certainly knew that Yan Chen seemed to have developed feelings for another girl recently, which made her feel quite uncomfortable, and she had been sulking with Yan Chen, who was now angry. What method? Li Jiajiao asked, suspicious. This mysterious person's social circle had nothing making her feel uncertain. Do you know about green tea and white lotus flowers? Of course I don't need you to be a white lotus flower, being a high-end green tea is enough. If this were a female-oriented novel, and Xiaowei wouldn't use such an idea, but this is a male-oriented one, and she grasped the male lead's thoughts perfectly. High-end green tea is exactly what boys love. Gentle and understanding, who wouldn't like such a girl? Hearing the words high-end green tea, Li Jiajiao felt a bit uncomfortable, but upon seeing Xiaowei post several articles, her heart began to It seemed that it could indeed be effective. When pursuing a boy, you can't just rely on jealousy, you must use strategies. And Xiaowei bombarded Li Jiajiao with a ton of messages. Her hands nearly gave out from typing. As long as this supporting character isn't too stupid, this method should be sustained. And Xiaowei provided Li Jiaojiao with a plethora of examples and even found links to the most suitable clothes for boys' preferences. Li Jiaojiao was stunned, almost wanting to kneel and call in Xiaowei her master right then and there. Seeing in Xiaowei's series of actions, AC could no longer hold back and asked, "How do you know so much?" "I used to be a man, I definitely know more than girls. Don't I know what kind of woman boys like?" And Xiaowei proudly raised her non-existent tail. Next it was time to assess the results. And Wan was cared for by Yanchen simply because of her identity, but there were parts of Wan's personality that were a bit dramatic, though still within the bounds of cuteness. However, if Li Jiaojiao understood men's thoughts better, the outcome would be different. Moreover, she had a card named Lin Zixuan. Going at it from both sides, she didn't believe it was impossible. "You're so black-heart, little dumpling." Asi finally understood in Xiaowei's intentions. By using Li Jiaojiao and cultivating her to be gentle as water within Wan's personality, she only needed to act a bit spoiled, and then Yanchen would inevitably think of the very understanding little childhood friend. Although he wouldn't abandon Wan, he would inevitably seek comfort from the childhood friend. And when Wan felt wronged by Yanchen, she could bring out the card named Lin Zixuan, preferably approaching him as a friend. Gradually it would yield surprising results. "Why do you always like to give me nicknames?" And Xiaowei truly hated this system. Is there? Asi did not think so. However, just thinking about how a sweet urban romance could turn into a tragic love story makes me feel so excited and stimulated. And Xiaowei smiled brightly. "You are really bad," said Asi. And Xiaowei snorted lightly. She was not a good girl to begin with. Having accomplished her task, and Xiaowei happily flopped onto the soft bed. It must be said, girls' beds are truly soft and bouncy. She loved it. And Xiaowei yawned and snuggled into the blankets. The next morning she was dumbfounded. After all, she never expected her bed would become a murder scene. The sheets at home were only light-colored, and since it was her first day, her relatives were a bit fierce. When she lifted the covers, it was a bloody sight, though not as exaggerated but still glaring. What to do? Would she have to change the sheets every day? No need, just buy some pads to put underneath. Asi yawned, looking like she had just woken up. And Xiaowei didn't understand, did the system need to sleep too? Then how do I wash this? And Xiaowei had washed sheets before, but it was just a bit wet and darker in color. That was easy to clean. This one though, just remove the first 3 words. Rub it with your hands. And Xiaowei. Oh. Girl's diary. Today is my nth day as a girl. My period came on the 2nd day. I honestly didn't expect it to ruin the sheets so much. 9 min help. And Xiaowei felt emo. Even when supervising Li Jiaojiao's results, she wore a bitter face as her hands hurt from rubbing. It was no different from when she wasted the lives of countless descendants back then. She wondered how people in the mystery novels she had read could commit murder on a bed. Didn't washing sheets take effort? Yanshen's university was naturally not too far from where Wan lived, otherwise how could they meet up? Oh no, book a hotel. So when Xiaowei rode her bicycle there, parking it at the school entrance. With the protagonist's navigation system, finding Yanshen was easy. When Xiaowei arrived, she saw Li Jiaojiao standing next to Yanshen, wiping her tears. With the breakup expert and Xiaowei leading the way, Li Jiaojiao cried pitifully, so much so that even Yanshen felt a pang of sympathy. Jiaojiao. I know you have a girl you like. I'm just envious of her, but I really love you. Without you I can't do anything." And Xiaowei almost choked upon hearing this. Wasn't this performance a bit over the top? Li Jiaojiao even raised her hand to hug Yanshen, tears streaming down her face, suppressing her emotions. Any man would feel heartbroken watching this. Besides, she was originally quite beautiful. After a while, Li Jiaojiao finally dried her tears and pushed Yanshen away. "I'm sorry, I lost my composure. I won't disturb you again. I don't like you at all now." This sentence was almost shouted out by Li Jiaojiao, but her actions were very well executed. Being utterly heartbroken was something her master taught her. Before Yanshen could say anything, Li Jiaojiao turned to leave, glancing back at Yanshen. That glance was heart-wrenching and tormenting, with her eyes all red. Yanshen felt a pang in his heart. He still liked Li Jiaojiao. However, the seaside villa was too tempting. Shaking his head, he was tugged by his brother. "The last online dating partner you had was no match for Li Jiaojiao. Look how much she likes you. She even cried and brought you food. That's true affection." Words from others will always influence one's mindset. Hearing this, Yanshen felt a tremor in his heart. He glanced at the food that had fallen on the ground, and as he picked it up, he discovered a card hidden inside with a smiling face drawn on it. "A new day should be happy, don't be sad." Yanshen's expression was hard to read. And Xiaowei saw that the progress of her task had reached 50%, which was good. It seemed there was some improvement. Even the halo of the pig's foot above Yanshen's head wasn't so glaring anymore. And Xiaowei was in a good mood. After all, with a mask and glasses on, Yanshen wouldn't recognize her. She even borrowed a meal card to treat herself to breakfast. Meanwhile, Li Jiaojiao cautiously sent a message to her master. "Master, does this really work?" Li Jiaojiao didn't expect her acting to be this good. It was simply outrageous. Yes, this year's Oscar Best Actress is, and Xiaowei thought Li Jiaojiao's performance was quite good. She wasn't as foolish as described in novels. However, it should have a lot to do with her guidance. So master, next should I not go find him? Li Jiaojiao asked. No need. Just pretend to be very sad, then post a moment on social media. The rest let the people around Yan Chen tell him as much as possible. And Xiaowei's little scheme was clicking away. But if Li Jiaojiao really proved to be teachable, and Xiaowei hoped she could shake off the influence of the male protagonist's halo lest she ended up like a love-struck puppy. However, this matter couldn't be rushed. If brought up directly, Li Jiaojiao would definitely feel uncertain about her feelings for Yan Chen. Don't doubt it, the line of thought for a supporting character has always been this absurd. As for Lin Zixian, he was somewhat troubled as he couldn't easily enter the crew. Just as Xiaowei was pondering what to do, she saw a boy sitting opposite her. As she raised her eyes, the boy suddenly blushed. Stammering, he asked, Junior, could you give me your contact information? And Xiaowei. She was being flirted with. And Xiaowei never expected a boy would ask for her contact information. Alright, having been in the novel for so long, she rarely went out, so how could she meet anyone? I think you look very good. The boy's face turned even redder. No way, and Xiaowei rejected. The boy was taken aback. He didn't expect this cute girl to be so straightforward when refusing. Before he could say anything, and Xiaowei was already walking away with her plate. Nonsense, guys like you do not hesitate to undress. And Xiaowei rolled her eyes. He still wanted to think of her. No way. She was too busy thinking about herself. The handsome boy was left speechless, genuinely surprised that Xiaowei spoke so openly. Before he could respond, Xiaowei had already left. Having worn a mask before, it didn't matter. Now that she took it off, Xiaowei realized she looked quite alluring. Pale and slender with misty eyes, any boy would want to see her cry. What was most unsettling was that there were even girls staring at her. What's going on? What does this mean? Has the world become this bold? And Xiaowei felt a chill run down her spine at the thought. Girls can be with girls, right? Just ask any girl who wouldn't want a rich little girl to spoil them. Ah, C is still quite cheeky. But as for what you said, let it go, Ah C said lazily. And Xiaowei. Who do you look down on? How can you say that? I used to be over 1.8 meters tall. I was the boss at our construction site, and Xiaowei felt like pointing at Ah Ci's head in frustration. The boss at the construction site? Ah C burst out laughing, unable to hold it in. And Xiaowei. Well, she had been insulted. However, this girl did indeed look a bit petite. She was completely unrelated to men, but just like playing games with a cute girl character, and Xiaowei could adapt. She had received attention from boys while playing as a cute girl before, so it should be similar. And Xiaowei stepped out of the university campus, observing Li Jiaojiao's performance. She surely had the skills to capture the male lead's attention. Tasks are basically tied to the female lead. Yan Chen now couldn't meet in one, so there wasn't much progress. After all, the tasks were all about physical contact and dates. And Xiaowei just wanted to express no inappropriate behavior, okay? When she exited the restaurant, she covered her face with a mask to block the gazes directed at her. I didn't expect you to be so chaste, and Xiaowei was too lazy to argue with the system. Arguing with the system was pointless after all, since how could a robot be driven to anger? Before Xiaowei could even return to the villa, she was caught by Ning Emoqing. It was like being captured on the spot, and Xiaowei didn't even know what she had done wrong. She looked at the tall and elegant woman with a beautiful floral dress fluttering in the wind, while she, a petite girl, cowered in the corner. What do you want to do? I'm warning you, if you come over, something terrible might happen. Ning Emoqing frowned, but still she wasn't in the mood to joke with Xiaowei. I heard from Wan that you are in a relationship. She sent me to bring you to my house. During this time I can supervise you with your thesis work. What relationship? And Xiaowei coughed lightly. She was completely confused. Had she found a girlfriend? Where? Ning Emoqing fell silent for a moment before pulling up in Xiaowei's social media. The top post read, on the first day not seeing him, I miss him. And Xiaowei. Isn't this just her complaining about how tired her hands got from washing the sheets which she posted? Boo-hoo, she just wanted to return to being herself. How did it turn into self-pollination? I don't like living with girls, and Xiaowei strongly protested. Then how about I buy you a lollipop? Ning Emoqing was also at a loss on how to coax. Well, let's consider her a girl. And Xiaowei. Just a piece of candy to win her over. She found it ridiculous. $10. What are you talking about? I love living with girls. And Xiaowei turned her anger into laughter and eagerly opened the car door to sit inside. Ning Emoqing. I'm already in my 20s, I can hardly be considered a girl anymore. Ning Emoqing gently rubbed her temple, and after speaking to Xiaowei turned to the villa to pack Xiaowei's clothes. And Xiaowei's clothes were few and easy to pack. By the time she brought the clothes to the car, she saw Xiaowei already asleep, hugging her phone. The girl's delicate neck and exquisite collarbone were exposed with a snow-like whiteness. As Ning Emoqing lost her focus, her fingertips brushed against the collarbone, sending shivers down her spine. Quickly she snapped back to reality, closed the car door and sat in the driver's seat to drive. This was indeed a bit difficult for her, but how did things get to this point? Ning Mo Cheng felt a headache coming on. She didn't know whether to blame An for arranging things haphazardly or to blame her own indecisiveness. Bringing in Xiaowei to her home, Ning Mo Cheng didn't forget to buy her a bag of candy. "Thank you, sister," and Xiaowei's voice was soft and sweet. "In the future don't call others so casually." Ning Mo Cheng felt her cheeks warm and coughed lightly. That sister really struck a chord with her, sweetening her heart. Ah. And Xiaowei was taken aback. She didn't understand Ning Mo Cheng's meaning, but she had always called Ning Mo Cheng that way before. Is there something wrong? Before Xiaowei could gather her thoughts, Ning Mo Cheng glanced at the closed door and withdrew her gaze. "That room is borrowed by a relative of a friend of mine. Generally don't bother her. I might not be home every day, but you still need to write your thesis. The sooner you find your advisor for guidance, the sooner you can look for a job." Ning Mo Cheng gently ruffled in Xiaowei's hair, looking at her obedient and cute eyes, her heart softened. She really was adorable. Just as Ning Mo Cheng finished speaking, the door inside opened and a girl in a white short-sleeved shirt walked out. As her alluring eyes swept over Xiaowei, they lit up for a moment. "So this is the little sister of that big star. Hello, I'm Suya." Suya extended her hand, revealing a soft smile. She was stunningly beautiful even without makeup. She exuded a hint of charm, looking somewhat dangerous. But how could Xiaowei be afraid of a girl? She extended her hand towards Suya. "Hello, I'm Xiaowei." When Suya saw the young girl's fair and tender hand, a fiery look passed through her eyes. Before she could grasp it, Ning Mo Cheng swatted her hand away. "Shall be staying here for a while. You should keep your thoughts to yourself." And Ning Mo Cheng spoke with a hint of seriousness. This was also the reason why she was reluctant to let Xiaowei stay with her. Suya was a player and a skilled one at that, who loved delicate and petite girls like Xiaowei. She had no idea how many soft girls had been toyed with by her, and she played with their feelings. And Xiaowei's appearance was precisely to Suya's taste. And Xiaowei had a fleeting look of confusion in her eyes. What thoughts? Before she could grasp the meaning of Ning Mo Cheng's words, she saw Suya pouting. All right, I got it. I'll head back now, I'm exhausted. I was busy all night last night." Suya stretched lazily. However, when that soft little girl cried, it was truly heart-wrenching. But those were just superficial people. This little sister of a big star seemed to be somewhat different, yet Suya couldn't pinpoint what felt off. But if they could spend a night together, wouldn't that be very interesting? She would definitely treat this little girl well. Suya stroked her chin, a hint of a dangerous smile appearing in her eyes. Then she slammed the door shut. Ning Mo Cheng let out a sigh of relief as she saw Suya enter, lowering her head to ruffle in Xiaowei's head. "You will listen to your sister, won't you?" "Listen to your sister? What nonsense!" And Xiaowei would never casually heed others' words, merely nodding in response. Ning Mo Cheng knew the little one wasn't foolish, turning to glance at the ingredients in the fridge. There are still quite a few left. It should be enough for these days. And one has been filming for 2 months and she has more than one star under her management, usually needing to attend to many matters. "Xiaowei, I remember you can cook. Is it alright if you make lunch yourself this afternoon?" Ning Mo Cheng glanced at the messages on his phone, which had been pinging incessantly. If he didn't head out soon, those people would be anxious. "No problem." As soon as Xiaowei finished speaking, Ning Mo Cheng handed her his laptop. "Remember to write your paper." "And Xiaowei, what if I can't write?" And Xiaowei felt truly troubled. It seemed she had to resolve the matter between the male and female leads quickly. Watching Ning Mo Cheng leave, Xiaowei finally sat on the sofa scrolling through her phone. It was a replay of Yan Chen's livestream. From his recent appearance, he didn't seem to be doing well, but he had learned one thing: to avoid distractions. Not being allowed to interact with An had left Yan Chen stuck in the newbie village, unable to escape. In the afternoon, Xiaowei heard the door move slightly. When she looked up again, she saw Suya yawning as she entered the bathroom. The two of them, a lonely man and woman, living together. The sound of bathing seeped out from inside, pattering like light rain, and the air was tinged with an ambiguous atmosphere. Before Xiaowei could finish watching the livestream replay, she saw Suya open the bathroom door. Suya had just finished showering. Her face was pale yet flushed, her lips rosy. Her slightly dried hair hung over her collarbone, the corners of her eyes lifted slightly, exuding a hint of allure. She wore a silk camisole that barely covered her snowy skin, droplets of water gliding down her collarbone, dampening her nightgown and creating a deeper hue. And Xiaowei took a glance but dared not look longer. One must not gaze upon indecency. Unexpectedly, Suya walked straight over and wrapped an arm around Xiaowei's shoulder. "Little sister, are you hungry?" Suya smiled sweetly. And Xiaowei felt something was off but couldn't pinpoint what. "I guess so, but..." Before Xiaowei could finish her sentence, Suya rested her head against her cheek, nuzzling softly. "Then shall I take you out for a meal?" Suya beamed. And Xiaowei felt uneasy all over, recalling what Ning Mo Cheng had said. It seemed a thought had surfaced, but before she could grasp that fleeting idea, Suya got up and stretched. The faint fragrance of shower gel wafted from her. "Alright, since Ning Mo Cheng isn't here, I'll take you out to eat. Don't worry, I'm not short on money." Suya patted Xiaowei on the shoulder. "But I feel like you're trying to sell me off." And Xiaowei blinked, looking somewhat innocent. "Who would do that? Am I that kind of person?" Suya gently ruffled Xiaowei's hair, her smile radiant. "Anyway, it's settled then." Suya then went to change clothes and pulled out her makeup bag from the vanity. Well, since you don't wear makeup, I'll do your makeup. It will definitely make you look even prettier. I'm not really into this stuff, and Xiaowei mumbled for a while. However, Suya was quite familiar and didn't care about that. While doing her makeup, she chatted with Xiaowei about trivial matters like what they like to eat and play. When Suya finished her makeup and Xiaowei looked at the pile of cosmetics brought close to her and felt a bit apprehensive. This is a primer. It's what you put on first to block UV rays in makeup. The rest is foundation and some color cosmetics, but you're cute, you don't need heavy makeup. Suya washed in Xiaowei's face, then used a beauty blender to dab and spread on her face, which felt a bit itchy. Do we really need to apply so many products? And Xiaowei felt somewhat anxious. Being a girl was quite troublesome. It'll be quick. Suya was already an expert at makeup. How about I teach you how to put on makeup in the future? It's definitely good for a girl to know this. How much better can makeup make you look? And Xiaowei mumbled a couple of times. Unexpectedly, not long after Suya finished her makeup. And Xiaowei felt a bit uncomfortable on her face, unsure if it was because it was her first time wearing makeup. Suya pushed Xiaowei in front of the full-length mirror. Look, aren't you pretty? Later we'll change into another outfit and wear high heels, it'll look even better. Wear high heels. And Xiaowei felt her legs go a bit weak. Yes, I'll tell you, nowadays when girls go out to work most need to wear makeup, so makeup has basically become a work skill, you absolutely have to learn it. Suya's words made Xiaowei take them to heart. It seemed learning to apply makeup was indeed quite necessary. Who knows, it might come in handy later. After all, it's just makeup, it shouldn't be too difficult. Is this difficult? And Xiaowei felt a bit conflicted. Before she could turn around, Suya already had an outfit and high heels ready for her. After some fussing, Xiaowei ended up leaning against the wall. I can't stand up. And Xiaowei genuinely felt her legs trembling like she was having a seizure. It's fine, they're not that high. Suya squatted down to take a look and reached out to support Xiaowei. Hold my hand and walk a bit. Suya smiled brightly. And Xiaowei shakily grabbed Suya's arm and tried to take a few steps. Aside from nearly twisting her ankle, everything was quite good. It doesn't seem that hard after walking 3 or 4 times, and Xiaowei joyfully said to Suya. Exactly, it's not hard at all, just balance a bit and you can walk. As Suya said this, she packed up her things from her bag, then stood up to look at Xiaowei, who was standing steadily in place, giving her a thumbs up. You did great, it's your first time wearing high heels and it's quite impressive. Well, don't mention that, even if they're 10 centimeters and not afraid. And Xiaowei's tail perked up and she instantly became self-satisfied. Suya chuckled behind her hand. Alright, let's go. And Xiaowei nodded. It was just a meal, it shouldn't be a problem. As a big man, would he still fear being plotted against by Suya? Yet Xiaowei never expected Suya would actually take her to a bar. This place was somewhat remote but tranquil, surrounded by old buildings with a rich historical flavor, trees nearby and a cool breeze making it not feel like a bar at all. So how is it? This place is quite nice, right? Su Jing was someone who knew how to enjoy life. It is nice, but isn't a bar a bit inappropriate? And Xiaowei didn't expect Su Jing to be a regular at bars. It's fine, it's not a nightclub or anything. This place is a quiet bar where people just come to drink. Don't worry, it's all light drinks. I'll have them prepare some fruit wine for you along with some snacks. Suya pulled in Xiaowei inside. Everyone in the bar recognized Suya. Oh yeah, is this your new friend? A girl with long hair leaned on Suya's shoulder and smiled at Xiaowei. And Xiaowei felt a surge of unease, sensing that something was amiss. Nevertheless, she sat down alongside Suya. The girl at the front desk raised her eyebrow at Suya and remarked, Suya, you're quite impressive. This young lady bears a striking resemblance to a big star on TV. Haha, it doesn't matter. There are plenty of girls who look alike. Suya chuckled playfully, but she dared not reveal to others that Xiaowei was the younger sister of that very star. She's quite lovely. If you truly like her, you should treat her well. The front desk girl patted Suya on the shoulder. Suya smiled softly, remaining silent. She turned to glance at Xiaowei only to find that the seat where she had been sitting was now empty. Suya's smile vanished instantly. What's going on? Where did she go? Yeah, that girl seems to have gone to the restroom just now, the front desk girl informed Suya. And Xiaowei had made her way to the restroom, but it was her first time using one outside and she glanced around nervously, fearful of straying down the wrong. If she accidentally entered the men's restroom, it would be disastrous. Entering the women's restroom for the first time in her life, and Xiaowei walked nervously to the door, peeking inside. Fortunately, it seemed no different from the men's except for the lack of urinals across from the stalls. Just as Xiaowei exited the restroom, she was confronted by a man blocking the door. Yes, friend. The man looked rather ordinary, but his gaze lingered on Xiaowei with a lewd glint. No wonder Suya has good taste, this girl is indeed attractive. What do you want? And Xiaowei asked coldly. The man raised his hand to touch her face, but she slapped it away. What are you pretending for? I know what kind of person Aya would go for, the man said with apparent disdain for Suya, a hint of malice flickering in his eyes. Immediately he grabbed Xiaowei's hand, attempting to lean down for a kiss. And Xiaowei retaliated by delivering a fierce kick to his calf, catching him by surprise and causing him pain. Damn, this girl wore high heels out. The restroom was quite empty at this hour, leaving just the two of them at the door. And Xiaowei assessed the situation, pondering how to escape. If I stay here, I'm definitely in trouble. I don't care what relationship you have with Ye, it's none of my business and I have no time to deal with you. And Xiaowei shot a cold glance at the man, but he still attempted to make a move. Unable to endure it, she kicked him hard once more. Ah, the man let out a pitiful scream as Xiaowei pushed him aside and dashed out of the restroom, crashing right into Suya's arms. What happened? Are you okay? Suya quickly held Xiaowei steady. Just as Xiaowei shook her head, she spotted a graceful beauty standing in the distance, dressed in a floral dress and white high heels exuding elegance. Oh no, Barbie has been caught red-handed. Ning Emoqing's expression was not pleasant. In just a moment of not seeing you, you managed to bring her to the bar and let her get into this mess. If anything happens to her, you won't be able to take responsibility for it, Ning Emoqing coldly addressed Suya as she pulled Xiaowei from Suya's embrace. Without waiting for Suya to respond, Ning Emoqing led Xiaowei out of the bar. The cool breeze on the street blew through their hair, creating a picturesque scene. And Xiaowei followed Ning Emoqing closely, but the fierce kick she had delivered earlier had caused her foot to twist slightly. Hiss, and Xiaowei gasped in pain. What's wrong? Ning Emoqing hurriedly stopped and turned to look at Xiaowei. She examined Xiaowei closely and noticed that her leg seemed uncomfortable. I twisted my foot when I kicked that guy, Xiaowei replied with a bashful expression. The parking lot is still a bit far from here. How about I buy you a pair of shoes to change into? Ning Emoqing glanced around and spotted a convenience store nearby. She had never seen Xiaowei wear high heels before. Being with Suya surely didn't teach her anything good. Though Ning Emoqing felt a bit annoyed, she held it in. Ultimately, it was her fault for not taking good care of Xiaowei. Ning Emoqing had Xiaowei sit on a nearby bench. You sit here for a moment. After saying that, Ning Emoqing turned and entered the convenience store. A few minutes later, she emerged with a pair of cotton slippers, watching as Xiaowei bent down to remove her stockings and gently rubbed her ankle. The convenience store only has cotton slippers left, nothing else. These are bunny slippers, perfectly suited for you, Ning Emoqing said, squatting down and holding onto Xiaowei's foot. That tickles. And Xiaowei quickly pulled her foot back. What are you doing? She couldn't tell if it was Ning Emoqing's icy fingers that made her heart flutter. I'm just checking if it's serious. If it is, we'll need to go to the hospital. Ning Emoqing gazed at the delicate little foot before her, fair and lovely, reminiscent of a pristine hand untouched by the world. She couldn't help but playfully touch Xiaowei's toes. Help! This girl wants me. And Xiaowei was terrified. While Ning Emoqing was talking about Suya, she felt Ning Emoqing was more like a pervert. What kind of girl stares at another girl's feet like that? And Xiaowei quickly hugged her feet, staring blankly at the stunned Ning Emoqing. Let me tell you, you can't expect to get anything from me. I'm a clean girl, and Xiaowei declared, watching as Ning Emoqing paused, then tore open the packaging of the slippers and placed them in front of her. Put them on to go home. The parking lot isn't far from here. And Xiaowei stuffed her delicate feet into the slippers and stared at the swaying bunny heads, falling silent for a few seconds. Wouldn't it be a bit too cute? However, not wearing high heels felt much more comfortable, and Xiaowei followed Ning Emoqing to the underground parking lot. Will you still follow her out in the future? Ning Emoqing asked. And Xiaowei glanced left and right, deliberately avoiding looking at Ning Emoqing. Are you being naughty with me? Ning Emoqing raised an eyebrow. And Xiaowei opened the car door and sat in the passenger seat, only to see Ning Emoqing turn around to fasten her seatbelt. Damn. So close. And Xiaowei's eyes widened with them so close. Ning Emoqing's face was just inches from her lips, and with just a slight lean they could kiss. And Xiaowei was so frightened that she held her breath and didn't dare to blink, fearing she might kiss Ning Emoqing. Ning Emoqing's dark hair brushed against her lips, and she sat up stunned to see Xiaowei pressed against the backrest like a startled rabbit. It's just fastening his seatbelt, what are you? I didn't mean to kiss you. And Xiaowei shouted hurriedly. This revealing statement plunged Ning Emoqing into contemplation. And Xiaowei awkwardly wished she could dig a seaside villa out of the ground, but the crux of the problem was, I like men. Ning Emoqing's words splashed cold water over Xiaowei's head. If one word were to describe Xiaowei right now, it would be Wang Lang Sui Bing Bing. Ahem, I know I like men too, Xiaowei said, a rather insincere line. But how could she possibly like men? She was not a lesbian. You like women? Ning Emoqing looked at Xiaowei, a hint of certainty flashing in her clear eyes, instantly exposing Xiaowei's imperfect lie. Xiaowei. Don't tell my sister about this, Xiaowei said with a stiff head. Although Wan's temper was not violent, she could be nagging, and right now Xiaowei was not in the mood to listen to her master recite scriptures. I know I'm not one to meddle in others' affairs. Ning Emoqing lowered her gaze and said, no more driving Xiaowei back home. What I asked earlier was just a test. I didn't expect you to actually admit it, Ning Emoqing spontaneously remarked as she opened the door. Xiaowei. Damn. This person is utterly lacking in chivalry, daring to deceive the radiant girl, she sure. Let's drag her out and cut her down. Xiaowei felt her fragile heart undergo a strong impact. She believed she could never love again. Upon entering, Ning Emoqing took a bottle of milk from the fridge for her. I'll heat it up for you. Suya is a rather unprincipled person. If you insist on going to the bar with her, she will only lead you astray. If you get led astray, your sister will be disappointed, and I will also be blamed, so I will lose. Stop. Xiaowei hurriedly made a gesture to stop her. Ning Maching looked at her lips were as delicate as flower petals, the light from above casting a soft glow upon her, making her seem ethereal and out of this world, not quite like an ordinary person. And Xiaowei quickly averted her gaze. Stop lecturing, it's enough that I'm not going. She was indeed too controlling, she still wanted to go next time. And Xiaowei's innate rebelliousness was impossible to change. Ning Maching glanced over as if she could see through in Xiaowei's thoughts, closing the fridge and sitting on the sofa to turn on the television. As long as Xiaowei knows I don't want to clean up after you. And Xiaowei. And Xiaowei truly didn't know what to watch, so she could only stare at Ning Moking's legs. Her delicate legs were far more attractive than Anwan's. Looking further, her jade-like feet had nails that sparkled like white light swaying gently. Where are you looking? Ning Maching asked. Looking at your little feet, and Xiaowei blurted out. Ning Maching lightly snorted, saying nothing. After all, Xiaowei's gaze was filled with admiration, seemingly devoid of any other emotions. However, she still covered her feet with a blanket, reclining on the couch. Take off your makeup, it's already late, so go to bed. And Xiaowei. She glanced at the time, it was just getting dark. Ning Maching really did have the sleeping habits of an old person. And Xiaowei dared not confront Ning Maching hidden and could only mutter softly, I'm not sleeping, I'm not sleeping, I'm not sleeping. What she never expected was that Ning Maching suddenly sat up and lightly poked her forehead with her slender fingers. What did you say? I said I'm not sleeping, and Xiaowei had no idea how to write that word. Ning Maching was taken aback for a moment but still closed the fashion magazine she had in hand. Then how about going out to get something to eat? Mentioning food made in Xiaowei's throat tighten. Years of hard labor on construction sites had left her weary. If there was anything that could comfort her now, it would be a meal, but one meal wouldn't suffice. At least it had to be 2 meals. I want hot pot. And Xiaowei was short, but her demands were quite high. If one didn't indulge in a hot pot while having money, then living would be utterly meaningless. What if she ended up being a poor person in the next reincarnation? What if she died right after crossing over? Ah, how unlucky. Alright then, let's eat, but it's late, so let's eat less. Ning Maching had no objections. After all, it was just a hot pot. Even if it were 100 meals, she could afford it. In her life, the only thing she lacked was not money. Yay! As soon as hot pot was mentioned, and Xiaowei suddenly became spirited. However, before going, she was still held back by Ning Maching, for that thing. As for that, it was obviously for the medicine. And Xiaowei hummed a song as she went with Ning Maching to eat hot pot, but Ning Maching carefully distinguished the song she was humming. 2 tigers, she hummed it quite well, just don't hum it again next time. However, what Xiaowei never expected was that this outing would be fortuitous. She ran into the male lead. Also the male lead's little childhood sweetheart, Zhao Jiao. When Yanchen saw Xiaowei, he hurriedly glanced at Li Zhao Jiao, then quickly withdrew his hand. Li Zhao Jiao felt displeased but still didn't show it. Ning Moking's gaze fixed on Yanchen, who was about to leave, but the two had already ordered food, and with half the dishes served, it would be inconvenient to switch tables. Xiaowei, did you see that? Ning Moking's expression was somewhat serious. What? What did I see? And Xiaowei was still pretending to be clueless. But inwardly she thought it was bad. Ning Maching had seen Yanchen before, and if she took a photo and told Anwan, it would likely ruin the good thing between Li Zhao Jiao and Yanchen. This green hat was woven by her own hands, and before it even had a chance to shine, if it were to be cut short, and Xiaowei decided to commit suicide by drinking the northwest wind. It should be quite similar. I feel he doesn't seem like that older brother. That brother is utterly devoted to my sister, but my sister isn't that fond of him. What kind of handsome guy isn't there in the entertainment industry? And Xiaowei deliberately spoke to Ning Maching in a teasing tone. Ning Maching fell silent for a moment, wanting to take another glance at Yanchen, but was grabbed by Xiaowei. Sister Maching, I want to eat oranges. The little one blinked her eyes, melting Ning Moking's heart instantly. I'll go get some for you. Ning Maching stood up immediately. With Ning Maching distracted, and Xiaowei finally turned her attention to Li Zhao Jiao and Yanchen. You two look quite compatible. I wish you both everlasting love. And Xiaowei smiled at Yanchen and Li Zhao Jiao. Yanchen's expression was not pleasant. Several good things had been ruined by this damn girl. This time he brought Li Zhao Jiao out for hot pot because he truly owed her a favor from last time. He felt guilty towards Zhao Jiao. Most importantly, recently Zhao Jiao had been incredibly gentle and understanding, no longer clinging to him. It made him feel a bit restless. Just now on the road, Zhao Jiao had accidentally fallen asleep, her head leaning on his shoulder. For a moment Yanchen had the urge to kiss her. As for Wan, she hasn't been seen lately. It is said that she is filming a movie likely involving a kissing scene. Just thinking about this made Yanchen feel incredibly uneasy. After all, she had been kissed by someone else while he was still an innocent little green plum. One was obedient and understanding while the other was a gentle superstar. Both were desirable. What to do? For the first time Yanchen was experiencing a dilemma, but regardless he still wanted to deal with the troublesome and Xiaowei first. Having missed out on old Manon and received a scolding from Anwan, he had been quite unlucky recently. Thankfully, with Zhao Jiao by his side, he didn't know how he would have gotten through it otherwise. It's just a little girl. If worse comes to worst, he could use some medicine to deal with her, showing her just how formidable he could be. Yanchen could hardly contain his desire for the substantial task reward, which was an astonishing 1 billion. He had never seen such a large sum of money in his life. He almost wished to destroy Xiaowei. And why aren't you eating? Should I feed you? Never mind, you can do it yourself, Li Jiao said with a playful smile, making Yanchen feel even more restless. Ning Maching returned with sliced oranges and saw Xiaowei engrossed in her phone. Ning Maching casually glanced over. Suddenly she fell silent. Xiaowei was looking at pictures of a man's abs. Unaware of Ning Maching's thoughts, she was verifying the goods as these photos had been sent by Lin Zixuan. Lin Zixuan probably didn't know what kind of feelings he had when he sent those pictures to Xiaowei. The future little sister-in-law seemed a bit too open. Xiaowei, expressionless after looking at the photos, sent Lin Zixuan a dissatisfied complaint. This won't do. In novels the male lead has a six-pack of abs, you know. What you're talking about is a corncob, right? Lin Zixuan replied, baffled. Xiaowei persistently asked, what about below that? Lin Zixuan was taken aback. You can't just send these kinds of messages. He suspected Xiaowei was being suggestive and he had screenshots as evidence. Xiaowei wasn't the type to have dirty thoughts, she was just worried Lin Zixuan might have a narrow perspective. What if her sister was unhappy? What if Lin Zixuan was weak in that area and needed pills for his future activities? Right. As in Wan's sister, she was being quite considerate. Stop looking and eat your meal, Ning Maching said, scooping some lamb rolls from the hot pot into Xiaowei's bowl. Just as Xiaowei was about to nag Lin Zixuan again, she noticed Ning Maching sending her a picture. Xiaowei clicked on it and saw a picture of a pitiful little dog being pointed at. The caption read, no inappropriate thoughts. Xiaowei looked up at Ning Maching, who seemed to have said everything without saying anything. Last time she was called a dog was quite a while ago. Xiaowei felt insulted. You called me a dog, she glared at Ning Maching with deep resentment. Fine, I'll just die, I don't want to live anymore. Ning Maching remained unfazed, and just when Xiaowei wanted to cause more trouble, Ning Maching stuffed a piece of orange in her mouth. Ah. This orange is quite sweet. Xiaowei took a few bites. I plan to commit suicide by eating oranges, she declared resolutely to Ning Maching. No need, when I go back I'll get you some rat poison, Ning Maching said without batting an eye. Xiaowei. What a malicious woman. Although Xiaowei enjoyed being a little mischievous, she wouldn't cross the line. During mealtime she behaved quite well while also observing the performance of her dear disciple. Li Jiao really knew how to maintain the right balance. She wouldn't let Yanchen take advantage of her, yet every move she made stirred Yanchen's heart. However, when one is too happy it's easy to overeat. When Xiaowei stood up from the sofa she swayed and almost lost her balance. Looking at her swollen belly it was clear she was going to have a big baby. I ate too much and now I can barely move, Xiaowei rubbed her distended belly. Before she could say anything, Ning Maching raised her hand to rub it lightly. The flesh on her belly was soft and squishy. It's like a pair of twins, she said earnestly, a smile breaking through her serious demeanor. Xiaowei. Stop joking, let's go home. Ahem. Xiaowei lightly cleared her throat, feeling that her feet didn't hurt as much anymore. It had been a long time since she had eaten so heartily. Eating hot pot with two people was quite comfortable and satisfying. As Ning Maching entered the elevator she hadn't even had a chance to speak when she heard someone nearby let out a moan of pleasure. Ning Maching's heart jumped as if it had been scratched by a kitten, feeling restless. The people in the elevator instantly fell silent and Ning Maching turned to see Xiaowei with teary eyes. You stepped on my foot. Xiaowei felt quite wronged. It wasn't like she had killed Ning Maching, was it really that serious? Oh no, just hurting her foot. Meanwhile Suya, who had her goods snatched by Ning Maching, was feeling quite furious. She called the receptionist over to a small corner, her brows knitted in irritation. What's wrong? Are you that upset? The receptionist pulled Suya into her arms and planted a kiss on her lips. The warm breath enveloped Suya, causing her cells to tremble involuntarily. Don't kiss me, I find you dirty, Suya pushed the girl away. The girl didn't say anything and just adjusted her half-exposed clothing. Then should we use some drugs or something? After all, you're just playing around. Next time bring it over, I just happen to have some new drinks out, Suya clicked her tongue. I wouldn't dare. Ning Maching protects that guy closely. It's been a long time since I liked a girl, she replied. Tisk, if all else fails just find a guy. After all, you spent so much money in tea country back then, not finding a guy to enjoy is so unlike you. Get lost, Suya said, her face darkening. Who the hell is spreading these rumors? I'm a woman to begin with. Suya was genuinely speechless. These people love to talk nonsense. She usually used a pseudonym when playing outside. But as for the drugs, she was indeed a bit interested. At most she would just use it herself. Alright then, give me the drugs and I'll study them when I get home. The receptionist walked gracefully to the back, asked a guy for a box and returned to Suya. Here you go, keep it safe. Don't lose it carelessly, if someone else finds it could lead to trouble, she said. Tisk, I know that for sure. Suya glanced at the drugs, her lips curling into a smile, her eyes full of allure. I'll use this on anyone I don't like in the future. You're really bad, it's so annoying. The receptionist playfully flicked Suya's delicate skin, chuckling. You should save these tricks for the guys who won't be able to entice me. Suya was naturally not interested in the receptionist, after all they were friends. However, little Wei was truly making her heart itch. And Xiaowei was oblivious to the fact that she was being targeted by dangerous individuals. Her current situation was rather awkward. After leaving the hot pot restaurant, Ning Mo Ching did not utter a single word on the way back. Her gaze was cold and deep like water, lost in thought. And Xiaowei followed closely behind her. By the time they reached the front door, her stomach no longer felt so bloated. Sister Mo Ching and Xiaowei called, tilting her head in confusion at Ning Mo Ching, who was blocking the entrance. Don't call me sister, Ning Mo Ching said, lowering her gaze, making it impossible to discern her expression. And Xiaowei? Is she being disdainful already? Got it, no longer love, time to leave. After all, she had never loved in the first place. After entering, Ning Mo Ching took her change of clothes into the bathroom and the sound of water could be heard. And Xiaowei then quietly thought that it was bad. It's over, something's gone wrong. She pressed herself against the door, scratching at the bathroom door, her legs tangled together, striking a strange pose. Ning Mo Ching. Ning Mo Ching. The person inside hesitated for a moment, turning the water down slightly before patiently asking, you don't want to come in and join me, do you? Impossible. And Xiaowei? No, I just need to use the restroom. Ning Mo Ching. She glanced at the towel draped nearby, remained silent for a long time, then dried off her body, wrapped herself in the towel and opened the door for Xiaowei. There was no choice to avoid the annoying Suya. Ning Mo Ching specifically drove her into the master bedroom, which had a bathroom and toilet, but that room was always locked when not in use. Come in, Ning Mo Ching said calmly. And Xiaowei, having truly drunk too much, rushed to the toilet, her hands just resting on her waist as she looked at the motionless Ning Mo Ching beside her. You don't want to watch me use the toilet, do you? And Xiaowei raised her eyes, staring at Ning Mo Ching in disbelief. She didn't expect this person to be so perverse. She had truly misjudged Ning Mo Ching. As long as she complained quickly, the one at fault wouldn't be her. Ning Mo Ching took a deep breath, grabbed her still dripping black hair, turned and exited the bathroom, even closing the door behind Xiaowei. What sins had she committed in her past life to encounter such a demon in this one? And Xiaowei finished quickly, and upon hearing her emerge from the toilet, Ning Mo Ching opened the door. Immediately her face flushed and she closed it again. And Xiaowei. Her skirt was still not lifted, and this person. And Xiaowei felt she could no longer stay in Ning Mo Ching's house. But wearing a skirt still felt strange, and if it weren't for the safety shorts, and Xiaowei felt a chill in that area. By the time Xiaowei awkwardly walked out of the room while clutching the hem of her skirt, Ning Mo Ching was looking down at a magazine, appearing as if nothing had happened. Done, you can continue now, and Xiaowei said, forcing herself to speak to Ning Mo Ching. Ning Mo Ching glanced at her, causing Xiaowei's scalp to tingle, and hurriedly used her hands to shield her skirt as she dashed into the second bedroom. Ning Mo Ching. She just wanted to take a glance. With that thought, Ning Mo Ching sighed and continued into the bathroom to shower. Meanwhile, AC observed in Xiaowei's series of bewildering actions, falling silent. What's going on with you? And Xiaowei's cheeks flushed and she tugged at the hem of her skirt, her awkward demeanor even hinting at pretentiousness. I am just a pure-hearted youth, and Xiaowei replied. AC. It's obvious. AC looked somewhat speechless. Once she heard Ning Mo Ching shut the door to the adjacent room, and Xiaowei slipped into the bathroom, closed her eyes and hastily washed up, then crept back into the bedroom. That didn't look like a shower, it looked more like coming back from robbing a bank. System, when are you going to let me eat at a banquet? And Xiaowei couldn't stand Sis' ridicule any longer. How could there be such a system? Too infuriating. Probably not going to happen, don't think about it. Just behave. But something happened with Li Jiao. Sis' voice was very gentle. When saying the words behave, it felt as if the tenderness had been crushed, carrying a hint of indulgence. What happened? And Xiaowei's attention was suddenly piqued. She slept with Yan Chen. And Xiaowei. This topic was too inappropriate, she didn't want to hear it. Is that it? And Xiaowei frowned, realizing things were not so simple. What else do you want to hear? C perked up. And Xiaowei pondered for a moment. Should this news be delayed before letting Inwan know? If love-struck brains could be surgically removed, would she even need to undertake any tasks? Meanwhile, Li Jiao had just woken up in the hotel, only to find Yan Chen staring blankly at the bloodstain on the sheets. Yan Chen could only ask one question: what happened? He clearly remembered they were just eating hot pot. How did they end up in bed? Li Jiao noticed the struggle in Yan Chen's eyes, suppressed her discontent and revealed a soft and sweet smile. Yan Chen, Gu, it's fine. I know you didn't mean to just pretend nothing happened. Li Jiao hurriedly put on her clothes and limped out of the hotel room, leaving 38 yuan on the bedside table. She pursed her lips and opened her phone, sending a message to her master explaining the situation. Master, what should I do? Li Jiao actually felt quite uncertain. She really hadn't expected the drunken Yan Chen to be so wild. Idiot. What were you thinking? Why did you let a major star slip away? Yan Chen's system was also very angry. System. Being scolded by the system for the first time, Yan Chen felt very embarrassed. It was just a bunch of data, didn't he care about his dignity? Fortunately, Li Jiao is a devoted admirer and doesn't care about such things. You managed to contain the situation. I've tampered with things on Anwan's side. Her filming is going very smoothly and will likely wrap up early. Get ready. This time the task is to date Anwan for a day with a reward of 100 million. If you manage to kiss her or something, the reward will double. The system buzzed eagerly. It hadn't expected that once the task was released AC would promptly inform Xiaowei. Oh. A day of dating. And Xiaowei realized that the system truly was insatiable. Yan Chen had now cheated on An. Although it was her doing, he was trying to date her sister. Damn. But now that Li Jiao had succeeded, the subsequent matters didn't seem so difficult. And Xiaowei glanced at the task progress. It was at 80%. Li Jiao was indeed impressive. However, it was also normal with An not around. The chances of Yan Chen straying were dramatically high. If Yan Chen buries Li Jiao's existence, then this date has a high chance of succeeding, AC stated. So do you really want to witness An with your own eyes? And Xiaowei was unsure if An had returned to normal after being away for so long. An finished filming that project in just a month and a half. As she boarded the plane, she glanced at the handsome wallpaper on her phone, her heart racing with anticipation. It had been a long time since she last saw her husband, and she truly missed him. Last time she had lost her temper, and it was entirely her fault for getting angry with him. He was such a good person and shouldn't hold a grudge against her, right? And felt somewhat anxious. Taking advantage of just getting on the plane, she hurriedly called Xiaowei. Xiaowei, how's everything with Sister Ning? And Wan's voice was filled with concern. However, she didn't expect that it was Ning Moqing who answered the phone. She's quite nice, Ning Moqing replied, her expression dark. She glanced at the empty bedroom. That girl had vanished without a trace. This time she didn't even take her phone. Who knows how afraid she was of being tracked. Only then did Wan feel relieved and let out a sigh of relief. Sister Ning, the filming here is done. Remember to have the company pick me up later. It's already arranged. Just head home directly. I'll send Xiaowei back to you then. Ning Moqing spoke patiently, her tone relatively gentle. Thus Wan didn't sense anything amiss. After hanging up the phone, Ning Moqing glanced at the clock hanging on the living room wall, which was striking 12. The room suddenly plunged into darkness as if the night had fallen. Pale blue light panels rose from Ning Moqing's feet. Check her location. Her voice was both cold and gentle in the air. When Ning Moqing caught in Xiaowei, she was at the amusement park playing with Suya. Xiaowei. Go for it. Aim for the biggest doll. I can't believe it. You're amazing, Xiaowei. Suya shouted encouragement while holding a bread snack. Turning around, she saw Ning Moqing standing behind her with a cold expression. Suya nearly rolled her eyes in shock, completely frightened by Ning Moqing. And Xiaowei, holding her prize, wore a look of triumph. As she walked over, she saw Ning Moqing teaching Suya a lesson while gripping her ear. Ah. Grown some courage. Have you forgotten what I said before? And Xiaowei halted her steps, wanting to run, but her short legs were no match for Ning Moqing's assistant. A burly man in a black suit blocked her escape route. Missin, please return. Our young lady is very worried about you. The bodyguard was very diligent. And Xiaowei glanced at the large teddy bear in her arms and reluctantly walked up to Ning Moqing. She raised her hand and handed the bear to her. Here you go. And Xiaowei showed no reluctance on her face. She was definitely not afraid of Ning Moqing. She didn't know if it was a ghost or what, but every time she sneaked out to play with Suya, Ning Moqing would catch her on the spot. This time they had even chosen a crowded place. Well, she still got caught. You keep it in. Wan will be back soon. You need to tidy up and you get ready to leave with me. Ning Moqing's gentle tone shifted to a fierce and stern one. Whoa, you're so harsh on me, yet you don't even show Xiaowei a hint of anger. Suya, being grabbed by the collar by Ning Moqing, looked utterly miserable. If she couldn't keep Suya in check, Suya's family wouldn't have sent her to stay with Ning Moqing. You're different from her. Ning Moqing released her grip. And Xiaowei, hugging a bear of her own size, watched as Ning Moqing approached. She took a step back only to see Ning Moqing pull out a handkerchief from her pocket and gently wipe the sweat that had formed on her forehead. You've had enough fun, let's go. There was a hint of helplessness in her tone. The three returned home, and as soon as they arrived, Suya was doubled over in pain, rushing to the bedroom to use the bathroom. Ning Moqing thought for a moment and took a box of milk from the fridge, heating it up and placing it on the coffee table. Drink this and rest for a while, then tidy up. After dinner this afternoon, I'll take you home. And Xiaowei set the bear aside and took a few sips of milk. The milk tasted strange, not as sweet as before. And Xiaowei lost interest after half a cup, tilting her head to gulp down the rest. Suya had just come out of the bedroom yawning and walked a few steps to the fridge. As soon as she opened it, she froze. Sister Ning, where did the remaining half of the milk in my fridge go? Turning her head, Suya saw the glass on the coffee table that Xiaowei had just put down, still glistening with the milky residue. Oh no. Suya almost tore the fridge door off its hinges. What happened? Ning Moqing asked. Suya bit her lips lightly and shook her head. Nothing. Ning Moqing felt a strange sensation inside her, and seeing Xiaowei head to the bedroom, she turned her gaze back to Suya. Don't think about taking her out to play again. Her current task is to complete her graduation thesis properly. Suya wasn't focused on this at all and randomly nodded. Meanwhile, Xiaowei lay on the bed and felt something was off within 10 minutes. She felt hot. Heat surged from her body and her beautiful eyes brimmed with moisture. She moved her lips slightly and heard her rapid, heavy heartbeat. Thump thump, like the sound of drums. And Xiaowei's mind felt hazy as her once clear consciousness began to fade. She bit her lips lightly. The sharp pain allowed her the moment to call for the system. Her voice was terrible, sticky and heated, causing a blush to spread down her neck, the color reminiscent of mist with the delicate collarbone adorned by the beads of hot sweat that had just emerged. Seemed to have just arrived, and upon seeing her in such a state he was taken aback. "What's wrong with you? Are you on drugs?" "What drugs would I be on without a boyfriend?" And Xiaowei felt like she was about to melt from the heat. She had never experienced such unbearable moments in her life. Her hands tightly clutched the soft white blanket. Her remaining sanity was slowly being consumed by the scorching heat. "The mall hasn't opened yet." Genuinely didn't expect this situation. Could it be? Did it have to come to that? In the milky space, a woman dressed in a smoke green long dress stared at the screen from which heat was emanating. She raised her hand and lightly bit her finger. Her earlobes flushed. It seemed there was no other choice left. Moments later, and Xiaowei heard the door open from outside. She slightly widened her eyes and nearly ripped the blanket apart upon recognizing Ning Moqing's figure. The person locked the door, sitting elegantly in the chair beside her, looking down at her. Those eyes were as calm as water and brought a bit of clarity to Xiaowei. She saw that person's red lips part slightly. "What do you need? Would you like me to find you a man?" What was she talking about? And Xiaowei was shocked, but seeing that someone finally came to rescue her, she inexplicably reached out her soft little hand and grasped that clean ice. It felt very cool. Lost in thought, and Xiaowei propped herself up on Ning Moqing's knee, slightly raising her head to gaze at Ning Moqing's clean and delicate swan-like neck, the glossy sheen akin to jade reflecting in her beautiful eyes. And Xiaowei blinked lightly. Ning Moqing looked down at her. The girl's features were charming, as tender as the petals of a gardenia, her soft cotton dress half hidden beneath the covers. And Xiaowei leaned slightly closer to Ning Moqing, who frowned and instinctively shifted back a bit, her entire back pressed against the closet door. The person's breath became heavier, the soft down brushing against Ning Moqing's face. Before she could react, she saw the girl leaning toward her and then kissed her. And Xiaowei's arm wrapped around Ning Moqing's jade neck, the warm breath causing a tickling sensation on Ning Moqing's face. And Xiaowei gently pressed against the closet, forcing Ning Moqing to press against it as well, the person's fingertips brushing against her shoulder. "Sister Moqing," she said, her throat feeling uncomfortable, her voice almost unrecognizable, sounding like a spoiled child. Sticky and sweet like freshly made maltose. Ning Moqing initially wanted to push her away, but the distance between them was too close and she was suspended in midair, nearly causing Xiaowei to fall to the ground. Ning Moqing caught her. "Sleep well." Ning Moqing tucked in Xiaowei into the covers, watching her struggle to reach out before she could react, sinking entirely into the bedding. Looking at the pink hue of Xiaowei's cheeks, Ning Moqing felt for the first time the taste of being enchanted by someone. It was indescribable, almost like a strange illusion. In a daze, she lowered her head. And Xiaowei hugged her, a bittersweet pain welling up in her eyes. Her heart against her will looked at Ning Moqing as if this person before her was her only salvation in life. The curtains had been drawn all day and the two seemed to have fallen into a dark abyss. That mesmerizing intoxication felt like being in a dream. Indescribable, and Xiaowei only remembered that later on their situation was indeed dire, and her faint breath seemed to have been drained by something. She could smell the floral scent on Ning Moqing, and then she realized she carried that same fragrance. In a deep sleep. And Xiaowei felt too uncomfortable and could only ask to be a little closer to Ning Moqing. Ning Moqing pressed her into the covers to kiss her. And Xiaowei lowered her lashes, not daring to look at her. However, this act felt quite appropriate for her. The cotton dress rolled off the bedding, the girl's delicate hand dangling at the edge of the bed, her fragile neck not entirely clean, and within the room a rather unpleasant sound lingered. Droplets of dew rolled from Xiaowei's body onto the bedding. It was hard to describe. And Xiaowei didn't even know how she had fallen asleep. Instead, it was Ning Moqing who had a nightmare. In her dream, she had just returned through the door and saw a young man in a green robe standing at the entrance holding a sword. Upon seeing her, he smiled gently, his demeanor tender. "Lure, I fear I must leave. Gu Wei, but if I don't go, the Gu family won't survive. This is my life-saving talisman. Master said that if you are in trouble, it can take you to a very safe place." The young man pressed the life-saving talisman into Lure's small hand. The image of him departing blurred, and when he turned back, he was protecting a 3 or 4-year-old boy behind him. "This is the only bloodline of my Gu family. I must ensure he lives. My life is yours." Later on, that young man died. He had done no wrong yet met his demise. Ning Moqing woke from the depths of her dream, rubbing her aching temples, lowering her gaze to see blood at the tip of her right finger. It was already dry. Ning Moqing regained her senses and got up, slipping on her slippers to wash the blood from her hands under the running water in the bathroom. Her hand hurt. After all, she was a woman, and to ease in Xiaowei's effects she would need to put in more effort. And Xiaowei heard the sound of running water and slowly awakened from her beautiful dream. It was already night, with fragmented moonlight and lamplight filtering through the curtains, yet everything remained relatively quiet. "Hiss, what happened?" And Xiaowei's medicine had long worn off, but getting up was still a bit arduous, the fatigue in her bones making her realize what had truly transpired only when she leaned against the pillow. Her body was weary, her fingers lacking strength, as if even eating a bowl of rice was a challenge. And Xiaowei's eyes were filled with confusion and helplessness, her delicate face stained with dried tear marks. It was all Ning Moqing's doing. Her hair hung in front of her, hiding some of the marks, but the unclean spots on her jade neck were still clearly visible. And Xiaowei bit her lower lip slightly, a rare shyness seeping from her. She was even a bit angry. But she was not naive. Ning Moqing had no real intentions toward her. It was she who took the initiative, wrapping her arms around Ning Moqing's neck and even kissing her cheek. Thinking back to what had occurred, Xiaowei turned over and picked up her clothes from the ground. I want to go back, she told Ning. Ning Moqing turned off the tap, looking at the bite marks left by Xiaowei on her collarbone, lowering her gaze, her voice neutral. I'll take you. And Xiaowei endured the pain while putting on her dress, gathering her clothes from the closet. Even though it was the last day, so many unexpected events had occurred. She even felt a bit reluctant to look at Ning Moqing's face. Upon seeing the bloodstains on the sheets, and Xiaowei was at a loss for the emotions surging within her. Now she was utterly unclean. Woe is me. And Xiaowei wanted to cry to Asi, but she didn't know why Asi had been particularly quiet these days, rarely coming out. Ning Moqing quickly took Xiaowei out the door. How are you, she asked, glancing back at Xiaowei sitting in the back seat as they got into the car. It's okay, not much, and Xiaowei hurriedly shook her head. Ning Moqing continued driving and didn't say much more. See, help. What should I do? Woe is me, I'm teary-eyed family. And Xiaowei cried out to Asi while looking out the window at the scenery. See. She is not that kind of person. How do you know? Are you familiar with her? And Xiaowei snorted lightly. Naturally, I am not familiar. Asi felt a bit of a headache, her voice sounding weak. She had just woken up feeling very sleepy, her eyes nearly unable to open. What have you been up to? So tired. You sound weak, and Xiaowei asked in confusion. It's nothing, just that something unexpected happened. I truly didn't expect it. Asi coughed lightly. You aren't looking for a man, are you? Who are you looking for? And Xiaowei perked up, her curiosity piqued. Who am I looking for? I'm looking for you. Asi closed her mouth after speaking. And Xiaowei. If it weren't for Ning Moqing being the one who acted, she would have thought Asi had done something to her. Asi fell silent. And Xiaowei was dropped off at the villa area by Ning Moqing. As she got out of the car, she saw An stretching in a silk nightgown, a smile gracing her brows upon seeing the two return. Why do I feel like Xiaowei has gained weight? It seems Ning Jia has taken good care of her. Ning Moqing thought to herself, indeed she had taken good care, right to the bed. However, she dared not let An know this. She handed her suitcase to An. Alright, it's getting late. You should rest for a few days, soon enough you'll be busy again. Okay, Ning Jia. By the way, I feel like I've made great progress this time, there's a chance I might even aim for an award. And Wan looked cheerful, clearly delighted by the filming. Isn't this more fun than finding a partner? Just thinking about how badly Wan was tricked by Yanchen made Xiaowei feel a moment of heartache for her sister. That's great. I also heard from Xiaoli that you performed really well this time. Next time I'll try to find you some movie roles that will help improve your acting skills. Ning Moqing exchanged a few pleasantries with Wan and glanced at the shrinking Xiaowei before getting into the car. Wan looked at Xiaowei, her eyes full of warmth. Let's go. I ordered takeout. Well, have hot pot. I haven't had hot pot in ages. I've been gnawing on grass in the mountains every day. Wan truly had enough of the harsh life in the mountains. They had found a rather remote village this time, even more backward than she had imagined. The signal was pitifully weak. I can tell you've lost quite a bit of weight. And Xiaowei looked Wan up and down. I weigh only 88 pounds now. By the way, Ning Jia, how have you been treating her these past few days? Wan draped her arm over her younger sister's shoulder, missing her dearly after not seeing her for a while. Pretty good. And Xiaowei dared not mention what had just happened. In the end, she forced Ning Moqing to sleep with her. Such bold action she had never dared to imagine before. That's good. By the way, I need to go out tomorrow. You just stay at home, let me know what you want to eat and I'll bring it back for you. We're not planning to open a breeding farm at home, and Xiaowei's comment made Wan laugh. Xiaowei, I know you have your opinions about me and Yanchen, but he is really a good person. You'll understand later. Wan placed her hands on Xiaowei's shoulders, her eyes revealing a hint of helplessness. Why was Xiaowei so unwilling to accept Yanchen's existence? And Xiaowei. He's indeed good enough to put a green hat on you. Without the system, Yanchen wouldn't even have had the chance to sleep with Li Jiao, let alone be two-timing now. Alright, I understand now. I agree with your relationship. I think it's great. Tomorrow take me with you and I'll call him brother-in-law. And Xiaowei beamed a soft smile. For some reason, Wan suddenly shivered. She always felt there was something mischievous behind Xiaowei's smile. But Xiaowei shouldn't have any bad intentions, right? Xiaowei was just a pure child. Good, then I can rest easy. Meanwhile, Yanchen looked at Wan's social media, revealing a faint smile. The villa. Oh no, my wife is back system. Yanchen had no idea how long he had been waiting for Wan. He was simply too excited. Yanchen looked at himself in the mirror. During the days Wan was away, his looks had deteriorated significantly, the blemishes on his face had resurfaced. What should I do, system? Will my wife notice during our date? Yanchen was genuinely terrified. Ha! Don't you see what you've been doing lately? Want to improve? Fine, I'll give you a chance. If you fail this mission, you'll revert to your original state. The system scoffed. To the system, Yan Shen was merely a tool to earn the protagonist's halo. And where did that halo come from? If the person it found was male, then the protagonist's halo had to be extracted from all the good women with good luck and good backgrounds. As long as that woman turns into a love-stricken fool, isn't it easy to seduce her? These things might be useless to others, but for the system they were like a treasure trove of energy. Yan Shen watched as the blemishes in the mirror disappeared, excitement lighting up his face. Thank you, system, you're so good to me. As long as you know I'm good to you, just do what needs to be done, the system replied cold. The next day, Wan walked out of the villa area wearing a pink gauze dress. As soon as she stepped outside, she saw Yan Shen waiting on his bicycle. Upon seeing Wan, Yan Shen quickly embraced her with an elegant smile. Wan, you're finally back. I've really missed you. Yan Shen wrapped his arms around Wan's waist, the soft fragrance in his arms making his heart flutter. He wondered how different it would be waking up next to a big star compared to Li Jiao. And Wan had no idea about the dirty thoughts in Yan Shen's mind. She shyly pushed him away and glanced back at Xiaowei. Xiaowei, come here and call me brother. And Wan waved her hand, revealing a sweet smile. And Xiaowei slightly curled her lips, mischievous thoughts flooding her mind. Then sister, should I call you second sister too, since you're already a second wife? The innocent words from the girl left Wan's face frozen. What does this mean? What second wife? Yan Shen almost couldn't keep his composure. System, I forgot about this. What should I do about this kid? Yan Shen now wished he could get rid of Xiaowei. He truly loved Wan, but this mischievous little sister always popped up at the worst times to give him grief. What second wife? Xiaowei, what are you talking about? And Wan was momentarily stunned, then quickly asked. She felt a surge of jealousy inside, glancing at Yan Shen's grim expression. Xiaowei is just joking with me. Last time I took my sister out to play, we happened to run into Xiaowei. This matter should be clarified with her. Once Yan Shen explained, and Wan believed him. So that's how it is. Let's go then. And Wan sighed in relief with her looks. How could Yan Shen possibly like other girls? It must be that some girl had taken a liking to Yan Shen and was bothering him. Then I won't go. I'll head into the city to find some books to research for my paper. And Xiaowei waved her hand. Riding a bicycle, and Wan probably had never been this embarrassed in her life. This is the first time I've ridden a bicycle. And Wan wrapped her arms around Yan Shen's waist, her face brimming with happiness. And Xiaowei. A woman in love is truly terrifying, forgetting that her own car could be studded with diamonds. Fortunately, Wan, though naive, still put on a mask to conceal her identity. Standing still, and Xiaowei took out her phone. I've got something to do. You might need to find a man to go watch a movie today. Yan Shen is quite stingy, and Xiaowei thought. Since he put a green hat on Wan, he should wear one himself. And Xiaowei was thinking about satisfying Li Jiao's needs, but she never intended to let Yan Shen take advantage of it. However, considering his infidelity after marriage, this was quite a normal occurrence. Which man does not enjoy a little infidelity? And Xiaowei understood this, but she stood firmly with the Yan sisters, destined to clash with Yan Shen for a lifetime. Oh no, I mean in this world. Ah. Master, are you serious? Li Jiao was utterly perplexed. Men have possessiveness. If they don't have a green hat on their heads, they want panic. And Xiaowei's explanation was quite insightful. Li Jiao fell silent. Naturally, she wanted to be with Yan Shen. After all, she was a traditional woman, and Yan Shen's lack of responsibility was already enough to make her want to stab someone. Beast. Yan Shen is a beast. Alright, master, I'll listen to you. Where to? Though unsure how the master knew Yan Shen's whereabouts, just the thought that Yan Shen's heart did not belong to her made Li Jiao feel a heavy knot in her chest. Clearly, it had already come to this. Could it be that in Yan Shen's eyes she was merely a discarded toy? And Xiaowei asked where Wan had gone, since they had already booked the movie tickets. And Wan was busy with her date and naturally wouldn't text, so she sent a screenshot instead, even showing the location. And Xiaowei glanced at it and sent the location to Li Jiao. For Li Jiao, finding a guy to pretend to be her boyfriend was no issue. After all, being a loyal dog to the male protagonist in a malicentric novel was still a mark of a high-quality human. Li Jiao quickly found a guy from her contacts to pretend to be her boyfriend. He was indeed a boyfriend, albeit a pretend one. And Xiaowei tidied herself up, and to avoid being recognized by Wan, she even rummaged through the original owner's makeup products. This rummaging was a surprise. The original in Xiaowei's makeup was measured by the cabinet. Fortunately, she hadn't learned anything from Suya, but now recognizing makeup was just a matter of having hands. Can you do makeup? Asi asked with confusion. What do you mean? Are you doubting me? And Xiaowei couldn't accept Asi's attitude. No, Asi hurriedly replied. Alright, you doubt me, I'll die for you to see. And Xiaowei didn't care. She was the little darling of her family, and this little grievance was certainly intolerable. Asi, do you need me to provide rat poison? And Xiaowei. I didn't say anything just now. Asi said nothing more, but Xiaowei felt she was smiling. What was she laughing at? Did Xiaowei have such a funny face? And Xiaowei looked at her delicate face in the mirror, which was indeed beautiful. However, going out with this face was definitely not an option. By the time Xiaowei finished her makeup, AC looked at her heavily made up face and couldn't help but ask, "Who are you?" And Xiaowei put on sunglasses, her two big curly pigtails falling over her shoulders and her crimson lips curling into a mischievous smile. "How about it? My makeup skills are quite good now, aren't they?" And Xiaowei hummed a tune while putting on the cat ear Bluetooth headphones from the table. Esports girl in pink. It was something Xiaowei had ordered a few days ago. It's good AC didn't know how to deal with Xiaowei, so she could only directly praise her. And Xiaowei was very pleased with her appearance and stepped out wearing a black sweatshirt and fluffy pants. In this getup even a dog wouldn't recognize her. Riding her beloved folding bike, Xiaowei hummed a tune as she arrived at the roadside, locked it up and then hailed a cab to the cinema. To observe the male and female leads conveniently, Xiaowei specially chose a seat slightly behind. Li Jiao was quite understanding and directly chose to sit next to Yan Chen. This was to stimulate from a close distance. The apprentice was very naughty, but Xiaowei quite liked it. The two chose a romantic movie and Xiaowei snuck into a seat behind her sister, seeing Li Jiao sitting next to Yan Chen with her fake boyfriend. Yan Chen turned his head away. Just a few days ago the girl who had been so gentle in his arms was now turning to find a boyfriend. Li Jiao was acting quite intimate. "Here, this candy is delicious, you should try it," she said, pinching a piece of candy and holding it to the boy's lips. Although Yan Chen was sitting next to Wan, his gaze kept drifting toward Li Jiao. The man's vanity and jealousy ignited Yan Chen's fury. Who gave Li Jiao the courage? How dare she treat him like this? This uncontrollable anger nearly burned away Yan Chen's reason. He even momentarily forgot about Wan. Right now he just wanted to take Li Jiao home and teach her a harsh lesson. Did she not realize who she belonged to? With this thought, Yan Chen took a deep breath, stood up and gently ruffled Wan's hair. Wan, I'm stepping out for a bit." And Wan nodded obediently. Yan Chen's brow was gentle, but after exiting the screening hall his expression darkened immediately as he raised his hand to send Li Jiao a message. He had now made up his mind, he wanted both. So what if she was a big star? He had once charmed her to the point of spinning, wouldn't he do so again in the future? As for Li Jiao, considering she could make him happy, Yan Chen thought that being a reluctant secret lover wasn't a bad deal. He had merely committed the mistake all men make, so Yan Chen felt not the slightest guilt. After receiving the message, Li Jiao froze for a moment, and before she could reply to the master, the phone screen displayed two words. "Go ahead." Li Jiao held her phone, feeling a little anxious. She was unsure of Yan Chen's feelings. Nevertheless, she steeled herself and went outside, where Yan Chen was waiting for her in the restroom. Still in the women's restroom there were no other people, and Li Jiao cautiously opened the stall door. Before she could react, she was pulled inside by Yan Chen. "You're quite something trying to green me. You should check who you belong to." If Wan were here she would probably be blushing and heartbeat racing. Husband so domineering, how delightful. However, Li Jiao couldn't care less about such thoughts. She lowered her head, looking despondent. "Anyway, you don't like me." Jiao, I truly like you." "Who said I don't? I love you, Jiao, let's be together." Yan Chen held Li Jiao's hand, his voice deep and gentle. "I don't believe it, I don't believe it. What was that girl earlier about? I don't believe it." At this moment Li Jiao was already addicted to acting, tears streaming down her face. She wasn't foolish even though Yan Chen spoke to her like this, making her happy. Such words always felt odd. It was as if he had said the same to someone else. She was indeed a loyal dog, but even a loyal dog needed dignity. She didn't want to be a backup but rather the number one loyal dog. "That girl. I was just playing around with her, she's nothing compared to you who's so sweet." Jiao, I thought about it." Yan Chen inhaled her delicate fragrance, recalling the beautiful night, momentarily losing control. But before Yan Chen could take action, a knock echoed from outside the compartment. Li Jiao was startled and she could no longer afford to feel shy. However, there were other compartments nearby. Why did they have to knock on theirs? This was of course Xiaowei's idea. If she got close to the female supporting character and the male lead, the cliched drama that was supposed to unfold would surely make her heart ache. Yan Chen and Li Jiao's conversation was all heard by Wan. She pressed her hand against her chest, feeling a heart-wrenching pain. She couldn't even believe that the one in the compartment flirting with another woman was her beloved husband. The voice was exactly the same. No wonder he had to come out. He must have seen his girlfriend playing with another guy and felt jealous. And Wan's beautiful eyes were clouded with tears, obscuring her view. The girl beside her pulled her out. It must not be his fault, it must be that girl who seduced him. And Xiaowei spoke expressionlessly, stealing away in Wan's self-comforting words. And Wan felt a surge of anger and wiped away the moisture at the corner of her eyes. After 2 minutes she saw Yan Chen pulling Li Jiao out from inside. Li Jiao like a little bird leaned against Yan Chen, and the moment she saw Wan she hurriedly lowered her head, hiding behind Yan Chen. Before Xiaowei could say anything, Wan could no longer endure. Her hand trembled and tears streamed down her cheeks as she ran away in despair. She had just gone out to shoot a scene, yet she never expected her husband to cheat. She couldn't accept it. And Xiaowei glanced at the message sent by Lin Zixian. "I'm here. It's your turn to make an appearance now," and Xiaowei said, pursing her lips. At this moment Wan needed comfort the most. There couldn't be a better time for Lin Zixian to show up. And Xiaowei looked at Li Jiao and Yan Shen tilting her head and smiling gently. Not bad. Yan Shen couldn't tell if it was sarcasm or not, but the little girl in front of him was someone he would recognize even if turned to ashes. She was in Xiaowei, Anwan's younger sister. All of this was her scheme. System, I've fallen into your trap, Yan Shen cursed, grinding his teeth in frustration. However, the system completely ignored him, even stating it didn't want to respond. Because it truly didn't expect this male lead to be such a fool, losing something significant for a trivial gain. No matter how good Li Jiao was, she could only be a mistress. How could one dare to cheat in front of the legitimate wife? Is this still a sweet story? The system was truly about to be driven mad by this foolish pig Yan Shen. You handle it anyway, the energy of this world is best suited for Anwan. What else? Is that all? Yan Shen wasn't foolish, and Wan would definitely not forgive him. Yes, male. Do you want him? The system snorted coldly. Yan Shen's face darkened. He liked beautiful women with enchanting figures. What use did he have for a man? With flat screens all around, what was there to enjoy? Yan Shen never expected that a moment of impulse would cost him billions, no tens of billions. Just thinking of this made him hate Xiaowei even more. As for Xiaowei, she was too busy focusing on the main task. However, this time she played a big game, and in the end, the progress of the main task had increased by 10%. Just enough to reach 90%. It was like hitting a bug. See, is your system broken? It isn't broken unless the female lead gets together with someone else, marries, and has a wedding night. Then she will have no possibility with the male lead. And Xiaowei. This touched upon her area of ignorance. However, it did align with the novel's rules. See, you don't want to see something inappropriate, do you? And Xiaowei felt that this system was quite unhealthy. It also wanted to see something regarding the female lead's elder sister. This system was really something. No, if the female lead is still pure, then the male lead will have infinite possibilities. I'm telling the truth, I am the system and won't lie to you. And Xiaowei was once again grateful that she had prepared Lin Zixian as a backup plan. She hoped he would be sensible enough to charm away the girl he liked. She had checked this person thoroughly. He was decent and came from a good family. Originally, Xiaowei intended to bring in Wan to the Yin family to recognize their ancestry, but with Lin Zixian around, she left the task of increasing goodwill to him. Next, what stimulating and fun things should she do? You haven't finished your graduation thesis yet, Sis remarked, dashed in Xiaowei's thoughts of leisure. Damn it. This system is truly wicked. And Xiaowei could only go to the school library to borrow a pile of materials, then return home to write her thesis. The first draft required 15,000 words, and Xiaowei felt that her delicate hands were about to be worn out by the keyboard. However, thanks to Ning Mo Qing's supervision beforehand, and Xiaowei's completion of the thesis was not bad now. She just needed to make revisions. I never wrote a thesis in my previous life. And Xiaowei complained to Si while struggling as a student. It's okay, you'll be here. The more skills you master, the faster you'll complete the tasks in the future. Hearing Si say this, and Xiaowei recalled a gentle and elegant face. It was Ning Mo Qing. Thinking of her, and Xiaowei felt a bit restless. She was usually a cheerful person, but now faced a tricky situation. The question was, should she be responsible for Ning Mo Qing? However, this question seemed somewhat ridiculous. It was clearly Ning Mo Qing who should be responsible for her. They had clearly agreed that it was just about dismantling the couple, so how did she get entangled in a murky relationship with the female lead's agent? And Xiaowei furiously typed on the keyboard. Just as she finished the first draft, she saw Ning Mo Qing send a message. Are you done? And Xiaowei's heart leaped. She sent a period to Ning Mo Qing indicating she was still alive. Ning Mo Qing didn't feel awkward at all. Instead, she was natural and generous, as if she were casually saying she had eaten a rabbit today. Do you remember what happened yesterday? The part where you cried. And Xiaowei. Thanks for the invitation, but I don't remember. She clearly had forgotten, yet still remembered herself crying and curling up at the head of the bed. It was truly too embarrassing. Damn it. And Xiaowei felt like she wanted to slay the knife that Grandma Li had given her to bless. I thought about it carefully and feel that this matter still needs to be resolved. As for Suya, she plans to clear her name by crashing into tofu. And Xiaowei thought this joke was not funny at all. However, was it Suya who did it? No, Suya must have accidentally left the drugged milk in the fridge, and before she could take it away, it was given to her by Ning Mo Qing. How should we resolve this? And Xiaowei asked timidly. The injuries she sustained still lingered. She didn't dare to raise a knife to kill. There was a long silence on the other end. And Xiaowei watched the typing indicator on the screen for a minute. Just when she thought Ning Mo Qing was writing some little essay, her message finally came through. Let's be together. And Xiaowei lowered her head. She wasn't afraid, she was just searching for the chin that had fallen to the ground. After composing herself and holding her breath for a long while, and Xiaowei finally slipped a delicate hand out from beneath the table. The computer screen still displayed a message from Ning Mo Qing. Wine opener. What wine opener? I don't drink, and Xiaowei typed rapidly. Ning Mo Qing. Then you could have orange juice. But have you considered my question? Ning Mo Qing was clearly not deceived. While Xiaowei was still pondering how to wriggle out of it, another message arrived. Come out and talk. I'm waiting at a cafe, or I can come pick you up. The message was followed by Ning Mo Qing's location pin. Can I choose not to go? And Xiaowei inwardly resisted. She was a man. What had happened yesterday had exceeded her expectations and she still couldn't accept being intimate with a girl. I can come pick you up. And Xiaowei. Alright then, I'll go. She drew in a small breath. Whatever else she would have to face it. And Xiaowei even retouched her makeup and before entering the cafe bought a pack of gum at the convenience store, chewing as she stepped inside. Ning Maching as always wore a smoky green floral dress and sat in the corner of the cafe, her fingertips resting lightly on the laptop keys. The pale pink laptop looked slightly incongruous in her hands. A cappuccino, no sugar. And those 2 cakes as well. And Xiaowei Page shoved her small hand into her pocket and swaggered over to Ning Maching. Ning Maching had spotted Xiaowei from afar but almost didn't recognize her. What are you wearing? Ning Maching frowned as Xiaowei sat down. Rebellious, free-spirited bad girl persona, and Xiaowei said, crossing her legs opposite Ning Maching. Peony pink eyeshadow made her look somewhat flamboyant. Ning Maching. She really ought to give Suya a good scolding. What bad things did you learn from Suya? Saying so, Ning Maching closed her laptop and looked up at Xiaowei. And Xiaowei could not meet her gaze and bent her head, blowing a small bubble. Do you like dining out, watching movies, or going to an amusement park? Ning Maching asked. I like sleeping, and Xiaowei quickly replied. Ning Maching watched her crossed leg, lowered her eyes to rest against the sofa's back and smiled softly. Are you trying to tease me? And Xiaowei lifted her eyes, her gaze innocent and adorably vacant. She was nothing more than a pitiable, lovable Zhijiang. What ill intentions could she possibly harbor? I believe affection can be cultivated for you and me. This would not be difficult, Ning Maching said, fishing 2 sheets of paper from a stack of files and sliding them toward Xiaowei. And Xiaowei's brow twitched as she took the papers and glanced over them. A romance schedule. What kind of absurdity was this? She had even planned daily meals. Ning Maching. Was she being serious? Or if you prefer to treat that incident as a one-off accident, I can accept that too, she added. And Xiaowei fell silent for a long moment before remembering something. Didn't you say you liked men? She asked Ning Maching. She suspected she'd been deceived. Women are not impossible either, Ning Maching said lightly. And Xiaowei instinctively covered herself, then noticing Ning Maching's gaze grow oddly intent, she cleared her throat and released her hands. What happened before was an accident, and Xiaowei croaked weakly. Ning Maching glanced up at her. Did I say it wasn't? And Xiaowei was momentarily struck dumb. She had met her match. Whether unleashing her trump card could win over Ning Maching was now uncertain. Can I say I don't mind? And Xiaowei produced a tissue and fished the gum from her mouth, cleaning it away before leaning toward Ning Maching. I really don't mind. Ning Maching reached out and took the 2 sheets back. Alright, I understand. A great question mark seemed to float above Xiaowei's head. What had she understood? You haven't eaten yet, have you? Ning Maching asked. And Xiaowei nodded reflexively. Right. They'll take you to eat first, we can discuss other things later. Ning Maching checked nearby restaurants on her phone. The area was rather pleasant. And Xiaowei of course could never imagine being with Ning Maching forever. There was no aversion, but love was another matter. Besides, she was merely a passerby in this world. How could she possibly stay with Ning Maching? Ning Maching slung her laptop and let Xiaowei out of the cafe. What do you want to eat? Ning Maching asked. Noodles. I'm easy to feed, Xiaowei said, stretching lazily and speaking nonchalantly. Ning Maching turned to look at her. Do you mean you want me to support you? And Xiaowei. She thought perhaps her mouth ought to be muzzled. Why did she always blurt nonsense? I didn't mean that. I meant I'm not picky about food. That makes you easy to feed, Ning Maching replied, understanding. And Xiaowei thought it better to let Ning Maching's comment drop. What she had meant was something else entirely. She swallowed the remark and kept quiet. Yet Ning Maching did take her for noodles at a private kitchen where dishes were dainty and exquisite, each plate priced high enough to make Xiaowei feel faint. At the thought that she too was somewhat well off, Xiaowei straightened with sudden pride. Unexpectedly, Ning Maching looked over, her gaze fixed on her front. Startled, Xiaowei hurriedly covered herself. What are you doing? She asked, realizing with dismay that Ning Maching was the truly wicked one. Ning Maching fell silent for a long moment. Wasn't it Xiaowei who had deliberately drawn attention there? The chicken wings here are quite good, try them, Ning Maching said, not answering, and placed 2 or 3 wings on Xiaowei's plate. The meal was unbearably awkward. To avoid further incidents, Xiaowei ate like a hamster, gnawing its food, wishing she could hide her face in the bowl. She couldn't taste a thing. Stepping out of the restaurant, Xiaowei simply wanted to disappear from embarrassment. Being with Ning Maching was painfully awkward. Shall I walk you home? Ning Maching asked, watching Xiaowei shiver with arms folded in the cold. After a moment, she took off her coat. Give me your arm. And Xiaowei looked up. I'll put it on you, otherwise you'll catch a cold on the way back, Ning Maching said, looking down. Her words were practical. And Xiaowei considered a girl wearing another girl's coat was nothing unusual, so she decisively accepted it. However, Ning Maching's clothes were quite large, making Xiaowei look small and soft in them. Seeing Xiaowei clumsily buttoning her clothes, Ning Maching raised her hand to her lower lip, a hint of a smile escaping. Having transformed into a girl, she looked much cuter than before. Are we going home directly? Should I take you out to have some fun? Ning Maching glanced at the time thinking there probably wasn't much going on at this hour. I don't think so. And Xiaowei honestly had no energy to play. I can take you to see the night view. The night scenery in the west suburbs is quite nice with many barbecue stalls and grassy areas where people often picnic. Ning Maching insisted that Xiaowei get into the car. Usually she never had the time to take Xiaowei out to play, it was always Suya who took her. This was indeed her fault, but she had to make sure Xiaowei cleaned her face of any makeup later. Ning Maching was also dressed warmly inside, so not wearing an outer garment didn't matter. However, Xiaowei could smell a faint floral fragrance which made her feel somewhat unsettled. She recalled what happened yesterday and just the thought of it made her cheeks uncontrollably flush. She even bit her hand. No inappropriate thoughts. And Xiaowei patted her face trying to drive those thoughts out of her mind, but the results were dismal. She couldn't push them away at all. By the way, that thing in the back seat is a gift I bought for you. Ning Maching pointed to the back. And Xiaowei, sitting in the back seat, looked at a small box placed there. She raised her hand to take it down. There were quite a few things inside, but the most prominent was a small black velvet box. It was only about the size of a palm. Is this it? And Xiaowei's eyes revealed a hint of confusion as she cautiously opened it, only to see a ring with a soul crystal lying inside, sparkling and translucent. This was simply a diamond ring. No, she wasn't prepared to get married yet. This was too fast. And Xiaowei hurriedly closed the box. No, this is too fast. A flush appeared on Xiaowei's fair cheeks as she quickly closed the box and placed it back in the larger box. What's too fast? Ning Maching, who was driving, was momentarily taken aback. I can't accept this. I'm going to marry a girl in the future. And Xiaowei placed the box back in its original position, patting her startled heart, and said defiantly to the front. Ning Maching smiled slightly, pursing her lips. Is that so? You have to find someone shorter and cuter than you. That seems a bit difficult. And Xiaowei. What does that mean? Was this person praising her or belittling her? Anyway, I can't accept that gift from you. And Xiaowei felt she wasn't at a stage where she should be looking for a good place to settle down. Isn't it just a trinket? Did you not see? Dig deeper inside it. Ning Maching remembered that the trinket wasn't very valuable. Ah. A trinket. And Xiaowei rummaged inside for quite a while before finding another box underneath. When she opened it, she found a fluffy white rabbit. It was indeed a keychain. She almost misunderstood Ning Maching. But wait, if that ring wasn't a gift from Ning Maching, then it was very likely a gift from someone else to Ning Maching. What a scumbag. And Xiaowei almost cried. However, she was just saying that she wouldn't actually complain about it. But when they arrived at their destination, and Xiaowei still brought it up with Ning Maching. Where did that ring in your box come from? Ning Maching parked the car in the parking lot and was momentarily stunned when Xiaowei asked her this. The ring. I bought that before. What's wrong? Ning Maching looked at Xiaowei. Did you think that was a gift for you? And Xiaowei. Yeah, I have no interest in diamond rings from girls. And Xiaowei waved her hand. You are being ridiculous. How could I think that diamond ring was a gift from you? As she spoke, Xiaowei let out a couple of awkward laughs. Unexpectedly, Ning Maching remained still standing in place, her cold calm eyes fixed on Xiaowei's flushed face. If I gave it to you, would you be touched? She asked. For a moment, Xiaowei thought she had misheard. I dare not move, dare not move. And Xiaowei hurriedly waved her hands. Ning Maching chuckled softly and didn't say much more. The scenery here was indeed nice. By the time they arrived, it was already evening and the stars dotted the sky, casting a gentle light upon the soft grass. And Xiaowei lay down on the grass, which was artificial clean and thick. Lying on it wasn't uncomfortable at all. She rarely looked at the sky like this before, but now she felt at ease. It seemed her difficult days ended after meeting AC. Thank you, system, and Xiaowei said to AC. What is there to thank? AC was puzzled. Thank you for freeing me from my hard life of moving bricks. I can now enjoy the beautiful sky and eat good food. And Xiaowei truly felt she hadn't lived enough. She wanted to live a long time. AC didn't speak, but Ning Maching next to her handed her an apple. It's one I washed earlier. There's only one in the car, so try it. Ning Maching lay down beside her, and Xiaowei noticed their hair intertwined, making her blush and shift to the side. Thank you. Her voice was very soft. I know about Yanchen, and Wan told me about it. She said she needs some time, but I am satisfied with her decision. Ning Maching smiled tightly. But if you graduate, will you choose to work in another city? I remember you saying you wanted to live in a quiet, remote little city in the south. It seems very comfortable and relaxing. Ning Maching spoke slowly, but it made Xiaowei feel sleepy. When Ning Maching looked back, she saw Xiaowei had fallen asleep, her eyes tightly closed, looking obedient and cute. Gu Wei, she sighed. I'm sorry to you. However, this was not a place to sleep. She was afraid of catching a cold. After thinking for a moment, Ning Maching raised her hand and cradled the petite Xiaowei in her arms. Unexpectedly, just as she pulled her into her arms, Xiaowei suddenly opened her eyes. What are you doing? What do you want to do to me? And Xiaowei covered herself, panicking and screaming. Her shout attracted the attention of others nearby, but upon seeing it was just two girls, there was no problem. But hey, who said two girls couldn't do something together? Some who understood the situation already showed ambiguous expressions in their eyes. Ning Moqing was startled by Xiaowei and her grip loosened, causing Xiaowei to fall onto the soft grass. Thankfully the grass was soft, but even so she almost cried. "You can't get me, so you want to harm me, right?" Xiaowei rubbed the back of her heated spot. Although the skin there was thick and meaty, it wasn't something to bully. Before Xiaowei could say anything more, she saw Ning Moqing slightly crouching down looking at her. Xiaowei gulped. "You. Remember when you got it? You felt pain and kept curling up towards the head of the bed, yet you still wrapped around me and wouldn't let go." Xiaowei. No inappropriate thoughts. No way. Xiaowei felt that this topic could not continue any further. Even though he was a grown man, her face burned with embarrassment. After all, she was a pure-hearted youth in her past life. She leaned back slightly and sprang up like a carp. The movement was smooth and flowing, though she almost pulled a muscle. "Let's go home, let's go home." Xiaowei tightened her clothes and hurried towards the parking lot. Ning Moqing watched her retreating figure and chuckled softly before following. "I'm sorry for causing you trouble." Wan wiped her tears, gazing at the handsome and relaxed man before her. Lin Zixian never expected to be so close to the goddess one day, but according to Xiaowei's guidance, he couldn't lose his composure. "Yes, it's fine. By the way, I know your sister." Lin Zixian sat at the edge of a chair. He had just stopped Wan from almost running a red light, noticing her emotional state before bringing her to his small shop. "You know Xiaowei. Who are you?" "I met her at Grandpa An's place, and that was when I realized she's Grandpa An's granddaughter." "You should be too. Grandpa An has been looking for you sisters for many years." Lin Zixian rested his hands on the mahogany table, his smile gentle and soft. "My grandpa." Wan was momentarily stunned, then recalled that she indeed had a grandfather. But why didn't Xiaowei tell her? "Yes, Grandpa An has been looking for you sisters for many years. The last time was a chance encounter, but you're not suitable to meet the elder. Now let's eat something first." As she spoke, a woman in traditional clothing brought over tea and meals. They were all ancient-style dishes, small and exquisite. Even the pastries were crafted beautifully, resembling those in historical books. "Thank you. I didn't expect that apart from Xiaowei I would have other relatives in this world." Wan wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes. She didn't know why, but she felt particularly relaxed and comfortable in the presence of this person. All of this was certainly thanks to Xiaowei's explanations. For Wan, Lin Zixian couldn't be too aggressive. He had to take it slow, maintaining the decorum and etiquette of a friend, being occasionally flirtatious, but when Wan turned red and her heart raced, he had to hold back. This tactic was simple: to entice and then withdraw. With Lin Zixian's good looks, accomplishing this was not difficult. Moreover, Xiaowei understood too well what kind of persona Wan was attracted to, as could be inferred from Yanchen. She liked refined and elegant gentlemen, the type who could be flirtatious at times. Girls generally liked this kind of person. "Finish your meal first and afterward I'll take you to meet Grandpa An. Also, technically I should call you sister." The way he called her sister was incredibly sweet, and for some reason Wan felt her heartstrings being tugged. No girl could refuse a cute little dog calling her sister. However, Wan still suppressed the strange feelings within her. After all, she hadn't broken up with Yanchen yet, and she was reluctant to, but just thinking about what Yanchen had said in the bathroom made her heart feel as if it were being sliced by a knife. Even when feeling sad, you must take care of yourself. You can't starve, it's not good for your stomach. After Lin Zixian said this, Wan had to pull herself out of her sorrow. However, these dishes were indeed exquisite. Most importantly, Lin Zixian had considered her celebrity status. All the food was low fat and low sugar. Seeing Wan start eating, Lin Zixian thought of what Xiaowei had instructed, and after a moment took out his phone. It was a game of Honor of Kings. He even muted the sound. Halfway through her meal, Wan noticed Lin Zixian playing a game, and her curiosity led her to glance over. Thus she saw Lin Zixian hurriedly covering the game screen. Lin Zixian's fingers moved skillfully, just enough for Wan to catch a glimpse of the rank displayed. "I'm terrible at games," Lin Zixian said, expertly handling the art of humble bragging. "You have a rank and still say you're terrible." Wan found it both amusing and ridiculous. Lin Zixian was contemplating whether to invite Wan to play, but seeing that she didn't speak up and recalling Xiaowei's words, he quietly held back. Girls tend to have a good impression of boys who are good at gaming. But the key issue lies in who it is. If it's Yanchen, he has the aura of a male lead, so naturally it wouldn't be a problem. However, without the influence of the male lead aura within Wan's status, wouldn't she meet many top players? Indeed she would. Xiaowei had anticipated all of this. But when she was strategizing with Lin Zixian, she was teased by a C. "You're quite skilled at charming girls." Xiaowei. "What nonsense. Wait, is it strange that she is skilled at charming girls?" Xiaowei looked at Ning Moqing in front of her, feeling small and humble in the back seat, but of course that was only her perception. Finally arriving at the villa, as Xiaowei got out of the car, she saw Ning Moqing open the car door and she hurriedly reached out. "Stop right there, my home has no water, no milk tea, no drinks, and no sofa for you to rest. Of course there's no bed either." Ning Moqing fell silent for a moment. She initially wanted to retrieve her clothes, but since Xiaowei said so. "Then I'll leave first, you should rest early." Xiaowei watched the shadow of the Maserati disappear from her sight before turning to the villa door, unlocking it with her fingerprint, and looked down as she changed her shoes. "Damn. I forgot to return the clothes to Ning Moqing." No wonder Ning Moqing was about to say something earlier, and Xiaowei slapped her forehead. Damn, she was such a scatterbrain. Who knows what Ning Mo Chang would think of her. And Xiaowei took off the clothes and hung them on the room's hanger, feeling extremely awkward. Ah, my dear, what should I do? And Xiaowei was truly at a loss. She thought today would end without any further interaction with Ning Mo Chang, but instead, her reckless behavior would make her return the clothes. Was it just returning clothes? What if Ning Mo Chang suddenly found her appealing, thought she was sweet and delicious, pulled her in and devoured her? Would she still have a place to cry? Oh, there was a place, and that would be on Ning Mo Chang's bed. Thinking about this, and Xiaowei almost fainted. Who's your dear? I have a name, call me a C or codename 004, either is fine. A C was quite dissatisfied with the title of 004. And Xiaowei stroked her chin. Why are you only ranked 4th? You're quite impressive. A C remained silent for a long time. She was not angry. Let's not mention that. However, things are progressing smoothly on Lin Zixian's side. He's already taking Wan back to her grandfather's house. If nothing goes awry, she will be spending the night at the Yin family's old residence. Well, it seems he's quite capable. As long as he doesn't let Wan realize he likes her, it will be fine. And Xiaowei didn't care about the clothes anymore and stretched lazily. Evenings were bothersome. Because it meant she had to take a bath again. For a pure-hearted youth, these things were too difficult. Boo-hoo. Just like the previous titles, apart from Yu Mei and Tang Mei, this one is called Wei Mei. Yan Shen was unaware that he was about to face great trouble. He had just endured a punishment from the system, leaving him in so much pain that he felt he might faint. However, there is another person whose energy is quite abundant. The system's electronic voice was colder than usual, but Yan Shen could not afford to care about that. The system's words were a form of redemption for him. Who? Yan Shen hurriedly asked. This person is in Xiaowei, and her current energy is a blend of purple and red. Yan Shen had previously heard the system's explanation that white and blue represented the luck and energy of ordinary people, with white being average, blue being good, and black indicating significant misfortune. For celebrities, their energy was usually purple or red, with red being the best. And Wan's energy was a rich, vibrant red. As long as he maintained a good relationship with Wan, the system could transfer her energy to him, resulting in a dramatic increase in his fortune. Yan Shen always believed there was nothing wrong with his plan. As long as he became wealthy, treating Wan well would suffice. After all, she would be his wife, so why would she need to go out and act? That was impossible. He disliked women who exposed themselves. But system, are you suggesting I seduce in Xiaowei? Yan Shen nearly dropped his jaw in disbelief. What seduction? Relying on that? I'm not that foolish, and Xiaowei is graduating soon, and with her qualifications she'll undoubtedly have a bright future. However, we might not be able to wait until then. You need to take her to a deserted place, and then I will absorb her. The system's voice was chillingly cold, as if it was as simple as having lunch. Kill her. Is that really possible? Yan Shen felt a pang of anxiety. It wasn't that he was afraid, he just worried that if Xiaowei went missing, it would lead back to him. He was still young and did not want to face prison time. As for Xiaowei, if she died, it wouldn't bother him. He found her annoying regardless. Fine, can you trust me to handle this? I guarantee there won't be any residue left. You just need to bring her out. After the deed is done, all previous task rewards can be given to you. This reward was incredibly tempting. Yan Shen swallowed hard. I'll take care of it. With that money, he could have any woman he wanted, just like those harem novels. The immersion was strong. He already saw himself as the main character. With Li Zhao's presence, Yan Shen's perspective had long changed. Being devoted felt too fake. After a day or two, Yan Shen finally sent a message to Xiaowei. Your sister's belongings are still with me, you can take them back. At that moment, Xiaowei had just finished showering. Upon seeing Yan Shen's message, she frowned. What was this guy up to? According to the subsequent events in the novel, Yan Shen was a ruthless and cunning man, and Xiaowei could not underestimate him. However, modern society was relatively harmonious and nothing unexpected should happen. And Xiaowei thought for a moment and retrieved a treasure from Wan's room. A personal safety spray. And Wan's room was cluttered with all sorts of things, and this was something she rarely needed. You can just throw those things away. Even so, Xiaowei was not planning to be easily fooled. Yan Shen was not worried that Xiaowei would not fall for it. Just by observing her behavior, he knew she cared deeply for her sister. That item is your sister's favorite treasure, and it won't be easy to take away. So he wanted her to come over, huh? And Xiaowei now saw through Yan Shen. She didn't care whether Yan Shen had a system or not. Her responsibility was to protect her sister's bright future. Alright, send me the address. And Xiaowei's expression turned cold. Yan Shen finally managed to convince Xiaowei, and the thought of the immense wealth soon to be his made him smile uncontrollably. The seaside villa was ultimately still his. Upon seeing the address, he sent Xiaowei forwarded it to Lin Zixian. Bring my sister here in about half an hour. Lin Zixian asked no further questions and simply replied with an okay. And Wan had been staying at the old house for the past few days. She valued family ties and wanted to spend more time with her grandfather, as once she got busy she would find it hard to see him. Lin Zixian was also devoted, treating Grandpa and with great respect, which significantly enhanced Wan's feelings toward him. However, they were still in a normal friendship. and Xiaowei left the villa area on her bicycle with a bag on her back. She called a cab to the address given by Yin. To prevent Xiaowei from becoming suspicious, Yin Chen dared not choose a too secluded location, but what he didn't know was that Xiaowei was already aware of his system. Why did the male lead call me to such a shabby place? And Xiaowei looked around at the old residential areas which were on the brink of demolition and nearly deserted. Occasionally a few small shops by the street were open, but their signs were covered in dust. As soon as Xiaowei arrived, Yin Chen followed closely behind. At that moment the two stood at the entrance of a small alley between two residential complexes. Yin Chen looked at Xiaowei and for once he revealed a hint of kindness toward her. "Little Wei, you finally made it." And Xiaowei felt a chill run down her spine from this form of address. Stupid idiot, get lost. She really wanted to slap the male lead, but she still held herself back. "Where's the stuff?" And Xiaowei asked coldly. If it wasn't for her physical condition, she would have made Yin Chen lie on the ground to speak to her. "The stuff. No rush, but would you like to chat a bit more?" After all, life is short. Yin Chen spoke lightly, a strange smile curling on his lips. "Are you out of your mind?" And Xiaowei thought this person had gone crazy. To her surprise, Yin Chen showed no signs of anger and instead moved closer to her. He reached out to pinch Xiaowei's cheek, but unexpectedly Xiaowei took out her personal safety spray and sprayed it in his face. Yin Chen cried out in pain, covering his eyes and curling up in agony, wishing he could roll on the ground. Fool! A red light suddenly shot out from above Yin Chen's head. This was Yin Chen's system. And Xiaowei was momentarily stunned before she could even ask. The red light swiftly zipped toward her and drilled into her forehead. What was happening? And Xiaowei did not expect this to occur. The system also did not foresee that Xiaowei's body was empty. After much effort, a light spot rushed toward her. It had assumed that someone with such excellent luck would be hard to capture, but unexpectedly it faced no resistance. However, once inside, the system was taken aback. The milky white space before it felt oddly familiar, with a thin veil of mist that made it feel like a villager entering a city. Yes, that was the feel. It had heard its siblings mention that major company systems often had such spatial configurations. Wait. And Xiaowei had a system. But a world could only accommodate one system, otherwise wouldn't it become chaotic? It heard a clear, gentle voice like a beautiful melody flowing from high mountains. Oh, is there such a good thing? As the system from the village had yet to recover from the stunning scenery of the city, it caught sight of a graceful silhouette emerging from the mist. A curtain of jade made from strings of silver beads hung before the red glow system. Behind the curtain, a seemingly languid beauty sat upon a chair that appeared to be constructed from misty light. The beauty wore a gown of pale golden silk embroidered with delicate silver butterfly patterns. A white woven gold ribbon cinched her slender waist, and her black hair was styled up, adorned with pairs of pearl tassels on either side, while a crown of deer spirit horns perched atop her head, exuding an extraordinary nobility. With a smile on her peach-like face and an air of refreshing elegance, she raised her willow-like brows to regard it. Surrounding her were floating screens of blue light, and the red glow system immediately recognized the person before it as the system. Systems are generally composed of data. Only the large companies and productions can manifest them in human form. My mom said that if I don't go home to eat porridge today, she will beat me to death. The red glow system was already sweating profusely, and before it could react, it found itself entirely in the hands of that beauty. The red glow system recalled a saying, a small witch meets a great witch. Was it still too late to surrender now? It realized its mistake. It should not have come to this sorrowful place. If it hadn't come here. The red glow system's thoughts were interrupted by a "see. I just thought of 2 words. What? The red glow system trembled. Advanced systems hold absolute power over lower systems. They can unleash their wrath on their hosts, but against advanced systems. For instance, have you ever seen a courtesan brutally beating a bandit? The red glow system felt like a virtuous maiden cornered by a bandit, utterly pitiful and at the mercy of others. Given for free, a "see said coldly. Also, it's truly a case of a small cat meeting a big cat, a "see laughed. As she finished speaking, a "see gently squeezed the system in her palm. With a crunch, the red glow shattered into countless specks of light, instantly dissipating into the air. Not even a bite of hot food had been consumed. A "see, are you okay?" And Xiaowei, unable to hear the commotion in the space, worried that something had happened to a "see. I'm fine." A "sis" voice was gentle. But what's going on with him? And Xiaowei looked down at the writing. Yin Chen was in immense pain, almost driven to madness. Each system is bound to its host's soul, and his system had been forcibly destroyed by a "see, resulting in the agony of having part of his soul violently stripped away. However, a "see acted quickly. After a minute of rolling about, Yin Chen ceased his wailing, lying on the ground gasping for breath. "System, are you there?" Yin Chen was filled with panic. Yet there was no cold electronic voice responding to his call. After 3 minutes of calling out, Yin Chen suddenly understood something. The system had abandoned him. The system had previously stated that the better the host's innate conditions, the more beneficial it would be to it. As for why novels don't choose inherently strong characters as protagonists, it's simply because systems find it difficult to invade such souls. "You return my system. You return my system." Yin Chen in a frenzy stood up and seized in Xiaowei's shoulders. Due to the system's removal, his face reverted to its original appearance. He had a face full of acne, thick lips, and deep wrinkles around his eyes. Though his features were very ordinary, the blackheads on his nose nearly gave Xiaowei a phobia of clusters. As a man, and Xiaowei was also quite disgusted. What are you doing? Lin Zixian had just arrived and hurriedly rescued Xiaowei, who was almost dizzy from being shaken. And Wan was somewhat frightened by the scene but still shielded Xiaowei behind her. What do you want to do to my sister? However, this figure looked somewhat familiar to Wan. Yet when that person raised their head, Wan was so frightened that she stepped back several paces. This person looked extremely ugly. There was even a hint of lewdness in their appearance. Wan, it's me, Yan Chen. I don't want Li Jiao anymore, I like you. That Li Jiao is just a shameless person. Thinking of Li Jiao made Yan Chen's teeth itch with hatred. If it weren't for Li Jiao's seduction, how could such events have unfolded? And Wan would not have betrayed him. And who was this man? Yan Chen glared at Lin Zixian with malice in his eyes. Who is this man? Are you trying to cuckold me? Let me tell you, that's impossible. You are my woman, and Wan, you can only serve me. Yan Chen had gone mad, grabbing Wan's arm and leaning in to kiss her face. And Wan could not endure such a stimulus. Her eyes rolled back and she fainted. Lin Zixian, while catching Wan, kicked Yan Chen against the wall. Are you crazy? Even if you're a fan, you can't act like this. It's ridiculous. No wonder Xiaowei wanted me to hurry over and help. Lin Zixian had never encountered such a situation and hurriedly picked up Wan, looking at Xiaowei. Xiaowei, let's go. Don't get entangled with such a person, it's pointless. Take my sister to the car and wait for me for 3 minutes. And Xiaowei smiled at Lin Zixian. Lin Zixian glanced at the man, feeling that he had no capacity to retaliate, and then walked away with concern. She has something to tell you. And Xiaowei looked at Yan Chen, who was sliding down the wall with a cold expression. Yan Chen's murky eyes shifted slightly before finally focusing on Xiaowei. He felt immense hatred, yet he had no strength to stand up and accuse Xiaowei. Who, he croaked. Naturally, that was the original Xiaowei. Yan Chen felt the eyes of the person before him suddenly turn to disgust and hatred. Before he could react, a slap landed on him, leaving him dazed. It's all your fault. If it weren't for you, how could my sister have become a top star? You who relied on your golden finger to deceive my sister. Not only that, but after kicking her away, you were afraid she would expose you. You disguised yourself as a lovesick fool, saying my sister was having an affair, and everyone despised her, calling her a slut. If it weren't for the fact that very few people knew my sister's real name, she wouldn't dare step outside. Every time I think about how years later I saw that woman who clearly looked 30 but labored as if she were 50, handing out flyers under the scorching sun, tears would flow uncontrollably. My sister was such an outstanding person. If not for Yan Chen, she would have lived a life of wealth and ease. By that time, Yan Chen had already established a business empire, and global conglomerates would bow before him with enough wealth to bury her. After all, Xiaowei was just a girl. Despite her excellent education, how could she compare to the cheat code wielding Yan Chen? She was not a protagonist in a novel. Even a chance at rebirth required many sacrifices. What are you talking about? Yan Chen could not comprehend the words of the person before him. And Xiaowei kicked him hard again. Yan Chen was in great pain. When he looked up again, the resentment in her eyes had vanished, and Xiaowei lowered her head to look at Yan Chen, calming the resentment left by the original owner, and felt her mood improve significantly. The two locked eyes, but Xiaowei was still forced to look away due to Yan Chen's unattractiveness. Drink more hot water and go to bed early. And Xiaowei left Yan Chen with these 8 words before turning to leave. However, as soon as she got into the car, she remembered something. AC. Where is Li Jiao? Although Li Jiao's sacrifice was indeed unexpected for her, the way to grasp a man's heart was something she had taught Li Jiao. This matter, she still felt guilty towards Li Jiao. In the novel, she was not a good person, but she indeed hated Yan Chen because he secretly harmed Wan in the early stages, resulting in a tragic fate for Li Jiao's parents and herself. Therefore, as compensation, I will give her the memories of her past life. AC thought for a moment, and this was the only way to compensate Li Jiao. However, this intention could only come from her side, since the original owner and Xiaowei loathed Li Jiao to the bone. Thank you, AC, I'll give you a pen refill. And Xiaowei sneakily glanced at Lin Zixian, who was driving in front. She then placed her hands in front of her, making a big heart gesture to AC. You are seducing me. AC's voice had a hint of coldness. And Xiaowei. You must have a dirty mind to think that. And Xiaowei expressed her disdain for the system's thoughts. Dirty people see everything as dirty. She is a pure-hearted youth. However, system, after I leave regarding that medicine from Suya. And Xiaowei still remembered what Ning Mo Ching had done. This matter was indeed too unfair to Xiaowei. Ah. That's fine. Even though you entered this world using Xiaowei's identity, your body is naturally not hers. It is the latest body from our company that can be reshaped for hosts, each tailored for the system-bound hosts, and each world updates the body data according to the characters in the book. When you entered, you used this body. So the body I will resurrect with is also this one. And Xiaowei was somewhat excited. Doesn't that mean she can be revived immediately? Of course not. This body works well in the novel world, but it lacks something in the real world. Soul power. And Xiaowei knew what AC was going to say. However, this seemed like a difficult thing to accumulate. But she felt like she was forgetting something. Oh, right, now that Yan Chen's system has disappeared, logically speaking, there shouldn't be any possibility between him and Wan. Yet the task progress was still stuck at 99%. Did that mean she had to wait until An got married before she could leave? It was really troublesome. While Xiaowei was complaining, An in front slowly woke up, rubbing her aching brow. Remembering what had just happened, she couldn't help but shiver in fear. By the way, Xiaowei, you didn't get into any trouble, did you? An hurriedly turned her head to ask. Know that Yanchen is sick, and Xiaowei replied irritably. To be honest, if Yanchen hadn't insisted on finding trouble with her, she probably wouldn't have ended up in such a situation. So you mean he is Yanchen? An frowned for a while. She clearly remembered that Yanchen was not. An's mind filled with the image of that pockmarked face, and all her memories of Yanchen morphed into that pockmarked face while she blushed and felt her heart race at the sight of it, even wishing to throw herself at him. An. Does she have a problem? An genuinely couldn't understand how Yanchen became her boyfriend. It was truly terrifying. An's heart was still unsettled. By the way, Xiaowei, should I take you back to the villa or should I take you back to Grandpa's house? Grandpa misses you a lot. Lin Zixian thought about how Xiaowei was in a bad mood earlier and then turned to ask. After all, both the villa and Xiang village were in the same direction. Even though the eldest granddaughter An was understanding and gentle, the mischievous Xiaowei was also deeply favored by the old man. Let's go to Grandpa's house. I have already submitted my thesis to my advisor. Once he finishes reading and provides feedback for revisions, he'll head home. With Ning Moqing's supervision, her thesis was already the fastest submitted in the class. The topic had long been decided, so as long as the thesis was revised a few more times, graduation would not be a problem. Alright, if you need any revisions on your thesis, you can ask me too, Lin Zixian said with a smile. It's okay, writing a thesis just requires having hands. And Xiaowei waved her small hand. Having been pressed by Ning Moqing to write her thesis, she had become somewhat adept. Then it's settled. Lin Zixian smiled down. After all, the future little sister-in-law had helped him a lot. Although he had not yet gotten together with An, he was already very happy to be friends with the goddess at close range. An watched Lin Zixian and her sister chatting so happily, and for some reason the panic in her heart dissipated significantly. This felt pretty good. However, very soon Xiaowei regretted staying at the Olden family house. Although the chefs in the An family were skilled, the dog food was hard to bear. Morning, and Xiaowei stepped out stretching just as she saw An putting on a coat and asking her something. Xiaowei, I'm going out to buy some breakfast. Is there anything you want to eat? You don't have a car here, I'll take you out. I happened to see something in the city yesterday and need to go pick it up. Saying this, Lin Zixian casually held An's hand. An's face suddenly turned red, her ears burning. Before she could say anything, Lin Zixian quickly pulled his hand back. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to, sister. Fine, let's go together, An chuckled awkwardly, trying to ease the ambiguous atmosphere. Then the two of them left. Although they didn't hold hands, they chatted and laughed, and the atmosphere was very harmonious. And Xiaowei watched expressionlessly. It seemed that they didn't even give her a chance to say what she wanted to eat. Noon, Grandpa, how are the dumplings I made? Aren't they delicious? I think my skills have improved tremendously lately. An served a dumpling to Grandpa and revealing a gentle smile. Grandpa took a bite of the fragrant dumpling and said, it's quite good. Of course, how could you not? Look at who taught you. Lin Zixian said proudly. Then he turned and saw Xiaowei eating dumplings without lowering her head, staring at him expressionlessly. Just like that, she almost wanted to press her eyes against his face. Don't think she didn't see she was taught hand in hand. What was all this about? However, Xiaowei couldn't say that Lin Zixian was taking advantage of the situation, because it was really due to her sister being too foolish, and after a long time of teaching, Lin Zixian had no choice but to step in. Lin Zixian glanced at Xiaowei and finally looked at An. Sister, your sister is quite scary. And Xiaowei and An. Whoa, don't call me sister anymore, I can't bear it. And Xiaowei finally understood what it meant to lift a brick and smash one's own foot. The dog food is really well fed, I want feed it again next time. But do all girls like being called sister? And Xiaowei expressed her discomfort with sisterly. At night, and Xiaowei did not like going out at night. The An family lived in an old house and the bathroom was not in the bedroom. Unfortunately, Lin Zixian was taking a shower in the bathroom. And Xiaowei had been waiting on the sofa for a while, and after getting tired of scrolling through videos, she looked up to see An knocking on the bathroom door in a pink bathrobe just as it swung open from the inside. An suddenly tumbled into Lin Zixian's arms. The clean scent of shower gel on him made An's cheeks flush, and she hurriedly took a few steps back in panic. I didn't mean to. Before An could finish her sentence, she slipped back into the bedroom like a little rabbit. Lin Zixian ran his fingers through his damp hair and glanced down with a smile, only to catch Xiaowei's piercing gaze from the sofa. Lin Zixian. This kind of life continued for 4 days, and Xiaowei finally couldn't take it anymore. No way. She had to revolt. This place was not suitable for a single dog to live. Although Lin Zixian treated her well, he never forgot her share when buying food for An. However, Xiaowei still felt the world's malice towards single dogs. This place was simply unlivable. Xiaowei, are you really going to leave? Before leaving, An held her sister's hand, feeling somewhat reluctant. The girl still has school matters, just let her go back. After all, she is about to graduate. Then the old man will give her a few apartments in the eastern suburbs and she can just collect the rent and visit the old man more often. The old man couldn't bear to let his granddaughter suffer from work. After all, she is a girl and girls should be pampered. Thank you, Grandpa. And Xiaowei showed a sweet smile to Grandpa. Oh Grandpa, there's no need, Xiaowei is still young. And one wanted to mention that Xiaowei's refusal was not because she was unkind to her sister, but at Xiaowei's age it was always beneficial to gain more experience. Alright Wan, don't worry about this. By the way, you little rascal, make sure to take my dear granddaughter home, don't just drop her off at the community entrance. Grandpa shot a glance at Lin Zixian. He had already seen through this little rascal's inner thoughts. If it weren't for Xiaowei stopping him, he would have been the first to chase this little rascal out. He treated this little rascal like a dear grandson, yet he had the audacity to want to become his granddaughter's son-in-law. Sure Grandpa, don't worry, I'll definitely take her to the door. Lin Zixian patted his chest in assurance, and only then did Grandpa feel relieved as he watched Xiaowei get into the car. And Xiaowei waved goodbye to the two until they were out of sight, then lowered her head to fiddle with her phone. Asi looked at Xiaowei, who was engrossed in reading a novel, wanting to ask her what she thought of Ning Mo Qing, but he suppressed that impulse. Xiaowei, thank you. Lin Zixian said as he drove, feeling sentimental. No need to be so polite, just take me home. And Xiaowei recalled what Grandpa said and for some reason had a bad premonition. This premonition came true half an hour later. The car is out of gas. Lin Zixian truly did not expect such a thing to happen. And Xiaowei. She looked left and right, it was desolate and empty. Great, this godforsaken place with no village in front and no store behind, even a dog would shake its head. What to do? Lin Zixian and Xiaowei locked eyes. Call, let your friend bring some gas. And Xiaowei stretched lazily. Fortunately Lin Zixian was quite reliable, he really contacted someone. I don't have many friends in the city, I asked Wan and it turns out Ning Jie is nearby, so I had her come. And Xiaowei's phone slipped from her body. Who did you say? And Xiaowei didn't react, immediately blinking her eyes with a rather cute expression. Your sister's agent Ning Jie. I've heard she's really nice, I met her at a party before and she's a good person. Lin Zixian scratched his head. You should know her, right? After all, she is your sister's agent. And Xiaowei. Do you have no other friends? And Xiaowei showed a pained expression. Lin Zixian was silent for a long time before speaking. There are other friends, but they are all in the city center, it would take at least 2 hours to drive over. As he spoke, Lin Zixian felt something was off. You seem very afraid of Ning Jie, does she eat children? Lin Zixian pulled the car to the side of the road, confused. That's not it, I'm afraid she'll possess me. And Xiaowei hugged her delicate self, expressing her extreme fear. Lin Zixian was taken aback, suddenly turning his head with disbelief in his eyes. After a long while he shook his head to speak. She's a competitor, does she like you? Of course she does. But it doesn't quite count as liking. And Xiaowei lowered her head, pondering the relationship between the two. Well, she couldn't quite figure it out. You can compare her to Yuan Gu, while I am just a pitiful she-sure sauce. As she spoke, Xiaowei shivered, looking pitiful and clueless. Lin Zixian was speechless. He knew Yuan Gu, an assassin in the side lane, he loved she-sure more than Yao. Even so, you can rest assured that Ning Jie's personality doesn't seem like someone who would force herself on others. If it really comes to that, just wear less later, not only will you run faster, but if caught it would just take a few seconds to strip you. Just close your eyes and it will all be over. And Xiaowei was left speechless, it was the first time someone had her at a loss for words. This person is a beast. You weren't like this before. And Xiaowei said with a straight face. You've led me astray. And Xiaowei thought that was indeed true. Well, she had led the rhythm well, she wouldn't let it again in the next world. The two didn't chat for long when Ning Mo Qing drove up and stopped by the side of the road. Let's go get out of the car, after all I am going to take you home. Lin Zixian didn't know why, but he felt very relaxed when interacting with Xiaowei. It felt like good brothers. Although it was a bit strange, it was pretty much like that. After all, they both ended up being pounced on by women, which could be considered a gender. And Xiaowei reluctantly got out of the car and then noticed that Ning Mo Qing was rarely not wearing a skirt but rather dressed in a casual outfit of white and pink with a ponytail, looking energetic and lively. Xiaowei is here too. He'll give you some support. By the way, I need to head back to the city center later, so Xiaowei can just ride in my car, I'll drop her off on the way. Ning Mo Qing pulled out a can of gasoline from the trunk and handed it to Lin Zixian. And Xiaowei lowered her head and sent a string of messages to Lin Zixian. Did you see that? This woman is already eager to sleep in my bed. Lin Zixian took a glance when he had the chance and decided to protect his little sister-in-law's innocence. It's fine, Ning Jie. I already told Grandpa and that I'm taking Xiaowei home. Lin Zixian flashed a big smile at Ning Mo Qing. Ning Mo Qing cast a glance at the petite figure huddled behind Lin Zixian and uttered a reluctant "oh." Seeing the fuel tank nearly full, Lin Zixian screwed the cap back on the can and handed it to Ning Mo Qing. And Xiaowei hurried into the car, yet the moment she settled into her seat something felt off. Why was she afraid of Ning Mo Qing? It made no sense. At that thought, Xiaowei stepped out again and approached Ning Mo Qing's vehicle. The window was down and there inches from it appeared a delicate charming face. Was she about to kiss her? Ning Maching froze momentarily stunned. By the way, if you're free sometime I'll introduce you to a girlfriend. A great guy, my closest friend. Right then, and Xiaowei patted Ning Maching's shoulder before straightening her spine and climbing back into Lin Zixuan's car. Ning Maching. Mischievous. What are you doing? Lin Zixuan watched baffled by Xiaowei's sudden maneuver. Nothing, I'm just proving how strong I am. I'm not scared of her at all. Lin Zixuan. Seems ineffective, and just now you look like you were trying to be cute, he admitted, voicing his honest impression. Fine, shut up. And Xiaowei snapped. Lin Zixuan obediently fell silent. Yet there was only one road into the city, and Ning Maching's car trailed steadily behind Lin Zixuan's. Worried his younger cousin might feel uneasy, Lin Zixuan glanced back at a red light. She was already gone. Cradling a large cat-shaped pillow, she slept soundly, deeply at peace. So, was she truly afraid of Ning Maching? Lin Zixuan couldn't make sense of it. The moment Xiaowei woke, Ashi's voice pierced through the haze. Don't you like Ning Maching? Who is Ning Maching? Still drowsy and disoriented, Xiaowei's mind swam with fog. Ashi. Ah, her right. I remember. But I'm leaving soon anyway, why would I even try to seduce her? And Xiaowei yawned widely, speaking with startling sincerity. Truth be told, Xiaowei did harbor some affection for Ning Maching. After all, they'd spent so much time together, and Ning Maching was undeniably beautiful. To claim she felt nothing would be a lie. Ashi opened her mouth, then faltered, unable to continue. True, but judging by how quickly Lin Zixuan and Anwan are progressing, your window to speak with Ning Maching won't last long. So, give her memories worth treasuring. How well do you know Ning Maching? And Xiaowei had long suspected Ashi kept nudging her toward Ning Maching. Could it be Ashi enjoyed shipping two women together? How unsettling, this Ashi. Not quite. In any case, Ning Maching isn't foolish. Once the real Xiaowei returns, she'll recognize the difference instantly. Treat it as a romance, leave no regrets. If needed, I'll erase Ning Maching's memories afterward. When Ashi saw Xiaowei's expression shift, assuming the mention of departure had upset her, she barely had time to offer comfort before Xiaowei erupted. You love shipping couples. And Xiaowei cried, devastated. Ashi. Once again the urge to discipline her host surged. All right, I'll listen. I won't avoid her. And Xiaowei finally conceded. Yet she never imagined Ning Maching's car would vanish only as it neared the villa district. Lin Zixuan dropped Xiaowei at the villa gate. Xiaowei, text me if anything comes up, I'm off now. Only after watching her unlock the door did he breathe easy and pull away. Go on, head home. And Xiaowei waved goodbye to Lin Zixuan. As soon as his taillights disappeared, a hand seized her wrist. Xiaowei. Ning Maching stood before her. Expecting her to flee, instead Xiaowei blurted, holy hell, you scared the crap out of me. She'd materialized like a ghost, genuinely startling. No vulgar language. Ning Maching frowned, faint displeasure flickering as Xiaowei stared openly. Do you like that man? She meant Lin Zixuan. Ning Maching knew nothing of Lin Zixuan's relationship with Anwan, only that Xiaowei had hidden behind him, and that unsettled her deeply. Nonsense, I need to clean up. It's been ages since I've been home, everything's coated in dust. Having spoken, Xiaowei recalled Ashi's instruction and deliberately grasped Ning Maching's hand. We'll go out once I'm done cleaning. Aside from the herbal medicine incident, this was the first time Xiaowei had initiated contact. Are you planning to go out? Ning Maching pressed her lips together, asking quietly. And Xiaowei. Truthfully, she loathed exertion, but being outside felt safer than staying in. At home. That would inevitably lead to closeness. Movies, or maybe shopping. I'm not feeling well, I'd rather not go out. Ning Maching declined uncharacteristically. 0.01 seconds later, Xiaowei understood. She was on her period. Perfect, now Ning Maching would have little energy left. Then, would you like to come in and sit a while? And Xiaowei no longer hesitated. Life offered more than passive surrender, it demanded active engagement, and sometimes surrender simply wasn't an option. Ning Maching agreed without hesitation. Yes. And Xiaowei ushered Ning Maching inside. It had been weeks since her last visit, the villa was draped in fine dust. She wiped it away carefully with a cloth, then turned to Ning Maching seated on the sofa. Ning Maching wasn't looking at her phone, her gaze remained fixed on Xiaowei. She knew Xiaowei was about to leave, that was why she felt such urgency. Yet despite their shared past life, it was utterly impossible for Ning Maching to claim she didn't love Xiaowei. Still, she'd struggled to accept, in an instant, her former lover transformed into a woman. And worse, shorter than herself. Standing beside her, it felt as though she'd adopted a tiny living pet. Why are you staring at me? And Xiaowei asked, flustered and ill at ease. I missed you. Her words were startlingly direct, so much so that Xiaowei's ears flushed crimson and she nearly wiped her face with the rag. This talk of missing, how absurdly intimate, like a couple in love. The atmosphere grew unbearably tender, and for a fleeting second Xiaowei regretted inviting Ning Maching inside. Damn it, did the system shop sell name change cards? Maybe she'd rebrand as Songren 2 from now on. Don't tease me, I can handle it. And Xiaowei said sternly, yet puzzled, why did Ning Moqing like her? Had she somehow grown a universally irresistible face? She turned to the mirror above the counter, and there it was, her own caterable reflection, slightly flushed as if simmering gently. Was she blushing? Utterly ridiculous. I'm not teasing you, Ning Moqing murmured, brows knitting faintly. Teasing isn't my habit, you misunderstand me profoundly. And Xiaowei. Even a dog would shake its head at that line. If you don't tease, then does that mean I do? She nearly pointed a finger at Ning Moqing. Be serious, this was her home. Then, how would you tease me, she asked. And Xiaowei just wanted to punch Ning Moqing. Come on, she's just a pure-hearted youth, how could she be good at teasing others? I am not good at that. And Xiaowei didn't even blink, her face expressionless as she wiped the table. If you keep wiping that table, I feel like its surface is going to be ruined by you. Looking at Anwan's most precious table, Ning Moqing ultimately couldn't help but speak up. And Xiaowei. Forget it, I'll just tidy up the bedroom. And Xiaowei pushed open the bedroom door. It had been several days since she last came back, but fortunately there wasn't much dust and she finished wiping it down in a few minutes. As soon as she turned around, she unexpectedly bumped into Ning Moqing at the door, landing right in his arms. She still carried the scent of flowers from that night, and Xiaowei awkwardly froze with the cloth in her hand, which then dropped. And Xiaowei now felt extremely uncomfortable. The most awkward part was that her face was buried in the source of her embarrassment. It was truly a life-or-death situation. She took a step back, but unexpectedly Ning Moqing didn't mind at all and instead looked down at her. Her eyes were quite beautiful, reminiscent of a classical beauty from a film, with long eyelashes drooping and her gaze shimmering with moisture. What are you staring at me for? Ning Moqing. And Xiaowei's words completely shattered the originally ambiguous atmosphere. Good question, but please don't ask again next time. Ning Moqing thought to himself that surely Xiaowei's mother must regret giving her such a mouth when she was born. And Xiaowei hurriedly wriggled free from Ning Moqing's embrace. That was a close call. She nearly gave herself away. And Xiaowei disposed of the cloth and then changed into a set of clothes in the bedroom. To ensure convenience, she specifically chose the pair of jeans that were least in her wardrobe. She would never have worn something like this before, as it was too tight and would highlight certain features. But now it was different. What she didn't expect was that once she emerged, Ning Moqing actually looked at her a few more times. What does that mean? And Xiaowei's internal alarm bells rang loudly. Could it be that these jeans were open crotch? Startled, she hurriedly looked down. However, it was quite obvious that it was not the case. Let's go watch a movie, I've already bought the tickets. Come on, Ning Moqing said as he held in Xiaowei's hand. And Xiaowei's face was somewhat awkward, but she still followed him step by step. But why does it have to be a horror movie? And Xiaowei glanced at the movie title and nearly turned pale. Indeed, it's hard to believe, but as a grown man she was afraid of ghosts. However, Xiaowei could assure herself repeatedly that in the past she had always seen herself as a tough guy and she loved reading horror novels late at night. Well, even if she was scared to death, she still liked them. Then, while using the bathroom at the dormitory in the factory, she saw a furry long-haired figure emerge from a stall, nearly getting scared half to death by her male colleague. Later she learned that the brother had a bit of a cross-dressing habit, but during the day everyone was busy tightening screws, so he could only return to the dormitory and wear something like a JK uniform with a wig. From then on, Xiaowei never dared to read horror novels or watch horror movies again. Ning Moqing glanced at the movie ticket and then at Xiaowei, whose legs were inexplicably shaking. Are you scared? If you are, I can change to something else, Ning Moqing asked with some concern. I'm not scared, and Xiaowei stubbornly insisted, even if it was torturous. Ning Moqing, she believed him. Whom was she trying to fool with those shaking legs? However, since Xiaowei said so, Ning Moqing decided to buy an extra bucket of popcorn, hoping it would help calm down the frightened Xiaowei. And Xiaowei anxiously followed Ning Moqing into the screening room, clutching the ticket. The movie hadn't started yet and Xiaowei was already getting nervous. Then she saw Ning Moqing pull out a pack of tissues from his bag. No way. Can you even use that during a horror movie? She was frightened. Tissues and wet wipes to clean your hands after eating popcorn later. Ning Moqing had no idea what Xiaowei was thinking. And Xiaowei numbly accepted them, nodding in a daze. Did that mean they were for her? That's even more wicked. And Xiaowei didn't dare to think any further. Just sit down, Ning Moqing said, noticing Xiaowei's nervousness and quickly giving a small smile. And Xiaowei sat down, leaned against the back of the chair and busily munched on the popcorn. The movie quickly started and Xiaowei originally thought she would just close her eyes and let the movie pass, but she couldn't help but open her eyes to watch. However, the horror movies currently being released were much less scary than before. But there was still some excitement to be watching the dark shadows floating across the screen, and Xiaowei stretched out her small hand. After the terrifying and eerie background music ended, she dared to slightly relax her grip and watched the movie plot through her fingers. Seeing her cute actions, a smile appeared at the corner of Ning Moqing's lips. Indeed, there were many differences between who she was now and who she was before, but her fear of ghosts was still the same. Not scared anymore? Ning Moqing asked gently. This is okay, it's not as scary as before, and Xiaowei replied, but she still covered her face with both hands. However, what puzzled her was that Ning Moching actually wasn't afraid. Oh right, if he was afraid of ghosts he wouldn't have chosen to watch a horror movie. The image of a delicate dependent girl simply does not exist. Now there are only delicate dependent boys. As they exited the cinema and Xiaowei looked up at the blinding sun finally emerging from the shadows of the horror movie. It felt refreshing, but what would happen at night? She still needed to use the bathroom. And Xiaowei was pondering where to spend the night when she heard a C speaking. Yan Chen is in trouble. What happened? And Xiaowei was taken aback. She thought the matter had already concluded but didn't expect there was more to it. He was beaten up by someone sent by Li Jiaojiu and that person was done for. And Xiaowei perked up her ears in intrigue. Are you saying that one? What the hell, I didn't expect a woman to be so ruthless. And Xiaowei was genuinely surprised. For example, you originally had a beautiful wife, oh no, you liked a beautiful girl. You went bankrupt for her and even your family is gone. Later you find out she's ugly and has a bad temper. Okay, I get it, I can understand. And Xiaowei waved her hand. Actually, Li Jiaojiu is very grateful to you. Even if Yan Chen's system hasn't disappeared, given Yan Chen's character, she would quickly see through him now. Asi hesitated for a moment before speaking. And Xiaowei, lost in thought, saw Ning Moching slip her a piece of candy. What's this for? And Xiaowei looked down at the piece of candy, stunned. We will always be together, right? Ning Moching suddenly asked. And Xiaowei truly did not expect her to say such a thing. She looked up at Ning Moching, her beautiful eyes shimmering with a hint of a smile filled with endless meaning. I. And Xiaowei opened her mouth slightly. The word stuck in her throat, unable to be uttered. Of course, I'm just asking if you have that expectation in your heart, not just putting on a facade. Ning Moching looked at her with a beaming smile. She eagerly awaited Xiaowei's answer, although she had always known what was in Xiaowei's heart. I hope so. And Xiaowei tightened her grip on the candy in her hand. She didn't know what it felt like to have her heart race, but she genuinely felt good about Ning Moching. Mainly it was the first time in her life that such a beautiful girl treated her so well. Really? You're not lying to me, are you? Ning Moching squinted her eyes and placed her hand atop and Xiaowei's head, gently ruffling it. Your hair is messy. No, I never lie. I really like you. And Xiaowei finally told Ning Moching the truth. So do you want to kiss me? The person leaned down and asked. And Xiaowei, being so close she could see the tiny pores on Ning Moching's face. However, her skin was very fair and smooth, making Xiaowei unable to resist reaching out to gently stroke Ning Moching's face. Sister Moching. She spoke sincerely. In fact, she was not wrong in addressing her that way, as she was originally a little younger than Ning Moching. What did you call me? Ning Moching was taken aback by this address. Xiaowei had never called her that. Unless it was that night. She had said it many times. Thinking back to all the times she had begged, sister, please let me go, I'm begging you. Now Ning Moching felt her ears flush with embarrassment, hurriedly blinking to cast those thoughts aside. Let's pretend I didn't hear that. And Xiaowei turned her face away. It was indeed awkward if it weren't for what Lin Zixuan taught her. She wouldn't have called Ning Moching sister. I heard you. Ning Moching chuckled. And Xiaowei, this person is doing it on purpose. And Xiaowei was highly suspicious that she was teasing her. Then next let's go to a nice place. Ning Moching pulled in Xiaowei into the underground parking lot, giving her a mysterious smile. What? And Xiaowei was a bit curious, but Ning Moching was very tight-lipped, not saying a word. Once we're there you'll know. She said this. And Xiaowei had to sit in the passenger seat scrolling through her phone while Ning Moching looked at her with gentle eyes, a hint of golden light flickering in her gaze. Before long, Ning Moching brought in Xiaowei to the place. It was Ning Moching's villa outside the city. Why did you bring me to your home? This was in Xiaowei's first time visiting Ning Moching's villa. She thought Ning Moching only had one home. I'm giving you some figurines. Ning Moching opened the door. And Xiaowei looked up and saw a figurine on the coffee table that was palm-sized, and it happened to be dressed in the same outfit Ning Moching wore when they first met. A life-sized Xiaowei, do you like it? Ning Moching brought the figurine box over and handed it to Xiaowei. Of course I love it. It's my first time receiving such a gift. And Xiaowei smiled widely, her lips curving up. Then it's time for us to leave. Suddenly Ning Moching grabbed her small hand. What does that mean? And Xiaowei was about to say something when Ning Moching leaned down, forcing her to lie back on the sofa. You. Before leaving I want to steal a kiss from you, that's not too much to ask. She lowered her head and gently bit in Xiaowei's lip. The fragrant taste intertwined, and Xiaowei momentarily lost herself, only to hear a message from the system. Host, the main quest is complete, I will teleport you back right away. And Xiaowei was plunged into an endless abyss of darkness while Ning Moching, who was originally kissing her, stood up. The surrounding blue screens rose and a few specks of golden light floated from her body, disappearing into this world with the blue screens in an instant. Meanwhile, in the milky white space, AC watched a glowing golden ball appear before her. It was Ning Moching, and also a part of her own soul. Only in the world where she possessed her own soul fragments could she control that fragment of soul which was Ning Moching. She certainly wouldn't casually choose someone as her host. This was her last assignment before retirement, and with the company's approval she finally had the chance to come to the real world to find Gu Wei's reincarnation. Then bind with her so that she could eventually resurrect this person. Asi merged the golden light into her own body, lowering her head in a complicated mood. After thinking for a long time, she still extracted the part of Ning Moking's emotions and placed that part into a safe. Working with personal feelings would easily affect Gu Wei's resurrection success rate. As Asi was lost in thought, she saw Gu Xiaowei return to the system space. Separated by a layer of white mist, she wanted to ask how Gu Xiaowei felt after leaving that world, whether she would still think of Ning watching. Is it because of Li Jiaojia that you came back? Xiaowei asked. After thinking for a moment, she could only attribute it to this reason. After all, Yanchen was already incapacitated and there would be no chance to marry a woman in the future. But she could choose a man. That's right, according to the rules you can rest in the system space for 4 hours, and this is the reward for this mission. As she spoke, a silver glowing box appeared out of the white mist. Xiaowei hurriedly caught it, opening it to find several beams of blue light merging into her soul, feeling warm and comfortable on her body. This is in Xiaowei's soul power along with some item rewards. Xiaowei looked down and saw a silver key. Special item world transfer key description allows the host to teleport to any place in the novel world with 3 uses per world. Asi, are you sure this is all? As soon as Xiaowei finished speaking, the system panel popped up. Novel name: After Rebirth, I was pursued by a super beautiful star wife. Quest completion 100, perfect quest rewards 30 of an Xiaowei soul light world transfer key 100 points. Does the host want to spend 10 points to open the system mall? Asi, Xiaowei suddenly called out. What's wrong? Asi was momentarily stunned. I want to take a nap, is that okay? Xiaowei revealed a hint of fatigue in her eyes, although she was currently in the form of white. Laughing to death, she didn't have any eyebrows. Asi remained silent for a long time. All right. Xiaowei didn't care about anything else and just lay down on the ground as it was warm here. She slept for more than 3 hours before slowly waking up from the ground. Open the mall. Xiaowei yawned lazily and said to Asi. She didn't know that during those 3 hours, due to the nature of the system space, 90% of her feelings for the people from the last world had been extracted. This was also for the host's own good, otherwise after traveling through so many worlds the host would eventually suffer from personality fragmentation and go mad. The first world mainly involved falling in love, so there weren't many emotional scenes. The new world is very sweet. New World Preview: travel through a tragic romance novel rescuing the beautiful master who sacrificed herself for the female lead. Xiaowei's identity disciple. The mall has successfully opened. Why are there still attribute points? Asi spoke very honestly. It sounded as if she were some sort of seductress. This attribute value is used in the world of the novel as a unit in the realm for character development reasons. Sometimes it may be necessary to enhance character attributes like appearance or strength, which can all be exchanged for points. Furthermore, if the host you are traversing has a bright future or a successful career, it will also aid in task ratings and rewards. Since the first world is a beginner's world, there are no side quests. The upcoming worlds will be more dangerous. After listening to Asi's lengthy explanation, Xiaowei understood. Are you planning to sell me by the pound? Xiaowei lamented. Asi. Would you allow that? Xiaowei questioned. I wouldn't want to. Xiaowei. What does that mean? Could it be that Asi has a crush on her? Damn, she knew that her brother's charm was irresistible and Asi couldn't resist. Stop being narcissistic. For the next world, choose from these 3 books. The time hasn't come yet. You can browse the mall a bit longer. Your current permissions allow you to bring 3 physical items from the mall to your world. Xiaowei scrolled through a few more pages. Then her gaze landed on a mushroom. Xiaowei stroked her chin, almost unable to react. A destruction mushroom. Wait, where's the pea shooter? If that doesn't work, I could settle for a squash. Unexpectedly, everything else was available, even equipment from various games, from a stupid card to an aircraft carrier. They basically had it all. However, the requirements are very strict. It's not a high-tech world. Those high-tech products cannot be brought to an ancient world. Yet Xiaowei still couldn't forget about the destruction mushroom. How about I buy a destruction mushroom this time and blow up the male and female leads? The task would be complete. Before they get blown up, I'll blow you up first, deep fried and sprinkled with chili and cumin, then drizzled with sesame oil. Asi was fierce, as if he could eat 2 children. Xiaowei, oh fine, if you want buy it then don't. Actually, the main issue was that she couldn't afford it. She only had 90 points. However, there are also furniture items from the system space inside. Xiaowei planned to wait a while and then spend points to tidy up and decorate her home. Sleeping on the floor every day will hurt my stomach when I have my period. Xiaowei closed the system mall. Looking at the glowing book in front of her, she went through her choices and finally picked the book in the middle. Last time she traversed a male-oriented novel. This time she would experience a female-oriented novel which she had never read before. The book was titled Heartfelt for You, Yet You Remain Unaware. It looked promising. Detected that host Xiaowei has chosen a world, now proceeding with the launch. Xiaowei vanished from the system space. However, just as she was in darkness preparing to absorb the book's plot, she saw a few sentences. To save his white moonlight, he personally took his wife's cornea. To get a divorce, he kicked his own son to death. She knelt in the heavy rain just to explain the misunderstanding to the man she loved, but he refused to see her, only concerned about his first love losing a strand of hair. She loved him deeply. She got stomach cancer but couldn't bring herself to tell him, while he kept her like a long-term blood bank for his childhood sweetheart. What the hell is this? Xiaowei felt like she had just seen a whole bunch of melodramatic clichés. Could this really be what a female-oriented novel is like? The male and female leads are a bit complicated this time, let me give you a heads up. A cis voice began to sound. Xiaowei suddenly regretted choosing this world. Wasn't it said that female-oriented literature is very appealing? Sweet love, who wouldn't like that? The author of the last male-oriented novel clearly looked like a single dog, but this time for family-oriented, well, it's mostly written by women. It can't be worse than that, right? The plot of the book was transmitted all at once into Xiaowei's mind. The female lead Su Qingyun is the only daughter of the prime minister doted upon at home. She and the prince Qi Moyujun were childhood sweethearts and grew up together. When Su Qingyun came of age, she was granted marriage by the emperor to marry Prince Qi Moyujun. Unexpectedly, Moyujun was only infatuated with his first love by Yueguang Xiaowei, whom he brought back from the battlefield. Xiaowei sacrificed herself for the male lead Moyujun long ago, so he treated her exceptionally well. All of this was Xiaowei's scheme. She was the daughter of a criminal and could not marry Prince Qi. To obtain the position of the princess, the years she disappeared were filled with plotting. She went to great lengths to save the emperor of another country, being treated as a biological daughter. Even when brought back by Moyujun, she concealed her identity. Su Qingyun could not compete with the scheming Xiaowei. Xiaowei framed Su Qingyun pretending to be poisoned and dying from Su Qingyun's actions, only to be found by Moyujun in a brothel and brought back. Immediately she whispered sweet nothings to Moyujun, administering medicine to the critically ill Su Qingyun. After Su Qingyun drank the poison, she was thrown out wrapped in a mat. Later, Moyujun, horrified, discovered that Xiaowei had intentionally framed Su Qingyun, and he mourned over Su Qingyun's portrait every day, longing for her return. However, Su Qingyun was not dead at all. After being thrown away, she was saved by the divine Dr. Mu Miao. Su Qingyun persevered and gave birth to the child in her womb, and once she recovered, she still wanted to return to see Moyujun. The couple was in love for a short time, but unfortunately her mother fell gravely ill, her eyes rotting away, requiring Su Qingyun's heavenly eyes. Moyujun reluctantly made a sacrifice, allowing the royal physician to act. After losing her sight, Su Qingyun was bullied by the servants and their home suffered a fire. She escaped from the royal residence and sought the divine Dr. Mu Miao in the valley, crying and kneeling, pleading for her help. Mu Miao had a compassionate heart and was swayed by the halo of the female lead. Moved by her plight, she reluctantly gave her own eyes to Su Qingyun. Unfortunately, her young son was ultimately killed by Xiaowei. Later, after several tribulations, Su Qingyun's family was also wiped out, indirectly caused by Moyujun. A few years later, Moyujun became the new emperor and conferred the title of empress upon Su Qingyun. The couple shared a deep love, united forever. After reading this, Xiaowei. No, that's not the question mark. It's this one. Is this novel reliable? Xiaowei suspected that her method of receiving the book's plot was wrong. She decided to stand and read it again. Is this an ancient tale or a fantasy novel? The swapping of eyes seems more convenient than modern surgery. And the heavenly eye, why not swap for a dog's eye instead? However, even if she changes her position to receive the plot, the story of this novel still has a happy ending, which is perfect. The last time Xiaowei felt this miserable was also last time. Inside, she felt as if she were being confronted by a large Tibetan mastiff. The main task this time is to separate Su Qingyun and Moyujun. Side task: assist Master Mu Miao in breaking free from the heroine's aura and help her regain her own eyes. Xiaowei glanced at the main task. Well, it seems she will have to stay in this world for several years. Su Qingyun and Moyujun are indeed a pair that shakes the heavens and earth. How could one possibly separate them? One is a masochist and the other is purely an abusive scoundrel. But regarding the side task, that divine doctor has gone blind. Xiaowei felt utterly confused. What divine doctor? Call him Master AC said irritably. Who would have thought that the soul fragments in this world would be in such a dire situation? Unfortunately, her ability to interfere with the plot is very low, otherwise she wouldn't be such a saintly character. Unless either Su Qingyun or Moyujun has some system. Xiaowei rubbed her aching forehead and finally looked around her surroundings. It wasn't too bad. A few wooden tables and chairs were set up and light blue curtains swayed gently in the wind. The bed beneath her was woven from vines and layered thickly, making it quite comfortable to sleep on. However, the only downside was that the bed was suspended. If it moves, it would sway quite a lot, wouldn't it? Xiaowei fell into deep thought. Oh wait, her character is collapsing. She is supposed to be a pure and innocent girl, the sweet and naive disciple of the divine Dr. Mu Miao. By the way, let me tell you something, AC suddenly spoke. This world might really need you to seduce women. The original owner had a strong affection for her master. It was that kind of affection. If the seduction succeeds, the task rewards will likely increase significantly. I'm talking about soul power. Soul power is the best for a newcomer like Xiaowei, as it can enhance the cohesion of her soul, allowing her to quickly develop her own appearance. Then she could. AC snapped back to her senses. She wasn't thinking about anything. It's all Ning Moking's fault. Her mind is filled with inappropriate thoughts and it has influenced her. Ha! Am I that kind of person? Ridiculous, even if the difficulty of the task increases I would never say I'd do it for that little thing. Xiaowei said as she stepped out only to freeze in place. The scenery was picturesque and a woman in a light green dress stood there, her eyes covered by a white veil. She had a graceful figure resembling a crescent moon's gentle glow and her face was exquisitely beautiful, radiating an air of unapproachable elegance. Mo Qing. Sister Mo Qing. No, that doesn't seem right. Xiaowei shook her head, still trying to process this fact, when C spoke up. That's right, she is Ning Qing. Xiaowei. C, this is your mistake. You can't spoil the plot like this. If you do, how can the readers continue to enjoy it? You're telling me everything. What will the readers have left to discover? The plot should be something to guess bit by bit. She's waiting for you to seduce her. C continued, her expression still flat and her tone icy. If you keep talking like this, we won't be able to communicate. Xiaowei found it very difficult to become friends with C. Are you going to go for it? C asked. Xiaowei scratched her head, her expression somewhat hesitant. About that. This time is good luck, you encountered Ning Qing's past life. In the next world you might not have the chance to meet her again. Go for it, Xiaowei decisively said. She still liked Ning Qing. C was very pleased. Remember to call her master in a soft and sweet voice and act cute, she likes that. Xiaowei. She just wanted to pack up and leave what was there to seduce. Moreover, given Mu Miao's current situation, even if she threw a flirtatious glance, it would just be for a blind person. Hearing footsteps, the beautiful figure in front slightly turned her cheek. Although she couldn't see, there were only her and her master in this valley. Little disciple, you're awake. The person's voice was gentle and warm. After all, coming from a medical background, her nature was gentle. Unlike Ning Qing's cold demeanor, her aura was even more ethereal, possibly due to her reclusive lifestyle. Master Xiaowei hesitantly called as she stepped closer to Mu Miao. Seeing the veil over her eyes, she felt a twinge of regret. But since Mu Miao was her master, she had to ask the heroine Su Qingyun to get her master's eyes back. Why should those two enjoy themselves while Mu Miao suffers in this mountain? If it weren't for having a disciple, she would spend her life without anyone to care for her, while the heroine Su Qingyun would only say a simple thank you in the end. It's not that Xiaowei is materialistic, but with Mu Miao in such a state and receiving no material compensation, that heroine is really something. Nevertheless, she was quite happy to reunite with Ning Qing. Xiaowei truly gave Mu Miao a flirtatious wink and made a few playful gestures with her fingers, while Mu Miao, confused, tilted her head, her face displaying bewilderment. Though they were clearly not the same person, their auras were surprisingly similar. Xiaowei leaned closer to Mu Miao, seriously observing her. Little disciple. What's wrong with you today? As Mu Miao instinctively looked up for a brief moment, their lips brushed together, soft and fragrant. Xiaowei's cheeks turned bright red and she panicked, stepping back too quickly and stumbled, falling to the ground. Fortunately, the ground was covered in soft grass and she was unharmed. She even managed to bounce back up on the bed a couple of times. Master, I didn't mean to. Xiaowei truly hadn't expected such a situation, it was completely beyond her imagination. Disciple, I know you didn't mean it. However, you are not a man, so there's no need to feel so constrained. Recently my body has become increasingly frail and I fear I will have to rely on you for meals. It's my fault for not taking good care of you. As she spoke, Mu Miao coughed lightly a couple of times, her cheeks flushed and beads of cold sweat broke out on her forehead. She reclined on the rattan chair, holding a handkerchief to wipe her forehead, presenting the image of a delicate and sickly beauty. C, is Ning Qing okay? Seeing Mu Miao so frail, Xiaowei felt a strange pang of sympathy. She's fine, she's just a bit weak. A little more nourishing soup will do, there's no serious illness. However, your beautiful master is delicate and lovely and shall likely need your care going forward. C in the system space opened a folding fan with one hand, her lips curling upward, hiding the mischievousness in her eyes behind the fan. For some reason, seeing the mischievous Xiaowei from the previous world, C also wanted to learn from her. At that moment, hearing Cis words made Xiaowei's eyes sparkle. Are you implying that I can switch from defense to offense now? At that moment, even without a phone or speakers, Xiaowei felt like singing her luck. Isn't good fortune coming? Gu Wei stood up. Oh yeah. That's right, I just hope you can cherish her, my little Wei treasure. Cis' eyes narrowed with a mischievous smile. She is weak, but it's just an act. Who are you calling baby? Xiaowei felt that C had become increasingly unruly lately. Such terms of endearment cannot be used casually. I am not your baby. I'm busy, don't cue me, Xiaowei expressed. She was too lazy to pay C any mind and instead looked at Mu Miao. Now with her eyes blinded, she could only sit outside watching as noon approached, leaving the cooking to Xiaowei. Master, what do you want to eat? The novel described the valley where the divine Dr. Mu Miao resided as an extraordinarily mystical place, a paradise where everything grown on the mountain, swimming in the water, or cultivated in the fields was a treasure. Even when she usually went out to buy spices, it was always Xiaowei who ventured out of the valley. This indeed provided her with the opportunity to get closer to the male and female leads. Not very hungry, just make something casual to fill my stomach. Mu Miao leaned back in her wicker chair, a hint of worry flashing across her brow. I wonder how Miss Su is doing these days, I truly feel for her. Upon hearing the name Su Qingyun, Xiaowei's lips curled down. This name does not do justice to the character. For this submissive female lead whose family was mostly killed by the male lead to still be together with him suggests she must not be a good person herself. Unfortunately, this novel was not fantastical enough, otherwise Xiaowei could call upon her father to punish this unfilial daughter. Master, you should worry about yourself. No matter how you say it, she is still from a wealthy family. As she spoke, Xiaowei turned to find a sickle to harvest the vegetables from the field. The tank still housed some fish she had caught earlier to nourish Mu Miao, which were just right to be cooked. However, before proceeding, Xiaowei still asked Mu Miao, "Master, you won't be angry if I kill the fish to nourish you, will you?" Mu Miao. After a long pause, she frowned. "As your master, I am okay with it." Yet she felt her disciple's words carried another meaning. The novel did not provide much introduction to Mu Miao's character, so Xiaowei was just worried that this divine doctor possessed a healer's compassion and would not even permit killing. Xiaowei, being from a poor background, found cooking to be a simple task. She processed the fish, stir-fried a few dishes, and steamed the rice, which all smelled delightful. These dishes and fish were free of pollution and tasted better than modern fare. "Master, it's time to eat." Xiaowei brought the food to the table, handing Mu Miao chopsticks. In the past, Xiaowei would use a large bowl to mix the dishes Mu Miao liked with rice so she wouldn't have to search for them on the table. Xiaowei prepared it this way as well. When Mu Miao lightly grasped the chopsticks, Xiaowei held her hand. Unexpectedly, Mu Miao's cheeks flushed and she stepped back slightly. Her voice was soft and flustered. "Disciple, what are you going to do to your master?" Xiaowei, for all this time she had never seen such a flustered Mu Miao, like a frightened little deer, making her utterly adorable. It was hard to resist. No, this was a grave sin. How could she think of becoming a rebellious disciple to her master? This was the type of villain she despised most in her life. "Master, I'm just afraid you can't reach the bowl," Xiaowei said while soothing the startled Mu Miao. Until Mu Miao touched the bowl, her ears were still tinged with pink and she appeared extremely shy. Xiaowei vowed that Mu Miao was completely trying to seduce her. Oh no, such a master would definitely be overwhelmed by her, left in a disarray of emotions. Xiaowei's mind was filled with bold thoughts, but currently it seemed that Mu Miao was not interested in her. Seducing women was a matter that required careful planning. "Aren't you the best at seducing women?" Hearing Xiaowei's inner thoughts, Asi felt somewhat confused. In her previous life, Xiaowei had trained Lin Zixuan to such an exceptional level, otherwise the task would not have ended so quickly. "What nonsense are you talking?" Xiaowei was truly exasperated with Asi. "Forget I said anything." Asi silently closed her mouth. "Master, after dinner I need to step out for a bit," Xiaowei said, looking up at Mu Miao. "The current plan is to find a way to restore Mu Miao's eyesight. However, system, I can't perform surgery." Xiaowei encountered a fatal problem. Asi cleared her throat. "Don't worry about that. As long as you bring Su Qingyun before Mu Miao and Mu Miao agrees, she can regain her own eyesight. Mu Miao's eyesight is also a divine eye, otherwise it wouldn't be useful to the female lead." With Asi saying this, Xiaowei felt a bit more at ease. Upon hearing Xiaowei mention going out, Mu Miao was slightly taken aback but nodded nonetheless. "Very well, just be careful as a girl when you go out. Come back before dark after buying some spices." Although Mu Miao was now blind, she was very familiar with the paths in the valley and could return to her room alone. Xiaowei felt relieved to depart. "All right, I will keep your teachings in mind, master." Before leaving, Mu Miao gave Xiaowei some silver, just a few taels, but enough to purchase spices. Seeing this, Xiaowei felt even more resentment towards the male and female leads. What kind of nobles were they that they couldn't treat their savior better? If it weren't for the fact that the valley had food and drink but only lacked spices and oil, Mu Miao would have long starved to death with her meager amount of "Then master, I will take my leave now." Xiaowei waved goodbye to Mu Miao and left the paradise along the small path in the valley. According to the plot, the female lead Su Qingyun's family was about to be executed. This was of course the male lead's doing. However, since he was a prince, he could definitely keep Su Qingyun safe. Moreover, there would be no more scenes with Xiaoyi, and the character in the plot was quite malicious, so Xiaowei did not wish to have any dealings with her. She planned to cause some trouble, alerting Su Qingyun about the domestic abuser Mo Yujun. But how to enter the Qi King's residence? Xiaowei pondered as she entered the capital city. From the map it was clear that the male and female leads were still together, but coincidentally they were not in the residence at the moment. Instead, they were at a tavern. Xiaowei glanced down at the small amount of broken silver in her hand. It was not even enough to feed a dog. She truly could not enter that tavern. Damn it, Xiaowei was angry, and the consequences could be severe. "Asi, can I take out a loan to buy some destruction mushrooms? If not, even a gourd will do." "Not a chance," Asi replied coldly. Xiaowei opened the shop to take a look. Fortunately, points could be exchanged for silver at a rate of 11000. Xiaowei let out a sigh of relief as she exchanged for 1,000 silver, first going to the tailor's shop to buy a set of clothes. The tailor's shop even had a mirror, allowing Xiaowei to finally see her appearance in this world. Though still an ordinary short girl, she was a delicate young woman nurtured by the beautiful mountains and waters, her face so tender it seemed as if one could squeeze water from it. Her lively eyes sparkled with joy and she wore a goose-yellow dress. She looked quite charming. "Miss, you wear that dress beautifully," the shopkeeper said hurriedly, having never seen such an enchanting girl before. However, even so, Xiaowei was not deceived. "Just this one, I won't buy anything else." The shopkeeper's face fell, but he still accepted the broken silver from Xiaowei's hand. This outfit spent all the silver Mu Miao had given her, but Xiaowei was very satisfied. Upon entering the tavern, a waiter hurried over, bowing and nodding. "Guest, would you like to sit in the main hall or in a private room?" "Go to the third floor, I want that one." Xiaowei pointed in a direction, knowing the male and female leads were there. The private rooms in ancient times had poor sound insulation, allowing one to hear what the male and female leads were up to. Upon hearing this, the waiter's smile blossomed like a flower as he quickly led Xiaowei upstairs. "Guest, would you like something to take away? Our tavern is the best in the capital. Do you prefer spicy or sweet dishes? I can recommend some for you." As he spoke, the waiter handed over something akin to a menu. Xiaowei casually pointed at a few items and finally got her wish to enter the private room. As soon as the waiter left, Xiaowei heard a deeply suppressed sobbing sound. "Xiaowei M. What is going on? This is a serious novel." Xiaowei truly did not expect this pair of tormented male and female leads to engage in such antics. She even heard Mo Yujun saying some rather melodramatic lines. "I tell you, I forbid you from seeing that person. You are my woman." But Su Gonggang is a eunuch. Su Qingyun lightly leaned against the wall, biting her finger, her eyes glistening with mist, her entire face and neck flushed. This man was always so domineering, yet she loved him to bits. She bit her lower lip slightly, and Mo Yujun used his reddened eyes to turn Su Qingyun's head towards him. "Even if he is a eunuch, it doesn't matter. I have had someone chop off his hand that touched you. You must understand, every strand of your hair belongs to me. I am driven mad with jealousy. Yuner, I really like you." The private room was filled with the heated whispers of the couple, leaving Xiaowei feeling utterly bewildered. "This novel is very popular," Asi said. Xiaowei. Oh. She was truly not very happy. Were the leads not afraid of being overheard? Or do they just enjoy playing around? It was getting out of hand. Su Qingyun's voice filled her ears. But soon there was silence, and after a few minutes, Xiaowei felt it was a bit outrageous, but she couldn't quite put her finger on it. After Xiaowei finished her meal and had the waiter bring some snacks, the waiter, being perceptive, wanted to ask Xiaowei if she wanted to change to another private room. Seeing that Xiaowei was not very happy, he retreated. However, what Xiaowei did not expect was that it was already dark and everything was still unresolved. "Let it be destroyed, I am tired," Xiaowei said, on the verge of tears. But the wise man had his own clever plan. Xiaowei found someone to buy a lively hopping rooster. Then she sought out someone skilled in lightness skill to toss the chicken into the private room where the male and female leads were. Aha, this was a scream of fright. Inside there was chaos as the chicken flew around. Before long, a dark-faced Mo Yujun emerged from the tavern holding the startled Su Qingyun. The male lead in female-oriented novels was undoubtedly striking a true dragon among men, and at first glance Xiaowei saw the cold and elegant Mo Yujun. Xiaowei wondered if after such a scare the male lead could still act like a normal person. But thinking it over, it seemed unlikely. After all, he was the male lead. Su Qingyun was quite scared, huddled in the carriage, crying with tears streaming down her face, pounding her little fists against Mo Yujun's chest. "You are so mean. I really dislike you. You are such a terrible person, boo-hoo." Meanwhile, the few shouts Xiaowei had paid a hefty price for finally began to bear fruit. Old Feng, have you heard? The Chancellor's family is going to be executed just tomorrow." "No way. The Chancellor is a great person. His son-in-law is Prince Qi. Shouldn't this just be talk?" Su Qingyun in the carriage heard mention of the Chancellor. Her misty eyes flashed with a hint of doubt. "Jun, what Chancellor? What happened to my father?" Mo Yujun groaned softly and pulled her closer, a wicked smile flickering in his eyes. "Xiao Yuner, you mustn't be distracted. He is my father-in-law. How could anything happen to him?" "You are so mean." Su Qingyun was utterly shy, letting out a soft whimper, biting her lower lip and casting a flirtatious glance at Mo Yujun. Instantly the carriage was filled with romantic tension. Xiaowei, thinking her mission was accomplished, revealed a satisfied smile. "Did the female lead hear that?" Asi paused for a moment. "You are too small-minded." She heard, but not everything she heard was complete. Thus Xiaowei looked at the carriage where the curtain was being blown wildly by the wind, even though the wind wasn't strong. She immediately frowned. After all, as an ancient woman, no matter how excited she was, it was impossible for her to be so intimate with her husband in such a manner. In an instant Xiaowei understood everything. They are in the carriage sobbing with their husband wailing away. Asi suddenly began to mimic in a dramatic tone. "You sound just like a brothel, madam." Xiaowei was truly about to be infuriated by the system. This person was just adding fuel to the fire. "I've said it before, the plot in this world cannot be that simple. Now is the sweetest moment, after all, soon their parents are to die. Without some such plot, how would it attract readers?" Asi spoke earnestly, although she also felt that this plot was indeed ridiculous. She didn't know who came up with it. It was utterly absurd. Xiaowei was nearly driven mad. She had spent money and effort only to find that it was all in vain. Alright, she declared that this pair of male and female leads had successfully caught her attention. The carriage rolled by Xiaowei. "Prince Yuner likes you very much." Xiaowei's face turned completely black like charcoal. If it wasn't for the red lanterns on the street illuminating her with her current complexion, she probably wouldn't be recognizable. "Are you alright? Shall we go buy some incense first?" Since it was a fictional world, the capital had no curfew, and in contrast it was the most bustling at night. Let's go buy some first. We need to return to the valley. I need to make a thorough plan. Xiaowei's expression was indeed not pleasant. Just wait. Damn it, she had never suffered such humiliation in her life. She was anxious. The plot in the novel is entirely fictional, representing a condensed version of the phenomenon in ancient romance novels, and is not meant to satirize any novel. Moreover, this plot is my own creation. I truly believe my plot is utterly absurd. If everyone laughed, remember to urge for updates. Caring for wild immortal grass is everyone's responsibility. Thanks. After purchasing some spices, Xiaowei hesitated for a moment before heading to the tailor shop to buy a few outfits for Mu Miao. Mu Miao was dressed rather plainly with hardly any accessories. Fortunately, the journey back to the valley was smooth under the moonlight. One downside of ancient times was the strict hierarchy and the lack of safety. The main issue was she couldn't play games. What should I do if I want to play games? Xiaowei complained to a C during her journey home. At least she had someone to chat with. Thinking about it, life in ancient times is indeed inconvenient. However, urban novels are always more popular than ancient ones, so I might not come back to the ancient times often in the future. That's true, a C comforted her. Xiaowei reluctantly accepted this answer. The male and female leads are really troublesome, but tomorrow the Prime Minister's family will likely be executed, right? Xiaowei pondered. According to the plot of the novel, the female lead didn't even get to see her family one last time. In fact, she could understand why. This was clearly to prevent the female lead's father from spitting in her face. Unfilial daughter. Wait, no, unfilial girl. Just thinking about it was so tragic. Yes, a C nodded. And then the painful story of unrequited love will begin. She escapes, he chases, and she finds it hard to fly away. We have to find a way to send a message to the Qiwang mansion, but this female lead seems more hopeless than An. No one was harmed by the male lead's halo, but as for this female lead, a C didn't believe that the female lead hadn't heard. She just seemed more concerned about her own romantic happiness with the Qiwang. Oh no, it was about that. Xiaowei's head suddenly felt bigger than a muggle's. Thankfully, they quickly returned to the house by the stream in the valley, and before entering, Xiaowei was astonished by the night scenery. In the hazy night, countless fireflies flitted about, sketching a silver mist of light, making it no longer difficult to see the path at night. Xiaowei finally understood why the novel referred to Mu Miao's residence as a paradise. This place is quite suitable for seclusion, and it's warmer than outside. Xiaowei returned to the house in a few steps. The door was open and fireflies flew in. She noticed a shadow on her bed. Xiaowei caught a few fireflies and placed them in a lampshade, setting it on the chair at the head of the bed. Then she finally saw the person on the bed. It was Mu Miao. Her breathing was steady, clearly in deep sleep. Why is she stealing my bed? Xiaowei felt quite annoyed. Isn't this giving her an opportunity? Girls should protect themselves when out. A C did not respond. Xiaowei gritted her teeth and had no choice but to go out, heading towards Mu Miao's room. Once inside, she saw a bamboo tube overturned on the bed, the bedding soaked through, clearly indicating that Mu Miao had accidentally spilled water on the bed while drinking. Xiaowei. This. Does it mean she has to sleep on the ground? Clearly not, so Xiaowei had to steel herself and return to her own room. The Mu Miao on the bed seemed to have been awakened by the sound of footsteps, lifting her head slightly towards the door. Disciple. You're back. Xiaowei nodded. Caught sleeping in her disciple's bed, Mu Miao's cheeks flushed red, but she explained, I accidentally knocked over the water from the bamboo tube and the bedding got wet. I felt it was inappropriate to change it myself, so I thought I would rest here for a while. What time is it now? It's late, master, you should rest early. Xiaowei thought for a moment that if it came to it, she could gather the stone bench outside and manage to get through the night. Where will you sleep? You might catch a cold outside. We are master and disciple after all, and I cannot bear to let you suffer from the wind. Moreover, we are both women, what's the harm in sharing a bed? Mu Miao slightly propped herself up and moved inward, gently patting the space beside her. Xiaowei frowned but still moved closer to the bed. She propped her hands on the edge of the wicker bed and leaned in closer to that stunningly beautiful face, gazing intently at her. Master, aren't you afraid of what your disciple might think with such boldness? Her warm breath brushed against Mu Miao's clean face, tickling her slightly. She could tell that her disciple, whom she raised since childhood, was serious. Even her breath momentarily halted. What did disciple mean? Mu Miao's fingertips gently pinched the bedding, her expression showing some panic as she covered herself with the quilt. What do you want to do to your master? She lightly bit her tongue, making her words sound soft. Xiaowei immediately grabbed the quilt, watching as Mu Miao shrank back into the corner, feeling a strange sense of intrigue. In her past life, it was always Ning Mo Qing teasing her. Since Mu Miao was so easy to bully, why not? Xiaowei had some wicked thoughts, slightly supporting herself with her hands and moving into the bed, cornering the startled Mu Miao against the wall, who turned her face away, revealing her clean and delicate collarbone. She was only wearing her nightgown, and now pressed against by her disciple, she wanted to put on all her clothes and escape from this terrifying little room. Disciple, you are a girl. Don't speak such rebellious words in the future. Feeling cornered, Mu Miao felt a hint of annoyance, her cheeks blushing. Is that so rebellious? Xiaowei chuckled softly. It was just this: she hadn't done anything. Mu Miao was already scared to death. It seemed to see was right. Her beautiful master was indeed delicate and lovely, and surely her sweetness was delightful. This was the way to go. As soon as Xiaowei spoke those words, Mu Miao became even more flustered, like a little rabbit that had stumbled into a wolf's den, tightly clutching the quilt. Xiaowei pressed closer, even boldly wrapping her arms around Mu Miao's waist, their faces pressed together, soft and warm. I can write the 4 characters rebellious words master. Xiaowei was caught up in the playful mood, forgetting her usual demeanor. Just as she was indulging in the moment, unexpectedly Mu Miao caught the hand that had been resting on her waist. Xiaowei. Immediately in a whirlwind she was pinned down on the bed by Mu Miao. Xiaowei. Mu Miao removed the hair tie from her hair, seized Xiaowei's hands, and in an instant bound her wrists together with a beautiful bow. Xiaowei. Master, what is this for? Xiaowei was caught off guard. Everything happened too fast, like a hurricane. Her smile was beautiful as her fingertip casually caressed Xiaowei's face, gently rubbing it. But, disciple, why is your face so tender? Mu Miao found it a bit strange. You got the wrong place. Xiaowei felt she had been tricked. She thought the new Ning Mo Qing was a soft and tender dumpling, but it turned out to be filled with black sesame paste. This was clearly a trap. Ah, it's all master's fault for not taking care of you properly. If I had understood your feelings earlier, you wouldn't be like this now, disciple. Mu Miao sighed, returning to her pitiful and delicate demeanor. It seemed that the agile Mu Miao from earlier was not the same person. Disciple, I am sorry for you, it is all my fault. I will certainly guide you properly in the future. Please do not be angry with me anymore. Mu Miao touched the blanket covering Xiaowei with it, her tone filled with sorrow. Xiaowei did not want to speak at all, for her head was covered by Mu Miao. Could it be that what happened earlier was just an illusion? It seemed like an illusion. She had seen Mu Miao's frail body, and the way her hands were bound was perhaps because Mu Miao feared she would do something inappropriate. After all, why would Mu Miao pretend to be weak? It wasn't for fun. In the novel, Mu Miao's character was always gentle, and Xiaowei pondered for several minutes to make sense of the strange events. She lowered her head to look at the bow on her hand, tried to bite it open, but it was indeed a dead knot. Biting it only made it tighter. Well, Mu Miao was blind, so it was likely that the bow was tied haphazardly. Xiaowei gave up, struggling, yawned while lying on the bed, stretched her head out, felt the warmth of the bedding, and comfortably fell asleep. The next day, Xiaowei was awakened by the sunlight outside. When she opened her eyes and looked at the wooden roof, she momentarily could not comprehend where she was. Who was she and where was she? Having been tied up all night, Xiaowei's arms were a bit sore. Meanwhile, Mu Miao was already gone, and Xiaowei couldn't help but hiss softly. Would this person frequently sneak into her bed? Otherwise, how could she get out of bed so deftly? You think too much. She could have just tested it right. She isn't as beastly as you imagine. Ah, see, grunted softly. So you're saying I am beastly? Xiaowei felt very sad. It turned out that this was the impression she left on the system. She was truly disappointed in the system. Whoa, I want to die, you are bullying me. Xiaowei pretended to cry while pinching her sleeve. Ah, see. Can you stop making a fuss? It's time to work. By afternoon the Prime Minister's family will be executed. Ah, see didn't want to pacify this noisy Xiaowei. This person had been reckless since the last world. So soon. Do I still have time? Upon hearing this, Xiaowei hurriedly bounced off the bed. There's still time, by the way, remember to eat. Ah, see glanced at the time. Xiaowei woke up quite early and she could still make it after eating. Alright, I'll go cook for master first. After saying this, Xiaowei looked at her tied hands. Oh no, this had not been untied yet. Xiaowei had to feel around in the cupboard for a pair of scissors, but cutting this dead knot herself was too difficult. She had to go out and ask her master for help. Is this it? Mu Miao held the scissors in one hand and finally found the strap she had tied last night. Yes, master, cut it off, otherwise I won't be able to cook. Xiaowei puffed her cheeks and said softly. All right. Mu Miao smiled gently, very obedient. This made Xiaowei once again believe that what happened last night was just an illusion. Once the strap was cut, Xiaowei hurried to cook. Although the stove was a bit difficult to use, she had somewhat gotten used. After quickly frying a few dishes, Xiaowei noticed that Mu Miao had finished eating, and only then did she clean up. Master, I will be leaving the valley again today. By the way, I bought you 2 outfits, you can try them on later. Upon hearing this, Mu Miao hurriedly stood up, looking a bit anxious. There isn't enough money, it would be better to buy some spices. How can you buy clothes? You don't need to worry about these things, master, I have my plans. I'm leaving now, Xiaowei said, pouring some water for Mu Miao into a bamboo tube to prevent her from getting thirsty before hurriedly leaving the valley. If Su Qingyun argued with Mou Jun, then she would have a chance to bring Su Qingyun back to the valley. There was no rush in breaking them apart. First she needed to cure Mu Miao's eyes. This pair causing the sky to collapse was truly not something that could be dealt with easily. Xiaowei entered the capital running breathlessly. What surprised Xiaowei was that the female lead was not together with the male lead. Of course the male lead must be going to see the Prime Minister's family being executed, admiring his labor results. How could he have time for the female lead? She finally had a chance to approach the female lead. At the very least she wanted to take her out to let the female lead's father spit on her face. However, to enter the Qi Wang's residence, the main entrance would not do. There were too many people and eyes. This world was different from the last one. If she tripped him in front of the male lead, the male lead would directly drag her out and execute her. Xiaowei circled around for a while before arriving at the back gate of the Qi Wang's residence. Soon after, a maid came out and cast a puzzled glance at Xiaowei. "Who are you? What are you doing here?" This sister, I would like to meet the princess. Could you make it convenient for me?" As Xiaowei said this, she took out some silver from her sleeve. The maid's eyes lit up at the sight of the silver, but her expression was still a bit hesitant. The princess usually does not meet with outsiders. Only then did Xiaowei inform the maid of her identity. "Well, you see, when the princess was in trouble before, my father saved her. My father is named Zheng Huan, and now he is seriously ill and about to pass away. I am heartbroken for my father and only ask that the princess can spare some silver to save my father's life." While saying this, Xiaowei took out a handkerchief and pretended to cry for a long time. "If I can't get the silver back, my poor father will leave and I won't be able to live anymore." Wiping away her tears, Xiaowei was about to crash into the wall. The maid hurriedly stopped her, looking at her with some pity. "Then I won't take this silver either. I have heard the princess mention Zhang Huan before. It was indeed he and his wife who saved the princess. I happen to work in the princess's courtyard. The princess has a good nature. I will help you ask about it. You wait here." As the maid spoke, she was about to leave, but Xiaowei still stuffed her with some silver. "As long as the princess knows, her kindness will save my father's life." The maid nodded and hurried inside. "I thought you were going to expose your status as a divine doctor's disciple," Asi said, a bit surprised. "How could that be? If I said that, wouldn't everyone know? As long as I can see Su Qingyun, I can tell her about the prime minister's family." As for Zhang Huan, although it was a bit inappropriate to use his name in the book, Zhang Huan had no heirs. When Mo Yujun checked later, it wouldn't implicate Zhang Huan. Before long, the maid hurried back, looking at Xiaowei, who was sighing, and said with concern, "All right, this young lady, my princess, has learned of the matter and asked me to bring you over." "Thank you, sister." Xiaowei called her sister, which made the maid feel quite pleased. "It's a small matter, come with me quickly." The maid waved her hand, urging Xiaowei to hurry inside before closing the back door. One cannot deny that using backdoor connections is indeed thrilling. The little maid was quite cautious, guiding Xiaowei along a narrow path. Indeed, the ancients lived lavishly, with splendid trees casting shade, exotic flowers exuding fragrance, and the vast lake filled with the scent of lotuses. Pavilions and towers seemed to float in the air, while the silver bridge reflected the shimmering waters, creating a picturesque scene. "This place could easily sell a stone. This servant greets the princess," the maid hurriedly said as she pulled Xiaowei to buy. Su Qingyun recognized at a glance that she was the disciple of the divine physician. Startled for a moment, she quickly ordered the maids to step back. As the female protagonist, she naturally possessed a delicate beauty, and even her hands were as clean as green onions. "Xiaowei, I wonder why the divine physician sent you here?" Su Qingyun asked, feeling a twinge of guilt after all she had let the divine physician down. "My master is not doing well. He has now reached a point where he stumbles while walking. I would like to ask the princess, when can this pair of eyes be returned?" Xiaowei's face was cold, showing no kindness to Su Qingyun. "This? How could something given be taken back?" Su Qingyun had never encountered such cold and assertive person, her face turning pale. "But if I can't see?" Su Qingyun was enveloped in tears, kneeling on the ground, grasping Xiaowei's sleeve. "Xiaowei, I beg you, I truly cannot give this back." Thinking of returning her eyes to Mu Miao made Su Qingyun feel incredibly cold and fearful. It felt as though she had fallen into an ice cellar, the brief sense of suffocation nearly consuming her. She truly loved Mo Yujun. The two had grown up together, and now that Xiaowei had finally disappeared, even when she changed her mother's eyes last time, she was terrified, crying day and night. But with Mo Yujun by her side, she felt at ease. Now that she had finally met the one she longed for to grow old together, was she to fall into an endless abyss of darkness? Just thinking about it, Su Qingyun felt as if her heart was being twisted in a vice of pain that pierced to the core. Hadn't the divine physician promised her something? How could it be taken back? Her voice was hoarse, and through her tears she could hardly see. "Miss Xiaowei, even if I beg you, I implore you, please, my only wish in this life is to grow old with the one I love. Consider it my plea. I truly need these heavenly eyes." Su Qingyun's plea was pitifully weak, while Xiaowei merely wanted to kick her. Is this person out of her mind? Xiaowei could hardly take it anymore. It made her feel as though she were the most wicked person. Those eyes originally belonged to Mu Miao, and if she needed them back for her convenience, was that not reasonable? Mu Miao owed her nothing. "You'll get used to it," Asi remarked, indicating that this was all standard procedure. "Oh, let's not mention that for now. On my way here I came across some news. Oh, no, bad news. Would you like to hear it?" Xiaowei brushed the dirt off the female protagonist's hands. Damn it, the female protagonist probably just had an intimate encounter with the male lead and hadn't washed her hands. She found it filthy. Su Qingyun was unaware of what was happening, her eyes vacant. "The prime minister's family is to be executed publicly at noon in the marketplace. Do you want to go see?" Su Qingyun was momentarily stunned, standing there with her head down, not saying a word. Asi, has this person forgotten who she is? Xiaowei began to doubt. Thankfully, Su Qingyun quickly reacted. "How could this be? The emperor has always valued my father, who stands above all others in the court. How could anything have happened? You must have heard wrong. You definitely heard wrong. You must be mistaken. Su Qingyun shook her head, muttering incessantly. Xiaowei could no longer tolerate this female protagonist who lived in her own world. She raised her hand and hit the protagonist twice. The delicate and weak female protagonist couldn't withstand such blows and fainted immediately. You. By the time I finish talking to her, her father's grave will have sprouted. Xiaowei finally understood that in this person's mind besides Mo Yujun and herself nothing else could fit. And the best way to deal with such a person was to stop talking and take action directly. How will you take her out? Asi asked. This thing can take people out, right? Xiaowei flipped her hand, revealing a reward from the previous world. The world transfer key. If one were to wait for the male and female leads to torture each other, it would be too late. That would just be a narrative water scene, something she did not advocate. Speeding up the pace was all that mattered as long as she had hands that would suffice. Sure, Asi nodded. Such things should be conserved. After all, entering the royal residence might not be too difficult, but taking a fainted female lead out would be a matter of life and death. Xiaowei dragged Su Qingyun out of the alley like a dead pig. Then she shook Su Qingyun awake. When Su Qingyun woke up, her head felt dizzy and darkness clouded her vision, nearly causing her to faint again. No, Miss Xiaowei, please don't do this. My health is poor. Su Qingyun truly feared for her life. Then she glanced at the unfamiliar streets beside her, suddenly stunned. Where have you brought me? Su Qingyun was completely bewildered. Put on this outfit. Xiaowei had spent some money to get Su Qingyun a set of coarse clothes, otherwise with her current outfit she would stand out wherever she went. I don't want to. Su Qingyun resisted strongly. So Xiaowei picked up a brick from the ground, forcing the female protagonist to sob as she ran into the alley to change clothes. Tears fell continuously. It was all her fault for not being strong enough. After changing clothes, Xiaowei covered her face with a layer of cloth, leaving only her eyes and forehead exposed, and with a cold expression pulled Su Qingyun to the marketplace. Su Qingyun had no idea what Xiaowei was bringing her here for. When she looked up, she saw her own father along with her mother and younger brother and the entire prime minister's family kneeling on the platform wearing prison clothes, lacking the vigor they once had. Father. Su Qingyun's face turned as white as paper, truly not expecting such a turn of events. It was also the first time Xiaowei witnessed such a scene. She glanced at Su Qingyun, her lips curling into an emotionless arc. Aren't you going to save them? You are the princess after all. They will definitely listen to you. At least one of them will heed your words. Xiaowei looked up. On the highest platform sat Mo Yujun. Su Qingyun naturally saw Mo Yujun as well, standing frozen in place. How could it be the prince? This is impossible. Why didn't he tell me? Tears streamed down Su Qingyun's face as if they were worthless. She loved him so much, her love had sunk into the depths of the earth. Why had he not even informed her of such matters? Su Qingyun took a step back, shaking her head and crying. Just as she was about to run away, Xiaowei hurriedly pulled her back. Where do you think you're running to? Xiaowei rarely scolded anyone. To say nothing of other matters, this female protagonist's thought process was truly peculiar. Normally when a person saw their family facing imminent death, they would try to find a way to help. Su Qingyun didn't understand what Xiaowei was scolding about at all. Before she could react, she was pushed onto the steps. The officials, caught off guard by this turn of events, hesitated to intervene upon realizing it was the Princess of Qi. Last time when Grand Eunuch Su merely assisted the Princess of Qi, he lost his arm. Who could dare to provoke her? Not to mention even the executioner hesitated to act while Su Qingyun remained dazed, shedding tears. Your Highness, what? What brings the princess here? The officials above dared not throw down their tokens, fearing to frighten the princess. Mo Yujun's abyss-like eyes narrowed sharply, a chilling gleam flashing across them. However, seeing Su Qingyun crying like a rain-soaked pear blossom, his heart ached uncontrollably. Stop crying, he is suffering. He should have had someone in the residence keep a close watch on Su Qingyun. How could such a matter tarnish her eyes? Yuner. The chancellor called out, prompting Su Qingyun to look at him. You are my father. Su Qingyun gazed at the chancellor in disbelief, choking back tears, unable to believe this man before her was her biological father. Xiaowei, who was watching the scene, thought that even if the chancellor didn't get executed, he would eventually be driven to death by this rebellious daughter. If it weren't for her identity, Xiaowei truly wanted to step up and fan the flames directly. Fight. Good, well done. Yet she couldn't, feeling immensely disappointed. I am your father, Yuner. The chancellor immediately shed tears, and only then did Su Qingyun reach out to hold his hand. Father. Su Qingyun grasped the chancellor's hand with a sudden tenderness. Mo Yujun glared at their clasped hands, consumed by jealousy, nearly going mad. Why had he told this woman that she could only belong to him? Why did she still seek closeness with another man? Mo Yujun coldly instructed a nearby guard, take the princess away and do it quickly. The chancellor must die. If the chancellor died, his future path would be unobstructed. After all, the chancellor was the one most valued by the emperor. If it weren't for his careful scheming, given the chancellor's loyalty, he would likely still be protecting the crown prince. Clearly he was the chancellor's son-in-law. The guard hastily relayed the order, but even though it was said to take her away, no one dared to act roughly towards Su Qingyun. Princess, please hurry. The prince says he misses you. The guard earnestly persuaded her. The prince. That's right, I will go find the prince. Father, the prince will surely save you. Su Qingyun only just realized this, hastily wiping away the tears at the corners of her eyes, and seriously said to her father. The chancellor smiled wryly, while Xiaowei also wore a bitter smile, wondering why she hadn't spat on this rebellious daughter yet. This chancellor was too disappointing. She regretted that there were too few arrows to shoot at the male and female leads. Saying this, Su Qingyun left the platform, noticing the time was nearly up, yet the guard could not stop her yearning to plead. Mo Yujun was indeed the male lead, but he desired both the kingdom and the beauty. Before Su Qingyun could speak, Mo Yujun had already revealed an expression of deep sorrow. Yuner, this is your father's command. I have no choice, I too have my own difficulties. At this moment Xiaowei glanced at Mo Yujun's mouth and finally remembered what props were needed to assist in this world. Ah, see, get me the loudest horn. For such inexpensive items worth only 3 points, Xiaowei thought of what happened yesterday and decided to buy 2 without hesitation. Immediately her lips curled up, revealing a smile like a perfectly round sesame ball. Ah, see, do you have that electronic sound system over there? Yes, why? Ah, see asked, puzzled, feeling an ominous premonition rise in his heart. Was Xiaowei planning something big? Record a phrase into these 2 horns for me. For such small matters, Ah-si was still capable, quickly retrieving the 2 horns and listening to Xiaowei recite a series of words to be recorded. This. Isn't it inappropriate? Ah-si hesitated. It's fine. Since Xiaowei said so, Ah-si had no choice but to comply. Xiaowei placed the 2 horns in 2 secluded empty rooms. Shortly after, the entire execution ground erupted. Unfilial son-in-law Qi Wang Mo Yujun, in pursuit of the crown prince's position, framed his father-in-law the chancellor, attempting to deceive the chancellor's daughter Su Qingyan, engaging in nightly revelries with her, not knowing how he could sleep soundly at night. What a beast, utterly shameless. Unfilial son-in-law Qi Wang Mo Yujun, in pursuit of the crown prince's position. This series of words in a bizarre electronic voice continuously echoed over the execution ground. Su Qingyun froze in place while Mo Yujun watched as the townsfolk erupted into chaos, his pupils contracting in shock. Unable to contain his anger, he fainted. This news soon reached the palace. Upon learning of it, the emperor had the chancellor's family imprisoned in the dungeon, and the matter required thorough investigation. Perhaps the emperor had not expected that Mo Yujun's heart was so malicious that he could even lay hands on his own father-in-law. How many royal offspring are truly benevolent? The guards searched for a long time before locating the source of the sound, only to find the 2 horns. They couldn't figure out how to turn them off and fought to chop them with swords, but the horns remained unscathed while the swords broke. Guard O. They had to cover the horns, but when presented to the emperor, the entire street was filled with the sound of that phrase. How could ancient people know what horns were? Some even claimed it was a heavenly object. The storytellers in the tea houses spoke of it in exceedingly mystical terms. In an instant, Mo Yujun's image plummeted among the common folk. Even the crown prince, who had not been favored by the emperor for years, was released to assist in state affairs and was tasked with investigating the chancellor's family. Strangely enough, the horns ceased to sound upon arrival at the palace, and the emperor had the imperial guards enshrine them in the hall. Xiaowei was unaware of all this. However, the horns had proven immensely effective, rescuing the chancellor's family in one fell swoop. You truly are a little clever one. Ah-si looked at Xiaowei, who had ordered a large platter of food at the tavern, and snorted lightly. Don't flatter me, I'm shy. Xiaowei insisted on being low-key. Both the male and female leads lived in their own worlds. Since they couldn't hear what others were saying, it meant the volume was insufficient. Xiaowei had turned those 2 horns up to the highest setting, and upon hearing that the horns were taken to the palace, Ah-si finally turned down their volume. The male lead has fainted from anger because of you. Ah-si truly did not expect Xiaowei to handle matters so decisively. This kind of thought process was likely unmatched. Previously, if the former host encountered such a world, they would have taken their time to find a way to blend into the Qi Wang residence, getting close to the male and female leads. The male would charm the female lead, while the female would seduce the male lead. The goal of breaking up the couple had certainly been achieved. Fainted from anger. Xiaowei bit down on her chopsticks. She was very familiar with this plot. It seems someone had also fainted from anger because of her before. What was that male lead's name again? She had forgotten. Indeed, it's utterly beastly. Ah-si sighed for a while. Xiaowei felt that Ah-si's words were rather unpleasant, so she stuffed her ears with cotton. I can't hear. I really want to. Ah-si was genuinely angered by Xiaowei. What? Xiaowei didn't quite hear clearly. Ah-si fell silent, and after a long while she explained, it's nothing. Xiaowei responded with an "oh," took a bite of the sour potato strips, and seeing that Ah-si wasn't teasing her anymore, she finally couldn't help but speak. Actually, I heard it. Ah-si, damn it. Can you not be cheeky for a day? Ah-si really wanted to drag Xiaowei to the bed and give her a good beating. Xiaowei. Alright then, I'm leaving. Xiaowei was heartbroken by this merciless system. What was wrong with a girl being a little mischievous? Xiaowei stood her ground. Where are you going? To jump into the sea. Ah-si found it both infuriating and amusing. Is it not okay for me to commit suicide while eating? Xiaowei has taken unreasonable trouble to the extreme. Ah-si suppressed the anger in her heart. She couldn't lose her temper. After all, it was still the previous world's Ning Moching that had indulged this troublemaker. Oh no, she didn't expect to spoil her this much. What should she do now? A began to have a headache. Xiaowei however didn't care about that. The more chaotic things were on the male and female lead side the better, as it wouldn't affect her relationship with her master. Having thoroughly enjoyed her meal, Xiaowei stared at the pastries in the Long Street's pastry shop. What do you think I should get for my master? Mung bean cake, Asi said, slightly distracted by the pastries but still spoke up. Is that so? However, I don't really like mung bean cake. I think it tastes not so good. Xiaowei glanced at the mung bean cake and couldn't summon any interest. A casual remark from Xiaowei made Asi's heart. She certainly knew why Gu Wei didn't like mung bean cake, because she saw Gu Wei's last moment and Gu Wei was eating the mung bean cake she had made herself. In the past Gu Wei would eat what she made, now it was different. She could devour Gu Xiaowei entirely one bite at a time. I think it's delicious, Asi said. Xiaowei puffed up her cheeks. Well, actually she heard that mung bean cake was quite delicious, so she bought some. I bought an extra portion. Asi, can you eat it? Xiaowei, holding a bundle of pastries, could hardly move. Eat. If you don't eat it would be a waste. Asi snorted lightly. When the crowd thinned out, Xiaowei saw her portion of mung bean cake vanish into thin air. She immediately thought it had been taken by Asi into the space. Is it good? Xiaowei asked eagerly. It's from you, so of course it's delicious, Asi said, laughing heartily, forgetting her identity. Upon hearing Asi's dangerous statement, Xiaowei felt that the system was attempting to seduce her. No, don't say that again next time. Xiaowei found Asi increasingly frightening. Got it, Asi replied lazily. Seeing Asi agree so easily, Xiaowei felt that something was off. However, she quickly returned to the valley. But she truly didn't expect that a guest would come to the valley, none other than Zhang Huan, who had borrowed the name Zhang Huan when entering the royal mansion. He and his wife saved the female lead, and when they saw her severely ill they brought her to Mumiao. This time he wasn't the only one who came. Zhang Huan's son was also with him. Zhang Hanyun. Divine Doctor, do you think this marriage is feasible? Rest assured, my Hanyun will surely regard you as a dear master from now on. Your affairs will be our Zhang family's affairs. Zhang Huan continued to chatter with Mumiao. What marriage? Xiaowei had just returned and felt that she had missed some interesting plot. Zhang Hanyun had not appeared in the novel either, now sitting on the side of a stone bench dressed in a long green robe with his hair pinned up by a bamboo hairpin, exuding an elegant demeanor reminiscent of a solitary frostbitten figure. His youthful and captivating eyes glanced towards Xiaowei. Then he smiled gently. Miss Xiaowei has returned, Zhang Huan said, noticing her footsteps and quickly looking her up and down with a smile, feeling secretly pleased. Indeed suitable to be a daughter-in-law. Has the disciple returned? Mu Miao called out. Xiaowei finally understood that Zhang Huan had come to propose. However, amusingly, this Zhang Huan was merely a rural villager in the book and his son. Xiaowei glanced at Zhang Han. Looked like someone who had come from a wealthy family, just his demeanor was different and his looks were even better than Mou Jun's. Xiaowei, I am here to propose to you. What do you think of my son? Although he couldn't compare with the extravagant wealth of the capital city, my son is also destined to become an official with a bright future ahead. Zhang Huan's face radiated with joy when he mentioned his son. Xiaowei glanced at Zhang Huan's face, which was as ordinary as it could be, then looked at Zhang Hanyun. He must not be his biological son. By the way, Divine Dr. Mu, what do you think of this marriage? Zhang Huan, seeing Xiaowei silent, looked at her with a sympathetic gaze, feeling something strange in his heart, and had to ask Mu Miao. Mu Miao showed a troubled expression. This matter still needs to ask my disciple's opinion. Although matchmaking words are given by parents, I am also considered a half-elder, but I usually do not strictly manage my disciple, so this matter still needs to be discussed with your son and my disciple. Mu Miao furrowed her brows, feeling quite puzzled. Meanwhile, AC in the system space also frowned, looking up and down at Zhang Hanyun. I of course like Miss Xiaowei. Zhang Hanyun spoke first, his gaze fixed on Xiaowei's face, unable to look away. If Zhang Huan weren't here, Xiaowei would have definitely kicked this man. Brother, she is a normal person, not into boys. This kind of thing is not to be done. I am not in a hurry, it all depends on Miss Xiaowei's wishes, Zhang Hanyun said, looking at Xiaowei with a smile in his eyes. Xiaowei was blunt, silly dog. Unexpectedly, the man seemed to understand and his expression didn't look too good, yet he still showed a devoted smile. All right, he said. Xiaowei. She had never seen anyone so eager to be scolded. Looking at the confused Zhang Huan, she grabbed Zhang Hanyun's sleeve and dragged him towards the creek. Who are you? I must tell you that I cannot marry you. As Xiaowei spoke, she pulled out the dagger she had bought in the capital and pointed it at Zhang Hanyun, sharpening it as if preparing to attack. Zhang Hanyun saw the dagger and said nothing. You are even cuter than before, he uttered a nonsensical remark. Xiaowei. Do you know me? Who are you? Xiaowei nearly dropped her jaw. This. The world had glitched. You may not remember me, but that's okay. I remember you. You will give birth to 2 cubs for me in the future. As soon as he said this, Xiaowei mercilessly kicked Zhang Hanyun. I will give birth to your sister. Zhang Hanyun was kicked and nearly fell. However, he was not angry. He brushed off the dust from his skirt and stood firmly. It's fine, I'm not in a hurry. I am very patient. A faint smile appeared on his face. Xiaowei looked at this persistent man and said with pursed lips, I can't help but engage in same-sex relationships. What same-sex relationships? You aren't. Zhang Hanyun looked Xiaowei up and down. You are a girl. He couldn't be mistaken. But if that's the case, it is indeed possible to become a man, but isn't it fine as it is now? Zhang Hanyun felt quite awkward. Xiaowei was certain that Zhang Hanyun was no longer a person from this world. Judging by the way he spoke, he did not seem like someone she knew. Her roommates were mostly busy who had time to mess around with her. Xiaowei still wanted to push Zhang Hanyun into the water to drown him. Anyway, you should leave quickly and never come here again, or you wouldn't want me to stab you, would you? Xiaowei didn't know why, but she found this man particularly annoying. Zhang Hanyun glanced at the dagger. I'm scared now, he said expressionlessly. This statement made Xiaowei feel that her dagger posed no threat, and this realization led her to kick Zhang Hanyun again. Hurry up and leave, Xiaowei said as she picked up a brick from the side. Zhang Huan, having gained nothing from Mu Miao, had to call out to Zhang Hanyun, who looked at Xiaowei and still left. Xiaowei threw a stone at Zhang Hanyun's back, causing ripples in the creek. Only then did she remember something. By the way, I see you should know this person's identity, right? I don't know, AC replied, having searched for a long time without finding any information about that person. However, it was certain that this person did not come from this novel world. The identity of Zhang Huan's son was definitely fake. AC squinted slightly, feeling that the person seemed familiar but couldn't pinpoint it. Could it be someone she knew with Gu Wei? But thousands of years had passed and AC had encountered too many people and events. She really couldn't remember. The company system might be able to find this person's information, but if he doesn't pose a threat to your life, I won't be able to investigate this person. I feel that there's no intent to kill, but he's a man. He's a man. He tries to possess me and obtain me. AC, save me this time. I really don't want to live anymore. Xiaowei cried. Don't most men find it exciting and enjoyable? AC found Xiaowei's reaction amusing for some reason. The main point was that this little one had started acting again. Who told you? He'll kill him. Xiaowei felt that the man with such thoughts was truly terrifying. Your previous host. Xiaowei seemed to understand. Turns out AC was actually a professional in same-sex relationships. How terrifying, unlike her who only cared for her older sister. Ha! My previous host. My previous host had both male and female, but not someone like you. AC glanced at the data of her previous host, but even working for them she didn't have many interactions. After all, they were different from Gu Wei. Gu Wei was. And now she should be called wife. But there are other systems that have hosts like that. We have a few systems that specifically manage such hosts. AC thought about the content of the previous meeting and quickly smiled at Xiaowei. I see. After finishing her discussion with AC, Xiaowei looked at Mu Miao, who was lazily lounging in a rattan chair, and quietly approached her. Before she could act, she saw Mu Miao's lips move. Disciple. Xiaowei's hand froze in midair, quickly withdrawing as she cleared her throat. It's me. What do you think about the Zhang family's marriage? I would like to hear your opinion. Mu Miao was indeed still troubled by Zhang Huan's words. In the past she would have likely agreed the Zhang family was not exactly poor. But I'm not going. Xiaowei directly refused, grasping Mu Miao's hand. Her hand was warm and pleasant to touch. I can't bear to part with my master. Xiaowei smiled as she raised the corners of her lips. Upon hearing this, Mu Miao quickly withdrew her hand, turning away as a flush crept up to her neck. Don't say such things. Mu Miao bit her lower lip slightly, unable to resist tugging at her fingertips. Mu Miao wanted to dodge, but Xiaowei wouldn't let her. She squatted slightly to look at Mu Miao, revealing a radiant smile. I simply can't bear to part with my master. Master, are you overthinking? Mu Miao's face turned even redder. Although she couldn't see her disciple's expression, she could tell from her tone that she was likely smiling. You're not being obedient. Mu Miao was annoyed. Forget about that, master. I want to ask you something. Xiaowei was uncharacteristically serious. What? What is it? Mu Miao asked. Xiaowei pressed her lips tightly together and tangled her fingers for a while, and then continued to ask, if I let Su Qingyun return your eyes, would you be willing, master? That's not possible. That's not appropriate. Su Qingyun is so. Mu Miao's expression showed some reluctance. So ridiculous, right? Master, she's a selfish person. What has she done with your eyes? You could have healed others, but now you can't do that either. Xiaowei genuinely felt sorry for Mu Miao. After all, she liked her sister Mo Qing, even if she was the benevolent version. Mu Miao pondered over Xiaowei's words for a long time. No one can replace this apart from my medical skills. I'll get you the best doctor in the capital. Xiaowei quickly said. Mu Miao still felt a bit reluctant, and Xiaowei couldn't hold back any longer. Do you know what she has done with your eyes? Xiaowei was truly infuriated. She immediately recounted everything she had seen the male and female leads doing, resembling a child who was reporting a misdeed. Unfortunately, those words were not pleasant to hear at all. Xiaowei animatedly spoke, making Mu Miao so embarrassed that she covered her face with her hands. Xiaowei, those words are not meant to be heard by others. Mu Miao couldn't even articulate her tongue properly. It was all too embarrassing. This disciple was truly too shameless in her speech. Those words were something others wouldn't dare to hear. What's wrong? I didn't say anything wrong. They originally belonged to you, did you hear that? Even if you disagree, I must return them to you. Xiaowei was very fierce. The gentle Mu Miao's face flashed with a hint of amusement. Alright, I will listen to you, but for this matter you still need to ask Miss Su's opinion. Xiaowei's lips curled up. She wouldn't listen to Su Qingyun. That kind of female-led was simply impossible to communicate with. Next time she would bring a few more bricks and she would be able to understand in one go. This wave is called forced enlightenment. Xiaowei, feeling particularly good, hummed a tune as she tied her skirt around her waist and ventured into the water with a forked branch to catch fish. Oh no. Why won't this fish cooperate? As Xiaowei plunged her fork into the water, the fish, agile as ever, darted away. Can you catch fish? A sea expressed her doubts. Of course, why wouldn't I? Xiaowei became spirited. Who do you look down on? After experiencing 30 failed attempts, Xiaowei suddenly jumped into the water, nearly gasping for air, and she gave up on the idea of having meat for dinner. Cough cough. Xiaowei spat out the water in her mouth, patting her chest to regain her composure, feeling uncomfortable all over. Do you really love eating fish that much? A sea asked in confusion. Fish is delicious, and how can a person not eat meat? I can't just live on vegetables and potatoes every day. Xiaowei tugged at her clothes, her face full of disappointment. I see now, a sea said somewhat inexplicably. Before Xiaowei could react, a flash of golden light caught her attention as several plump fish leaped from the creek, landing in the bucket by the stream's edge, flopping about. This person is breaking the rules using cheats. Xiaowei was dumbfounded. Can I do that in the future too? Suddenly she envied the city folks. And they can use mystical techniques. Yes, after completing tasks in a fantasy or cultivation world, rewards like heart techniques or cultivation items are generally given. This is a reward for green bean cake. Assist's cheeks flushed slightly. Who knew that seeing Xiaowei's dejected expression would make her unable to resist indulging her? This is against the rules. I hope the company doesn't find out, or my salary might be docked. Alright, thank you, AC. I'll go make grilled fish. Xiaowei suddenly became excited, glancing at Mu Miao, who was basking in the sunlight, and exclaimed, Master, we're having grilled fish today along with fish soup. There are so many it looks like we can eat for 2 or 3 days. Mu Miao smiled gently. Alright. By the way, AC, can I go to a cultivation fantasy world in the next realm? Xiaowei began to look forward to it. Not possible. AC immediately poured a bucket of cold water on Xiaowei's enthusiasm. Before Xiaowei could ask anything, AC continued. If you go to the fantasy cultivation world, the treatment of the antagonists is not better than that of the protagonists. You must have read those novels. Protagonists generally start with advantages and maintain them to the end. Moreover, the order is much more chaotic. It will probably take 2 or 3 more worlds before there are tasks related to the fantasy cultivation world. Xiaowei knew AC was speaking the truth. By then intelligence wouldn't matter. It would be mindless brawling. Such violent matters are her favorite. When the male and female leads are in a relationship, she'll secretly cultivate and outpace them. Xiaowei felt even better gathering some firewood to set up a fire to not only grill fish but also sweet potatoes, leaving the soup to simmer in the pot. Half an hour later, Xiaowei walked out of the small kitchen with the fish soup. Master, I picked out the scallions and left only some fish meat and removed the bones. Try it. I also added small pieces of potato. Xiaowei scooped a small bowl for Mu Miao and placed it on the stone table. Mu Miao cautiously picked up the spoon, lowered her head to sniff the fragrant fish soup, took a sip, and her expression turned joyful. Your cooking skills have improved compared to before. Of course, Xiaowei replied proudly. After all she had learned from the chefs in restaurants. Turning around, she saw that the grilled fish and sweet potatoes were almost ready, so Xiaowei finally plated the grilled fish and sweet potatoes. The fish was very fresh, grilled to a perfect crisp on the outside and tender on the inside. The best part was that these grilled fish had no bones, with a mouth-watering aroma. Xiaowei took a bite with her chopsticks, her eyes immediately sparkling. Grilled fish is delicious. The spicy and numbing flavor was Xiaowei's absolute favorite. The fish meat was smooth and tender, making her reluctant to set down her chopsticks. The piece she gave to Mu Miao had no chili, and Xiaowei picked out the fish meat to place in her bowl. Master, try this. I didn't add any spice. Hearing that there was no spice, Mu Miao's expression seemed somewhat strange, yet she still bent down to eat with her chopsticks. Soon she slightly turned her neck as if to look at Xiaowei's plate. Do you want to eat mine? Xiaowei didn't expect Mu Miao also liked spicy food. Mu Miao nodded. Only then did Xiaowei pick up a piece and present it to Mu Miao's lips. Mu Miao carefully opened her mouth and the spicy and numbing flavor entered, which was incredibly delicious. Is this chopstick yours? As Mu Miao swallowed the fish meat, she suddenly reacted. Yes, Xiaowei nodded. Mu Miao. Mu Miao's cheeks flushed visibly, and she no longer dared to speak to Xiaowei, burying her head and eating quietly. After finishing the meal, Xiaowei brought a wicker chair for Mu Miao to lean against the bonfire, which also shielded her from the night's chill. Xiaowei changed into another outfit and lay on the soft grass, the bonfire illuminating her beautiful features. The stars in the night sky were twinkling like points of light. This reminded her of the grassy field she had visited before with Ning Moqing. In this situation, it would be a shame not to take a nap. Xiaowei, feeling sleepy, fell asleep directly. The next day she woke up with a start from her dream, where she had dreamt of the apocalypse and someone had stolen her last pack of instant noodles, leaving her anxious and unable to fight back. Ah, my instant noodles. Xiaowei lamented. Then as she looked up she found herself lying on a wicker bed instantly filled with questions. Wait, she had fallen asleep on the grass before. Did master carry her in? What a joke, it was already hard to see and now she had to carry someone back, which was too far-fetched. Xiaowei yawned and rolled around on the wicker bed, not wanting to get up at all. The journey from the valley to the capital was quite long and her legs felt like they were about to break after walking these past 2 days. Xiaowei wanted to take a day off for some entertainment, which meant teasing her master. By the way, how are the male and female leads doing? Have they argued? Xiaowei thought that if the female lead had any conscience she would argue with the male lead for her father. Otherwise they wouldn't be tormenting each other over this matter. Although in the end it still ends happily. They argued and it was quite serious, but as they argued it still ended up the same. Xiaowei knew who C was talking about, but at this point how could the male and female leads still be involved? Is this what they mean by a couple quarreling at the head of the bed but making up at the foot? Too insane, Xiaowei spat disdainfully at such people. Meanwhile Su Qingyun and Mo Jun were still performing a tragic drama. Jun, I truly did not expect that you would. You would harm my father, he is my own father. Su Qingyun knelt halfway on the ground, her misty garment draping onto the floor, unable to cover her delicate skin. There were many marks on it. She clutched Mo Jun's sleeve, crying like a rain-soaked pear blossom. It was not me, I am wronged. Mo Jun's expression was indeed grim, but for the woman he loved he was still willing to muster his spirits. He who wins the hearts of the people wins the world. Regardless, that mysterious object that fell from the sky had already landed in the hands of the emperor. If rumors continued unchecked, the power in his hands might be transferred to the crown prince. Thinking of this, Mo Jun had a plan and raised his hand to stroke Su Qingyun's abdomen. Yuner, you are the person I love most. How could I possibly harm your father? Those are merely schemers trying to usurp power from me. Will you trust me? Mo Jun half squatted, his fingertips gently caressing her soft cheek, his gaze deep like an abyss yet instantly filled with tenderness. But Su Qingyun's expression was troubled. Your father has not said that I was the one who harmed him. How can you trust others but not me? Mo Jun gently embraced her waist. He kissed her lips. If you do not believe me, then there will be no one in this world who will believe me. Pain flashed in Mo Jun's eyes. Seeing him so distressed, Su Qingyun's heart softened immediately. It won't be like that, I believe you. I have only you, Jun. I will be with you for the rest of my life. Su Qingyun quickly wiped away the tears at the corners of her eyes, kissed his cheek and held his hand tightly. Then how about we have a child? That way we won't be so lonely in the future. Mo Jun's expression instantly changed, filled with fiery enthusiasm, and the heat in his dark eyes made Su Qingyun blush uncontrollably. Oh no, just a moment ago. Have a child. He gently blew a breath, tickling Su Qingyun so much that she couldn't help but let out a soft moan, her ears turning even redder. Oh you. Su Qingyun pounced on him without hesitation. C watched the bizarre interactions between the male and female leads and thought for a moment before relaying the original words to Xiaowei. Xiaowei. Though she did not understand, she was greatly shocked. So it means nothing happened. They even slept twice. That's right, C replied, feeling quite speechless. Xiaowei was at a loss for words. But it is a normal procedure, after all the female lead's father is not dead. I can understand that. After all, how can a father be more important than the male lead? It seems there is no conflict that a couple of sleeps cannot resolve. This really makes Xiaowei's head hurt. However, that horn from yesterday still left the male lead shaken. At present he might be suspected by the emperor due to his private motives. But the key thing is the female lead is ultimately in the male lead's hands. Wait, they just mentioned wanting to have a child. Wouldn't that mean the male lead intends to use the child to threaten the chancellor? In that case, the chancellor would naturally find a scapegoat to clear the male lead's name and would think of him in the court from then on. As for breaking the couple up, Xiaowei did not hope for that at the moment. The main thing is if they were to forcibly take back Mu Miao's eyes. She had offended the current chancellor and the Prince of Qi. One misstep and she and her master would have to start playing a real-life version of Temple Run. After all, in the eyes of those people, Su Qingyun is the most important. They might even come back with something like using your master's eyes as her fortune. Oh, my head hurts, AC, what should I do? Xiaowei bit the blanket, pretending to cry. But AC did not respond to her, probably off to a meeting. Xiaowei slipped out of the house in straw sandals, dressed only in her inner garments, scratching her messy hair, sitting by the stream in a daze. It seemed her master had not yet awakened, so breakfast could be delayed a bit. Xiaowei went over the subsequent plot again. The Prince of Qi was among the first batch of princes born to the current emperor, who was still in his prime. How could he just pass away? Could it be that there is a Zhen Huan in the palace? In an instant, Xiaowei realized that regardless of whether the emperor's death was caused by the Prince of Qi, there must be something wrong with him, and such matters were probably known only to the imperial hospital. Such things could not be rashly mentioned by outsiders, but Xiaowei flipped her small hand, looking at the silver key in her palm. It seemed this time she would have to use up all 3 chances. Thanks to the previous time when she had saved one from the female lead. No matter how strong the male lead is, he still has to bow down before his father. What? You are looking for me. A C returned to see Xiaowei wearing a mischievous smile. This guy has another crooked idea. I think I have a way, but I need to ask you something. Xiaowei stroked her chin. Where was that horn placed in the palace? Also, is my master's medical skill the highest in this world? Of course, how else could he save the female lead? The horn is kept alongside the divine statue in the Yanhua Palace. There are a few guards stationed outside and rarely does anyone go there. Recently, however, the emperor has been visiting a bit more frequently. The reason he goes there is because he has something to seek. This time I will likely need your help to record a voice again. No problem. Asi readily agreed. In the palace, Yanhua Palace. Xiaowei's figure suddenly disappeared into the valley and instantly arrived inside Yanhua Palace, where she indeed saw 2 horns placed beside the divine statue. She instructed Asi to collect the horns. Just record a few words in Zhongling Valley, the divine physician Mu Miao. Asi quickly understood Xiaowei's intention. This was to curry favor with the emperor, but it was indeed a good strategy. Asi quickly finished recording, and after Xiaowei set the horn back in place moments later, the guards outside the palace heard the announcement of the divine object. In Zhongling Valley, the divine physician Mu Miao. This announcement continued until the emperor arrived at Yanhua Palace. The emperor, only 40 years old, still displayed youthful vigor, his brows furrowing as he listened to what the divine object had to say. The chief eunuch serving beside him finally could not help but speak up. Your Majesty, this divine object is truly divine. In the palace, only he and the 2 imperial physicians from the imperial hospital knew that the emperor's health had recently deteriorated, feeling fatigued all day. Though the emperor openly did not say anything, he feared that one day he might fall asleep and never wake up again. The horn settled down as if it knew that the person had arrived. The emperor flicked his sleeve and turned away. Suja, send someone to Zhongling Valley to summon them. You go personally, remember to enter the palace secretly with a carriage. A glimmer of cold light crossed the emperor's eyes, and the dragon robe on him exuded an air of dominance. Those useless people in the imperial hospital, good thing the divine object manifested, otherwise his health would have to rely on them. The servant will go right away. Asi noticed the commotion here and turned to look at Xiaowei, who was still picking vegetables in Zhongling Valley. My darling, it's done. Who are you calling precious? Xiaowei noticed that Asi increasingly enjoyed teasing her. She wondered when this bad habit had developed. I am called Vegetable Treasure. Xiaowei was momentarily speechless. Well, Asi liked to joke around, but since the matter was already settled, she needed to prepare breakfast. Xiaowei cooked fish soup and added some noodles, serving it to Mu Miao. What made you think of eating noodles? Mu Miao took a bite, slightly surprised. These noodles were usually eaten well after noon, yet today they were served quite early. Because from now on I want to treat my master to good food. Still want more. Xiaowei was taken aback. She couldn't tell if it was her imagination, but her master seemed to be able to eat more than her. Is there? Mu Miao's ears turned red, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Xiaowei glanced at her own bowl, saw some left, and scooped it for Mu. Master, please eat. It seemed she needed to prepare more next time. Mu Miao heard the sound of noodles being scooped and guessed that her bowl had more Xiaowei's noodles, her ears turning even redder, but she said nothing and continued to eat little by little. By the time Xiaowei finished tidying up, the chief eunuch Suja had also arrived outside Zhongling Valley. The divine physician was said to be a renowned healer, and Suja dared not let this group take the carriage inside, leading 2 little eunuchs along a small path. This Zhongling Valley was indeed hard to find. If it weren't for Suja's inquiries, he wouldn't have known there was a divine physician here. He walked carefully and soon the view opened up. He then saw a delicate beauty in a smoke green long gown reclining on a rattan chair, while a petite girl in an egg yellow dress sat by the brook, lifting her skirt and playfully splashing the water, laughing as droplets hit the grass. This scene was truly beautiful and Suja was momentarily mesmerized. Wasn't this better looking than the ladies in the palace? Suja couldn't help but feel a bit worried. The emperor was in his prime, and if one of these 2 was Mu the divine physician and the emperor took a liking to her, wouldn't he be putting these 2 girls in danger? However, if he failed to invite them today, it would be his head on the line. Suja stepped forward and called out from the other side of the brook. Ladies, may I ask which of you is the divine physician Mu? Here they come. Xiaowei's lips curled up. It seemed she was determined to cling to this opportunity. My master is. Come over here. Xiaowei waved to Suju and then stood up to clean her feet before putting them into her embroidered shoes. Only then did Suju walk over from the wooden bridge above the brook. Though the secluded life was good, it was easy to be bullied. Once the matter between the male and female leads was settled, Xiaowei felt that with the emperor's immense status he would surely reward them with some silver. By then the houses in this valley could be renovated. I've met the divine physician. Suja hurriedly bowed to Mu Miao. There's no need for that. You are. Mu Miao's face showed confusion and she could only listen in a vague manner. My master has been unwell lately and heard of the divine physician's great reputation, so he thought to send me to invite you to come. The carriage is waiting outside the valley. I wonder if the divine physician would be interested. Suja dared not reveal the emperor's name and spoke cautiously. Is your master from the capital? What is his surname and given name? As you can see, both my apprentice and I are women, and I generally do not leave the valley. Mu Miao's face passed a hint of worry. This. Suja showed a trace of hesitation, knowing Mu Miao spoke the truth. Two women, unless they were secluded, would definitely be bullied in the capital. Master, let's go. I want to go too. I don't think this person seems bad. Saving a life is worth more than building a 7-story pagoda. If something goes wrong, I will protect you. Xiaowei's cheerful voice rang in Mu Miao's ears. She felt a bit helpless but still agreed. Although Mu Miao was blind, she could still take a pulse. If she couldn't see, she would let her apprentice Xiaowei look. Then let's go. Mu Miao rarely stood up and Xiaowei hurriedly supported her. Let's go. Xiaowei smiled at Suzha. Suzha hurriedly walked ahead of the two girls, glancing back from time to time, fearing something might happen. Once outside the valley, Xiaowei spotted the carriage. Although they entered the palace Loki, the luxurious carriage and horse were exquisite. It was difficult for Mu Miao to get into the carriage, and only then did she let out a sigh of relief. Look, it looks like a wealthy family, Mu Miao said to Xiaowei. Unexpectedly, as she turned her head, her face brushed against Xiaowei's soft cheek. Suddenly her heart raced unsteadily. It was like the gentle rain splashing on the lake, creating ripples that spread outwards. Mu Miao's fingertips couldn't help but clench up, and she quickly straightened her posture. Master, what's wrong? Your face is red. Xiaowei looked at Mu Miao curiously. It was just a touch of their faces, so why was she blushing? If it were something else, wouldn't it be a bit overwhelming? Just as Xiaowei felt a hint of ambiguous emotions rising in her heart, the carriage hit a bump. The mountain road uneven, nearly causing her to bump into the small table. Mu Miao also swayed a bit, but after the wobble she remained steady. Xiaowei felt a bit nauseated, but she couldn't pinpoint the reason. She barely held on until they got off the carriage, feeling dizzy. Is there a place to vomit? Xiaowei's head was spinning. Suzha hurriedly had a palace maid bring a spittoon for Xiaowei, who vomited for a while. After using a handkerchief to wipe her lips, the palace maid took the spittoon away. Are you all right, young lady? By the way, I haven't asked for your name yet. Suzha noticed Xiaowei was feeling better and asked with a I am called Xiaowei, the way of renouncing the unworthy. Then no surname? Suzha frowned and asked. It seemed a bit too familiar to just call her Miss Xiaowei. It wasn't very proper for a young lady. Just call me Miss Xiaowei. I grew up with my master and do not have a surname. Xiaowei sat on the golden silk nanmo chair while a palace maid brewed tea for her and her master before retreating. Then let's just call you Miss Xiaowei. Aren't you curious about where this place is? Suzha observed Xiaowei, who had not changed her expression since entering, as if she had known she would come to the palace. This is the Imperial Palace. I know, the most luxurious place under heaven. It looks beautiful, but who is sick? Is it the Empress? Xiaowei asked curiously. She was pretending to be clueless. But in reality she was very happy. I've entered the palace. Is this something worthy of setting up 2 tables at the village entrance? Expressed helplessness. You wouldn't understand. For a poor girl like me in ancient times, being able to enter the palace and not becoming a eunuch is already a great joy. Xiaowei snorted lightly. Now understands. It turns out to be happiness. However, did you not already lose it? Stared in shock. What's wrong? It's just a few pieces of meat that changed places. Isn't it looking better than before? Xiaowei's tail was almost lifted to the sky. Is it really better? Then I will see for myself. Xiaowei, oh, what do you mean? Xiaowei felt very annoyed by Ass's self-deception. She planned to be a rude and unreasonable host and properly manage the system that loves to tease people. No worries. Assi quickly pretended to be innocent. Xiaowei was speechless and did not dare to confront Assi. After all, they were not in the same dimensional space. You will know soon. This servant can't say much. Suzha smiled slightly. After a while, a little eunuch outside finally brought the message. Your Majesty heard that the Divine Doctor has arrived. Please invite the Divine Doctor in. Your Majesty. Hearing this title, Mu Miao was somewhat surprised and stood up. Suzha, noticing this, quickly led the two to the main hall, where the Emperor was sitting in the warm pavilion sipping tea just as Suzha entered. Your Majesty, I have brought Divine Dr. Mu and her disciple Xiaowei. At a glance the Emperor saw the striking contrast of the tall and short figures, looking quite beautiful. It was a pity that the taller girl was blind. Commoners pay their respects to your Majesty. Mu Miao hurriedly pulled Xiaowei down to kneel, but before they could, the Emperor hurriedly stopped them. The Divine Doctor need not be overly polite. It is I who have rashly invited you both. I have heard that Divine Dr. Mu's medical skills are superb, and I wonder if you can help me restore my health. The Emperor spoke lightly, and Suzha placed a cloth on the wooden table for the Emperor. Commoner does not dare to claim such high praise for my medical skills. It is an honor to take your pulse, your Majesty. You Divine Doctors sent by the heavenly mandate need not refer to yourselves as commoners, simply call yourselves I. I am just feeling a bit unwell, please have a look for me. Everyone else in this hall can leave. Speak freely about any matters. The Emperor's gaze darkened. If he knew who was causing trouble behind the scenes, he certainly would not let them off easily. In that case, thank you for your kind consideration, your Majesty. As Mu Miao spoke, Xiaowei quickly extended her hand, gently placing her fingertips on the Emperor's wrist. After taking his pulse for a moment, the Emperor's heart raced. Mu Miao's brow slightly furrowed, and in no time she released her hold. She revealed a look of understanding. Your Majesty, have you been consuming more tonic recently? You seem to be increasingly fatigued, sleeping longer day by day, and your tongue appears bluish. In addition, you've lost quite a bit of hair. Upon hearing this, the emperor believed the divine doctor almost entirely. Her observations matched those of the court doctors. However, the court doctors were still checking, and this divine doctor, despite being blind, could detect hair loss. The divine doctor is correct. I do have such symptoms. Could it be due to overexertion that I am experiencing this condition? After all, as the emperor, he had many court affairs to attend to, and staying up night after night could certainly lead to hair loss and fatigue. No, it does not seem like that. However, coincidentally, I happen to possess fragments of an ancient medical text that was lost in the previous dynasty. It contains a description of a toxic fragrance that, when paired with the zero-ling flower, can produce such symptoms. If one inhales the scent for too long, it can drain one's vitality, leading to... She left without saying more. Mu Miao did not dare to speak further. After all, the person before her was the emperor. In matters of life and death were very sensitive. I see. No wonder the emperor's diet seems fine. Your Majesty, this matter. Suja quickly bowed, his expression serious. The zero-ling flower. Such flowers do not grow in the Central Plains. Several years ago, some were tribute from the cold northern lands, and each concubine received a pot. The emperor's brow immediately furrowed. This matter was indeed quite difficult to investigate. There are 3 favored concubines in the palace, each enjoying great favor: the crown prince's birth mother consort Li, the chief prince's birth mother consort Di, and lastly the 13th prince's birth mother consort Ru. The 13th prince was still an infant, and consort Ru could not possibly do such a thing to the emperor. Now, could it be the crown prince and the chief prince? Thinking of this, the emperor snorted coldly. They say there is no family bond in the royal family. Over the years, these sons have indeed used every means possible to climb to his dragon throne, even resorting to such cruel methods as poisoning. Divine doctor, what is the name of that fragrance? What are its characteristics? The emperor, suddenly alert, quickly asked earnestly. It has no particular characteristics, people simply enjoy it immensely. That fragrance is called slow growth fragrance. I concocted it years ago, but it has all been lost. However, if I were to smell it again, I would recognize it. Does that mean my condition can still be treated? The emperor cautiously probed. With so many court physicians in the palace, they could only prescribe some tonics that would be of no real help. Now that he had a glimmer of hope, he naturally wanted to hold on tightly to it. Yes, you should take some tonics, but you should avoid the tonics from the Imperial Medical Department. I have a prescription. You must take the medicine daily and stop after a week. We also need to concoct another type of fragrance, but the medicinal materials are somewhat scarce. However, as the emperor, you will certainly not lack those herbs. Saying this, Suja quickly brought over a small table and cushion for Xiaowei to sit on. At this time, they could not dare to call the court physicians. This prescription needed Xiaowei to write out herself. Mu Miao reported a dozen medicinal materials and also listed the items needed to concoct the fragrance. Fortunately, in this world, Xiaowei was originally capable of writing prescriptions, and she had a beautiful style of writing. Otherwise, the emperor's people would have thought her writing was a mess. She was still quite shy. Once the ink dried, Suja took a few glances at the medicinal materials. They were somewhat repetitive with the tonics previously prescribed by the Imperial Medical Department, so it seemed there would be no major issues. The emperor gave Suja a glance, and only then did Suja fold the prescription and hurried to the Imperial Medical Department to show it to Dr. Li. If there was anything amiss, it was likely that Miss Mu would face trouble. Xiaozhe, where did you get this prescription? It's quite impressive. The person who wrote it is truly remarkable. How could they think of such a thing? Dr. Li glanced at the prescription and immediately refused to let it go. You also call him Xiaozhe? Suja and Dr. Li were from the same hometown and grew up together. Seeing his demeanor, Suja felt annoyed. All right, this prescription is good, but it does seem a bit like an antidote. Shoo. Suja hurriedly covered Dr. Li's mouth. Dr. Li nodded, and only then did Suja release his hand. Both are fine, but these medicinal materials cannot be taken from the Imperial Medical Department. Dr. Li's expression was somewhat somber. In the Imperial Medical Department, some people indeed had ulterior motives. I know, so I dare only to meet you. These medicinal materials must all be purchased from outside the palace. After the emperor recovers, with the emperor's backing, the master's eyesight will be restored. After returning from the Imperial Hospital, Suja murmured a few words to the emperor while Xiaowei smiled gently with her head lowered. In that case, let's find a side hall for Dr. Mu to stay in and just say he is a relative of the virtuous concubine. The emperor squinted slightly and quickly arranged false identities for Mu Miao and her companion. The virtuous concubine had passed away years ago, so if someone were to investigate these two, it would be quite difficult. This servant understands and will take the two young ladies to their quarters. Mu Miao performed a half-hearted courtesy while pulling Xiaowei along, and only then did they follow Suja. Having adapted to modern times, the formalities of this ancient era drove Xiaowei a bit crazy. She hoped the next world wouldn't be set in ancient times again. Yesterday, this servant prepared a place for Dr. Mu to stay. I will have the palace maids tidy up the area for Miss Xiaowei. I will also instruct the kitchen to prepare some meals for the doctor and Miss Xiaowei to eat first. If you settle in, I advise you both not to wander about. The ladies in the palace are noble, and if they see you, this servant fears you may face trouble. Xiaowei couldn't quite believe her ears. Who could make her suffer? Su Qingyun, she can make you suffer. It seemed that a sea had heard Xiaowei's silent thoughts and pierced through her fragile heart. That's different. There's a difference between her and normal people. To communicate with Su Qingyun besides using a loudspeaker, oh no, even that wouldn't work, you'd need a brick. Suja quickly led the two to a nearby palace that was unoccupied. It was quite close to the emperor's sleeping quarters and appeared to be magnificently grand. The main hall is mostly occupied by the ladies, which is against the rules, and it hasn't been tidied up. Fortunately, there are two side halls. The one on the west side has already been prepared, so you two can stay here for now. This servant will instruct the palace maids to clean the east hall. After giving his orders, Suja withdrew. By the way, ladies, these two palace maids will attend to you at the entrance. If you need anything, just inform them. I expect the meals will be delivered shortly. The two palace maids waited outside and didn't come in. Xiaowei took a glance at the hall and hurriedly closed the door. Master, can you truly heal? She asked in a low voice. If there wasn't any assurance, she would rather spend her points to buy medicine from the shop. Although it pained her to think about it, she selfishly did not want her master to be in danger. If the treatment failed, it could lead to a serious crime. This was like accompanying a tiger in the palace. Mu Miao lowered her head, the silk strands hanging by her ear, her delicate brows slightly furrowed. Disciple, you've been rushing to the capital daily. Is it for the emperor's matter? Ah. Xiaowei honestly didn't expect Mu Miao to think of this. Although it was indeed quite close. Is it that you want the emperor to help me retrieve that pair of heavenly eyes? Mu Miao turned around and grabbed Xiaowei's hand as she tried to retreat. She moved closer step by step while Xiaowei backed away, unsure why the gentle and kind master before her suddenly felt as intimidating as a ghost. Xiaowei stumbled, her hand brushing against the edge of the soft couch, only then realizing she had been cornered by Mu Miao. She leaned back, causing Mu Miao to trip on the steps. Immediately Mu Miao touched Xiaowei's face. Disciple, it seems your face has become a bit rounder. Her tone was soft, laced with a hint of laughter. You've got it wrong. Xiaowei gritted her teeth and said. In that fleeting moment she seemed to understand something. This master was exceptionally good at disguising herself. Last time she had acted simply and rashly, but how could her face be the same as that place? After all, a face didn't need clothing. Mu Miao was doing it on purpose. She could still rub her face while pretending to be innocent and cute. Is it wrong? Mu Miao withdrew her hand, and before she could react she was pushed aside by Xiaowei. You're lying to me. Xiaowei hated liars the most. Back in school she had been cheated out of 50 cents by her female classmate next door, and she had remembered it for a lifetime. That girl still hadn't returned the money. What did the disciple say? I don't understand. Mu Miao reclined on the soft couch. Even though her eyes were hidden, her innocent expression made Xiaowei comprehend. No more pretending, she was laying her cards on the table. Right. Give you some time, quickly make me love you to death. Xiaowei pointed directly at Mu Miao. Mu Miao. Is it really about who was wilder? Xiaowei truly wanted to howl. No one in these few lifetimes could be wilder than her. A hint of shock crossed Mu Miao's face as she coughed heavily twice and sat up. Just kidding, I don't like you. Xiaowei's eyes narrowed slightly, one leg casually resting on the soft couch, her arms crossed over her delicate shoulders, her chin resting slightly on her hands, gazing with her sparkling eyes at Mu Miao's profile. Is that true? She asked. The soft breath from her delicate nose brushed against Mu Miao's skin, making her blush appear vividly. Even though she couldn't see what her disciple looked like, Mu Miao could imagine her charming and captivating smile. Surely her expression was exceptionally serious at this moment. Mu Miao raised her fingertips slightly and truly pinched Xiaowei's face. Are you threatening your master? What are you doing? Mu Miao's grip was a bit too hard, leaving Xiaowei's face red. This body was delicate and tender. At this level it would probably take several minutes to recover. Xiaowei was quite irritated. If you don't like me, why pinch my face? Xiaowei almost couldn't hold back her harsh words, snorting coldly as she sat down by the table to drink tea. Are you angry? Mu Miao asked. Your temper is quite big. If you call me again, I might commit suicide by drinking tea. Xiaowei remained fierce. What was wrong with having a bit of a temper? Mu Miao chuckled lightly and didn't say much. By the time Xiaowei looked back, Mu Miao had already sprawled out on the soft couch and fallen asleep. Look, she was so upset for this woman, yet this woman was fine falling asleep as soon as her head hit the pillow. Can this life still go on? It couldn't go on at all. She decided to get a divorce today. I am planning to divorce Ning Maching. Oh no, Mu Miao, oh no, Ning Maching, wait, what is her name exactly? Xiaowei felt wronged and sad. What was wrong with kissing her? She thought so much about this woman, yet even a kiss was denied. Never mind, it was a wasted effort. Let her Gu Xiaowei live alone in solitude until death. See what happened after she attended a meeting and received a scold. What's in a name? What's wrong with you? Asi expressed her speechlessness. I'm angry. Xiaowei gulped down another cup of tea. How many months has it been? Let me see if your belly has grown. Asi was quite considerate. Xiaowei. What do you mean? You think I would get pregnant? Whose? Yours. Can you not make such vulgar jokes every day? Asi leaned against her chair, looking down thoughtfully. If you really want to carry my child, it's not impossible. An extra little plot about a C getting scolded, not affecting the main text's word count. A C who was dragged into a meeting by her boss glanced at the screen. On the screen was the scene of her helping Xiaowei gather fish. The boss adjusted his glasses. Can you tell me what you are? I'm pampering my wife. The boss adjusted his glasses again. Do you realize you are breaking the rules? A C you wouldn't understand since you don't have a wife. Let's discuss deducting your salary for this matter. A C you wouldn't understand since you don't have a wife. The boss, you've lost 2 months' salary. You don't have a wife. The boss, get out. A C fine, I'll get out. Note AC, also known as 004 in the system company, holds a high position in the Yuekong company, so the above plot is not nonsense, it is true. Xiaowei felt that there was no way to communicate with this bizarre system anymore. The two of them were simply from different worlds. A C closed her eyes and meditated for a moment, finally figuring out what was going on. Ha! How did this soul fragment go bad? This has nothing to do with her AC, it's all Ning Moking's fault. What do you want to do? A C truly didn't expect this incident to have such a big impact on Xiaowei. If I had known earlier, I would have controlled this soul fragment better so it wouldn't be so unruly. Just look at the mess now, it's even making Xiao Tang Yuan angry. She has to kiss 100 times. Xiaowei had already started to act unreasonable. A C. In the river. As long as your mouth doesn't hurt, it's fine. A C truly had no words. So it's because in this world she doesn't like teasing Xiaowei as much, so she's angry. That's a huge mistake. At least she should kiss once, she clearly likes me, I can feel it, Xiaowei observed keenly. That's for sure. Love extends to everything, no matter which soul fragment sees Gu Wei's reincarnation, they'll fall in love. Even if it's a girl, it might be because they inherently enjoy excitement. Unlike her, who only buries herself in work, just being Xiaowei's host is enough. Perhaps she's a bit reserved, after all, it's ancient times and people back then were reserved. Liking someone is usually kept in the heart. Who would say it out loud? A C spoke earnestly. She never expected that one day she would indulge Gu Wei like this. Xiaowei thought for a moment and felt that A C was right. She reluctantly forgave this master who didn't kiss her. However, it still doesn't make sense. How do you explain Su Qingyun and Mo Yujun? A C. Maybe they are high-end individuals riding the wave of novel trends. A C didn't even know what she was talking about anymore. Xiaowei took a sip of tea, yawned and asked, by the way, what are they doing now? Burning with passion. These 4 words completely silenced Xiaowei. How would someone like her from the countryside understand the emotional journey of city folks in novels? Suja quickly had the palace maids bring the meals to the west side hall. There are both home-cooked dishes and rare delicacies from the palace. The emperor was afraid the 2 young ladies might not have enough to eat, so he prepared everything. Thank you, palace maid sister. You may leave now, I'll call my master to dine and let you know when we're done. Okay. The palace maids hurriedly exited, closing the door behind them. Xiaowei looked at the table full of dishes and shook her head. The people in the palace were indeed extravagant. She walked over and saw Mu Miao still seemingly asleep, calling out to her. Master, the water is running. Mu Miao was startled awake in a daze and sniffed lightly. Running? Not really. Who would have thought that? As soon as she sat up, she was grabbed by Xiaowei, who immediately kissed her. The fruity scent on the girl made Mu Miao momentarily lose her senses, tasting only the soft sweetness. There was also a hint of bitterness and fragrance from the tea. She woke up from her nap only to be forcefully kissed by her disciple. Before Mu Miao could regain her composure, she felt Xiaowei pull away. Her cheeks turned a deep red and she had no idea what Xiaowei was thinking. You can't do this to your master. Mu Miao lightly rubbed her lips, her expression a mix of shame and anger. This little disciple truly is reckless. Now she can even do something like this. If this continues, wouldn't she be committing more serious offenses? Xiaowei raised her eyes to look at her, remaining still. Mu Miao felt as if a beam of beautiful light was shining on her in the darkness, making her feel somewhat uncomfortable. Let's eat. She hurriedly changed the subject. The aroma of the food was still detectable, but that fruity scent was incredibly alluring, lingering even after she wiped it away with her sleeve. Master is very sweet. Xiaowei boldly spoke up. Mu Miao's hand trembled, nearly dropping her jade chopsticks. Don't speak nonsense. Mu Miao softly reprimanded, embarrassed to the core. The tips of her toes lightly scratched the shoe's sole and her body involuntarily stiffened. This rebellious disciple truly had become bolder. Who would have thought Xiaowei completely disregarded this? Master, if your eyes were to return, they would surely be beautiful. Xiaowei still remembered those misty beautiful eyes. Giving Su Qingyun those eyes was truly a waste. Why are you fixating on that? Now that things are this way, it would be better to live more freely. Always fixating on these eyes would surely tire you out, master. Mu Miao saw things clearly. Even without her celestial eyes, she could still live like a normal person. But it just feels uncomfortable. Master, you can't see me. Don't you really want to see me? Xiaowei grasped Mu Miao's hand and Mu Miao felt her leaning in again. How could this disciple be so clueless about manners during a meal? Just as Mu Miao was about to scold her, Xiaowei spoke up. You like me, don't you? However, as soon as the words left her mouth, Xiaowei felt something was off. Oh no, isn't this being a simp? It turned out she was just a humble little simp, infatuated with her master, crazy for her master and crashing into walls for her master. How bitter. Mu Miao's heart trembled slightly. The surface of her heart's lake had been stirred into a spring tide. Without her eyes, her other senses were particularly sensitive. That soft boneless little hand in her palm felt so warm. In her heart she was reluctant to let go of this hand. The corners of her lips suddenly curved downward, and in an instant Xiaowei had sat down on Mu Miao's lap. Xiaowei. This isn't how the script goes. This is so embarrassing. Darn it. Mu Miao's fingertips touched her lips, gently caressing them, slightly pressing her chin as if she was observing her. Her hand tightly wrapped around Xiaowei's slender waist. This waist was so delicate that it could be said to be fragile enough to break. Disciple, do you want your master to stop being a gentleman and become a scoundrel? She suddenly spoke, her words rolling off her tongue like a burning fireball, instantly coloring both their cheeks crimson. Xiaowei's heart raced uncontrollably, but she still couldn't help but speak up. There was no helping it, she was really unable to hold back anymore. Master, you seem a bit greasy. Mu Miao's hand froze in the air, a hint of confusion crossing her expression. Xiaowei knew Mu Miao wouldn't understand, but seeing her dazed look for some reason made her want to laugh. Meanwhile, AC sitting in the space smashed the keyboard for the first time. Although it couldn't be broken. Being called greasy for the first time in her life made AC so angry that she wanted to lean over and make this clueless disciple cry. And Xiaowei truly laughed. But before she could laugh a few more times, Mu Miao's fingertips gently probed into Xiaowei's black hair, pressing down on the back of her head, forcing Xiaowei closer to her eyelashes trembling uncontrollably. Thus they perfectly met with soft lips. It's over, master seems to be angry. And why is her strength so great? The bitter aroma of the tea in Xiaowei's mouth was completely devoured by Mu Miao, and her small face turned red, struggling to catch her breath. She pushed herself away from Mu Miao's lap with her little hands, her head filled with question marks. Why was she angry? She wasn't Li Jia. Xiaowei's emotions were in disarray. When did things go wrong? Was it when she teased Mu Miao, or was it the day Mu Miao tied her hands? She couldn't figure out what went wrong. Mu Miao smiled and nodded. Xiaowei had never tasted the palace's meals before. They were delicious, but being an ordinary person, she preferred home-cooked dishes. After finishing the meal, Suja knocked on the door with several palace maids. Miss Xiaowei, the emperor has instructed me to bring in some items. Come in, Mu Miao said, her tone very gentle as she sat up. Suja then had the maids bring in several brocade boxes. Afterward he instructed the maids to leave and shut the door, taking out 2 wooden boxes from his sleeve. These are the fragrant ashes collected from the Li Fei Palace and the De Fei Palace. The emperor just sat in both palaces for a while, and these were secretly taken by me. The emperor said, Miss Mu, you must smell them carefully. Mu Miao couldn't see clearly into the wooden boxes, so Xiaowei opened the lids for her and placed them near her nose. The slow-acting fragrance was a slow poison, but just smelling it for a while wouldn't be a major issue. Mu Miao pinched the handkerchief and smelled for a while before letting Xiaowei take it away. Then she pointed to the wooden box on the right. Suja glanced at it, his expression slightly changed, but he didn't say much. He just lowered his eyes and thanked her. Thank you, Miss Mu. I will inform the emperor of the truth, and for these days I must trouble you, miss. Suja was an old hand in the palace, and such matters concerning the state would naturally not be shared with Xiaowei. But it didn't matter, she had her connections. Ah, see, which palace does the wooden box on the right belong to? De Fei, the biological mother of Prince Qi. The only one who can recognize this slow-acting fragrance in this world is probably Mu Miao aside from De Fei, so De Fei had no defenses against this matter. Then it becomes interesting, doesn't it? Xiaowei stroked her chin, her eyes narrowing playfully. But your task is to dismantle the CP, not to ruin the male lead. Ah, see, still kindly reminded her. If the male and female leads die. Xiaowei seemed to not have heard at all. That wouldn't count as breaking up. Ah, see was both angry and amused. It seemed he would have to limit the items she could use in the future, otherwise once Xiaowei's points increased she might buy 10 destruction mushrooms first when entering another world, which would be quite something. I know, I will see how it goes. Anyway, I still have a way to obtain my master's eyes, and I want the male lead to deliver them to me personally. As Xiaowei said this, she gulped down the Bai Luo-chan in front of her. Pa. Too bitter. Why do ancient people love drinking tea so much? Unlike her, who preferred to drink more hot water. What Xiaowei didn't know was that chaos had already erupted in the De Fei Palace as the once elegant De Fei threw her teacup at a palace maid's head. How could such a task be handled poorly? Even a little fragrant ash couldn't be managed, and it was stolen by Su Gong. The senior maid beside her glanced at her master's expression and then leaned closer to whisper, Your Highness, even if Su Gong took it, it doesn't necessarily mean he recognized it. Right now the most pressing matter is Prince Qi. De Fei's face turned red with anger. Of course she knew her precious son was the most important. But how could she control the rampant rumors among the common folk? She had long said that the wretched girl was a disaster, yet insisted on marrying her in. Now at a critical moment she dropped the ball. De Fei truly hated Su Qingyun to the core. You quickly summon Prince Qi to the palace, just say that this palace wishes to see him. As soon as De Fei finished speaking, she saw Su Gonggang leading a group of palace maids through the main hall door. De Fei was taken aback, and the maid who had been scolded hurriedly retreated to the side, only to be noticed by Su Gonggang. If there was nothing serious, just some fragrant ash lost, how could De Fei reprimand the maids like this? If it weren't for De Fei's benevolent nature and her outstanding virtue, how could she have earned the title of De Fei? Your Highness the Emperor has stated that from today for the next 7 days Your Highness is not to see anyone and the palace maids and eunuchs attending must also be reduced. Although Suja smiled, his smile did not reach his eyes. Defei wanted to explode, but considering her precious son's loss of imperial favor and standing before her was the Emperor's most favored person, she had no choice but to slightly bow her head. This servant obeys your command. Suja signaled with his eyes, taking away everyone from the Defei palace, leaving only 2 cleaning maids and the eunuchs guarding outside. Wait, Su Gonggang, why must the senior maid go with you? Suja lowered his eyes. This is the Emperor's order. The senior maid has been around Defei's side for a long time and the Emperor has some questions to ask. Before Defei could react, Suja's expression turned cold. Hurry up and take her away. No matter how favored she was yesterday, if she had her eyes on the Emperor, Defei wouldn't have enough lives to pay for it. Meanwhile, Xiaowei, upon hearing Asis' report, nearly dropped her jaw. This Emperor is quite decisive, so cool. At his age, the most concerning thing is his own life. Moreover, Defei's family is not prosperous, otherwise Prince Qi wouldn't have chosen the daughter of the Prime Minister as his consort back then. It seems the male lead doesn't have a good relationship with his mother, right? Xiaowei remembered that in the book Defei had always disliked Su Qingyun. Have you ever seen a domineering prince being nice to his mother? Sis' words completely silenced Xiaowei. Indeed, wasn't it the prince's domineering attitude that the female lead liked? The male lead thought it was very impressive and cool and treated others the same way. I think this identity suits me very well. Next time remember to find me a world where I can be a domineering CEO. The immersion was strong. She had already started driving a Ferrari all over the map. Depends on luck. Asi wasn't sure which world Xiaowei would end up in or what identity she would have. Oh right. Xiaowei stretched lazily. Time flew by in the palace. During these 7 days after the medicinal treatment, the Emperor felt his back no longer ached, his legs were no longer sore, and even his intimacy was invigorated. He was even more generous and indulgent towards Mu Miao and Xiaowei. Well, Miss Xiaowei, there are still those divine physician's eyes. The Emperor had been admiring Mu Miao's eyes for a long time and felt it was a pity. This matter is quite lengthy to explain. Xiaowei glanced at her master, who was feeding fish in the distance, and tearfully informed the Emperor of Su Qingjian's actions. No wonder a few years ago Defei's eyes could see the light of day again, but this poisonous woman is not upright in character. Upon mentioning Defei, the Emperor's face darkened. The senior maid beside her could not withstand the palace's punishment. She had revealed everything she needed to say, and now Defei was still in the cold. So, Your Majesty, I would like to humbly request that Prince Qi answer a question. Xiaowei's face was earnest. The Emperor naturally consented. This little girl was quirky and lively, similar in age to the princess he had married off to the border years ago, and her character resembled hers, which made the Emperor more lenient towards Xiaowei. What question? Speak, let me hear it. This question was, of course, if your mother and your wife fell into the water, who would you save? This was a riddle that had once baffled many heroes and strong men. However, when addressing the Emperor, it could not be stated so directly. The noble Lady Di also possessed heavenly eyes, and so did Su Qingyun. She merely wished for her master to see the light of day once more. It all depended on how Prince Qi would choose. Upon hearing Xiaowei's suggestion, the Emperor chuckled for a while. You little girl indeed care for your master. Very well, the divine doctor saved my life. It's nothing but heavenly eyes. I shall issue a decree according to your method. A search for a pair of heavenly eyes, with those presenting them granted titles and rewards of 100 taels of gold. It was said to be a search for heavenly eyes, yet in reality there were only 2 pairs. The Emperor was aware of this, yet he chose to issue such a decree. After seeing the decree, Prince Qi's expression darkened. Your Highness, what does the Emperor mean by this? The Emperor has revoked your powers, Your Highness. Now you have nothing left. If you do not find a way, your future days may become even harder to bear. The guard beside him also wore a bitter expression. In the past, many had come to the prince's residence, but now rumors were rampant and the officials in the court no longer greeted the prince, even excusing him from attending court. They said it was to avoid drawing attention, but it was likely that the prince's claim to the throne was being stripped away. If he could present a pair of heavenly eyes, and if the crown prince could clarify the matter of the prime minister, the prince should be able to avoid a disaster. Impossible. I am not that unfeeling and ungrateful person. Prince Qi's face gradually turned frantic as he tore the decree into shreds. Your Highness. The guard called out helplessly. What harm would it do to give it? After all, it was never the prince's possession. Let it be, it's their business how they wish to handle it. Prince Qi directly went to Su Qingjian's room, where he found her preparing vegetables, suddenly reminded of the time when she had been blinded. He truly felt pain for Yun'er. Could it be that he had to repeat the past? Mo Yujun felt as though a piece of flesh had been gouged from his heart. The pain was sharp. It hurt so much that he felt he was nearly suffocating. June. You've returned. Come eat some vegetables, I made them all myself. Su Qingyun was oblivious to Mo Yujun's complex feelings as she served him vegetables. No, this time he absolutely could not let Yun'er down. But his mother. Although he did not get along with his mother, she had cared for him over the years, and as a son, how could he bring himself to ask her to offer up the heavenly eyes? Yun'er, if one day I were to wrong you, would you forgive me? Prince Qi suddenly asked cautiously. Su Qingyun was taken aback for a moment, then smiled gently. I would forgive you for anything you do because I love you so much. Upon hearing this, Prince Qi felt his burden grow heavier, but after waiting 4 days, seeing that the crown prince was about to completely uncover the prime minister's affair, he could no longer restrain himself and took Su Qingyun into the palace. Your son pays respects to Father Emperor. In the hall there were only a few people, the Emperor Su Zhe and Xiaowei. Xiaowei stood behind the screen and the Emperor coldly scrutinized the son, who seemed unfamiliar to him. He naturally knew why Prince Qi had come. Yet he had not anticipated that this son could be so unfeeling and ungrateful to harm even his wife so. His character resembled that of the noble Lady D. Such a person may be suited to be an emperor, but as an emperor he did not wish for such a son. Have you truly made up your mind? The emperor inquired. Prince Qi's expression stiffened, clearly unwilling, while Su Qingyun stood there confused after greeting him, evidently unaware of what was happening. Your son is willing to serve Father Emperor. As he spoke, Mo Yujun felt his tongue tremble. For the sake of the kingdom, for his own future, and to avoid being abandoned by his father, sacrificing Yun'er's eyes was worth it. I didn't expect Prince Qi to be quite reasonable. A crisp voice came from the side and both Prince Qi and Su Qingyun turned to see Xiaowei. Upon seeing her, Su Qingyun immediately recognized her. It's you. What are you doing here? Su Qingyun's beautiful eyes were filled with disbelief. Xiaowei was merely a disciple of a divine doctor. How could she possess the ability to enter the palace? Since Prince Qi has agreed, then Princess Qi, it's time to return what belongs to my master. Xiaowei's expression was devoid of emotion. If it were not necessary, she truly did not want to engage in a battle of wits with these two main characters. Two hopeless fools, and this male lead clearly preferred power over the female lead. She really couldn't see it. You. Su Qingyun now understood everything. This person had come to take her eyes. She did not want to fall into that chaotic darkness, for those days of endless night were far too terrifying. She feared the dark the most. Having experienced what happened before, Su Qingyun knew it was useless to plead with this person and hurriedly tried to run out of the hall, only to be grabbed by Mo Yujun. Can you not be so reckless? Mo Yujun was furious. What did you just say? I am reckless. Su Qingyun had not expected Mo Yujun to be harsh with her. Just yesterday they had been so sweet together in bed. How could he turn around and offer her eyes to others? It was too ridiculous. Su Qingyun felt as though she no longer recognized the man before her. Her heart ached. Su Zhe, take the princess away. I need to speak with Prince Qi. As for the eye exchange, let Xiaowei handle it alone. Several palace maids dragged Su Qingyun to the place where Xiaowei and her master usually stayed, while Su Qingyun cried and shook her head. The noise was giving Xiaowei a headache. So by the time the palace maids brought Su Qingyun to the side hall and left, Xiaowei directly threw a brick at Su Qingyun. The brick had been hidden by her beforehand. With her strength, Su Qingyun would not die. At most she would just faint. Xiaowei dragged Su Qingyun onto a soft couch and then asked the system, see, what should I do next? I have finally waited for this day. This side quest has been long enough. However, today's events will likely affect the relationship between the main characters. Xiaowei glanced at the progress of the main quest and found it had already reached 30%, which was truly commendable. Leave it to me. Sis' voice was very gentle. Xiaowei felt a golden light merge into her body and her eyes were covered by a pair of gentle hands, her own hands moving uncontrollably towards Su Qingyun. She had no idea how much time had passed when she opened her eyes again, seeing the pool of blood on Su Qingyun's pale face. Xiaowei was nearly frightened out of her wits. Fortunately her eyes were closed, so it did not look too frightening. All done, as she said. That warm power withdrew from her body and Xiaowei knew it was a C who had just manipulated her to carry out this surgery. But why were my eyes covered? I really cannot accept this, sisterly. Xiaowei expressed her strong discontent. I'm afraid that if you open your eyes it will scare you to death. Sis' reasoning was quite sound. Mu Miao's eyes will need 3 days to recover before she can see the light again, but it's best not to go outside. Although they are heavenly eyes, she hasn't seen sunlight for quite a few days. It's better for her to stay indoors for this month. Also, the prescription I left on the table, you need to brew it daily. Before going to bed, dampen a warm towel and apply it to Mu Miao for 3 or 4 hours. It will be beneficial for her. Xiaowei glanced at her master sleeping on the inner side. Compared to the pain on Su Qingyun's face, her expression was serene, as if she had just had a beautiful dream. Su Qingyun woke up in acute pain, feeling even worse than when she had lost her sight. A tremendous sense of panic descended upon her. I hate you, I hate you. Why did you take my eyes? She sensed someone nearby and raised her hand to claw at Xiaowei, who quickly stepped back, causing Su Qingyun to stumble and fall onto the water-colored stone floor. It hurt. This heart-wrenching pain had been felt before and Su Qingyun had almost forgotten when it had happened. Yet strangely a peculiar sense of satisfaction began to blossom within her. She must be going mad. Xiaowei turned and opened the door and Su Zhe immediately spotted the Qi Wanfei lying on the ground. Alright, you all hurry and clean up the Qi Wanfei and send her to see Qi Wang. Several palace maids rushed in to carry the struggling Su Qingyun out. Her eyes with dried blood in the corners appeared extremely gruesome. It was merely returning what belonged to its owner. Su Zhe showed no signs of compassion. However, this Wanfei was indeed pitiful to have married the Qi Wang, but every pitiful person must have their hateful side. It was said by the emperor that Xiaowei had once taken her, yet this Wanfei stubbornly refused to return. Ultimately, Su Qingyun had previously been a noble lady, the daughter of the prime minister. As long as she had any grievances, her powerful family could certainly help. Who would dare to let her suffer injustice before the emperor? She placed herself in such a humble position that she could not blame others for treating her as a sacrificial pawn. Xiaowei, how is Dr. Mu doing? Upon thinking of this, Su Zhe glanced inside but didn't dare to look more. I believe master will have a good sleep. Xiaowei smiled at Su Zhe. Only then did Su Zhe nod and leave at ease. There's a good show to watch now. After Su Zhe left, AC finally spoke to Xiaowei. You are truly too dark and vicious. How can you be like this? Always wanting to watch others' dramas. Xiaowei expressed her disinterest in knowing this system. I see. So what is this good show? Hurry up and tell me. Xiaowei perked up her curious little ears. Didn't you say those who watch shows are dark and vicious? Yet you're so curious. AC truly was a strange fish. Hurry up and tell me quickly. Xiaowei urged impatiently. Under Xiaowei's relentless pressure, AC finally recounted everything that was happening over there without missing a word. The current crown prince had uncovered the prime minister's affairs with both human and material evidence in hand. Now even the male lead couldn't argue his way out. Moreover, the prime minister had already changed into casual clothes in the main hall where he was currently complaining about his grievances. If he were to see the female lead caught by the male lead and losing her sight. Tisk, it seems the prime minister was still unaware of this matter. No, she had to witness this good fortune in person. If she didn't see the good show on the spot, then living would be meaningless. When Xiaowei rushed over, she happened to see the prime minister slap the male lead at the entrance of the hall. Smack! This crisp and loud sound caused the emperor sitting on the dragon throne to lower his eyes, remaining expressionless. However, the crown prince dressed in dragon patterned attire hurriedly stopped the somewhat disheveled prime minister. Bastard! The prime minister pointed at Mo Yujun, his fingers trembling uncontrollably. At his age, being schemed against like this was one thing, but his only daughter was also suffering such injustice at the hands of others. No matter what, the prime minister couldn't accept it. Prime Minister, regarding this matter, my father will give you justice. The crown prince slightly turned his body. He was tall and slender with a lonely and delicate demeanor, and his charming eyes were captivating, truly possessing the appearance of a heavenly ruler. However, this appearance. Zhang Hanyun. What the heck? For a brief moment, Xiaowei almost choked. She never expected that the dogman who had relentlessly pursued her in the valley would turn out to be the current crown prince. This was indeed a major surprise. As he turned to the side, Mo Hanyun naturally spotted the small apricot yellow figure huddled outside the hall, looking even more mischievous and adorable than before. Although she was somewhat different from the woman he loved in his memories, he could be certain that this person was Lu Er. Su Ai Cheng, regarding this matter I owe you an apology. Naturally, Su girl's eyes are to be returned to their rightful owner from Defei's possession. Upon hearing this, the previously stunned Mo Yujun quickly looked toward the emperor, his pupils trembling. Father, mother is. She is your legal wife. Mo Yujun was speechless. He knelt on the ground, no longer possessing the vigor of his youth. The prime minister's tears flowed freely as he looked at his daughter kneeling on the ground, wanting to cry but unable to do so. Finally, he bravely spoke up. Your servant humbly requests the emperor and Prince Qi to grant my daughter a letter of divorce. Upon hearing this, Su Qingyun hurriedly grabbed the prime minister's sleeve. No, father, I don't want that. She did not want to be separated from the prince, even though he had treated her that way. But she believed that he still had her in his heart. The two of them had clearly loved each other so deeply before. As long as her eyes could see the light again, she could still spend her life well with the prince. Father, I beg you. Father, I beg you, I don't want to be separated from the prince. Su Qingjian's eyes were painful, but her heart was in even greater agony. She hated the prince, yet he was the other half of her soul. Letting go felt like a death sentence to her. Su Qingyun refused, she couldn't bear it. The female lead's bizarre actions left everyone in the hall dumbfounded, while Mo Yujun unexpectedly burst into tears, embracing Su Qingyun, whose eyes were filled with blood, with red eyes tightly holding the one he loved. Yuner, it is I who has wronged you, I who has wronged you. I will treat you well from now on. The emperor, prime minister. Others, the two were so reluctant to part that they seemed like the villains who had committed all sorts of evil deeds. The prime minister couldn't understand how things had reached this point. The emperor and the prime minister exchanged glances while Xiaowei expressed that she had never been so speechless in her life. This earth-shattering couple truly had a touching love story. Tears welled up, family sob. Upon seeing these two individuals, Xiaowei finally learned how to write the words deeply affectionate yet tormenting. She lifted her hand to touch her face, which felt numb. Let it be destroyed, she was tired. Since you are unwilling to part, the eyes of the concubine must also be returned to Su Qingyun. After all, it is a debt I owe to Su Aiqing. Xiaowei, I will leave this matter to you when the time comes. The emperor had long seen Xiaowei peeking at the palace gate. While it was inappropriate, the emperor had always indulged Xiaowei, and Su Zhe had turned a blind eye. All right, Xiaowei will obey. Xiaowei walked in and bowed. A fierce gaze fell upon her. If the emperor were not present, she would have really wanted to kick Mo Hanyun out. However, Su Qingyun had just undergone surgery. The wound needed to heal before she could continue the operation. Otherwise, even the heavenly eye would leave after effects. The emperor specially approved for Su Qingyun to recuperate in the palace and sent Mo Yujun back to his residence. He did not wish to see this troublesome son. After giving orders, the crown prince led the chancellor out of the palace, watching him leave before turning to look at Xiaowei, who was squatting on the ground gloomily counting ants. So have you made up your mind? Mo Hanyun squatted slightly behind Xiaowei, smiling. Who are you really looking for? I don't know you. Xiaowei truly had little patience for this person. Get lost. Go die. Get out of my sight. Of course you don't know me, but... He chuckled softly, lowering his head. Forget about that dog of a man, Gu Wei. Marry me and I will treat you well. Xiaowei. After spending a billion seconds processing this, Xiaowei realized that this person seemed to know her. But... wasn't she Gu Wei? Oh, Harris, the thing, I actually had a name before called Gu Wei. Xiaowei raised an eyebrow, speaking to Mo Hanyun with an expressionless face. Then Xiaowei saw the man's smile disappear at a visible speed and he promptly ran away. Xiaowei sneered, "Humph, with this he dares to pursue men. He is not capable." In the system space, AC glanced at the man's panic retreating figure, faintly forming the outline of someone in her mind. She seemed to know who this person was. This person had indeed been relentlessly pursuing her, viewing Gu Wei as his #1 rival in love. But how did he think Gu Wei would be her reincarnation? Moreover, how did he manage to traverse to other novel worlds? I feel that there will be no more trouble. He probably won't come to disturb me again. Xiaowei shrugged. This man was too weak. Next time she should find someone fit enough to spar with her. Not necessarily. AC raised her eyebrows slightly. Given that person's nature, he did not seem like the type to give up easily. Let's wait and see. I need to go back and accompany my master now. You, a single dog, should fend for yourself. Remember to let me know if you find a mail system. I will send you a red envelope. Xiaowei stretched lazily, feeling quite comfortable. AC thought it's fine and not angry. Why is she a single dog? What Xiaowei did not expect was that difficult times were about to arrive. And this hardship was the Prince Mo Hanyun, whom she previously thought was quite lackluster. Xiaowei had never seen anyone as lewd as Mo Hanyun, barging into her room at midnight and snatching her blanket. Are you sick? Xiaowei clutched her pitiful soft blanket, glaring at the vicious villain Mo Hanyun. Even if he was pursuing men, snatching blankets was not something a hero would do. Drag him out and execute him. Ugh. I'm not sick, I just wanted to see if what you said was true. You are clearly a woman. Mo Hanyun was no longer the gentle and refined figure he appeared to be during the day. He was like a bandit. Xiaowei was completely enraged. She had already been a bit grumpy upon waking, and being provoked like this caused her to lose her composure. You're talking nonsense. If it weren't for the accident I had earlier, I would have thrown my pants in your face. Mo Hanyun. Oh, now I believe it. He suddenly released his grip on the blanket. Xiaowei. She wouldn't be so crude, only you are so vulgar and lewd. Given that you are a woman, I will not hold it against you for snatching my wife. Mo Hanyun sighed in relief, but... what was with that gleeful smile on his face? Xiaowei felt like she was about to draw her sword. I'm going to sleep. Xiaowei yanked the blanket from the ground and yawned, but before her head could touch the jade pillow, Mo Hanyun tugged the blanket away again. What exactly do you want? Xiaowei ground her teeth, wishing she could use a stick to chase this dream-disturbing beast into the palace. Mo Hanyun wore an innocent expression. Let's go, I'll take you out for drinks. Who goes to sleep before midnight these days? Xiaowei. She absolutely had to catch this guy and eliminate him. I'm not going, I'm not familiar with you. Xiaowei turned over, leaving Mo Hanyun with an emotionless back. But a billion seconds later she was so annoyed by this dog that she left the palace. Looking at her rival, who resembled a turnip head, Mo Hanyun was nearly brought to tears as he ordered an entire table of dishes for Xiaowei. Seeing you are a girl, I am relieved. I am truly touched. I never expected you to have such a day. Xiaowei, a string of garbled insults. You should check your brain. I think it's still not too late. Xiaowei felt deeply that this person was sick. It's fine, after all, your wife will be my wife in the future. Don't think too much, I will send you a big red envelope. Mo Hanyun was completely unconcerned about such minor details, cheerfully pouring wine for Xiaowei. Xiaowei felt perplexed. What do you mean, my wife? Where did I get a wife? Mo Hanyun hurriedly slapped his own mouth. It's fine, just pretend I didn't say anything. By the way, I didn't expect you to be quite genuine, not bad at all. Mo Hanyun looked Xiaowei up and down, then stopped in front of her, clicking his tongue in praise. Then he saw Xiaowei's cold water-like gaze. Mo Hanyun, oh, pretend I didn't say anything. How did this person become a girl and still look so fierce? Could she get married in the future? Mo Hanyun expressed deep skepticism. Where did you meet me? Xiaowei asked. She found it strange. She was certain this person was not in her memories, yet felt an inexplicable familiarity. This sense of familiarity was actually her impulse to hit him every time he appeared. This is not convenient to disclose. It's hard to say. If I do, I will be chased away. Mo Hanyun glanced at the sky, then whispered to Xiaowei. Standing so close he could smell the fruity fragrance on her, causing him to momentarily lose focus. But why had he never noticed before that this person had the potential to be a girl? With delicate skin, very bouncy, Mo Hanyun couldn't help but listen for a while, and then he saw Xiaowei looking up at him with cold eyes. She appeared as if she wanted to devour him. Mo Hanyun was also unwilling to back down and stared back at her. Get lost, Xiaowei spoke mercilessly. Mo Hanyun, indeed, one should never expect this person to show him any good face, after all they were natural enemies. Why are you being so fierce? Mo Hanyun muttered softly, lowering his head to pick at the snacks. He used to come here often alone, never expecting his first time to be with Gu Wei. The cold wind from outside blew and making Xiaowei shiver. Are you dragging me out for drinks just to suffer from the cold? This person had become so despicable that no one wanted to be around him. Just drink a few more sips and you'll warm up. By the way, if I drag you out for drinks, your master won't be angry, right? Mo Hanyun's teasing words made Xiaowei regard him with a renewed sense of appreciation. No, she's asleep. Besides, with your status, if my master gets angry, wouldn't you just drag her out and chop her up? Xiaowei began to speak in a sarcastic tone. No way, it sounds like you're saying I'm some kind of tyrant. Unfortunately, I can't find her. By the way, have you ever seen a woman with an outstanding demeanor, looking ethereal, speaking beautifully, and most importantly being gentle and obedient? As he spoke, Mo Hanyun couldn't help but blush. Xiaowei understood in an instant and suddenly realized, isn't that just me? Mo Hanyun. This person truly has no shame. Have you really not seen her? Mo Hanyun was starting to get a bit impatient. Xiaowei pondered silently. Gentle character, easy to bully, obedient, easy to bully. Had she ever seen such a woman? No. She raised her head and decisively shook her head at Mo Hanyun. Mo Hanyun displayed a disappointed expression but still perked up to pour Xiaowei a bowl of wine. It's fine, I will definitely find her. Mo Hanyun was filled with 100,000 times of spirit. When the time comes, he would surely give the poor Xiaowei a huge red envelope. Who? Xiaowei couldn't help but ask. My wife. You wouldn't understand, Mo Hanyun said, his eyes sparkling as he brought up the subject. Xiaowei fell silent for a moment, her gaze towards him filled with pity. Mo Hanyun. What does this person mean? Who on earth has such poor eyesight to like you? Xiaowei was genuinely curious about what that person looked like. To make Mo Hanyun act like a lovesick fool, she truly couldn't imagine how that would play out. But she hasn't even looked at me yet, but I will try hard. You, someone who can't get married, wouldn't understand. Mo Hanyun waved his hand, looking disgusted. Xiaowei. No personal attacks allowed. Alright, right, you can definitely get married. Xiaowei directly filled her sarcasm skill to maximum. Looking down on others, thinking he is handsome, she truly wanted to laugh. You. Mo Hanyun found himself unable to retort against Gu Wei. Damn it, this guy used to be fierce in fights, how did he turn into a girl? And now he couldn't even hold his tongue. How infuriating. But he was a gentleman after all, he couldn't possibly say he wanted to fight the female version of Gu Wei, right? That would just look like bullying a child. Mo Hanyun had no choice but to swallow his anger. Fortunately, after finishing this meal, the two parted ways unhappily. Mo Hanyun escorted Xiaowei to the temple door, looking at her petite figure, and couldn't help but pull out a jade-colored token from his pocket. This is for you. He handed over the item. What is this? I don't. Take it, a sis voice suddenly echoed in Xiaowei's mind. Only then did Xiaowei accept the token, but no such thing comes without a reason. She still had to ask clearly. What are you giving me this for? Under the moonlight, the jade token shimmered with a faint white light, appearing exquisite and beautiful, though it seemed more like an ornament with no real function. It's a gift. I can't find her here and am leaving tomorrow. Consider this my farewell gift, as we likely won't meet again in the future. What do you mean? Just as Xiaowei raised her head, she discovered Mo Hanyun had vanished. But that made sense given his demeanor. He seemed to be searching for the girl he liked. If he couldn't find her in one place, he would have to go somewhere else. But damn. A sea can't also be a host, can he? Otherwise, how could he traverse the world of novels? After all, Mo Hanyun didn't look like an ancient person at all. Running around like this somewhat resembled her identity. He doesn't have a system, so you don't have to worry about that. Take the jade token back, you can't use it for now, but it's a good talisman. This jade token originally belonged to Gu Wei, so when Mo Hanyun gave it, he didn't show any reluctance. Okay. Just as Xiaowei's voice fell, the jade token in her hand suddenly vanished. It was received into a system space. Xiaowei walked into the temple, glancing at the hall across, a smile appearing at the corner of her lips. Tomorrow the thing on Master's eyes can finally be removed. Xiaowei went straight to sleep beautifully. Meanwhile, AC let out a sigh of relief in the system space, glad that the person had left and that Mo Hanyun couldn't detect her presence. It was likely because Xiaowei was her host carrying her scent, which caused Mo Hanyun to mistake Xiaowei for her. She almost caused a comical misunderstanding. However, Mo Hanyun did not notice the soul fragments on Mu Miao, which surprised her. Well, it didn't matter, they had only met once and it wasn't like they would run into each other again in the future. The next day the sky was drizzling with light rain and the droplets gently tapped on the green stone slabs as Xiaowei held an umbrella and entered the west side hall, seeing her master sitting on a round stool. For some reason she felt a bit nervous. Sister Mo Ching. Oh no, master, she could finally witness her master's true appearance. When Xiaowei's fingertips touched her cheek, Mu Miao suddenly grasped her soft little hand. My little disciple, her tone was somewhat indulgent. Ah. Xiaowei was momentarily stunned. If I can see you, could you possibly act spoiled with me? Mu Miao's request was quite strange. Xiaowei was suddenly at a loss for words. What was acting spoiled? Even dogs would shake their heads at that. No, master, you're really making it hard for me. I can't do that. How about you act spoiled with me instead? I think that would be fine too. She had never seen Mu Miao act spoiled. Xiaowei directly took the opposite approach. Mu Miao. Well, let's forget it. Mu Miao raised her hand and gently untied the blindfold, letting the white strap fall to the ground. Her eyes, like clear water mist, slightly opened, the corners tinged with a hint of redness from the previous injury. However, the knife she used was transformed by her, and when Xiaowei held it, it only felt very cool. Suddenly Mu Miao hugged her and Xiaowei stumbled into her embrace. I've seen you, my little disciple, give master a kiss. The slender waist was embraced by Mu Miao's delicate hands, and the two were so close that Xiaowei instinctively raised her eyes to look at Mu Miao, who was within arm's reach. Too close. Her fingertips could not help but tremble, her breath growing shallow, filled with the faint scent of medicine lingering on Mu Miao. Can we not kiss? Xiaowei instinctively tried to push her away, but after just a slight push she hurriedly withdrew her hand. The softness and warmth at her fingertips left her feeling a bit flustered. All right. To her surprise, Mu Miao actually agreed. In the next moment, before Xiaowei could react, Mu Miao had grasped the back of her head. What does this mean? A flash of astonishment crossed her eyes as the scent of medicine swirled between their lips. She could even see the fine hairs on her master's face, and the beautiful eyelashes trembled involuntarily. Her cheeks were already tinted with a blush, and tiny beads of sweat formed on the tip of her nose. It felt as though she had been completely engulfed by her master. Xiaowei found herself sitting on Mu Miao's lap, and by the time she sensed something was off, her outer garment had already fallen to the ground. Stop. Even though something had happened between them before, Xiaowei still remembered her position. Yes, she was number one. What kind of behavior is it to sit on a girl's lap? Master Xiaowei suddenly interrupted firmly. Ha! Mu Miao looked up in surprise. It's time to beg for food. Xiaowei patted her shoulder. Mu Miao. When the maid brought the food in, Mu Miao finally understood what Xiaowei meant by begging for food. I'm hungry. Her gaze was utterly innocent. Oh, it's fine, eat more, Mu Miao said with understanding, her misty eyes carrying a hint of tenderness. That gaze was indeed quite similar to Ning Emochang's. But thinking that this gaze seemed to belong to that time, Xiaowei felt that it would be better to beg for food outside the palace. Having been deceived by Mu Miao too deeply before, it seemed that now she would need an extra exercise every night. As Xiaowei bit her chopsticks thinking about how to manage this, she heard Suja's voice. Dr. Mu, Miss Xiaowei, the emperor has arrived. Mu Miao and Xiaowei hurriedly stood up and turned to bow to the figure in the bright yellow attire that entered. Enough, there's no need for such formality with me. I only heard that Dr. Mu is going to. The emperor's gaze paused on Mu Miao. The elegant woman with misty eyes that seemed to swirl with water truly had the demeanor of an immortal, leaving the emperor momentarily stunned. Suja thought it was bad. He was not afraid of the others, but this was what he feared most. Xiaowei, being of similar size to the princess and quite cute, naturally wouldn't attract any unwanted attention. But Dr. Mu was different. Your Majesty, it seems Dr. Mu is recovering well. Suja's words interrupted the emperor's scrutiny. Xiaowei naturally sensed the emperor's gaze and felt a bit uneasy. However, she still maintained her composure. This matter was not too difficult to handle. By the way, Your Majesty, the slow-release incense ashes should be dealt with. My master has the deepest understanding of poisonous scents. If this incense ash is kept, it would be harmful to both people and the soil. This statement completely dispelled the emperor's thoughts. He certainly did not want a second Defei appearing in the harem. If other women were as beautiful as this one, that would be fine, but unfortunately she was skilled in medicine, and such people were the most feared in the harem. Now that I see Dr. Mu once again basking in sunlight, I am also pleased. Therefore, Su Zhao, I will grant Dr. Mu and Miss Xiaowei the residence I once said when I conferred titles to the princes outside the palace, along with 100 taels of gold and 1,000 taels of silver, as a token of gratitude for saving my life. This reward. Su Zhao was somewhat bewildered. Not to mention the gold and silver, the residence the emperor had previously lived in was even more exquisite than the residence of Prince Qi. This reward was not inferior to that of a general with great military achievements. Your Majesty, this simply cannot be accepted. Mu Miao quickly stopped but was held back by Xiaowei. In that case, thank you very much, Your Majesty. This gratitude Xiaowei felt was well deserved. If they did not accept it, the emperor would think they had ulterior motive. Then in a few days let Dr. Mu perform the surgery for the princess consort of Prince Qi. Her eye injury is almost healed now. The emperor chatted for a bit before turning to leave. Mu Miao held Xiaowei's hand, her tone somewhat reproachful. Disciple, such an important reward you and I cannot accept it. What's wrong? The emperor has already said to give it, so we should just take it. Xiaowei would not allow herself to be wrong. Besides, AC had already said that if the host's life improved in the future, the rewards would also increase. These rewards, she felt, were rightfully hers. As for the emperor, he felt somewhat melancholic. I originally thought of conferring Xiaowei the title of princess or something, but now with these rewards I feel like I've wronged them. Your Majesty, it is not a grievance. I see that Miss Xiaowei is quite happy, but the Prince Qi and Princess Consort Dr. Mu previously showed kindness in allowing the Princess Consort to see the light again, yet they have not come to express their gratitude. Indeed, it was somewhat selfish. But Suja dared not speak this out loud. After all, Prince Qi was the Emperor's biological son. I naturally know otherwise I wouldn't bestow extra silver. Prince Qi is truly my good son, but that girl Xiaowei mentioned that when Princess Consort Su's eyes are restored she will send Defei to Prince Qi's residence to have them take care of her. Evil people will have their own tribulations. The Emperor was also tired of hearing Defei wailing day and night, and the Prime Minister could no longer concern himself with Su Qingyun. The Prime Minister's wife had been pregnant for 2 months and he was now quite happy, having narrowly avoided a disaster from previous imprisonment. One has gone awry, the other must not run into problems again, right? The Emperor's side go to the Thai hospital and ask for a reliable imperial physician and have him visit the Prime Minister's residence often to check on the health of the Prime Minister's wife. This matter after all is somewhat my responsibility toward the Prime Minister. Alright, I will handle it well. On the day Mu Miao replaced Su Chongyun's eyes, Xiaowei sat in the corridor staring blankly at the translucent panel. The light golden task progress bar seemed stuck, not moving at all. It seemed she would have to stay in this world for a long time. However, the side quest showed as completed and the reward could be claimed upon returning to the space. The side quest was a skill lottery will one which looked quite cool and flashy. Xiaowei had already been secretly looking forward to it. A piercing scream echoed from inside, startling Xiaowei so much that her head nearly bumped against the stone table. What was that? Scared the baby to death. Last time during surgery Su Qingyun didn't scream that badly. How can my hands be the same as your master's? Asi chuckled and said, she is prettier than you, gentler than you and more beautiful than you. Xiaowei quickly covered Asi's mouth with a 3-and-on gesture. Asi. She was clearly much more beautiful than Mu Miao. No, why was she feeling jealous of a fragment of a soul? Aren't they all her? You haven't even seen me, how do you know Mu Miao is better looking than me? Asi couldn't help but feel a bit curious. That single sentence left Asi utterly speechless. Though it was said so casually, it was quite hurtful. Asi felt sad and wanted to cry. I'm angry, Asi said. Don't cry, next time I'll buy you some candy. Xiaowei's coaxing skills were evident, revealing a classic scoundrel. Asi. Is she trying to coax a 3-year-old? Then I want strawberry flavored. Xiaowei. Where in ancient times could she find strawberry flavored candy for Asi? Next time for sure. Xiaowei decided to paint a big picture for Asi first. She raised her hand to turn off the screen in front of her only to see her master walking out of the room looking unsteady. How is it? Is master alright? Just as Xiaowei peeked inside she was greeted by a strong smell of blood. Such eye-swapping surgery was already quite unscientific in ancient times, but the original author of the novel didn't care about these bugs and Xiaowei could only forget them. However, judging by the current state, Su Qingyun would probably take 3 days to recover. Rest for a month and apply medicine daily, then she should be able to use her eyes. Xiaowei helped Mu Miao sit on a stone bench to the side. The Emperor was not present and only Suja glanced in briefly. Xiaowei heard a crisp sound. Smack, what kind of drug did that little minx give the Emperor? The Defei, now powerless, had no time for propriety and scolded fiercely. In any case, since the Emperor had abandoned her, she was no different from a discarded woman. Xiaowei hurried inside and blocked the attacking Defei. Her eyes were covered with medicine-laden silk, yet her anger could not be concealed. Stop hitting her, Defei Nyangyang. If you accidentally damage her eye, it would not only be a loss, but it would also be quite terrifying to see. Xiaowei gently smiled as she helped the Defei onto a golden Nanmo chair. The Defei instinctively glanced to the right. Who are you? She had never heard this voice before. The weak Su Qingyun knelt on the ground supporting herself, yet she felt very happy inside. Although it hurt greatly, she would soon be able to see the person she loved. As for the so-called mother-in-law, Su Qingyun had only felt fear before. Now seeing her as a discarded woman, Su Qingyun could only feel pity for her. If she couldn't stay with the one she loved for a lifetime, it would be better to die. No matter who I am, she is still your beloved daughter-in-law. How can you hit her? Xiaowei patted the Defei's shoulder to offer comfort. Whether or not she could break apart the leads depended on the Defei. Now she needed to quickly fan the flames, or rather quickly bless them as a family. Since she couldn't forcibly separate this thunderstruck couple, it would be better for them to be together. You little palace maid, how dare you speak to me like that? Though the Defei didn't know who this girl was, she recognized all the princesses in the palace. This unfamiliar voice surely belonged to a lowly maid. Seeing this, Suja couldn't help but speak up. Defei Nyangyang, everything in the palace has been handled by the servants. Today you should depart with the Su Wanfei. Depart. That sounded quite unpleasant and the Defei's face turned as dark as coal. However, Suja couldn't care less, he was a servant of the Emperor, not the Defei's. Su Gongong, how about I escort them back? Xiaowei was very curious. If the male lead saw such a mother and female lead, his expression would be quite remarkable. However, considering the ancient character's deeply rooted filial piety, it was likely that the aggrieved Su Qingyun would face bullying. This. Suja instinctively looked at Mu Miao. Mu Miao's smile was faint and a chilly breeze blew through her hair. Since my little disciple wants to go, then I must trouble Su Gonggang. Moreover, if anything happens, my disciple's medical skills should be sufficient to handle it. Xiaowei half squatted on the ground helping Su Qingyun up, and then she heard Su Qingyun softly say, "I hate you." Xiaowei. Oh, do you need me to set up 2 tables for you at the vegetable market? Xiaowei truly couldn't understand what was so hateful about the female lead. It was originally her master's property and the female lead would see it in the future as well. How could this be blamed on? She hadn't even counted how the female lead had previously gone to her master's place eating and drinking from her master, and even the splendid clothes on the female lead were funded by Mu Miao. What a ridiculous situation. Was she spoiled by the Prime Minister? Did everyone have to cater to her? Only the male lead could possibly handle this foolish girl. You. Su Qingjian's cheeks flushed with anger. If it weren't for Xiaowei, would she have suffered so much? Her eyes hurt terribly. You don't know how to appreciate kindness. My master and I are under no obligation to spoil you, Xiaowei said as she released her grip. Su Qingyun stumbled and almost fell. However, Xiaowei finally saw through Su Qingyun. This girl was fundamentally suffering from severe princess syndrome, spoiled by the Prime Minister, taking her parents' love for granted and even humbly seeking love from a man. TSK. If it weren't for the Prime Minister's wife being pregnant with a second child in modern times, having such a daughter could lead to both of them starving to death. Thinking of this, Xiaowei suddenly felt a bit wicked. By the way, I have some good news for you. In a few months you'll have a little brother or sister. This was something an only child couldn't handle. Hearing this, Su Qingyun felt as though she had been struck on the head, completely dazed. You. What did you say? How is that possible? Su Qingyun didn't believe it. Her parents had promised that she would be their only daughter, unlike other families with many siblings. Before she was married off, she had seen those other noble girls at banquets, all of whom envied her. Who didn't know that Su Qingyun was the only daughter of the Prime Minister's family? Now to hear this, it was simply absurd. You are talking nonsense. My father and mother would never have a son or daughter. Su Qingyun knew that those legitimate eldest daughters had it tough, always yielding to younger siblings and pretending to be generous, giving them everything good. Even a married elder sister would have to find a way for her younger siblings in the future, thinking of this and that. It was too terrifying. She couldn't accept such a reality. She only wanted a sweet romance. Why should she be forced to face such a terrifying reality? It has nothing to do with you. Let's go. Su Gonggang has prepared the sedan chair. Xiaowei initially thought it would only make her sad, but unexpectedly the female lead reacted as if she had been startled. What was going on? Having a little brother or sister sounded quite nice. Looking at Anwan before she had such a good relationship with Xiaowei, and the original host was willing to sacrifice part of her soul for her sister. However, considering the female lead's character, tisk, she had long anticipated this. Yesterday my brother caused trouble in my room, so I wrote 2 chapters. Today I was urged to break 5,000 words, and tomorrow I have to beat my brother again. Thank you everyone. The Defius carriage was in use. The heroine sat in a sedan chair while Gu Xiaowei perched on the outside of the carriage. As she climbed aboard, Mu Miao slipped a small packet of pastries into her hand. "I'll go tidy our things. Su Gonggang said he will deliver them straight to our residence shortly." Mu Miao gently ruffled Gu Xiaowei's hair. "Our home." For some reason a sudden yearning swelled within Gu Xiaowei. She nodded and averted her eyes, not daring to look at Mu Miao. Gu Xiaowei frantically jabbed the system. A C. What are you doing? I'm getting married, surely no one will be left without a partner, right? Unlike me, who only dotes on my sister. Gu Xiaowei teased a C while watching the person beside her urge the horses. A C had never expected things to develop like this. How could someone treat her own husband like a dog? A C complained. His heart ached. Ah, right. He was genuinely speechless. What do you mean? Do you look down on me? Gu Xiaowei thought the system was outrageously presumptuous. A C. You will not be arrogant before me for long. A C dropped that line and Gu Xiaowei was full of question marks. Before she could ask, A C said he had to attend a meeting and promptly consigned her to the cold. He was truly sulking. Well, in the next world she would remember to buy the system more strawberry lollipops. The Chi Prince's palace lay not far away. In a short while they arrived. The Chi Prince had already heard that his eunuch would leave the palace and stood waiting at the gate. When Imoyujun saw Gu Xiaowei, his face darkened. After all, it had been this person who once wrenched away the eyes of the one he loved. I have never seen such a vicious woman. Oh, still waiting at the gate, are you? Not bad, I even brought back your old hen. Hurry and go pay your respects. Gu Xiaowei jumped down from the carriage as if she had not noticed Imoyujun's sour expression. Old hen. When the death descended, Imoyujun froze for a moment. She had only said Yuner had returned, not that her mother had come back. Seeing the consort's eyes covered, Imoyujun's gaze filled with remorse before turning toward Gu Xiaowei with a rising hatred. Gu Xiaowei. If there is nothing else, then I will take my leave. Only now did she finally understand why the male and female leads were a perfect match. They are never wrong. With things as they were, she could only bolt. If she ran slowly, she would be struck. Gu Xiaowei did not fear Mo Yujun himself, but the male lead was not alone. He would summon reinforcements. Before she left, Gu Xiaowei still tossed Mo Yujun a parting barb. May you be blessed with noble heirs soon. By the way, your mother-in-law is pregnant, may double joy arrive swiftly. The chancellor seemed ready to abandon Su Qingyun. The male lead's hopes of a comeback were likely stifled in the cradle. Gu Xiaowei slipped away so swiftly that Su Gonggung nearly failed to catch up. Miss Gu Xiaowei, why are you running so fast? Su Gonggung panted. But the two had already been delivered. From now on it was no longer their concern. Did you not see? He meant to slap me. Gu Xiaowei did not want her flawless skin marred. If a patch of swelling appeared, there would be no strawberries during kisses, and that would ruin the mood. The prince would not act recklessly before his servants, Suja said, equal parts exasperated and amused. I am merely preventing trouble before it happens. After all, the heroine had truly been struck before her husband needed to vent, and she had to run fast. She hoped that upon returning she might draw a useful skill. Then in the next life both leads could be taught a lesson. Very well, then your servant will escort you to the residence. The gifts have likely already been brought by divine physician Mu. If Miss Gu Xiaowei takes a fancy to any young noble, I can mention it to the emperor. An imperial match would ensure no one dares mistreat you. As Su Gonggang spoke, he helped Gu Xiaowei into the carriage. Never mind that I have long been used to relying on my man. Gu Xiaowei looked out at the long street. In any event, the male lead should now be utterly unable to rise again. The progress on the main quest relaxed slightly. 40%. It seemed that the matter of mother's blindness had sown some grudge in Mo Yujun's heart toward Su Qingyun. Back. How did the male lead behave? A gentle voice echoed in Gu Xiaowei's mind. I envy my sister, she can go to work and attend meetings, unlike me who can only play the dog in a novel world. Gu Xiaowei's playful teasing words left us speechless. You're lively today. No, next time I don't want to break up any couples. Gu Xiaowei felt moved to tears. Although prolonging the plan would undoubtedly create distance between the leads, it was quite a drain. There is no shop that sells kidneys, otherwise she might sell 7 or 8 to manage when hers were gone. Alright, next time I'll give you a task that doesn't involve breaking up couples, revenge, or a triumphant comeback, for example. But those will require true strength. The difficulty will be higher than now. Are you certain? C asked. Then the rewards will be generous, right? Gu Xiaowei propped her chin. Of course. I'm in. Gu Xiaowei had truly had enough of days spent breaking up couples. C agreed to her request. The harder the task, the better it would be for Gu Xiaowei's soul restoration. Miss Gu Xiaowei, we have arrived. Suja's voice sounded. A faint smile lifted Gu Xiaowei's lips. She and her master's new home had come into view. She drew back the curtain, leapt down from the carriage, and stared at the gilded plaque inscribed in the emperor's own hand, Mu Residence. Thank you, Su Gonggung. Gu Xiaowei turned to smile at Suja. Watching him and his party walk away, she then tiptoed up the bluestone steps. Suddenly a white light swept through her body and her pupils trembled. Lure this residence, I had them build with spirit stones. Under heaven there is but this one. How is it? Does it not count as the finest birthday gift? Amid the veiling mist, Gu Xiaowei saw a woman in garments threaded with gold smile and nod, her features indistinct but her general outline clear. Lure, who is she? Gu Xiaowei rubbed her aching brow. The memory fragment felt strangely inexplicable. Disciple, are you all right? Mu Miao's slender figure appeared before Gu Xiaowei. In the dimness, Gu Xiaowei felt that this silhouette bore a striking resemblance to the golden-clad woman from moments before. Lure. For some reason she had spoken the name instinctively. What did you call me? What did you call her? Master and C spoke in unison, leaving Gu Xiaowei stunned. Master is understandable, but C, do you recognize her? Gu Xiaowei found the system strangely inexplicable from the very start in this world. Always fond of shipping couples. It's nothing, I was just asking, C said, a little sheepish. But why had Gu Xiaowei just recalled that name? That belonged to a previous life. Would any ordinary person know matters of their past life? Could it be that Gu Xiaowei was not ordinary? C glanced at Xiaowei and instantly smiled. Xiaowei's mental state was clearly not normal. Wasn't that common knowledge? Xiaowei sneezed heavily. C quickly observed her surroundings, adopting a demeanor of indifference. She hadn't scolded her wife just now. However, she was still exposed by Xiaowei. You scolded me. I did not, C quickly denied. How could she scold someone as adorable as Xiaowei? Xiaowei ignored her completely and instead leaped into Mu Miao's embrace. She lowered her head and took a deep whiff of the medicinal fragrance coming from Mu Miao. Master, I've missed you, Xiaowei said, hugging her, her head resting in her embrace. She felt a bit shameless. But leaving this world meant she would never see her master again. Xiaowei felt somewhat reluctant. How long has it been since we parted? Mu Miao truly felt amused yet helpless. It was just a short while without seeing each other, but Xiaowei seemed to have become quite mischievous. Xiaowei buried her face in Mu Miao's embrace, taking a deep breath, feeling that one day she would surely belong to her master. Since that was the case, then she would take the initiative. Thinking of this, Xiaowei boldly raised her eyes to look at Mu Miao's flawless face. Mu Miao also looked down at her, puzzled. Finally the little disciple spoke up. Master, can I betray you? Mu Miao's delicate brows furrowed in confusion. After a long while Mu Miao felt a bit hot being wrapped in the blanket. She glanced at her little disciple sitting on the round stool. Disciple, I feel a bit warm. It's fine master, it'll be okay soon, Xiaowei replied expressionlessly. Mu Miao looked down at the 2 layers of soft blankets wrapped around her and was momentarily unsure of what Xiaowei intended to do. Is it really necessary to wrap it up so tightly? Mu Miao truly found it hard to comprehend. It was a sunny day and being wrapped like this would lead to heat rash if it lasted any longer. Of course it is. Xiaowei was genuinely afraid that Mu Miao would regret it, and given Mu Miao's somewhat devious nature she might even counterattack. Such matters were absolutely not allowed to happen, Xiaowei firmly resolved. But now, how should she proceed? Xiaowei looked at her master who was wrapped like a dumpling. It seemed that now she could only go for a kiss, but the blanket was too thick. Even if she kissed it would be uncomfortable. Mu Miao gazed at the little disciple attempting to revolt against her beautiful misty eyes holding a hint of a smile. Why not try? Mu Miao shifted slightly on the soft couch, smiling gently as she glanced down. Surely her disciple understood right. Though she liked to indulge her disciple, being wrapped like a dumpling would be hard to manage if she ended up with a heat rash. Xiaowei thought this plan was quite clever. No wonder she was the master, she knew how to play better than her disciple. However, according to ancient customs, women were only allowed to see such things after marriage. Now seeing her master like this, she realized her master was indeed a naughty person. She was tired of all this. Master, Xiaowei had something to ask, but it got stuck in her throat. What's wrong? Mu Miao raised an eyebrow and asked. Xiaowei. Could she say that she felt her master was not a good person? Nevertheless, Xiaowei quickly moved the soft blanket aside. After several attempts, it was completely as her master desired. Xiaowei was very pleased. Her master's eyes were covered and she even looked somewhat obedient. This made her feel a bit less human. Although she felt a little guilty, it did not affect her mood. Then she smiled. Xiaowei pulled the curtains tightly shut. The light on the carved bed immediately dimmed and her beautiful master lowered her brows and eyes, her long lashes casting a neat shadow on her lower eyelids remaining still. Speaking of which, what should come next? What pleased Xiaowei was that the clothes of ancient people were still somewhat convenient, but she still felt a bit shy. Even though her master was fully dressed, she averted her gaze. No, why was she not looking? Just a little glance made her stop her hand. No, this was a bit too much for her. No, why was she backing out now? Xiaowei touched the area where her kidneys were, quickly asking a C system, can you check if I am missing a kidney? A C. You seem to be somewhat useless at the moment. Xiaowei felt that Assist's words were truly too insulting. Who said that? If that's the case, what do girls need kidneys for? Nonsense. Xiaowei grumbled. Then why don't you kiss? Are you too scared? Assist's words caused Xiaowei to notice Mu Miao looking at her in confusion. She silently swallowed, turned her head and huffed a breath in front of her lips, then sniffed again. Fortunately, it smelled sweet. Xiaowei lowered her head looking at Mu Miao, whose beautiful eyes were fixed on her without blinking. As a pure-hearted youth, this was her first time actively kissing a girl and she was incredibly nervous. Forget it, let's go for it. As she lightly touched her cheek, Xiaowei felt it was soft and fluffy, somewhat like cotton candy, and then she lost her clarity. The notion that men understood everything was laughable to her, who was utterly clueless. It was Mu Miao who responded. Xiaowei leaned back against the bed, her partially disheveled black hair tangled on the bed. She was unsure if it would knot, her brows tightly knit as she dared not look at her. Her cheeks flushed slightly. Just a kiss on the cheek made her so nervous. After a while she finally released Mu Miao, taking a few deep breaths. Xiaowei looked at her master, then at her enchanting eyes, softly exhaling, and kissed her cheek. You think you have the upper hand, but as a 0, even if you do, it doesn't mean you're truly at 11-11. Xiaowei clenched her small delicate fists, wanting to punch a C for suddenly speaking out. As a system, you should be as dead as a doornail when the host is doing something bad. Can't I come back to life? Xiaowei. That was well said. She should refrain from saying it again next. The temperature in the room gradually rose. Mu Miao blinked, her beautiful eyes, her gaze shimmering like flowing light, dazzlingly beautiful enough to make Xiaowei momentarily dazed. Ultimately, Xiaowei got her wish and even wanted to laugh out loud. She did it. She had freed herself from the shadows of her past life. However, a bit tired, she suddenly saw her previously obedient master slightly sit up and gaze at her. Oh no, Xiaowei instantly felt something was off. Are you happy? Mu Miao asked. I was happy before, but now it seems like I might not be happy again. Xiaowei bit her lip, still not reacting when she was pinned down by her master's hand at the back of her neck. Mum. She felt deceived by this person. She fell into a trap. She could not expect a gentle and kind master to cry in her arms. Xiaowei felt as if she was in a situation worse than before. At least in her past life she could escape. This world is. Well, it's hard to describe the feeling, I just feel numb. Xiaowei sincerely felt that her master Mu Miao wouldn't take care of her disciples at all. How could there be such a way of caring, making it impossible for her to get out of bed healthily? Xiaowei was suffering from kidney deficiency. Yet Mu Miao was thriving with success. It's hard for others to believe, could it be because she was too lacking? Xiaowei was a bit incredulous. Mu Miao had just cooked rice porridge and now her eyes had recovered well enough that she was no longer afraid of the smoke while cooking. Upon returning to the bedroom she saw Xiaowei counting the beads on the curtain. "What are you doing?" Mu Miao asked, puzzled. "Trying to commit suicide." Xiaowei was truly doubting life. The previous intention of exercising at night also fell through. After spending so much time in ancient times she had developed the habit of sleeping at sunset. She really didn't know when this old habit could be changed. What Xiaowei didn't know was that in the next world she wouldn't have slept at all that night. "Alright, I've stir-fried 2 small dishes and I'll bring the wooden table over for you to eat on the couch, okay?" Xiaowei was familiar with this set of tactics used by the flirtatious woman. She knew that this woman couldn't get along without her. "Okay, but..." Xiaowei made a request. The person turned back with a gentle gaze, but the things done before were quite cruel. "I want to eat 3 steamed buns." Xiaowei made such an unreasonable request for the first time. "You eat so much. Do you want to turn from Wei into Wei Qiu?" Given Xiaowei's usual appetite she could manage half a bun at most, one at best. A C almost couldn't catch her falling jaw. "How do you know my wife is beautiful?" Xiaowei asked. A C. A C's remaining words were completely blocked by Xiaowei rotting in her belly. "You think I didn't say anything?" This guy AC was really getting more and more mischievous. If she knew her identity she was curious how much Xiaowei's expression would change. "It's fine, in the next world I'll give you 3 lollipops." Xiaowei expressed her generosity. And Mu Miao really brought Xiaowei 3 steamed buns. "But you must finish them." Mu Miao gently stroked the folds of her long skirt on her lap, smiling warmly at Xiaowei. Suddenly Xiaowei regretted asking for 3 buns. Girls have small appetites and she couldn't eat that much now. Over here Xiaowei was thinking about how to battle 3 steamed buns for 300 rounds, while over there Su Qingyun received cold treatment for the first time. Since they usually didn't live together, Su Qingyun didn't feel anything different upon returning this time. But the Empress Dowager had come. Even Mou Jun had to cater to his mother in everything. "She doesn't deserve to sit at the same table as me." The Empress Dowager looked at Su Qingyun sitting aside with a cold expression. Why not? Su Qingyun had never suffered such humiliation before. If this humiliation came from Mou Jun she would gladly accept it. "Alright Yuner, it's fine, you go back to your room first and let the maid serve you for your meal." Mou Jun held Su Qingyun, whose emotions were a bit out of control, while secretly feeling somewhat dissatisfied. It was clearly Yuner who had wronged her mother. If she had refused to return her eyes her mother would have treated her well. Now Mou Jun wasn't someone who wouldn't be good to her. "It's just a pair of eyes." Upon hearing Mou Jun say this, Su Qingyun felt a chill in her heart and didn't say anything. The maid beside hurriedly supported Su Qingyun's arm. "Princess, this servant will take you to dine." After watching Su Qingyun leave, Mou Jun came back to his senses and saw the Empress Dowager sighing. "My son, how will your mother live from now on?" The Empress Dowager's voice was filled with sorrow, her hand trembling as she held Mou Jun. "It's alright mother, I will take good care of you in the future." Mou Jun withdrew his thoughts about Su Qingyun and mustered up his spirits to deal with the Empress Dowager. Meanwhile Su Qingyun back in her bedroom couldn't understand why Mou Jun was so cold to her. Before he had clearly said such loving things and apologized to her, promising to treat her well in the future. Could it be that all of this was just deceitful words? "Princess, don't be sad, after all she is the prince's mother and we must give way to her." The accompanying girl, you may try to persuade her for a long time before Su Qingyun finally allowed her to serve her meal. I know all virtues begin with filial piety, but I didn't care for my family before, I always relied on him." "Why is that?" As Su Qingyun thought this she found it even more incomprehensible, feeling devastated. Asi relayed the female lead's words to Xiaowei. Xiaowei had eaten a lot and was rubbing her stomach to digest when she heard this and almost laughed to death. "I feel that the goal of digestion has been achieved." Xiaowei was truly laughing until her stomach hurt. What's so happy about this? Asi didn't quite understand Xiaowei's sense of humor. This female lead is truly a filial child. I thought she knew nothing, but it seems she probably does know, just that she's hiding from the truth and doesn't want to acknowledge it. Xiaowei's gaze turned a bit cold. Although she had never had any family kinship was precious in her eyes. The Chancellor was indeed very good to the female lead. As long as the female lead was willing to return with the Chancellor, she believed that he wouldn't let his daughter be wronged in the future. Even the Emperor would bestow some title or reward on the female lead, ensuring a worry-free life ahead. However, the female lead only had herself and the male lead in her heart. But looking at the current situation, the female lead might break up with the male lead. Task progress is at 42. Asi said to Xiaowei. "Do you think following my method the male and female leads will break up?" Xiaowei actually didn't quite understand the conflicts between mothers-in-law and daughters-in-law, but she had seen several colleagues' wives arguing with their mothers-in-law, which had almost led to divorce. This was ancient times and mothers-in-law would only be stricter with their daughters-in-law. Moreover, Mou Jun was a rather selfish person. He would only feel that Su Qingyun had wronged his mother, and if this continued it was very likely that the two would fall out. That's about right, the probability is still quite high. But if Su Qingyun gets pregnant the outcome might be different. Asi speculated on the story's possible outcome, stroking her chin uncertainly. Even if the Chancellor wouldn't go all out to help the female lead, if she had the male lead's child, the Chancellor would likely lend some assistance. This is a bit annoying. Xiaowei stretched lazily and yawned. In fact, at this point the original owner's wish had already been fulfilled after all her master's eyes. Wait. Xiaowei suddenly realized something she had overlooked before. If I were to conquer my master, would the original Xiaowei still have to be with Sister Mo Qing later? Wouldn't that mean wearing a green hat on my head? Immediately Xiaowei heard a snapping sound and it felt as if something had been extracted from her mind. When she regained her senses, her eyes were filled with a hint of confusion as she scratched her head in bewilderment. See what just happened? Why do I feel like I've forgotten something? It's okay, don't worry. Although you forgot, that matter won't happen. Xiaowei always felt that she had missed something, but at the moment she couldn't quite put her finger on it. It must not be anything important. However, no matter how great my abilities are, I can't prevent Su Qingyun from getting pregnant. The thought of cutting off future generations seemed too cruel. Having a child would indeed complicate matters. In modern times, having a child makes divorce incredibly difficult, let alone in ancient times. Well, there is another way, which is to take a concubine. Xiaowei. She wouldn't engage in such a thing that disrupts someone else's marriage. Forget it, I'll tidy up tomorrow and take master on a trip. C raised an eyebrow. Isn't this a deliberate delay of the task? Yes, for now I can only hope that the wicked mother-in-law will vent for me, otherwise I might as well enjoy being a dog in this novel world, right? Xiaowei always felt that this world demanded her life even more, mainly because the main characters were too hard to deal with and she didn't want to do anything excessive, nor would she want to add fuel to the fire, not really. It should be called not meddling in others' affairs. Alright, let's go play. C truly found it both amusing and frustrating. Xiaowei struggled to chat with C while pouring the water that master had prepared earlier into the bath. The most pleasant thing right now was to take a nice bath and then get some sleep. As soon as Xiaowei got into the water, her eyes narrowed with the warmth of the hot water when she suddenly heard C speak. Gu Wei. C rarely called her by her full name, and Xiaowei almost choked on the bathwater, coughing a couple of times and hitting her forehead. What happened? She hadn't killed anyone nor smuggled anything, she was just an innocent boy, and if there were any lewd matters, please do not bring them up. Do you want to spend more time with Mu Miao? Sis' fingers slightly curled up, eager to hear her speak the truth. Barbie had been affected. Clearly she had detached her emotions from Ning Maching before, yet now Mu Miao's emotions were influencing her mood. She had been distracted during meetings these past few days. I do think about it, but it also relates to the personalities of the main characters. If there is external interference, they might cling to each other even more tightly. So does that mean you really like her? C asked again. She is indispensable to me. As she spoke, Xiaowei was both assertive and confident, and C could tell that this girl was getting excited again. Why learn anything else when you can learn to be an average man? Although Xiaowei was anything but ordinary. And don't ask about things like liking or not, I am a pure-hearted youth and very shy. Xiaowei covered her face, splashing water everywhere, which landed on her fair jade-like shoulders. C thought, forget it, one can't expect this man to say any sweet words. After Xiaowei finished washing up, she stretched lazily, rummaging through her previous clothes from the cabinet. Although walking was a bit uncomfortable, she managed to endure. Most of the clothes were gifts from the emperor, all made of fine materials. The moment Mu Miao entered, she saw Xiaowei pass. What are you doing? Mu Miao's eyes flickered with confusion. Wasn't it like that? Wasn't it the little disciple who first seduced her? Now that things had happened and her skirt was unfastened, was she planning to turn her back and leave? Master, your health has improved quite a bit. I will take you to enjoy the mountains and waters, but before we leave we still need to do one thing. This one thing is to secure a shop. Xiaowei remembered what C had said before, that the host's future development was very important. Opening a medicine shop would provide enough income for a living. Little disciple, do you really want to take such a big shop? Mu Miao sat at the small stone table in the backyard looking at the blazing sunlight. She hurriedly lowered her head, but this backyard was more than enough for drying herbs. It's just a medicine shop. Is it necessary to arrange both the front and backyards? Of course, when you're tired from drying herbs you can rest in the backyard's house. Xiaowei happily obtained the land deed from the previous shopkeeper and handed it to Mu Miao. This shop will belong to you and me from now on. Before Xiaowei could finish speaking, Mu Miao hugged her tightly. It smelled good and tasted good, but it was a bit overwhelming. Xiaowei, thank you. Hearing her name so clearly for the first time, Xiaowei's heart fluttered and she instinctively tightened her embrace around Mu Miao's waist. It's a small matter. Her voice was softened and muffled. The medicine shop on the long street was locked and Mu Miao tucked the land deed into her clothes, gently holding Xiaowei's hand. Well, leave today. Okay. When Su Qingyun and Mo Yujun quarreled again, the Prime Minister's residence had just given birth to a legitimate son and Mo Yujun was truly in a panic. Yuner, why hasn't it happened yet? Why hasn't it happened yet? If the Prime Minister's wife had given birth to a daughter, Mo Yujun wouldn't have panicked this much. The significance of a legitimate son was entirely different. Even the emperor favored him greatly and bestowed many gifts. Su Qingjian's face turned numb, and just as she was about to say something she saw the Defei walk in. A thing that can't produce goods in the belly. I really don't know what you like about it. Before Su Qingyun could say anything, she saw the maid behind the Defei holding a baby who adorably clutched the Defei's clothes, looking very cute. Whose child is this? Mo Yujun glanced and was instantly dumbfounded. This is of course the child of Muan girl. Although she is a lowly maid and you made a mistake before, but this is your first son, this child, why not? The Defei's lips curled into a smile, her meaning was quite clear. She wanted this grandson to take the place of the legitimate son. Of course it wasn't to let Su Qingyun be sent away, but rather to spread the word that Su Qingyun had given birth to the son of the Prince of Qi. Surely that would provide some relief to the Prime Minister's residence, which had been relying on savings over the years and was now living increasingly frugally. Mo Yujun spent his days drowning in alcohol, otherwise he wouldn't have been seduced by a lowly maid. Previously he had been somewhat angry about this matter and eventually drove that maid away. Mother, are you out of your mind? You want a child born from a lowly maid, a bastard, to be my legitimate son? Su Qingyun looked at the Defei incredulously, feeling that all of this was simply absurd. Yuner, what your mother says makes sense. After all, this is the child of this prince and the child of this prince is your child. As a mother, can you really reject that? Mo Yujun shot a glare at Su Qingyun. Su Qingyun staggered a few steps and sat down on the bed with a bitter smile. Haven't I been patient enough? There is no way I could agree to this. No matter what, I am still a dignified daughter of the Prime Minister and cannot accept a child born from a lowly maid. What more do you want? The Defei was suddenly enraged. The Prime Minister. The Prime Minister was just a poor scholar from a remote village. She looked down on Su Qingyun from the bottom of her heart, thinking her to be small and insignificant. My dear child, if you don't drive her away, your mother will die. The Defei had long hated Su Qingyun and over the years their relationship had been strained. At first Su Qingyun had endured, but as the grievances in her belly grew larger, she could no longer bear it. Mother. Mo Yujun sighed with some exasperation. However, upon seeing Su Qingyun about to harm the child, he slapped her into a daze. She was fiercely pressed against the ground, nearly touching her face to the dirt, her entire body aching terribly. She lifted her gaze, staring at Mo Yujun with disbelief. For all these years, although Mo Yujun had treated her coldly, this was the first time he had laid hands on her. Have you gone mad? He is my flesh and blood. You wicked woman. If Xiaowei were here, she would surely express her sentiments with great emotion. Fourth Master, please do not scold Huan Huan. What wrong has Huan Huan done? Unfortunately, she was not present. Everything seemed to return to the time when Xiaowei was here with Su Qingyun alone in the empty house, applying an egg mask, tears streaming down her face. Princess, why not pay a visit to the Chancellor? The maid beside her could not bear to watch. The prince had already fallen from grace and the Chancellor was now in a position of power. Why not seek him out during this time? Am I demeaning myself? I am already married. How could I return to seek my family's support? Su Qingyun felt extremely distressed. The maid expressed disbelief. At this point, why still cling to such trivialities? It made her as a maid be looked down upon by the maids from other courtyards. Having a master who sought to demean herself truly left one speechless. Nevertheless, Su Qingyun ultimately went to the Chancellor's residence. In fact, after her brother's birth, she had long wished to sever ties with her parents. They no longer loved her and did not care about her feelings. They had another son without even considering her opinion. Was she not their legitimate daughter? Su Qingyun was heartbroken. She knocked on the door of the Chancellor's residence and the steward's expression shifted slightly upon seeing her. Greetings, Princess. For some reason she used to feel a sense of pride and sweetness upon hearing such titles, but now it made her feel as though she was no longer part of this household. Su Qingyun cleared her hoarse throat, ready to speak, when she saw her father supporting her mother, both of them gazing at the child in the wet nurse's arm. A child, yet another child. She truly despised children. Princess. The steward looked at her with some confusion. Su Qingyun felt a pang in her heart, turned and left. The steward watched her retreating figure, pondering a moment before informing the Chancellor. Ah, she still remembers she has a father. The Chancellor scoffed coldly. Though it is said that a married daughter is like spilled water, upon reflection other daughters from various households would at least return to visit their parents. Even if they came empty-handed, just exchanging a few words would bring joy to him and his wife. But this made it seem as though she was not even their child. Especially after that incident at the execution ground, the Chancellor had initially felt indifferent. He could pretend his daughter knew nothing, but later saw his daughter disgracefully associating with those who had harmed her father. The Chancellor's heart turned cold. A disobedient daughter, better off not having been born. Yet the Chancellor's wife felt some sympathy. Should we not send someone to inquire at the Qi Wanfu? Perhaps Yuner has suffered some injustice. Enough, be quiet. If she truly has suffered, she should speak for herself. The Chancellor coldly snorted. The wife sighed, yet as she watched the little one extend its soft hand to grasp hers, her heart melted. Never mind, she is married now. It would not be right for us to meddle in the affairs of the prince. Just then, as Su Qingyun returned home, she saw a sedan chair stopped in front of the gate, from which stepped a girl in plain white clothing who looked somewhat familiar. She resembled the maid named Wen Nuan from before. Just as Su Qingyun was about to approach, she was stopped by the steward of the Wangfu. The steward of the Wangfu was from Defei's faction, naturally bearing a cold expression towards Su Qingyun. Princess, this is the biological mother of the eldest son. What are you trying to do? His tone was somewhat mocking. Why didn't the prince tell me? Why did he not inform me? Su Qingyun panicked. Could it be that she no longer held any position in Mo Yujun's heart? It's all that child's fault, all that child's fault. Looking at the weak and delicate maid, Su Qingyun felt particularly angry, but it must be said that to be able to enter the Wanfu as a maid when Nuan herself was indeed quite beautiful. Having given birth, she exuded a certain charm. Standing before Su Qingyun, she made Su Qingyun appear like a madwoman in comparison. This was how it felt when Mo Yujun walked out of the gate. After all, she was the one who had borne his child, and being petite upon seeing Mo Yujun when Nuan instinctively grasped his sleeve and shrank behind. "My lord!" she called out softly. Mo Yujun had not felt such a sensation in a long time. Every day he only heard his mother complain about Su Qingyun, which had later made him somewhat annoyed by her presence. "Very well, since mother has sent you here, you shall stay in Xiao Yu Pavilion. Wang steward, take the concubine inside." Concubine. The position of concubine for Qi Wang was already quite devalued, and currently no girl was willing to go to Qi Wangfu, but Su Qingyun was particularly concerned about this matter. "You want her to be a concubine?" Su Qingyun pointed at Wen Nuan, instantly breaking into tears like a rain-soaked pear blossom. Mo Yujun had yet to react when Su Qingyun knelt before him. "Are you abandoning me? What have I done wrong? I can change, but at least I cannot be a concubine." Mo Yujun kicked her away. Crying, all you do is cry. Isn't it annoying?" Mo Yujun had been in a bad mood since his fall from grace, and Su Qingyun did not think to comfort him, constantly causing trouble with his mother. There was no peaceful place in the residence. Mo Yujun took Wen Nuan inside, and Wen Nuan carefully glanced at Su Qingyun, feeling that this woman was truly not quite right in the head, shaking her head. This princess. Really, what man would like a weeping girl? Even if she were a legitimate daughter of the chancellor's residence, if such a family background were given to her, she wouldn't need to marry. "My lord, Wen Nuan raised a smile towards Mo Yujun, but before she could finish she was interrupted by him. "Do not call yourself a maid, you are now a concubine in the Wangfu." Wen Nuan's face turned slightly red. "Then I shall tell you some stories later to pass the time." "All right." Mo Yujun smiled brightly, his gloomy mood instantly lightened. Seeing the pair of figures grow increasingly distant, Su Qingyun cried even harder. What wrong had she done? She clearly loved the prince so much, and he had previously said that he could not live without her. Everything had changed. Su Qingyun did not expect that when Nuan's entry into the residence was just the beginning. Having had children, she naturally had an advantage over Su Qingyun. However, what Mo Yujun did not expect was that when Nuan learned quickly and even began to learn from the steward how to review accounts and manage the shops, making life in Qi Wangfu significantly better for the time being. "My lord, although we have fallen on hard times, as long as we manage these shops well, those noble families who look down upon merchants do not realize that these are our means of survival." Wen Nuan spoke eloquently. "Indeed, I genuinely find you wise and gentle." See, watch this warm scene unfold. This little maid was quite impressive, able to please a man, but the male lead was in the dark, likely unaware that Wen Nuan's child was not truly his. The warm approach is indeed effective, especially since Mo Yujun is not a particularly fickle person and she is the only woman in the residence. After all, the original Su Qingyun never managed the household well, having been spoiled for too long. Even if the chancellor tried to teach her, she would not learn to look at the accounts. Warmth not only cheers up the defay but also does not make things difficult for the neglected Su Qingyun. Mo Yujun truly believes that marrying this concubine was not a mistake. Since Warmth entered the residence, it seems that there are times when the sounds of joyous song and dance can be heard. Su Qingyun has lost track of how many days it has been since she last saw Mo Yujun. She gazes dreamily at the pear blossom tree outside the bamboo curtain. Although spring is in full bloom, she feels a chill deep in her bones. Why does the prince no longer like her? Why? Su Qingyun looks at the woman in purple who is holding the young master, who has just learned to walk, smiling gently. Su Qingyun almost fails to recognize that the person before her is Warmth. This person is clearly a lowly maid, yet now she wears fine clothing and exudes an air of elegance, unmistakably resembling a noble lady devoid of any hint of a commoner. Unable to sit still any longer, Su Qingyun strides out. "What kind of seductive trick did you use to entice the prince?" Su Qingyun points at Warmth's face, trembling with anger. When Warmth sees Su Qingyun at that moment, she is taken aback. It has been just over 2 years. How has this prince's hair turned white? However, upon hearing Su Qingyun's taunts, Warmth instructs the maid beside her to hold the young master close, and she sizes up Su Qingyun. "You really don't look like a young lady from the chancellor's residence." Warmth's voice is indifferent. "What nonsense are you talking about?" Su Qingyun is furious. "Isn't it just because you have the prince's child? I want to see how, if he dies today, my prince would still like you." Saying this, Su Qingyun tries to snatch the child from the maid's arms. Fortunately, the maid is quick and protects the young master, but Su Qingyun pays no heed to such things. "You're truly a madwoman. Daughters of officials of the 5th rank and above in court live far better than you do now. I see it's not the chancellor who spoiled you, rather you are inherently unworthy." Warmth defends the child while reproaching Su Qingyun. "I don't care, I don't listen." Su Qingyun shakes her head, causing enough commotion to attract even Mo Yujun from the study. Upon seeing the frenzied Su Qingyun try to grab the child, Mo Yujun finds this woman quite terrifying. He tightly grips Su Qingyun's arm, causing her great pain, and she hastily releases the child. Mo Yujun quickly catches the child and coldly stares at Su Qingyun. You should leave. Su Qingyun gazes at him dreamily. Why? Do you no longer love me? You love me, right? What is wrong with me? I can change. Mo Yujun. I will go write the divorce document. Mo Yujun cannot rest easy with a madwoman in his residence as it threatens his child. The young master is favored by the emperor and he has been busy managing the shop with warmth for the past few years. Even the emperor's attitude toward him has softened significantly. His salary remains unchanged, but he will never be able to inherit the throne. This is the punishment imposed by the emperor. Without those hidden struggles, his current life is still relatively comfortable. It is only a pity that Warmth cannot conceive his child. He does not know why, but with the current young master he is still quite satisfied. Mo Yujun finishes the divorce document in the study and hands it to Su Qingyun, who is kneeling at the door of the study. Go pack your things. I will have the guards send back your maids and what you've worn and used over the years in the residence. I was wrong, Jun, I truly was wrong. I will never do such things again. Please, I don't want to leave you. I don't want to leave you. Su Qingyun kneels on the ground crying pitifully. Yet even so, Mo Yujun is unlikely to feel any compassion for her again. Warmth has the steward escort Su Qingyun to the gate of the residence. The maid beside her looks at the distant worn figure and finds it somewhat frightening. Madam, after all, it has been many years of affection. The prince is being too unfeeling and unjust. That does not mean that this princess is not unfeeling and unjust. The chancellor is well known and everyone says he is a good official. It must be true. Why don't I see his pampered young lady thinking of her father every day? Warmth sees through it all. In any case, she has already obtained what she desires. From now on she can enjoy a life of wealth and honor with her child. Even if she was given sterilization medicine in the past, it does not seem so painful now. Indeed, the princess used to be with the prince everywhere, even on the grassy areas of the garden. It was truly chaotic, not at all like a young lady of nobility. The maid's eyes show a hint of disdain. Why does a girl say such things? Warmth's face flushes and she quickly spits. What? You mean the main couple is divorced? Xiaowei cannot believe her ears. She has just returned to the capital after traveling around this territory with her master, and now she hears such good news. This wicked stepmother's efficiency is a bit low. The divorce document proposed by the male lead has already been delivered to the chancellor's residence. Did the chancellor let it in? Xiaowei packs the medicinal materials and sticks on the small characters written by her master. It went in, but this person named Warmth is indeed impressive. Asi truly did not expect the outcome to be like this. Wait, why is the female lead willing to leave this time? She was glued to the male lead even with her eyes blind. Didn't she used to have a third party? Xiaowei is puzzled. So the best way to break up the couple in the future is to match them with someone else. That one is a vicious female supporting character, you know that. Asi is truly at a loss for words. Xiaowei raises her eyebrows and then opens the task panel, which shows a task progress of 95. Is it not over yet? Xiaowei feels a little surprised. Could it be that the chancellor still wants to seek justice for his daughter? Chancellor, that is not acceptable. There may still be follow-ups, but your time is running out. Xiaowei, she truly feels that Asi's words are ominous, as if she is about to die. However, being able to accompany Sister Mo Qing for 2 years, she is already quite satisfied. Should I prepare something? Xiaowei suddenly feels anxious. Prepare what? Asi asks, confused. What is there to prepare now? Xiaowei has already taken the initiative in this task for more than 2 years, she just needs to wait for the subsequent developments. I want to kiss my master, otherwise it will affect your pairing. Asi. You really are something. Asi finds herself speechless. Master, the senior brother has been captured by a monster. Ah, no master, I want to kiss you. Xiaowei's request was clean and straightforward, leaving Mu Miao momentarily stunned. Before she could react, Xiaowei hooked her jade-like neck and lightly pressed her lips against hers. I need to dry herbs, nothing else can be done. Mu Miao lowered her eyelids, unsure of what her little disciple was up to. Driving again. No, I just wanted a kiss. Saying this, Xiaowei released her hand. Moreover, she had other matters to attend to. She planned to meet the female lead, as the task progress seemed stagnant, likely because the female lead still had feelings for the male lead. In fact, Su Qingyun was already quite happy. Many romance novel heroines did not have her family background, with absent fathers, stepmothers, or being constantly robbed of boyfriends by younger sisters and friends. Master, I'm going out for a bit. Xiaowei neatly bundled the herbs and placed them in the medicine cabinet, as a guest would come to collect them later. 2 years have passed and Xiaowei had blossomed into an even more graceful young lady, to the extent that even the Prime Minister did not recognize her. So it's Miss Xiaowei, please come in. I thought the Prime Minister had forgotten me or held some grievance against me. Xiaowei smiled lightly, pursing her lips as she spoke to the Prime Minister in the hall. Are you here to see Su Qingyun? Does she still owe you something? The Prime Minister asked kindly. He knew that Mu Miao and her disciple had saved his daughter, yet she remained ungrateful. Even if someone sought her eyes back, it was common. Moreover, he later learned that it was Xiaowei who brought Su Qingyun to the execution ground that day. The goal was to save their entire family. It's nothing, I just want to know how she has been doing. After all, she can be considered a pitiful person. Xiaowei's smile did not reach her eyes. However, seeing the Prime Minister's current attitude, it seemed he was also disappointed in his own daughter. He now had a son and his wife had just become pregnant, a time of great joy, so he did not need to concern himself with such an unfilial daughter. Actually, a fortune teller told me earlier that I would have 2 daughters and 1 son. I was worried that Su Qingyun would suffer, so my wife and I refrained from consummating our marriage. Now feeling disheartened since she has returned, I naturally won't treat her with any grievances and have sent 2 maidservants to look after her. If you wish to see her, I can send someone to take you. Then thank you, Prime Minister. But regarding some matters, you should relax. Some people are inherently cold, indifferent, and selfish. In the future you will have both sons and daughters, which is a blessing. Xiaowei genuinely thought the Prime Minister was quite good. It's just a pity that Su Qingyun lacked understanding and had turned her gentle father and loving mother into people who did not care for her. It was also well-deserved. Xiaowei was led by the maidservant to Su Qingyun's courtyard, which was quite remote. Xiaowei's legs ached from walking, but her courtyard still had a cook and a small kitchen. It seemed that the Prime Minister was also too lazy to see her on normal days. Su Qingyun was kneeling under a tree crying. Xiaowei truly could not understand why she could place herself in such a lowly position. Even in a feudal society, the palace maids she had seen before were straighter in their posture than this female lead. Upon seeing Xiaowei, Su Qingyun turned her head. It's you. It's all your fault. You ruined me, how dare you not lead your master's eyes for me. Upon seeing Xiaowei, all of Su Qingyun's grievances and resentment surged to her heart. It must be because of this woman before her that her lord no longer loved her. I came to see your misfortune, not to listen to your complaints. Xiaowei's words surprised the maidservants nearby. This little girl was indeed straightforward. You. Su Qingyun was instantly rendered speechless with anger. Why should my master yield to you? Is she your father or your mother? You heartless and ungrateful thing, even if the Prime Minister's residence raised a dog, it would understand what gratitude and filial piety mean better than you. Ultimately, you are a selfish person, forever focused on your own benefits. My master was willing to exchange with you because she felt sorry for you. She has a compassionate heart, but you on the other hand received her kindness and only said thank you. Even the current emperor knows what it means to reciprocate kindness. Xiaowei genuinely held a belly full of grievances against this female lead. Did I ask her to give it to me? Did she not give it to me? Su Qingyun was still defending herself. Xiaowei finally couldn't hold back and slapped the female lead. The maidservants nearby witnessed it, their mouths twitching, but they still said nothing. Forget it, the adults didn't say to treat Miss Su like a master. Moreover, they all felt that Xiaowei was right, even they knew to be filial to their parents, whereas how could Miss Su be such an ungrateful wolf? Su Qingyun was stunned by the slap, her whole being agitated and furious. You hit me, you hit me. She covered her face, crying and throwing a tantrum. You all don't care, a bunch of lowly maidservants, did you climb into my father's bed? I am the eldest daughter of the Prime Minister's residence, yet you all dare not protect me. The maidservants' expressions were somewhat unsightly, but one of them still pursed her lips and spoke up. Miss Su, you are not the Prime Minister now, has only 1 son. Oh, and his wife is pregnant now. If it's a girl, she will be the eldest daughter of the residence. As for you, you are just a distant relative of the Prime Minister coming to the capital to seek refuge. How could you forget that? As she spoke, the maidservants pressed Su Qingyun down onto the stone table, offering her a cup of tea with cold eyes. Miss Su, calm down, if you go mad it will disturb the master, which is not good. Even the maidservants had their tempers. Let me go, let me go. Su Qingyun was still struggling desperately. She had to perish together with this lowly girl before her. This Xiaowei had come to harm her, she was certainly jealous. Everything you have now is self-inflicted. Xiaowei left this remark and walked away, initially thinking of how to persuade the female lead to give up on Mou Jun, but now she thought it was better to let it go. Su Qingyun watched Xiaowei's departing figure, tears streaming down her face. No, that's not it, it's not like that. It was not like that at all, they all loved her. She had a good father, a good mother, and even a domineering, strong and gentle husband. Every day was wonderful. How did it change? What Xiaowei did not expect was that this 5% progress had actually stalled from spring to winter. On that day, the capital city had snowed all night and Xiaowei nestled in her master's embrace, feeling extremely warm. Are you cold? Her gentle voice was mesmerizing. She also held Xiaowei's hand warmly. There was charcoal fire in the room, but it was still warmer on the bed. Xiaowei was only wearing a belly band, snuggling close to her master, feeling very comfortable. You smell so good. Xiaowei leaned down to sniff. I think so too, master said, and when Xiaowei looked up she saw Mu Miao gazing at her with tender affection. Xiaowei felt a bit flushed. Her wife was truly very gentle. The two of them simply held each other and slept through the night without a thought in their minds. The next day news came from A. The male lead established Wen Nuan as his official wife, and upon hearing the news the female lead committed suicide. Xiaowei did not expect such a result. She opened her weary eyes and glanced at her master, who was sleeping peacefully beside her. She kissed his forehead, feeling a twinge of reluctance. So am I leaving now? Yes, I will teleport you back now. Xiaowei felt as if her soul was floating away. In no time she returned to the milky white space, gazing at the distant white mist. Before the system could speak, she lazily lifted her gaze. Do I still rest for 4 hours? Xiaowei asked. Yes, C replied. Then I'll sleep for 3 hours first, and after I wake up I'll claim the task reward. Every time Xiaowei returned she felt extremely tired. It must be because the tasks were too exhausting, not because she was deficient. If anyone said she was deficient she would get upset. Before sleeping, Xiaowei spent 5 points to buy a seemingly nice cloud bed. It was a real cloud. After choosing to purchase it, the space floated up a soft fluffy cloud bed and Xiaowei lay down on it. It was very comfortable. According to the item description, this was greatly beneficial for recovering from fatigue. Xiaowei fell asleep while a sea hidden behind the white mist stared at the golden light ball in front of her, which was a soul fragment named Mu Miao, likely due to the prolonged interaction between two people in this world. When drawing out the 7 emotions and 6 desires from the golden light ball, Assist's soul felt a twitch in her heart. After all, Mu Miao was merely a tiny part of her soul. As usual, she stored Mu Miao's emotions in the safe. Watching the two small orbs merge, Assist finally integrated Mu Miao's original soul power into herself. Assist left the system control panel, waved her hand, and the whiteness dispersed. She was dressed in a light golden silk gown, the silver butterfly patterns on her hem swaying gently, and she walked a few steps to where Xiaowei was sleeping soundly. The tassels by her temples lightly hung down as Assist looked down at her with her beautifully captivating eyes. Xiaowei's brows and eyes appeared blurred due to her soul's inherently weak state. But she was probably still beautiful. Even though the events of the past severely damaged Gu Wei's soul and fortune, causing her to be a jinx in every subsequent life, her looks remained unharmed. Even as a girl she must be a beautiful one. 004, I've delivered the data to you. What are you doing there? Trying to steal a kiss? A woman in red suddenly appeared beside the system control panel, glancing at the golden-clad woman squatting in front of the host, her eyes immediately raising in surprise. Why is it you delivering the data? Why didn't you teleport it to me? Assist slightly raised her brow. She had seen this person before, but only in the company hospital. This person had once been a system but was no longer now responsible for passing on host data. Well, after all, your host had a very special previous identity. If I were to transmit, it wouldn't be good if someone else caught the information. I'll take my leave now, bye-bye. As she spoke, the woman in red left, leaving only the sound of bells behind. Assist returned to the control panel, the white mist gradually closing in. She raised her hand and picked up the folder. On it were embossed golden letters bearing Gu Wei's name. There was also a small note indicating Gu Wei's previous identity. Assist slid her fingertip and opened the data. After thousands of years she finally had access to the reincarnation data of Gu Wei. In the first life in ancient times she was a stable girl in the military camp and ended up being kicked to death by a horse. Assist furrowed her brow. In the second life, still in ancient times, she was a frail, sickly princess. The identity seemed decent, but she choked to death on Tanyuan during the New Year celebrations. Assist. This isn't reincarnation data at all, this is clearly 100 ways Gu Wei could die. Assist couldn't bear to look any longer. She leaned back against her chair and noticed the 6-layer bookshelf on the right. Suddenly a book flew down and landed in front of her. The corner of this book was slightly black and clearly indicating a deeply obsessed soul fragment with tendencies toward corruption. However, this world was a bit special. The books were half white and half gold. This was not what she had prepared for Gu Xiaowei. Do you want to see her? Assist asked. The book swayed slightly up and down, seemingly nodding. But your world is a fusion world where fan fiction has invaded the original novel's plot, making it very dangerous. I don't want her to go there. As soon as Assist finished speaking, the book rubbed against her chest a few times as if acting cute. I can't control you and you occupy a large part of my soul. However, if I don't bring you back you might get into trouble. Fine, this time you can come along. Assist's tone carried a trace of helplessness. There was no other choice. Xiaowei soon woke up and in front of her was a silver treasure chest and an opening panel. Novel titled Parts Delight Unbeknownst to You, task completion rate 100, perfect task reward 40 of Xiaowei's Soul Light, a lightness skill manual and 300 points. Current points 378. Xiaowei opened the silver treasure chest and indeed felt a warm blue light shining on her, cozy and warm. Looking in the mirror she could vaguely see her figure's outline. Inside there was also a lightness skill manual. Special item lightness water floating item description, after use the host's body becomes light, allowing her to walk on walls and eaves. The items this time looked quite useful. Xiaowei opened the skills wheel and hurriedly clicked on the lottery. She had been thinking about the side task rewards for a long time. Congratulations host, you have obtained the skill lock-on. Special skill lock-on skill description, after use it can lock onto any object around, preventing their movement including time, space and people. The host's soul power will affect the duration and range of the lock. This time's item is great. It seems I can use this to deal with the male lead later, he won't be able to handle me. Xiaowei's non-existent tail had already perked up. Then she was suddenly hit by a half-white half-gold book, the corners of which were still dark. The book kissed her lips. Xiaowei. In this day and age even books are taking advantage of people. Is there no room for this pure-hearted youth to live? See, what is this thing? Xiaowei quickly pushed the book away, frowning as she stared at it. It looked completely different from before. And the blackened corner of the book for some reason gave off an eerie chill. This world setting is a fusion world. Due to fanfiction's fire burning the original novel, the fanfiction world has merged with the original world. This means this book has two male leads. One is the original male lead and one is the male lead from the fanfiction. Two male leads. Could it be a male copper? Xiaowei was already getting excited. Yay, I finally need a male copper. I will make a specimen and hang it on the wall. See. No, the original female lead became one of the harem members of the fanfiction male lead. It's a bit complicated to explain. You'll understand when I transmit the world plot later. And this world setting is the apocalypse. You must be especially careful this time. Before leaving, Xiaowei heard Assist's concerned advice. Not knowing if it was her illusion, she felt that Assist's tone grew gentler each time. Admit it, this system is indispensable for her. Story plot transmission in progress. Original male protagonist Lu Su versus fanfiction male protagonist Xiao Linfeng. Upon seeing this sentence, Xiaowei fell silent. This was not the format most favored by a certain John's novels. Indeed, it was still a male-centric novel. Because this novel is quite old, there were many female fans back then, so there are shippers of these two. Assist kindly reminded. Xiaowei said nothing and continued to read the plot. The original storyline is relatively simple: eat, sleep and fight. The male protagonist Lu Su during the apocalypse gained summoning abilities and had a compassionate heart, saving countless lives, establishing an underground safe base with his childhood friend, the female protagonist Xia Jingli. However, due to the male protagonist's characterization being criticized by many, the book did not gain much popularity, but the characters Xia Jingli and Li Xiaowei were quite favored by most male fans. One male fan wrote fanfiction including the female protagonist and the female supporting character who had a good relationship with the male protagonist, which became a hit. After the worlds merged, the original male protagonist's sister Li Xiaowei was seduced by fanfiction male protagonist Xiao Linfeng, leading to some sarcastic remarks that displeased the fans of Xiao Linfeng. Xiao Linfeng, like Li Xiaowei after all, is the sister of the original male protagonist. Her looks were naturally not bad. He tried to win her over, but Li Xiaowei, being the sister of the original protagonist, was not easily swayed by the fanfiction male protagonist's charm. After several rejections, Xiao Linfeng's loyal follower under his hints orchestrated a heroic rescue. Unfortunately, in a moment of carelessness, Li Xiaowei lost her life during a high-level zombie attack in the supermarket. Xiao Linfeng felt no guilt. Instead, he became interested in Lu Su, particularly in his skills. Under the fanfiction male protagonist's temptation to save the world, Lu Su became Xiao Linfeng's follower. To pursue excitement, Xiao Linfeng even acted with the original female protagonist in front of Lu Su. Although Lu Su felt uncomfortable, he couldn't say much as he had not yet fully gotten together with his childhood friend. Only later did Lu Su learn the truth about his sister's death. Unfortunately, at the moment he intended to take action against Xiao Linfeng, his hesitation led to him being counterattacked. This is the result of the merging of two worlds. In fact, in the fanfiction's portrayal, Li Xiaowei has already become one of Xiao Linfeng's harem. Assist, fearing that Li Xiaowei wouldn't understand, even provided a hint. Li Xiaowei. No way can such a male protagonist really have fans. Li Xiaowei was greatly shocked. This isn't important, the merged plot of the book won't be too accurate, so unexpected situations may arise this time. Assist furrowed her brows, her tone filled with concern. So what's the mission this time? Could it be to save Li Xiaowei's life? She couldn't fight zombies, how could she kill them like sister system? There are 3 tasks in total. Main task: eliminate Xiao Linfeng. Subtask 1: help brother Lu Su find true love. Subtask 2: purification. Li Xiaowei recognized the skill for subtask 2. Purification can avoid tower damage, dodge skills, evade control, and grant a 5-second invulnerability effect. Assist remained silent after hearing this. However, upon receiving the task instructions, Li Xiaowei could finally open her eyes. The original male protagonist's family was well off, she should wake up in a soft bed. However, all her wishes were dashed. As soon as Li Xiaowei opened her eyelids, she saw her claws reaching toward a beautiful girl trembling under the counter. The girl wore a white stocking JK skirt, her twin tails looking somewhat disheveled, with a pair of beautiful almond eyes, red and tears streaming down her face as she trembled, using her backpack to shield herself. Don't eat me, don't eat me. The girl was terrified. Li Xiaowei fell silent for a moment, glancing at her own grayish-blue claws, which were decaying and still stained with blood. This is unbelievable. Has she directly turned into a zombie this time? Indeed, one cannot trust the original plot. Except for the first world where the plot just began, the latter two were completely off. However, the girl in front of her was dressed in JK attire, indicating that Li Xiaowei must have just recently turned into a zombie. Otherwise she would have chosen warmer clothing that could resist damage. Li Xiaowei's throat rolled. You can go. Her voice was hoarse, yet her words were understandable. Fortunately, she could still speak. Li Xiaowei was overjoyed, her mother would be so proud. Yuan Xiao thought she misheard, tremblingly moving her backpack slightly and glancing at the grayish zombie before her, who was still dressed in a red casual outfit. The claws that had been wildly outstretched were now obediently hanging by her side, resembling a human somewhat. Thank you. Yuan Xiao, though not understanding what had happened, gathered her courage to stand up when she saw the zombie take a few steps back. As she stepped out from behind the counter, she turned her head and saw dozens of zombies in the shelving area, all turning their heads to look. Dozens of pairs of eyes gleamed with green light. Some even attempted to rush in but were blocked outside by the female zombie, who wanted to have her own feast, causing Yuan Xiao to silently squat down again. I guess I'll just stay here for now. Xiaowei knew she couldn't leave for the time being, so she walked over to the sink on the other side of the counter and turned on the faucet to wash the blood off her hands. There was both green and red blood. While Xiaowei was washing her hands, she felt a small finger poke her arm. The zombie let out a couple of growls toward her. Sister, if you're not going to eat, can you share with us? We've been hungry for a long time. Although it wasn't human speech, Xiaowei understood. Xiaowei wasn't particularly afraid of zombie films, but being so close to a zombie for the first time, she was startled by its bulging eyes, and the rotting flesh on its face was crawling with maggots. It was truly hideous. As a beauty connoisseur, Xiaowei could not allow such an ugly creature to wreak havoc in her territory. She directly picked up a baseball bat and swung it toward the zombie's head. Get lost, get lost. How dare you eat a girl while looking so ugly? Do you even deserve it? As a zombie, Xiaowei showed little sympathy, forcefully driving dozens of zombies in the supermarket away with her baseball bat. Those zombies seemed somewhat afraid of her and scurried off. By the way, wasn't there a high-level zombie in the supermarket? Why haven't I seen it? Xiaowei felt a bit confused. Oh, that one was taken into the harem by Shaolin Feng a while ago. She was quite a pretty cashier. Xiaowei. No way, even zombies aren't spared. That's too inhumane. But it was also normal in the early apocalypse novels how many male protagonists have targeted female zombies, and there were even those specifically with female zombies. It's a basic operation, no need to doubt. However, the blood of zombies generally has an infectious effect. If Shaolin Feng is in a group with both zombies and normal people, and if a female zombie bleeds and he interacts with a normal person, then wouldn't that mean? Xiaowei couldn't help but shudder at the thought. Nevertheless, she had important matters to attend to. Xiaowei's hand reached for the insecticide on the shelf as Yuan Xiao had just heard the noise of that female zombie driving the other zombies away. She stretched out her somewhat dirty little hand against the edge of the counter, her apricot eyes blinking cautiously as she observed the female zombie, only to see that she was spraying herself with insecticide regardless of her life. Weibao, there's really no need to commit suicide like this, Asi said, feeling both helpless and amused. I need to disinfect. Xiaowei couldn't care less. She had never seen a zombie in ancient apocalypse literature that was killed by insecticide. Once she was done with the insecticide, Xiaowei jumped into a large bath bucket prepared to clean off the dead insects on her body. In truth, there weren't many, but while driving the zombies away earlier, the insects on them had jumped onto her. Xiaowei nearly lost her composure right then and there. After 2 hours, she managed to tidy herself up into a clean gray zombie, leaving Yuan Xiao utterly astonished. Does the female zombie care about her appearance too? A zombie that still has consciousness and can speak seems a bit like those advanced zombies from novels. Yuan Xiao felt quite grateful to that female zombie sister. With all the zombies gone, the female zombie sister showed no intention of eating her. Yuan Xiao rubbed her empty belly, which had begun to growl. Gathering her courage, she walked over to the shelf, watching the female zombie clip her nails with a nail clipper, and hurriedly grabbed a self-heating hot pot and a few sausages from the shelf. The supplies in this small supermarket were indeed plentiful. A batch of goods had just arrived before the apocalypse, and it was near a school. If it weren't for the overwhelming number of zombies, the supermarket would have been emptied long ago. Before she could sneak away, she noticed the female zombie looking over. Don't eat me, Yuan Xiao quickly retreated a few steps, her little face turning pale with fright. Xiaowei cast a confused glance at Yuan Xiao, walked over, glanced at the items on the shelf, and handed her a few more. This flavor isn't tasty, but this brand of duck neck is pretty good. Oh, and you must try this, it smells amazing. Xiaowei tossed Yuan Xiao a chicken leg. In fact, she had wanted to try eating something earlier, but after just one bite she nearly lost it. It tasted bitter and sour, even though it used to be her favorite. Wang Zhong. Having finally escaped the barren society of ancient times to come to the modern world and endure such treatment, it seemed that there was hardly anything edible left in this world, and Xiaowei was livid. As Yuan Xiao walked, the items in her arms kept slipping down. She hurriedly placed them on the counter. The water had not been contaminated yet, so she wiped down the counter with a cloth, but drinking it would definitely not be safe. Carrying a bucket of pure water from behind, seeing the table full of items, Yuan Xiao finally couldn't hold back her tears, crying while wiping her eyes with tears pitifully hanging on her fair cheeks. I haven't eaten this well in a long time. Seeing this, Xiaowei shook her head, feeling sorry for the child. However, she seemed even more pitiful. Is it delicious? Xiaowei, who had no sense of smell, looked at the self-heating hot pot that was ready and felt her throat gulp. Yuan Xiao picked up a wide noodle, biting cautiously, and nodded quickly when she heard Xiaowei ask. It's very spicy, very fragrant. This supermarket had quite a bit of semi-instant food with fried rice noodles, rice vermicelli, and more. Yuan Xiao, having been hungry for many days, prepared herself a plate of fried rice noodles, and without any naan she broke off a piece of steamed bun to add in, which looked utterly delicious. The most painful thing in the world is to become a zombie with a supermarket full of food, yet being forced to watch others eat. Xiaowei opened the panel to check the map only to find no trace of the two male protagonists. It might be because the distance is too far. C explained. Indeed, it seemed they had all been active in the vicinity before, at most within the same city area. Su and Xiao Linfeng were likely already out of the province. According to the plot, they are currently in S province where Xiao Linfeng is gathering his sixth harem. C provided a friendly reminder. Xiaowei stated that was enough. She didn't want to hear about Xiao Linfeng's romantic escapades. However, although the beautiful girls and pretty zombies in this novel had basically all been with Xiao Linfeng, it seemed that only about 7 or 8 remained by his side in the end. Xiaowei suddenly seemed to understand why this fanfiction had become popular. It didn't appear to be published on a proper website. Unfortunately, after becoming a zombie, Xiaowei had lost all her former memories. If she were to go to S province, she would need to find someone familiar with this world. Xiaowei's gaze fell upon Yuan Xiaoqiao, who looked quite bold. Do you know where S province is? S province. Yuan Xiaoqiao was momentarily stunned, then bit her lip. It separated from a province by one more province. Are you going to S province? Yuan Xiaoqiao felt somewhat scared, but she also knew she couldn't let the female zombie before her protect her. Yes, if you're familiar with S province, take me there. By the way, can you drive? Xiaowei looked at the petite girl before her, who resembled a high school student. I can. I just turned 18 not long ago. Sister, are you asking me to take you there? Yuan Xiaoqiao's apricot eyes lit up. Yes, I want to go there to find someone. Xiaowei didn't say much more to Yuan Xiaoqiao. I can take you, but the S province area was the initial outbreak zone and the zombies there are quite formidable. How about, you level up first? Yuan Xiaoqiao glanced at the zombies swaying outside the door. She sweetly called out sister again. Being the sister of the original male protagonist, Xiaowei was already an ability user, so after becoming a zombie her physical attributes were naturally better than those who directly turned into zombies in the first batch, allowing her to dominate in the supermarket. According to the setting of ancient apocalypse literature. Xiaowei stood up. You keep eating, I'll step out for a moment. She had already checked all areas of the supermarket and there were no dangerous lifeforms present, so Yuan Xiaoqiao was quite safe. The zombies outside the supermarket were still swaying in confusion as there were hardly any living people around. Xiaowei slapped a zombie on the shoulder. The green-eyed zombie looked over, appearing somewhat naive due to its undeveloped consciousness. Big brother, may I borrow your head for a moment? Xiaowei revealed her white teeth, which were the only parts of her that looked like an ordinary human. What the little girl said was correct. She had to level up quickly. Otherwise, if she appeared before the male protagonist as zombie version Xiaowei, she could only raise her hand. Since the female zombies in this world could catch Xiao Linfeng's eye, they must look decent. The more energy she absorbs, the more her skin tone and the rotting flesh on her body would transform. Xiaowei did not forget this main task. It was not easy for a C to set up a big order for her, and she could not let a C down. After dealing with several zombies, Xiaowei, suppressing her disgust, reached into their heads and collected 2 or 3 shiny little cubes which appeared to be the energy crystals of the zombies. Holding them in her hand, she slowly absorbed the energy. There were still quite a few zombies near the supermarket, and Xiaowei did not dare to walk too far as her navigation was still in the supermarket, taking half an hour to return. Due to the slow absorption speed, upon realizing that Yuan Xiaoqiao did not possess any superpowers, Xiaowei confidently placed those energy crystals in the supermarket. Aren't you afraid she will run away with them? Although she can't use them, they can supply the superpowered people. A C asked. How can she run? The supermarket site is a dead end. I am working on this street, and if she comes out I will be able to see her. A zombie capable of protecting her and some superpowered individuals who will abandon her once they use up the energy crystals. She knows how to choose, and besides she was abandoned by her friends in the supermarket. Xiaowei analyzed the situation. Clearly the reason she chose to cooperate with Yuan Xiaoqiao was simply because she found her quite intelligent. It was definitely not because she called her sister too sweetly. How frustrating, she used to call others sister all the time, and now she finally got a change, making Xiaowei feel incredibly happy. After a busy afternoon, Master Le finally returned to the supermarket to rest. The small tea table was filled with energy crystals, looking like there were about 30 or 40 pieces, but they were all quite small, many of which were still transparent. However, the drop rate of these things was too low. If it weren't for the zombies having no fatigue, such a quantity of energy crystals would not be something an ordinary person could collect. Yuan Xiaoqiao brought Xiaowei a wash basin and hand sanitizer and also handed her a set of new clothes. I found this in the supermarket. Yuan Xiaoqiao had also changed out of her original uniform into a pink and white tracksuit. There was no choice as she couldn't find anything black. She had been hiding from zombies and had not had a good sleep for several days. Alright, just put it there. You should go sleep, it's getting dark. Xiaowei glanced outside the glass door. Even though the zombies had been dealt with, she could still hear the distant growls of zombies not eating people but exceptionally violent. As night fell, these zombies seemed inexplicably excited, and even Xiaowei could not help but want to howl, but she restrained this impulse. Damn it, how is one supposed to sleep in this world? Not being able to eat or sleep, Xiaowei was truly feeling too miserable. By the way, sister, I haven't told you yet, my name is Yuan Xiaoqiao, a senior student from Linchangno 14 High School. Yuan Xiaoqiao scratched the back of her head, her face slightly flushed. After a refreshing half a day, her complexion looked much better. Xiaowei, the only one a junior student at Lincheng University. Xiaowei thought of the introductions in the novels, squinted her eyes slightly, washed her hands, and then extended her hand to her. Then I'll go sleep first. By the way, thank you for saving my life today. Yuan Xiaoqiao grasped Li Xiaowei's hand. She hadn't noticed earlier that this zombie sister seemed quite beautiful in her previous life with delicate features. If it weren't for the apocalypse, she probably wouldn't have ended up like this. What a pity. Yuan Xiaoqiao thought as she entered the break room of the small supermarket, which was very clean after all the apocalypse had arrived during the day and no one was sleeping inside. Finally she could have a good sleep. Yuan Xiaoqiao fell asleep as soon as her head hit the pillow, sleeping soundly. Outside, Li Xiaowei was absorbing the energy crystals one by one. Unfortunately, the original Li Xiaowei's ability was spatial, which could store items, and the space had no airflow keeping food fresh, making it a strong auxiliary ability. But right now it was of no use to her. If she could have an offensive ability, it would be much better. From dusk until dawn, Li Xiaowei finally absorbed all those energy crystals. She was now a high-level zombie. Her originally grayish skin had faded, revealing her fair and delicate complexion. When Yuan Xiaoqiao came out, she saw a sister in a pink and white tracksuit sitting on a small stool counting self-heating hotpots. Her beautiful face was lost in thought, with waterfall-like long hair cascading down her back, and her fair skin bore a hint of unhealthy pale blue. Her long eyelashes fluttered beneath, which were a pair of deep red eyes like lake water. Sister. Yuan Xiaoqiao was stunned for a moment, almost not recognizing that this was the zombie girl from yesterday. Zombies without autonomous consciousness find it hard to attack their own kind, so high-level zombies are rare as long as there are any, and if they are beautiful they basically become members of Xiao Linfeng's harem. Yes, it's me. I think we can set off now. Saying this, Li Xiaowei waved her hand and all the self-heating hot pots that were there vanished. Spatial ability. Sister, you're amazing. You must have been a superpowered person, right? It's rare to see a zombie with superpowers, let alone one with spatial ability. Yuan Xiaoqiao's eyes were full of admiration. It's useless for zombies. You can take whatever you want. My space is currently as big as 2 basketball courts and everything from the supermarket fits in it. I packed the self-heating hot pots and instant noodles this morning. You can check the expiration dates of the other items. As long as they're not expired, they can be stored in the space to avoid wasting time on the road. Okay, I'll go now. Thank you, sister. Yuan Xiaoqiao genuinely did not expect this big sister to be so kind. Those items were clearly prepared for her. None of her friends were as good as this big sister. Yuan Xiaoqiao busied herself all morning, finally emptying the supermarket and warehouse, leaving only completely unnecessary items. She even managed to grab the generator. To cover up the existence of the space, Yuan Xiaoqiao left some compressed biscuits and instant noodles behind, carrying a full bag, and cautiously followed Li Xiaowei onto the car at the supermarket entrance. It was the supermarket owner's car. Li Xiaowei found the keys at the counter. With her scent on it, ordinary zombies would not dare to touch this car. Yuan Xiaoqiao was driving in the front, and when she saw those zombies swaying in front of the car, she felt terrified. However, as long as the zombie sister in the back lifted her eyes, all those zombies would run away. So impressive. Yuan Xiaoqiao's eyes sparkled with joy. If they were to go to Province S on the highway, it would probably take more than 10 hours, but the road conditions in the apocalypse were not good with zombies everywhere, so it would take at least a week to get there. Li Xiaowei was not in a hurry, but she felt too uncomfortable, unable to sleep or do anything. She remained in a state of high spirits. In the end, she had no choice but to take over Yuan Xiaoqiao's tasks. Yuan Xiaoqiao sat in the passenger seat watching the zombie sister speeding next to her, feeling small and scared. Sister, you took over my job. What am I supposed to do now? Just give directions. We'll go on the highway. Once we're on the highway, you can sleep. Be good and obedient. Li Xiaowei patted Yuan Xiaoqiao's head. Yuan Xiaoqiao protected her little head, her cheeks puffed up, looking somewhat sulky. Sister, you can't hit my head like that, otherwise I won't grow tall. Driving, Li Xiaowei couldn't help but glance at Yuan Xiaoqiao. You're already in your senior year, standing at 1.60 meters. How much taller do you want to grow? Yuan Xiaoqiao leaned against the back of the chair, nibbling on spicy strips, her eyes sparkling. I want to be 1.70 meters. Li Xiaowei. Just think about it, that's all you need to do. It's not that Li Xiaowei was wrong. By 18, height is basically set. Wanting to grow another 10 centimeters was a tall order. Yuan Xiaoqiao counted on her fingers, a hint of bloom crossing her face. I had my growth plates closed by 17, I won't grow any taller after that. Li Xiaowei couldn't help but laugh. It's alright, 1.60 meters is still not too short. Yuan Xiaoqiao QAQ. Why did she talk to Sister Xiaowei nicely, yet Sister Xiaowei treated her like a dog? Didn't she care about her dignity? With Yuan Xiaoqiao giving directions, Li Xiaowei quickly arrived at the highway entrance, only to find a dozen cars jammed at the entrance. Yuan Xiaoqiao got out to take a look and then got back into the car. Sister, it looks like a small group. They should have superpowers. We should hurry up and leave. Saying this, Yuan Xiaoqiao buckled her seatbelt. Is it easy to get through? Li Xiaowei frowned, looking at the traffic ahead, fearing it might be difficult. However, if they took the city roads, they would easily encounter a zombie wave. Li Xiaowei wasn't afraid, but if those zombies blocked the road, it would be hard to drive. No matter how hard it is to get through, we have to go. Yuan Xiaoqiao was a bit worried. If it really doesn't work, we can just fight it out. Li Xiaowei stretched lazily, not paying much attention to the details. Sister, you probably don't follow the news much. Actually, before the apocalypse, there were already experimental bases specifically studying advanced zombies. There are powerful superpowered teams in those bases. If those people find out, Le Xiaowei already knew what was coming next. She would be sent to the lab for dissection. As the two were talking, a few people walked up to the car and knocked on the window. Yuan Xiao's face suddenly changed and she buried her head in silence. Le Xiaowei stroked her chin, wondering if one of those people was a former teammate who had abandoned Yuan Xiao. She rolled down the window and saw a young man of average appearance standing outside. Do you want to join us? The moment he spoke, he froze. So pretty. And there are two girls. The guy was genuinely surprised, and a slightly handsome young man behind him muttered a few words. The man then raised his head and asked, do you have any superpowered individuals? We want to get on the highway, but it might be dangerous, so we thought of forming a group to travel together. Le Xiaowei glanced at Yuan Xiao. Are we going? She asked. Ha! Yuan Xiao didn't expect that she would be asked for her opinion. Well, sister, you decide whether to go or not. Yuan Xiao secretly didn't want to interact with those humans. The shadow of being abandoned last time was too terrifying. Many zombies chased after her and she was on the verge of being devoured. If it weren't for that zombie sister who seemed to have suddenly awakened her consciousness, she might not have had a chance to wave goodbye. Forget it, we won't join you. Le Xiaowei smiled apologetically at those people. Just as a few people were leaving, another 4 or 5 men blocked the car door. Get out of the car. The leading man knocked on the window, rudely startling Yuan Xiao's heart to race. Is this guy crazy? Was he planning to become Sister Xiaowei's zombie minion? Or was he going for something more extreme? What do you want? Le Xiaowei shot a sidelong glance at the man not in the mood. There are just 2 girls, come with us and we'll protect you. The man looked at Le Xiaowei and then at Yuan Xiao behind her. This was quite the pair of beautiful sisters, and he definitely couldn't let them go. Le Xiaowei understood. This guy wanted to add a few zombie accounts at the highway entrance. I don't have time to talk to you, scram. There were quite a few people around. Le Xiaowei really didn't want to cause trouble. The man didn't expect this girl to be so tough, and those beside him felt something was off. Wait, let's leave first. I feel like they might be superpowered. The man sensed Le Xiaowei's red eyes and felt an inexplicable fear, as if his neck was chilling. Besides, with just 2 girls being able to come from the city to the highway, they definitely had skills. The younger ones didn't know, but the older one looked ferociously predatory. Le Xiaowei opened the car door, causing the men to instinctively take a few steps back. Something was off. Why were they afraid of a girl? Even if you don't come with us, you still have to pay the toll. Do you see that entrance? Those cars are all ours. If you don't give us something, you can forget about leaving. The man bravely extended his hand towards Le Xiaowei. To his surprise, she completely ignored him and turned to call the girl in the passenger seat down. Put on your backpack. Okay. Yuan Xiao jumped down while holding her bag. The ground was filthy, seemingly splattered with human blood. Yuan Xiao stood behind Le Xiaowei, looking at those people, pouting a bit in dissatisfaction. The highway isn't yours to control, she mumbled softly. What did you say? The man's voice suddenly rose. It's true, why should we give you anything? It's already good that we didn't ask you for anything. As soon as she finished speaking, Le Xiaowei took out a knife from Yuan Xiao's backpack and pointed it at the man's neck. So fast. The man felt like he blinked and the knife was already at his throat. He broke into a cold sweat. This speed was faster than his boss, no wonder she dared to venture out of the city with a girl. One of the man's companions quickly grabbed him. Sorry about that, the girl has actually been into cosplay robbers since the day before yesterday. Please don't mind her too much. If there's nothing else, we'll just be on our way. The man awkwardly laughed and was about to leave, but in the blink of an eye, the woman in the pink tracksuit had stepped in front of him in just 2 or 3 strides. He only saw a blur, nearly thinking he was seeing things. What is this? So fast to leave. You see, I used to have a hobby of cosplaying as a robber. Le Xiaowei's lips curled upward. The few men. Don't go too far. Their faces turned a bit ugly. A few minutes later, those men, bruised and battered, brought Le Xiaowei to their boss. Boss, we were. Oh no, just take out the food we have for today. Those men were heartbroken, but they understood that being hungry was worse than getting beaten up. Have you been bullied? The leader, sitting with his legs crossed at the table, cast a glance at the 2 girls behind them and swiftly rolled up his sleeves. You dare to bully my brother? I'll fight you. The leader exclaimed as he prepared to charge, but was quickly restrained by his companions. Forget it, boss. It's impossible to win. Several brothers struggled to hold back their leader, who was determined to confront Le Xiaowei. However, before he could reach her, he was kicked away. The robust man's body slid down the wall and he squatted on the ground, lighting a cigarette and contemplating life. All right, just go. We won't charge you a protection fee. The sturdy man stood up and said to Le Xiaowei. If it weren't for a few team members with abilities going into the city to find someone, he wouldn't have to endure this humiliation. Chow. Le Xiaowei suddenly spoke. Sister, what's wrong? As soon as Yuan Xiao was called, she became a bit nervous. Take it. Le Xiaowei noticed several bags placed behind the table. They were probably filled with food. The sturdy man didn't expect her to bring such items. Just as he was about to move, Xiaowei pressed him back down. Look for fresh ones not expired. Oh, okay. Yuan Xiao hurriedly walked past the man, deftly opening the bag. These few people were among the strongest of ordinary folks, and Yuan Xiao felt a rush of anxiety while handling the items. However, the only thing in the bag that wasn't expired was compressed biscuits. Yuan Xiao took them out, filling her own bag to the brim before stopping. In reality, there wasn't much, but it was already enough to cause the leader some pain. Let them go. Xiaowei said coldly. Then let's go. The sturdy man spoke to his brothers. Yuan Xiao zipped up her bag, feeling something was off with the man's expression. When she saw him pull out a knife from his pocket, her heart stopped. Sister, be careful. Just as the words left her mouth, the man's knife lunged towards Xiaowei. Caught in a dilemma, Yuan Xiao's pupils contracted as she rushed towards the sturdy man, but her strength was too weak to affect him. It was as if the sturdy man had awakened something moving at an incredible speed. Xiaowei grasped the sturdy man's hand with a cold expression. What do you mean? The sturdy man was genuinely surprised that Xiaowei could match his speed. After all, he considered himself a mid-level speed ability user, otherwise he wouldn't have been able to act so boldly near this highway intersection. Seeing this, the brothers hurriedly restrained Yuan Xiao, who had tried to leap at the sturdy man without even managing to get up. Don't move. If you do, I'll kill her. They held small knives threateningly against Yuan Xiao's delicate neck. Are you threatening me? Xiaowei's red eyes glinted coldly, narrowing slightly. Sister, why don't you just leave? Yuan Xiao's voice trembled slightly. Giving up her own life was too difficult for her, but her sister wasn't invincible. With so many people around, what if one of them escaped and revealed her sister's information to the experimental base? She was originally just food that her sister hadn't eaten yet. Living another day or two should be enough for her. Yuan Xiao fearfully closed her eyes. There were no zombies protecting humans, she had no abilities and no special skills, so she was merely a burden, someone despised by all. Yuan Xiao's eyelashes trembled for a long time when a pair of cold hands grasped her wrist. When she opened her eyes, she saw Xiaowei's gentle face. When she looked again, she saw the several people wide-eyed and frozen in place. It was the skill reward from the last world lockdown. Pick up the bag. Xiaowei pointed to the ground. Oh right. Yuan Xiao, still shaken, trembled as she hugged the bag close. Don't act like we're parting for life and death. What's my status? Am I afraid of them? Xiaowei patted Yuan Xiao's head. Sister, if you keep doing that, you'll become foolish. Although Yuan Xiao said this, she felt less resistant, and even the smile at the corners of her lips was faint. Xiaowei snapped her fingers and one of the men finally regained the ability to move. Grab the car keys and move the car, otherwise they won't be able to move. The man swallowed hard, genuinely not expecting this woman to be so formidable. This bizarre skill was something he had never seen before. If even zombies could be controlled like this, it was no wonder this woman dared to charge onto the highway alone. Hurry up. Xiaowei was quite impatient. Hey, I'm on it. The man took the keys from the leader's pocket and hurriedly went to clear the way. Seeing the man go to clear the way, Yuan Xiao noticed a mischievous smile appear on her sister's face. She approached the group of people who had stayed behind, watching them eat expired bread in a pitiful manner, and pointed in that direction. Those things won't move anymore, you can do as you please. Hearing this, the group of over 10 people quickly stood up and looked over, their eyes filled with shock, which soon turned into excitement. Thank you. Our things were stolen by him. The group rushed over. Xiao, how are you still alive? A surprised voice rang out. Yuan Xiao's complexion changed slightly, and Xiaowei casually looked over to see a few high school students in shabby uniforms standing up covered in blood. If it weren't for the school badge, Xiaowei would have almost failed to recognize it as a school uniform. Seeing Xiaowei glance over, the high school student rubbed his nose. Big sister, I didn't mean it like that. Let's go get in the car. Xiaowei paid no attention to those people. The journey was important. She didn't want to cause any trouble on the road. Okay. Just as Yuan Xiao was about to leave, one of the girls from the high school group stepped forward and grabbed her hand. Xiao, we didn't mean to before. Sorry, we had no choice. The girl named Gao Min was very pretty, bright and sunny, but her face was filled with worry at that moment. It's fine. Yuan Xiao kept saying this, but she wanted to pull her hand away. The girl held tightly onto her without letting go. Was it that big sister who saved you? Look, Wang Ming is going to S province. His dad is an ability user, and the safe base at the edge of H province is right next to S province. As long as we go there, we'll be safe. Why not join us? It's just a matter of having someone to look out for each other. Gao Min had seen Xiaowei's strength from a distance. She was certain that she was definitely an ability user, and a very powerful one at that. Their team also had a fire-type ability user, so with 2 ability users they should be fine as long as they didn't venture into dangerous areas while heading to S province. I'm sorry, we don't need it. Yuan Xiao's expression was very cold. Although being abandoned wasn't these people's fault, she didn't want to bring a bunch of trouble to her sister. Unexpectedly, Wang Ming directly spoke to Xiaowei. Big sister, I am a fire-type ability user. How about we cooperate and go together? Xiaowei. A fire-type ability user. As she approached the side, she could smell the energy crystal core and the chaotic elements in her body stirred, making her want to attack Wang Ming right then and there. No way. Xiaowei, fearing that she might develop a murderous intent, hurriedly pulled Yuan Xiaoqiao into the car. In the distance, a few boys who had just finished grabbing food ran back, placing the snacks on the ground, their expressions somewhat dejected. There isn't much food we grabbed, probably enough to last us 2 or 3 days. Gao Min patted his shoulder. It's fine, I have a plan. Well, follow her. Gao Min glanced at the black car, a glint of anger flashing in her eyes. She had already spoken to Yuan Xiaoqiao in that manner, yet that person was still so arrogant, which annoyed her. The unfortunate soul who had just moved the car saw chaos erupting on the boss side and hurried over without concern for anything else. What are you doing? Before leaving, Yuan Xiaoqiao heard this sentence. Thank you, sister. Yuan Xiaoqiao raised her head solemnly, looking at Xiaowei. How would you like to thank me? Xiaowei asked while driving. After 2 busy days, she finally could take Yuan Xiaoqiao onto the highway. Ah. Yuan Xiaoqiao blinked, not quite understanding. A few minutes later, Xiaowei noticed a delicate white arm in front of her lips, and Yuan Xiaoqiao closed her eyes in fear. Sister, how about you let me have a bite and then lend me some energy crystals? Once I regain consciousness and become a very powerful zombie, I will give you energy crystals every day. Please, being bitten by my sister and turning into a zombie would be super cool. Xiaowei, forget it, you'd be too ugly as a zombie. Yuan Xiaoqiao QAQ. Boo-hoo, why does sister say that about her? In truth, Xiaowei still had a bit of selfishness in bringing Yuan Xiaoqiao along, as one of the side quests involved introducing the male protagonist Lisu to a partner. This girl was a bit young, but her personality was decent. What if Yuan Xiaoqiao turned into a zombie? A romance between humans and zombies. That sounded quite terrifying. Just act like a human. Being human is fine. Once I get to Province S and find someone I know, I will send you to a safe base, you can rest assured about that. Xiaowei didn't even look at Yuan Xiaoqiao's expression, only hearing her sound somewhat unhappy with an O. Just as Xiaowei was about to ask what it meant, she noticed 2 cars following her in the rearview mirror. It appeared to be Yuan Xiaoqiao's classmates. C. Xiaowei messaged online. What's up? C responded, somewhat puzzled. Your world doesn't seem very lively. Is my master not in this world? Xiaowei hinted, hoping to learn about her master. Even though she felt like she hadn't thought much about her master during those few hours of sleep, she still cared in her heart. I don't know, I can't sense her. Sis tone carried a hint of helplessness. The more powerful the fragment of her soul, the easier it was to form self-awareness, and it would likely have a very different personality. Such soul fragments could also disguise themselves. In other worlds it was fine, but in this world the soul fragments appeared rebellious. However, AC sorted through the characters appearing in the 2 novel plots and found no rebellious female characters. Surely the soul fragment couldn't be male. No, that was a soul fragment, not reincarnation. Gender couldn't change. It's fine, I spent 2 years with my master. Xiaowei said this without revealing any disappointment. There should be opportunities to meet in the future. AC glanced at the screen where Yuan Xiaoqiao was framed with Xiaowei looking like a sweet and naive girl and couldn't detect anything amiss. Moreover, she didn't have any special abilities. This fragment of her soul was very powerful. Even in the realm of cultivation, it was a genius-level contender, impossible to be Yuan Xiaoqiao. Ah, this is really giving me a headache. Meanwhile, Yuan Xiaoqiao, sitting in the back, suddenly looked around, frowning, her cheeks puffing up like buns. What was going on? It felt like someone was watching her just now. Unfortunately, AC, exhausted, was half closing her eyes and failed to notice Yuan Xiaoqiao's unusual behavior. Due to certain reasons, vehicles going to Province A, which is the neighboring province, had been restricted, so there were hardly any zombies or cars on the highway, but there were no restrictions from Province A to Province S. By the halfway point, the sky had darkened and they arrived at a supply station. There was still a bit of gasoline here, but the supermarket inside was completely empty. After filling up the car, Yuan Xiaoqiao took out the bottled water from the trunk and poured it into the self-heating clay pot rice, adding 2 braised eggs for herself. At this moment, one had to praise the self-heating products, they were really the best. Kind-hearted Yuan Xiaoqiao even gave Xiaowei a stab in the heart. Sister, why not take a nap? Driving is tiring. Xiaowei. I really want to sleep, but I just can't. With my current energy, I could probably run back and forth 10 times on the road we just traveled without getting tired. Moreover, Xiaowei had wanted to hit herself with a brick last night, but AC had stopped her. If you want to die, just say so. The heads of zombies are very precious. AC had never seen a host wanting to crack their own head open. Xiaowei, boo-hoo. She just wanted to sleep. What was wrong with that? I forgot. Looking at you, sister, you don't seem much different from an ordinary person. Yuan Xiaoqiao's little face flushed red, hurriedly shoving the clay pot rice. Xiaowei, feeling melancholic, just wanted to light a cigarette and reflect on life, but even if she had one, she couldn't smoke it. Hopefully when she passes through this world, her soul wouldn't turn into a national treasure. If you're tired, just sleep. After all, this area is just wilderness, so keep watch, you go ahead and sleep. Xiaowei deeply hated this identity. If she weren't a zombie, it would be Yuan Xiaoqiao keeping watch. Immediately after, Xiaowei flipped her hand and several sparkling crystals appeared in her palm. She had also robbed a few zombies when she and Yuan Xiaoqiao came out. Among them, one purple crystal was the most beautiful, slightly larger than the others. It belonged to a lightning-type zombie. If she hadn't run fast and was so proficient at cracking heads that it was painful to watch, she would have probably been struck by lightning and shattered. Holding the purple crystal in her hand, she leaned against the passenger seat. This absorption would likely be a bit strange. Sitting in the back, Yuan Xiaoqiao peeked her head out. Seeing Xiaowei with her eyes squinted absorbing the crystal, she didn't dare to disturb her. After finishing her food, she threw the trash out of the window and obediently curled up in the back seat, falling asleep. The team of Gao Min who had been following them naturally stopped as well. They simply filled their stomachs and assigned night watch duties. The two in front seemed to be asleep. Wang Ming, who had circled around, passed by Xiaowei's car and saw that both of them were sleeping soundly. Asleep? So bold. Gao Min was somewhat incredulous. Even though this was on the highway, there were small villages nearby. If a zombie wandered over, it would be disastrous. Moreover, they had seen that kind of psychic zombie before, capable of controlling other zombies to attack humans with a long range of perception. Could it be that these two were unaware? I just saw a box earlier. Wang Ming threw the self-heating pot box he had picked up in front of a few people. Such a good item actually exists. A few of them swallowed hard, clearly tempted. Is there more inside? It must be gone. Everything was eaten clean, but there might be something in the trunk. Wang Ming kicked the box aside and turned to look at Xiaowei's car. Are we going to steal something? The boy with glasses stood up, his face showing panic. After all, with the education he received since childhood, he would never think of casually taking someone else's belongings. What time is it now? Do you want to starve to death? Gao Min said with frustration. There was nothing on this highway, and if they didn't steal, would they have to starve? They had very little food. Can't we wait until tomorrow? The boy with glasses still hesitated. After all, they had things to eat at the moment, so there was no need to steal. Useless. Wang Ming, you and Yang Wang go. Gao Ming glared at the boy with glasses, and Wang Ming, upon hearing this, slightly tightened his lips. There was no other choice, so they decided to steal a little, at least to get food for the journey out of the highway. Be careful, Gao Min whispered. Yang Guang, who was beside them, looked a bit uneasy and leaned closer to Wang Ming, asking, Hey Wang Ming, can you take that girl? The girl looked to be about 1.65 meters tall, but her ability was too strange. They hadn't seen such an ability user in Lin City. She shouldn't be an offensive type, otherwise she would have attacked those people with her ability long ago. Wang Ming had one hand in his pocket, squinting as he recalled the scene he had seen earlier. But what if she's hiding her abilities? Yang Guang's words made Wang Ming furrow his brows. This possibility indeed existed. Then let's test her first. Wang Ming looked at the stones by the highway. A minute later, Xiaowei heard what sounded like pebbles being thrown on the ground beside her, but she remained focused on absorbing power. Is she not awake? Yang Guang looked at Wang Ming, who was standing guard. Wang Ming nodded quickly. Yang Guang glanced at the bag on the driver's seat. It was originally held by Yuan Xiaoqiao in the back seat, but it was uncomfortable to sleep, so it was placed on the driver's seat. The window was open, so stealing this item shouldn't be difficult. Wang Ming approached the car door, looking at the large bag inside, and quietly reached in, his eyes fixed on the motionless Xiaowei. Fortunately, she was sleeping quite soundly. Wang Ming pulled the bag out of the window, but for some reason he felt inexplicably nervous. He even peered inside and saw a pair of deep red eyes staring back at him. Red eyes. Wang Ming finally sensed something was off. Who still wears colored contact lenses in this apocalypse? This person. Wang Ming dropped the bag. Run. Wang Ming pulled the bewildered Yang Guang aside, forgetting about the bag. Hurry up and run. In that fleeting glance, Wang Ming felt a life-threatening danger. He could swear that if he had hesitated even a moment longer, he would have been killed by that person. It was terrifying. Xiaowei got out of the car and saw those few people speeding past her vehicle. Why are they running so fast? Xiaowei was somewhat surprised. Could it be? Did she look like a man-eater? In the apocalypse, strong survival instincts are normal. She stroked her chin and said with a smile, Yeah, I envy them. Unlike me, I can never steal anything in this lifetime. Xiaowei picked up the bag from the ground. If Wang Ming and the others really took the bag, she would chase after it overnight. But now that they were running so fast, she couldn't be bothered to chase. They were just minor annoyances, not worth her attention. Don't act cute, do you know you're being adorable? She was truly at a loss with this girl. This girl didn't understand how to be a girl and was always acting cute. The system couldn't comprehend it. Who was acting cute? I think I'm quite satisfied with this world, at least it's much better than my previous role, just that the apocalypse isn't really suitable for me. As for testing humanity, Xiaowei genuinely felt it wasn't very meaningful. In real life there aren't that many life and death separations, the mundane things are already enough to annoy people. Then should I find you a wealthy person in the next world? She knew what kind of personality Xiaowei had and wanted her to live comfortably. This was also why Xiaowei refused to take expired food now, although a large part of the reason was that she as a zombie didn't need to eat. Sure. Xiaowei was quite willing. Just kidding, I can't choose the world for you. Xiaowei. I don't want to talk to you for 3 minutes. Le Xiaowei put the bag back on the driver's seat. "You're so tsundere," Ah Si remarked. "Go away." Le Xiaowei wanted to bid farewell to Ah Si directly. At last there were no more followers. Le Xiaowei stood by the highway, the wind blowing her long hair, merging it with the dark. When Yuan Xiaoqiao woke up, she saw her sister standing by the road enjoying the breeze. Yuan Xiaoqiao opened the car door. "Sister, what are you doing here?" Yuan Xiaoqiao leaned forward to approach Le Xiaowei. Le Xiaowei. She couldn't very well say. She was calculating how many kilometers it would take to take down the male lead. "You can't sleep. Every day adds more than 10 hours of dawdling and contemplating life. Being a zombie isn't that great." Le Xiaowei patted Yuan Qiaoqiao's shoulder. "Let's eat first and then we can leave." "Okay, but sister, I want to drink milk. The bag is mostly dry food." Le Xiaowei waved her hand and bread and milk appeared in Yuan Qiaoqiao's hands. "Thank you, sister." Her eyes curved in a smile. "Then I will drive now." Le Xiaowei truly wanted to howl. She didn't even know how to write the word sleepy now. "All right." Yuan Xiaoqiao quickly hopped into the car. Le Xiaowei glanced at the empty highway. They had wasted too much time leaving the city yesterday. If everything went smoothly, they should reach S province by afternoon or evening. "By the way, sister, the person you're looking for in S province, are they your friend?" Yuan Xiaoqiao sat in the passenger seat and placed the bag in the back. "About that, I hope to see them soon. By the way, remind me to buy a mask when we get there." Le Xiaowei didn't want to meet Xiao Linfeng and be ambushed immediately. "Okay." Yuan Xiaoqiao nodded. She nibbled on the soft bread, feeling somewhat reluctant for some reason. If they entered S province, would she have to part ways with sister Xiaowei immediately? Le Xiaowei had no idea about Yuan Qiaoqiao's thoughts. She focused on driving toward S province and finally saw two red dots appear on the navigation screen around 5 or 6 in the evening. One was marked as Xiao Linfeng and the other as Lu Su. As for the original female lead Xia Jingli, if not for Xiao Linfeng's influence, she would probably also be within the red dots. After all, in fan fiction, the male lead had slept with so many women that Xia Jingli was no longer the main character. "System, what are they doing?" Le Xiaowei noticed that these two men were actually still together. This. If her thoughts were a bit dangerous, her mind would have gone astray. This was a malicentric novel. She didn't care. She was just a fan of the male lead. "You'll find out when you go there. They want leave for now as they have settled in a nearby safe base and they are currently out on a..." Upon hearing Assist's words, Le Xiaowei furrowed her brows. "So they come out every day. Entering the base definitely requires various checks, possibly including blood tests. She won't be able to enter the safe base. The blade-wielding protagonist can only operate outside the base. Of course, how can we pretend without fighting zombies?" Le Xiaowei thought her statement was quite reasonable. "Xiao Qiao," she suddenly spoke. Xiao Qiao, biting on a biscuit, looked up, blinking her eyes with a hint of confusion on her face. "What is it, sister?" "Later let's go to a place with more zombies and he'll give you some energy crystals. That way you can find a place to stay in the safe base. As for food, I need to find a place to stay near the safe base. Leave some things there every day. Once you finish what's in your space, I won't be able to help you anymore." Le Xiaowei felt she had done her utmost and Yuan Xiaoqiao nodded in response. "Okay, I understand. Thank you for taking care of me along the way, sister." On the way to the safe base, Le Xiaowei clearly felt that Yuan Xiaoqiao was not very happy. What is she planning to do? Le Xiaowei glanced at Yuan Xiaoqiao out of the corner of her eye. After all, starting today she would have to work hard to become the male protagonist, taking on the role of a proper villain. If the villain confronts the male protagonist, the one who dies fastest would definitely be the villain's underlings. It's not just Le Xiaowei boasting. Xiao Linfeng could easily treat Xiao Qiao as a small pawn. So she should give the girl more energy crystals later, since it would be easy for her to finish off the zombies. Le Xiaowei didn't search for too many zombies. She entered a street, watching Xiao Qiao follow behind her with a bag. She still looked rather unhappy. "What's wrong?" Le Xiaowei didn't understand. I don't want energy crystals." Yuan Xiaoqiao put her bag aside and turned Le Xiaowei around. She wrapped her arms around her. It felt very cold and there was no particular scent that was Yuan Xiaoqiao's feeling. Yet her heart felt warm. "I just want to hug you," Yuan Xiaoqiao murmured. Le Xiaowei gently patted Yuan Xiaoqiao's back. She had no sense of smell, so she naturally couldn't detect any scent from Yuan Xiaoqiao. She only felt a bit hungry. "Poor child. Do you think she sees me as a mother?" Xiaowei asked. "This shouldn't be the case. I don't think that's right." Asi was somewhat speechless. If Xiaowei really became a mother after 10 months of pregnancy, it would probably scare. After a few minutes of hugging, Le Xiaowei worried that Yuan Xiaoqiao might suddenly bite her, so she hurriedly said, "You should get up quickly, let's go hunt. I also need some energy crystals." Anyway, she had to ensure Yuan Xiaoqiao returned to the safe base before nightfall. "Okay," Yuan Xiaoqiao said, standing still holding her bag, her eyes red like a rabbit. "Why are you crying? What's there to cry about?" Le Xiaowei directly expressed her blunt thoughts. Yuan Xiaoqiao tightened her hold on the bag. "In my life, sister, you're the second best person to me after the orphanage director." Le Xiaowei, the director? Did you run away from a mental hospital? Le Xiaowei was taken aback. But that didn't make sense. Yuan Xiao looked like a perfectly normal girl. No, she was the director of the orphanage. She treated me very well, but she passed away a few years ago due to illness. Yuan Xiao lowered her head, appearing extremely pitiful. Xiaowei felt a pang of sympathy. Then I'll give you 5 more, but no more than that. You should be happier. Actually, passing away before the apocalypse is a fortunate thing. At least you won't have to suffer anymore. After saying this, Xiaowei felt a bit ridiculous. How could a corpse comfort the living? But feeling Xiaowei's consolation, Yuan Xiao perked up. Thank you, sister. Once I enter the safe base, I'll definitely find a way to become an ability user. Just keep your spirits up. And remember not to let any bad men trick you. Once in the safe base, they all want to harvest your kidneys. As she spoke, Xiaowei swiftly dealt with the nearby wandering zombies' heads. No, she meant their heads, not kidneys. Xiaowei's speed was quite fast. The energy crystal from yesterday had made her complexion even fairer. Besides her pair of eyes, even if one looked closely, they wouldn't see any signs of her being a zombie. Her strength and speed had rapidly increased significantly, yet she was still at an advanced level. Leveling up would become increasingly difficult from now on. Yuan Xiao carefully followed Xiaowei. Their vehicle had run out of gas and Xiaowei was too lazy to refuel. They were already close to the base, just needed to get out of this city. The safe base was located in the suburbs of this city. Generally, there wouldn't be any dangerous zombies on the streets, and Xiaowei mostly avoided places like schools and hospitals. Inside those places there was a high possibility of advanced zombies, and who knows what other special mutated beings might be there. She didn't want to attract trouble, at least not for now. However, Xiaowei discovered that after absorbing that lightning-type energy crystal, she could actually sense the energy crystals within each zombie's body. This made things much easier. As she approached the suburbs, Xiaowei glanced at the nearby shops and noticed the convenience store doors, which had long been ransacked. This area had mostly been cleared out by people from the base, and there was little zombie activity. "I'll just stay here," Xiaowei said, waving her hand. The dust, while not pungent, could easily dirty her clothes. Yuan Xiao turned on her flashlight and took a look inside. It was a mess. However, there was a small compartment behind the convenience store. "Sister, let me tidy up before we leave." Yuan Xiao looked at her pink lips pressed tightly, appearing somewhat stubborn. What more could a zombie like me ask for in terms of accommodations? As soon as Xiaowei finished speaking, she saw Yuan Xiao grab a towel from the counter and turned on the faucet inside. "By the way, sister, I'll throw these things out. Remember to bring me the bedding later, I'll set it up for you." Yuan Xiao was referring to several sets of bedding Xiaowei had scavenged from the supermarket. These could be considered essentials in the apocalypse, especially since the common heavy snowfall had yet to arrive. Xiaowei suddenly spoke. "What is it?" Xiaowei raised an eyebrow, finding it rare for a to call her that. "I took a look at the plot. It seems there will be blood rain tonight. The blood rain will significantly enhance the zombies' abilities, but you shouldn't go out yet. I'll check the zombie situation on the male protagonist's side in the fanfiction for you." "Alright," Xiaowei nodded. Before long, Yuan Xiao finished tidying up and had even set up the generator. The originally cold compartment was arranged into a cozy space complete with a basin and 2 layers of bedding, soft gray blankets and clothes hung up from the supermarket scavenging. "Sister, I'm done tidying up," Yuan Xiao said, her eyes curving into a smile. "Alright, I will take you there and then come back." Xiaowei stood up, opened her bag, and with a wave of her hand 30 or more energy crystal cores appeared inside. They were all cleaned and beautiful. "No, sister, this is too much." Yuan Xiao hurriedly took out several and insisted on stuffing them into Xiaowei's arms. "Enough, you still need to pay something to enter the base." Xiaowei put the crystal cores back. If she wanted to level up, these small ones would no longer be sufficient for her. Xiaowei stubbornly zipped up the bag. Yuan Xiao had no choice but to carry the heavy bag and exit the convenience store with her. The convenience store was over 200 meters from the base gate, not too far to walk. A dim light shone at the entrance of the base. Just 10 meters from the gate, Xiaowei stopped. "Alright, I'll leave you here. It wouldn't be good to go any closer." "Okay, then I'm off." Xiaowei ruffled Yuan Qiaoqiao's hair. Although Yuan Xiao responded quickly, she walked slowly, turning back every 2 or 3 steps. Seeing Xiaowei still standing there, she finally felt reassured and walked to the gate. At the gate stood several tables surrounded by a few men in black clothes holding guns. They looked somewhat surprised when they saw Yuan Xiao appear alone. "You're alone?" The girl behind the registration desk in a black down jacket looked a bit surprised. Most who entered the base were in teams. It was rare for someone to come alone unless the whole team was wiped out, and only this girl managed to escape. Thinking of this, the girl's expression turned slightly pained. However, there was nothing to be done. Everyone had to fight for their lives. "What's your name? Do you have an identity badge? Which team were you part of before?" the girl asked briskly. "Yuan Xiao, this is my first time here." "What is an identity badge?" "It's my first time." "Oh, wait a moment, fill out this form. By the way, are you an ability user?" There was a hint of hope on the girl's face. "No," Yuan Xiao shook her head. She soon noticed a hint of disappointment on the girl's face. While filling out the form, she turned to look behind but couldn't see her sister Xiaowei. Yuan Xiaoqiao felt a bit sad but still cooperated actively with the base personnel. After filling out the form you need to go for a health check. Don't worry, they are all women. If you pass the check you will need to pay a safety tax which includes the snacks and food you bring into the base. The first payment is 30% and afterwards it will be 10%. If you have crystal cores 2 will suffice, if not it's fine. Oh okay, Yuan Xiaoqiao nodded. Just as she picked up the health check form to leave she suddenly looked at the base personnel standing nearby. Big brother, I want to ask, besides some people automatically awakening their abilities when the apocalypse came, is there any other way to become an ability user? Those who could serve as guards must all be ability users. Yuan Xiaoqiao felt a glimmer of hope. The man had a look of surprise on his face and said with a hint of amusement, that's impossible. Abilities are innate. But don't worry, there are ordinary humans in the base too who work and get steamed buns to eat daily, you won't starve. Yuan Xiaoqiao felt a bit disheartened upon hearing this answer but still followed the sister into the base for a health check. Meanwhile Xiaowei had returned to the convenience store taking off her shoes and sitting cross-legged on the bed. Seeing Yuan Xiaoqiao filling out the form just now she surprisingly felt a twinge of reluctance. What was going on? Could it be that she was a scumbag? Xiaowei opened her eyes and slapped herself, the sound crisp and loud. Just as C was about to speak he frowned. Xiaowei, turn off the generator, Su has appeared nearby. Her brother. Xiaowei hurriedly turned off the generator, plunging the entire convenience store into darkness. Before long she heard 2 hurried footsteps running into the convenience store, panting as if they were escaping. Yet even so he still forced himself to adjust his breathing. Boss, why are you thinking of betraying him? You were always saying you would serve brother Xiao before. The young boy beside Su looked completely puzzled. Wearing a black trench coat, Su lightly patted his chest, stepped over to the partition and tried to open the door only to find it locked. He then sat behind a shelf in the convenience store taking a few breaths to calm down. I'll explain this to you later. We can't go out tonight. We need to avoid the inspections of those things and then tomorrow we'll take out the supplies and leave this area immediately. Are you kidding, boss? We finally settled down in the southeast base and now you want to run. Yu Jing thought Su was losing his mind. To the northwest, Su patted Yu Jing's shoulder, his brows sharp in the night. Yu Jing's jaw nearly dropped to the ground as he raised his hand to touch Lizu's forehead. Brother Lu, you're not running a fever, so why are you talking nonsense? Brother Xiao just gave you the mental type energy crystal cores you just received, you don't want it. He even threw it at someone, causing them to get hurt. Yu Jing was utterly perplexed, unable to comprehend. Trust me, you won't regret it. There are some things I can't tell you for now, but the northwest is the best place to go. The base there is the largest, although it has just started developing. The future looks promising. Plus there are far fewer people than in the southeast base. If we go early we will definitely be valued. Su gently rubbed his throbbing forehead, feeling immense pain in his head, still recalling the suffering before his death. Yu Jing's lips moved slightly. I know what you're saying is right, but what exactly did brother Xiao do? Hearing brother Xiao's name, Lizu's expression turned colder, his voice low and chilling. He killed my sister. 1,000 deaths wouldn't be enough for him. In the partition, Xiaowei froze upon hearing this. How did Su know about this? Moreover, from Lizu's demeanor it seemed like he had fallen out with Xiao Linfeng, which was different from the plot AC described. Xiaowei called out hurriedly. Don't worry, I found out. The male protagonist of the original novel was at a disadvantage, and to prevent the original story from being swallowed by fan fiction, the original world granted Su special abilities. He has been reborn. No wonder fan fiction and the original world can have such polarization, one is white and the other is gold. However, the author of the fan fiction would not hesitate to give Xiao Linfeng some golden fingers. The male protagonist of the fan fiction, Xiao Linfeng, was originally someone who crossed over after reading this novel, knowing all the plot lines and carrying a system starting at the peak of life with several abilities. One is a crossover and the other is a rebirth. How interesting. What did you say? Xiaowei was killed by him. But how do you know? When the apocalypse struck we were all here and couldn't contact Xiaowei. Yu Jing was genuinely shocked, his jaw dropping. It was like this. Yesterday I replied to a comment saying that Wei Mei was a bit of a saint. First let me explain the meaning of saint. Saint is an internet slang term originally used to refer to mythical women with divine powers and status, indicating women who selflessly devote themselves to good. It later came to refer to those with excessively overflowing compassion. In a more serious sense, it refers to characters who sacrifice the interests of unrelated individuals to save others, realizing their moral superiority or purpose through the generosity of others. First of all, I indeed have been influenced by my past writing style, and generally I wouldn't have the protagonist personally kill someone, because during that period of writing novels it was a sensitive time and protagonists were not allowed to kill. Since then I have always leaned towards using others to do the killing. The brawny man and his brothers were tied up. They would still look at the girl, and I did not intentionally write about these minor characters, but everyone driving on the highway knew their bad deeds. Xiaowei mentioned casually that those people were forced to stay at the highway entrance for so long and had their food robbed, so there might have been women among them. The brawny man would definitely die. Just because I didn't write it doesn't mean he didn't die. Secondly, the male protagonist Gu Wei's previous identity was very high. I specifically arranged this in the outline. He is not just a powerful figure in the cultivation world, he can destroy the world with a single hand. Here's a little spoiler, it is because of his introduction that a C has the current strength and status in the company. For someone of his level it's hard to care about or personally handle a trivial matter. A C has soul fragments, which is why there are many personalities of a C. But Wei Mei is different. She has always been Gu Wei, and deep down she is too lazy to deal with trivial matters unless there is a need for a task. Some might ask why, if Yuan Xiaoqiao was bullied, Wei Mei didn't just kill the perpetrator herself. This question is actually quite easy to understand. She had only known Yuan Xiaoqiao for a few days and did not know she was a C. According to normal novel and realistic logic, it would be impossible to expose her identity as a zombie for someone she was only slightly familiar with, especially with so many people watching. What would happen if they noticed something unusual? Of course, I can guarantee that if Wei Mei had known at that moment that Yuan Xiaoqiao was her master Mu Miao, she would have definitely acted herself. Thirdly, our Wei Mei herself is from a harmonious society just like ordinary people. Although she is a villain opposing the male and female protagonists, she is not a madman seeking revenge and killing indiscriminately like those portrayed in novels. If such things existed in reality, I would be typing at home every day too scared to go out. Also, a fan previously pointed out a bug where Su Qingyun originally had a child in the last world, which has already been modified with a sentence stating that she was killed by Xiaowei, and it will not affect the storyline. I generally read the comments on the chapters updated daily, and I have corrected any typos. Thank you all for your support, and remember to encourage me. How did it suddenly seem as if you could foresee the future? Could it be? Brother Lo, have you acquired divination powers? Yu Jing whispered the question. Lu Su looked incredulous at such nonsense. Just as he was about to reply, he heard footsteps nearby, and the two of them hurriedly crouched behind a shelf. Xiao Linfeng strode through the night, his black coat billowing elegantly in the cold wind as he glanced back toward Su Wanwan. Senior sister, do you sense any human presence? He asked. Su Wanwan wore a pale rose dress and uncommon finery in this wasteland. Her light brown eyes were vacant and composed. Only when she perceived a trace of danger did she frown and speak. Master, this area is dangerous. There are powerful zombies. So he's not here. Could he have gone into the base? Xiao Linfeng frowned as he passed through the convenience store, sweeping his flashlight across the rows of shelves. Yu Jing had his mouth covered by Xiaowei and made muffled noises in the dark. When the footsteps finally passed, Lu Su, guided by the moonlight, looked toward the girl standing behind Yu Jing. Xiaowei switched on a lamp that Yuan Xiaoqiao had charged before they left. The interior brightened instantly. Yu Jing exhaled in relief, his heart pounding as he stared at the girl in the pink and white tracksuit. Xiaowei. Lu Zu's eyes trembled as he seized her shoulders. Xiaowei, you're not dead. You're not dead. That's wonderful. It's all my fault. I failed to protect you. Lu Su pulled Xiaowei into his arms. The corners of his eyes were rimmed in red as tears slipped down. Rejoicing, he vowed to protect his sister for the rest of his life, to ensure she would never suffer again. But soon he sensed something amiss. Xiaowei felt so cold. Sorry, I'm already a zombie, Xiaowei said flatly, ruining the moment. Yu Jing was stunned when he looked into Xiaowei's eyes. Realization dawned. Xiaowei, you're a zombie now? He asked. That particular hue in her gaze might elude most people, but Yu Jing and Lu Su, who spent much time around Xiao Linfeng, were familiar with the telltale signs of the women in his circle. Xiao Linfeng had many followers. Most of his girlfriends wore colored contact lenses, so few had noticed anything unusual until now. Lu Su froze at Yu Jing's words, then pushed Xiaowei gently aside and studied her eyes, wiping his tears with his sleeve. It's all right, he murmured. You're alive, that's what matters. Zombies can be returned to human form. What did you say? Xiaowei frowned at the crucial information. Lu Su added, zombies can be purified back into humans. At last Xiaowei understood the meaning of side quest 2. Before leaving, she had to be restored to humanity. That task could be left for the end if one intended to take down Xiao Linfeng. The most useful guise might well be that of a zombie. Why revert to human too soon? To become irrelevant. Ridiculous. That question is unimportant. Did you just escape from Xiao Linfeng's group? How strong is he now? Xiaowei pressed urgently, but Yu Jing shook his head. He truly did not know. Xiaowei looked at Lu Su, who suddenly asked, Sister, are you hungry? She said nothing at first. If I were hungry, I'd already be ready to eat someone, she replied expressionlessly. Since meeting Yuan Xiaoqiao, she had been suppressing her instincts. Energy crystal cores for her were the closest thing to a full meal. They could to some extent temper her nature as a zombie. Lu Su sounded a little disappointed at those words, but he kept staring at her as if he could not look away. Aren't you going to sleep? He asked. Xiaowei longed to retort, but Lu Su replied softly, I'm not sleepy, go ahead and sleep, I'll watch over you, and he patted her shoulder gently. Xiaowei gave a short humorless laugh. Get lost, she said without mercy. Being stared at so intently by a normal person was already uncomfortable. Lu Zu's refusal to look away made Xiaowei regret rescuing the two of them. Yu Jing had quietly slipped out of the room. He belonged outside, not within. I'm not leaving, Lu Su protested. I want to watch you sleep. Go on, I'll lull you to sleep. As he spoke, Lu Su pressed on Xiaowei's shoulder, coaxing her to lie down, covered her with a blanket, and gazed at her with a tender, nostalgic look. Xiaowei thought, is the male lead daft after rebirth? How long have these symptoms lasted? She asked, glaring at him as he had wrapped her up like a parcel. Su paid no heed and continued to sing softly. The dark sky hangs low, bright stars keep company, insects fly, who are you thinking of? Xiaowei bristled with irritation. What are you babysitting a toddler? She had no choice but to produce a few crystal cores from her spatial pouch, nestle them in her palm, close her eyes and absorb their energy for her that sufficed to sleep. Soon a merciless gale swept the land. The convenience store sign was ripped loose and smashed to the ground, startling Yujing. A crimson rain began to fall, trees were lashed and bent as if the earth itself were shaking. Xiaowei, who had been reclining, sat bolt upright. She had nearly forgotten, tonight was the blood rain. Lu's gentle expression shifted abruptly into something harder. Move, there's a 3-story next door. Stick to the eaves and hurry over. In short order, Su led Xiaowei to the 3rd floor while Yujing hastily tossed his umbrella and other belongings outside. Fortunately, the convenience store sold raincoats and gloves. He had wrapped himself tightly, or else that rain could have spelled disaster. A bolt of lightning split the sky and the world flashed bright. Yujing watched the blood-tinged water clinging to the window and sliding down and gave a frightened start. Blood rain, how uncanny. Xiaowei stared at the crimson drops while Su frowned as if a thought had occurred to him. He turned his gaze toward her. This rain will benefit you, he said. But if you refuse to go, brother will find you more spirit-type crystal cores later. Spirit-type energy cores were immensely useful to zombies. They could increase a zombie's dominion, allowing control over others. Even non-psychic zombies who used them would see a rise in intelligence. Yet spirit-type zombies were typically monarchs among the undead, extraordinarily difficult to contend with. Su suddenly regretted not taking the spirit core Xiao Linfeng had once offered him. He had always been soft-hearted. Su lamented his past gentleness. Back then he truly could not defeat Xiao Linfeng. Given another chance, he resolved he would not be so merciful. System, what is the status? Xiaowei asked, paying little attention to Lu's words. The problematic rainwater, while significantly enhancing the combat capabilities of zombies, also greatly increases their bloodlust, making the side effects considerable. C frowned. What's the situation with the male protagonist? Xiaowei touched her nose, completely giving up on going out in the rain. While a few harem members got caught in the rain, one is going insane. The system on the male protagonist's side says that as long as he engages with that frenzied female zombie, he can calm her down and also enhance his own strength. C was somewhat speechless but could actually understand. In novels, the side effects of any drug or power enhancement basically manifest during the flirtation between the male and female protagonists. Xiaowei. Oh, I see. Xiaowei chuckled. However, in a harem story she should choose to understand. After all, not every man is as emotionally detached as she is. I'm not going, bro. Xiaowei said to Su beside her. She had no particular fondness or aversion towards this male protagonist, but she was considering collaborating to take down Xiao Linfeng. Alright, Su replied. Yujing finally couldn't help but ask Xiaowei, is this really all Xiao Linfeng's doing that you've turned out this way? Pretty much. He wanted me to be part of his harem, but I refused, and then I ended up like this. Xiaowei had a remarkable ability to summarize. Yujing didn't quite grasp the meaning of her words and was momentarily bewildered. What had happened today had already shattered his worldview. If you want to follow Xiao Linfeng, go ahead. Su suddenly looked at Yujing. After all, this trip to the northwest was quite a distance. I'm not going. Why would I want to fawn over a college student? Yujing was a few years older than Xiao Linfeng. If it weren't for his good relationship with Su, he wouldn't bother getting involved with Xiao Linfeng at all. How can you become an ability user if you don't fawn? Su was both amused and exasperated. Gu, don't joke with me. If I really wanted to fawn over that guy, I wouldn't be following you out here. Yujing patted Lu's shoulder, rolling his eyes as he stepped outside. Fine, since you want to follow, we should head to the northwest quickly. The southeast isn't suitable for prolonged stays. Lu's eyes narrowed slightly. In half a month, when the sea level rises and marine life mutates, they would launch an attack on the southeastern base. Those creatures are much more ferocious than zombies and they lack energy crystals. Fighting them is a time-consuming and thankless task. After the blood rain, if they don't leave quickly, they'll be caught up in the snow moon. Going to the northwest. Xiaowei glanced at Su. Aren't we going to seek revenge? Her tone was somewhat cold. Could it be that Su was actually a coward? If these two male protagonists don't fight, what kind of good show can she watch? It's meaningless. She should delete this and move on to the next world. No, Xiaowei, the place we're in is very dangerous. The southeast is also the farthest from the northwest. If we don't hurry, if it snows in a few days, it will be quite troublesome. Su gently patted his sister's shoulder, his brows furrowed with worry. Xiaowei was truly unfamiliar with the specific plot of the novel. She could only grasp the general direction of the world line. Hearing Su say this, she roughly understood that if they were to go northwest, the male protagonist Xiao Linfeng, who knew the plot, would likely be going as well. By the way, if it snows, what impact will it have? Xiaowei touched her chin, asking C. This was mentioned in the novel. It's called the snow moon. Actually, it's almost reaching snow year. After a while, the entire world will fall into winter, which is extremely cold. Many humans will freeze to death during this period, and zombies will also undergo their upgrades on snowy days. However, for you, it's very dangerous. As soon as you encounter heavy snow, your movements will become extremely sluggish and you'll almost be stuck in place. Your physical attributes will also decline, and Lisu knows this too, which is why he wants to take you away immediately. This weather doesn't harm humans much, at worst one might freeze or starve. This was also why Asi was reluctant to let Xiaowei come to this world. The apocalypse has too many unexpected events. Is it that serious? Xiaowei didn't expect that being a zombie could be so miserable. Absolutely. It's not like zombies get all the upgrades without giving humans a chance to survive. Snowy weather is when humans can most easily kill zombies, but if you can get through it, it will be very beneficial for you. Xiaowei took a deep breath. Alright brother, I'll go with you. She looked at Lisu. Lisu finally revealed a faint smile, saying it's fine. Even if you become a zombie, brother will still do his best to protect you. But look, you can't say that Xiaowei looks much smarter than those few guys, just that her gaze is different. Yu Jing pulled out a piece of compressed biscuit from his pocket and bit into it. From now on this will be his rations. Although it's a bit tragic who isn't suffering like this in the apocalypse. By the way brother, how strong is that teddy bear? What powers does he have? Xiaowei found a stool to sit on and continued to ask. Lisu was stunned for half a minute before realizing who the teddy bear Xiaowei was referring to was. He coughed lightly, a hint of amusement in his eyes. His sister is still so adorable. He has quite a few powers: water, fire, earth, wind, lightning, and wood. Then there's the ability to control zombies, which should be considered a mental-based ability. He seems to have spatial abilities too, and the space has a planting function, as every time he takes out vegetables they are very fresh. As for the rest, I'm not too sure. TSK. He really has the essential spatial abilities for a male protagonist. However, it seems he doesn't need to use energy crystals to enhance his strength. Yu Jing suddenly said, I've been curious about this for a long time. His energy crystals are either given to those zombies or to us. Lisu and Yu Jing exchanged glances. If that's the case, how does Xiao Linfeng enhance his power? Dual cultivation and intimacy can also lead to upgrades. Asi suddenly spoke up. Xiaowei showed a look of realization, understanding that it made sense now. It should be dual cultivation since he's an old teddy bear. I don't know much else, and I have no idea when this rain will stop. As she spoke, Xiaowei waved her hand and a bucket of purified water and some snacks appeared on the ground. This should be enough for you guys for a few days. Yu Jing was taken aback, rubbed his eyes and turned to look at Xiaowei. Xiaowei, do you have spatial abilities? Yu Jing was particularly surprised. Yes, Xiaowei replied, showing little expression. She didn't want Lisu to start before he found a wife. Just as Xiaowei was about to take out a few energy crystals from her space, she saw Lisu rummaging through his belongings and finally pulled out a bright red energy crystal and handed it to her. Boss. Seeing that thing, Yu Jing suddenly stood up, his lips trembling. What is this? Xiaowei took it somewhat astonished. It was my fault for not protecting you earlier. Don't worry, from today onwards I won't let anyone harm you. I feel too ashamed to eat what you gave me, so here, take this and use it. After he finished speaking, Lu's stomach growled and he covered his belly, feeling a bit embarrassed. What a time for my stomach to make noise. What is this thing exactly? Xiaowei picked it up. Lisu didn't say what it was, but she had never seen anything like this before. Not even a fire-type energy crystal core had such a rich color. Yu Jing glanced at the item in her hand and sighed. This is an energy crystal core from a special mutated entity. Previously my leader and I accepted a risky mission at a grain depot. We originally had a team of 10 and they fought desperately to get my leader and me out, sacrificing themselves, in the process perishing together with that mutated entity. As she spoke of that incident, Yu Jing's eyes reddened, her chest heaving with emotion, struggling to breathe, her throat feeling tight and painful, and tears involuntarily streamed down her cheeks. Upon hearing this, Xiaowei returned the item to Lisu. You use it. I'm afraid it will give me 8 legs if I use it. Lisu. No, there is a 40% chance it can develop special abilities. Lisu in a hurry revealed everything. No one knew about this incident. Now it would take a year for anyone to find out. Even if there were exorbitant prices for this, no one would be willing to sell it. Even if that person originally had special abilities, they would develop a second ability. But for ordinary people, the chance of awakening special abilities is extremely slim. At least Lisu had never seen it before. Then I don't want it either. This should be offensive. You take it, after all it was the last item your brother fought to leave for you. Xiaowei wouldn't feel at ease using something stained with blood. It's just a special mutated entity, she could find one herself later. No way. Before Lisu could finish his sentence, he was kicked by Xiaowei. Stop being so wishy-washy or I'll throw you out of the window like a dog. Lisu fell silent for a moment and after a long time he spoke. Then you can call me sister from now on. I only want you to use this item. Xiaowei. Truly at a loss for words. Are you a fool? The last time she felt this way was also last time. It seemed the male lead's condition was a bit serious. If it weren't for the apocalypse, she would really want to take Lisu to see a doctor. But after all, she had found her sister again. She needed to stay calm and not get angry. Lisu QAQ. My sister is so fierce. Then he saw Xiaowei squatting there, washing the energy crystal core with detergent, rinsing it several times. Lisu was a bit puzzled and squatted down. Xiaowei, what are you doing? Before Lu Su could finish his sentence, he was stuffed with the energy crystal core. This thing can be absorbed with the hands or eaten. But generally people don't have the conditions to wash energy crystal cores, so Xiaowei specially killed the bacteria. Oh, cough cough cough. Lu Su coughed heavily, his face turning a bit red, but the energy crystal core was easier to digest than usual. He swallowed it without coughing too much. It felt like a warm current rushing into his abdomen. Lu Su clutched his belly, looking at Xiaowei in shock. Why? Why won't you forgive me? This should taste better than sugar oranges. What's wrong with you? Xiaowei squatted beside him and gently patted his head. Lu Su. This is far from the taste of sugar oranges. No, it's not even about sugar oranges. What do you mean I haven't forgiven you? I never said I resent you. Did you kill me? Xiaowei asked while stroking her chin. Xiaowei's death really couldn't be blamed on Lu Su, and the original male lead also wanted to seek revenge for his sister when he knew her, but that was near the end of the novel. How could he possibly defeat the male lead of the fanfiction? It said that if you have a soft heart you want kill. As if not having a soft heart means you can kill. Ha! Lu Su was suddenly stunned. Do you want to eat self-heating hot pot? Xiaowei asked again. Lu Su touched his belly, actually thinking about it. Life after the apocalypse had been too hard with only 2 steamed buns a day, and he had to chew slowly. Seeing Lu Su's expression, Xiaowei immediately understood. If you want to eat, absorb it quickly. Xiaowei said, standing up and looking out the window. From this window she could still see the distant safe base and wondered if Yuan Xiao Xiao had found a place to stay. The thing she gave should be enough for Xiao Xiao to last 3 or 4 days. At this moment Yuan Xiao Xiao was standing in front of the window looking out at the base. She had rented a small single room, and this building was among the outermost with relatively cheap rent, 5 energy crystal cores a month. This rain is really scary. I wonder how my sister is doing, Yuan Xiao Xiao murmured just as someone knocked on the door. Her heart skipped a beat. Looking through the peephole she saw the big sister from before at the door and froze for a moment before opening it. What's the matter? Well, I live in the same building as you, so I just wanted to notify everyone that the base has issued a notice. Try not to go out until the rain stops. The building will be locked down. If you need food you can purchase it on the 2nd floor. If you don't have enough energy crystal cores you can help out on the 2nd floor. The pay isn't high but you won't go hungry. As the sister spoke she filled out the resident information on a clipboard and handed the form over. This is a form for cooperation, just sign it. Oh, is there something wrong with this rain? Yuan Xiao Xiao was quite worried about her sister outside the base. The sister glanced around and then whispered, people who get caught in the rain will turn into zombies, so you must not go out. Experts speculate that this rain might strengthen the zombies. So that's how it is. Yuan Xiao Xiao immediately felt relieved. As long as her sister wasn't harmed, that was enough. After signing she handed the form back and closed the door. Fortunately there was enough food. I hope the rain stops soon. She prayed silently. What's going on? Xiaowei, come look quickly. Yu Jing was beside Lu Su, wiping the sweat off and noticing the flickering light on his body and a hint of blue. Why are there signs of turning into a zombie? Yu Jing looked worried. Xiaowei moved closer, squatting down to look at his face. He really did resemble a light bulb. Lu Su's forehead was dripping with beads of sweat, one after another rolling down to the ground, his entire face turning a bluish hue. Xiaowei narrowed her eyes slightly, sensing the power within Lu Su's body. Indeed, it was a special mutated entity. Although the energy crystal core had been ingested, it was quite mischievous, bouncing up and down, unwilling to be devoured, even trying to devour Lu Su instead. If it were a zombie absorbing this would be easy. For an ability user it was a bit challenging. Oh no, was she not indirectly harming the male lead? Could it be that we have to eat a feast today? This doesn't seem appropriate, does it? Xiaowei believes she is not yet at the stage of being heartless. Xiaowei looked down at Lu Su, who resembled a large light bulb. He won't die, after all he is the male lead. This can only depend on his willpower, and with your current abilities you can't help him. It's alright, AC comforted. Although the halo of the male lead above Lu Su's head had dimmed a bit, it was still golden, and absorbing an energy crystal would not cost him his life. Okay, then I can rest assured, Xiaowei sighed in relief. It's fine, let's wait and see. My brother is an ability user. As long as he can hold on and absorb it he should be fine. Xiaowei gently patted Yu Jing's shoulder. Sigh, I hope it can succeed. After all, Xiao Linfeng is quite capable. If we want to take revenge with our current strength we are completely inadequate. Yu Jing looked troubled, especially since he had no abilities. If it weren't for his natural strength he might not survive even in this apocalypse. Are you living with Xiao Linfeng? Xiaowei suddenly asked. Yu Jing shook his head, not exactly. He lives at the center of the base and those high-ranking officials particularly value him. We live a bit farther away. Then if the rain stops and my brother hasn't recovered, can you go back to the base and bring back those important things? Of course, if it's inconvenient for you to go back now, I have a friend inside the base. When the rain stops she will come find us and you can give her the address and let her help take it out. Yu Jing was taken aback for a moment but nodded heavily. Alright, we still have a car. We can just put those things in the car then. Good. Xiaowei frowned as she said this. If that's the case. Should she take Yuan Xiaoqiao with her? Given Yuan Qiaoqiao's identity, she probably wouldn't be able to survive this snowstorm, but why should she take someone completely unrelated? Xiaowei hesitated. After all, she was not someone forged in the apocalypse. Her heart could not be as solid as a... Can you cook? Xiaowei asked. I can't cook, but your brother can make a little, though it doesn't taste good. Yu Jing quickly shook his head, raising his chin to point at Lu Su. Oh, that's just right. My friend can cook. Since we're heading to the northwest, let's see if we can bring her along. Yu Jing's eyes brightened upon hearing this. Is she an ability user? Male or female? Female, but not an ability user. Xiaowei doused Yu Jing with cold water with her words. It's fine as long as she is useful. We are not easy to bully. Yu Jing patted his chest. The two chatted while Lu Su stabilized after coughing up blood once. Yu Jing, initially startled, did not dare to move much as he saw Xiaowei staring at Lizu's head. Could it be fire-type abilities? Yu Jing asked cautiously. I don't know anyway, it has already melted. Now we just wait for him to absorb it. You can take a nap in here. Xiaowei finally moved away from the ground and lay on a mattress. She needed to absorb the energy crystal quickly. After all, once the night passed, she would probably be the only zombie in the world that hadn't upgraded. When it was just getting light, Xiaowei heard Lu Su suddenly sit up beside her, breathing heavily, his clothes completely soaked. He ran his hand through his damp short hair, revealing his clean and well-defined features, a glimmer of blue light flashing in his starry eyes. Yu Jing, who was gnawing on bread, looked over quickly when he noticed the movement. How is it, Lu Gu? What kind of abilities do you have? Yu Jing asked with a hint of anticipation. It seems like fire, but... Lu Su raised his hand and a ball of dark blue flame appeared in his palm, looking quite ordinary. It's mutated. The specific effects still need verification, Lu Su said, feeling quite excited. Obtaining an energy crystal from a special mutated body is already quite difficult. The awakened second ability seems to be offensive, so he wouldn't have to fear close combat. This thing. Xiaowei sat in front of Lu Su, staring at the flame for a long time before leaning back slightly. It should be very harmful to zombies. What about ordinary fire abilities? To be honest, ordinary fire abilities are a bit of a mixed bag, but they can hinder zombie movement. Zombies are not afraid of fire. Only high-level fire abilities can cause substantial harm to zombies, but zombies cannot be killed. Lu Su explained to Xiaowei. However, once the plants began to mutate, those fire ability users would gradually become more valuable. That seems like a pretty good ability. Xiaowei stroked her chin. After all, the male lead had several zombies around him. The last time Xiao Linfeng appeared, she noticed a high-level low-level zombie nearby which was slightly behind her. She intentionally released her aura to let that person and zombie leave. Now that you're awake, wash your hands and eat first. Xiaowei took out steamed buns and a self-heating hot pot from the minimart. Although it was a bit greasy early in the morning, it was quite filling. Thank you, sister, Lu Su said, tears almost welling up in his eyes. For the next 2 or 3 days, life became somewhat mundane. The group couldn't go out. The blood rain continued for 2 days and nights before finally giving way to a white rain that washed away the blood on the ground. Xiaowei had been watching from the window early in the morning, looking down at the entrance of the convenience store. What are you looking at, sister? Lu Su looked over for a long time, finding nothing and scratching his head in confusion. Oh, it's nothing, just looking around. Xiaowei came back to her senses, glanced at Lu Su and continued to look down. When a girl in a pink and white tracksuit appeared, Lu Su blinked and his sister moved away from the window. What was going on? The clothes were exactly the same. Lu Su scratched his head, puzzled. Yu Jing was still sound asleep and he didn't care, following his sister outside. At this moment, Yuan Xiaoqiao had just come out of the convenience store, which was flooded and dirty. There was not even a ghost, let alone a zombie. Yuan Xiaoqiao squatted on the steps outside, feeling a surge of sadness. Was it true that she would never see Sister Xiaowei again? Then she noticed a pair of clean little white shoes in front of her which seemed out of place in the apocalypse. They looked like the ones she had found in the minimart before. Yuan Xiaoqiao quickly looked up and hugged Xiaowei in front of her. Sister Xiaowei, I miss you so much. I'm so afraid something will happen to you. Yuan Xiaoqiao held her eyes reddening as if she were about to cry at any moment. When Lu Su saw the scene, he was taken aback, finally realizing that this was the girl his sister mentioned finding yesterday. She looked very small, like a high school student. Seeing the expression on Lu Sun's face, Xiaowei felt a bit uneasy and quickly pushed Yuan Xiaoqiao away. Alright, we are all grown-ups now, crying and whining is unbecoming. Yuan Xiaoqiao choked up for a moment and wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes. Then I worry about you. She puffed up her cheeks, a bit angry. She was clearly just worried about her sister. Alright, by the way, we are heading to the northwest base. Xiaowei rubbed the top of her head. I want to ask you for a favor. My brother and his friend have something in the base, but their current identities make it difficult to enter. He has a key card. Can you go and help us retrieve their things? They also have a car, and once the things are packed you can just drive it out. Yuan Xiaoqiao blinked her eyes, seemingly not comprehending. Just as Xiaowei was about to explain further, she saw her nod. Okay, I will help my sister get the things. Xiaoqiao's heart sank. She originally thought her sister would always be nearby, so she had been looking forward to leaving the base every day, but unexpectedly after 2 or 3 days, today was just their last meeting. By the way, take your things with you too. Le Xiaowei reminded Yuan Xiao after some thought. Although Xiao might have finished those snacks just in case she bought something else at the base, it shouldn't go to waste. Yuan Xiao quickly lifted her head. Do you mean you want to take me with you? Her face brightened, smiling radiantly. What else? Don't you plan to leave? Look at this rain, it's quite frightening. What if it continues pouring every day? My brother and I plan to go northwest. The elevation is higher there, the population is smaller and the food production is abundant. Le Xiaowei knew this girl would cling to her. If their personalities weren't so vastly different, she might really think this girl was her master. But she definitely wasn't her master wasn't the clingy type. In this vast world, who knows when she would find her master again? Well, if they were truly fated, they would eventually meet. Alright then, big brother, give me the keycard and they'll hurry back to the base. Yuan Xiao, having shaken off her earlier gloom, hurriedly asked Lu Sun for the keycard and rushed back to the base. In less than an hour she drove out of the base. The car Lu Sun drove was much more advanced than the previous one Le Xiaowei had. It was modified with a high chassis spacious enough for 5 or 6 people. As soon as she got out of the car, Xiao rushed into Le Xiaowei's arms. Sister, can I sleep with you tonight? I really miss you. Yuan Xiao asked softly. Lu Sun went upstairs to pack things and call someone while Yuan Xiao clung tightly to Le Xiaowei. In your dreams. Le Xiaowei lightly patted her head. Still wanting to sleep with a zombie. She wasn't afraid of waking up as a pile of bones. Le Xiaowei realized this girl was getting bolder. Yuan Xiao drooped her head, looking like a rabbit that couldn't reach its carrot, both pitiful and cute. Le Xiaowei. Fine, you can rest your head on my lap. If she had a little sister, she would probably be just as cute as Yuan Xiao. Le Xiaowei scolded herself a bit. If she hadn't been so soft-hearted, she might have been the wildest zombie among them. She truly was that after all. So when Lu Sun got into the car, he saw Yuan Xiao resting on his sister's lap, sleeping sweetly. Did you fall asleep so early? Lu Sun glanced at the bright sun. It was indeed midday. Yujing found their atlas from Yuan Xiao's belongings. This book was extremely detailed, something Lu Sun had specifically picked up from a bookstore before, since there were no navigations in the apocalypse. He'll first outline a rough route. Well, go this way, and after passing City C we can take this highway to avoid the mountains. After all, if a mountain collapses, we would have to climb on foot. The specific route will need to be planned in detail, but for now we just need to follow the road on the right side of the base. Yujing flipped through the atlas, slightly furrowing his brow, and pointed in a direction. Le Xiaowei watched Yujing skillfully drawing maps and routes on white paper, feeling somewhat surprised. Is it really that Oh, I forgot to mention, Yujing is responsible for planning the mission routes in our team. He handled these tasks when we were with Teddy. With him around, we will avoid a lot of detours. Lu Sun smiled at Le Xiaowei before starting the car. Le Xiaowei smiled back. That's good. There was no doubt that Xiao Linfeng would take a lot of detours if he went to the northwest base later. Alright, when we reach City C, let's find a clothing store. Le Xiaowei glanced at her clothes. This was actually the last piece of sportswear, and if it got any dirtier she would have nothing left to wear. As for washing clothes, Le Xiaowei thought it was simply too extravagant. Although she didn't drink water, she wouldn't be able to wash clothes with purified water either. Alright. Lu Sun replied readily. All the way, Le Xiaowei was exuding her presence as a high-level zombie, making their entry into City C extremely smooth with only occasional zombie howls in their ears. Yuan Xiao changed her position on her lap, which reminded Le Xiaowei of the special mutant beings. By the way, brother, have you encountered that special mutant being? Yujing, upon hearing this, quickly closed the map and turned to look at Le Xiaowei. You want to go find that? That's too dangerous, and since they can mutate, they are no longer human-shaped. Relying on one person alone is completely insufficient. To defeat them, a team is necessary. The energy crystal core of those beings can indeed develop special abilities, but there's no need to rush into it. Yuan Xiao's eyelashes fluttered slightly, calming down again. Look, this is the special mutant being encountered by everyone from the southeast base. Before there were only 3 and some survived. Many people died upon encountering those creatures. Yujing, fearing that Le Xiaowei would stubbornly seek that creature, took out the notebook beneath the map. These are the published cases and I've drawn their appearances. Yujing handed the items to Le Xiaowei. She flipped open the notebook. Yujing had presumably learned to draw before, as he depicted the special mutant beings in a very three-dimensional manner with various images from all angles. The first one was the one they encountered at the granary before. Le Xiaowei had previously joked about being afraid of it growing 8 legs, but unexpectedly this mutant being indeed had 8 legs. The entire creature was pitch black and had 2 heads, making it impossible to tell what it had evolved from. The second one had a metal bucket on its head, and it was hard to see what it looked like, but it had a lot of hair on its body, and those hairs were probably its weapons. This mutant being appeared in a factory. There was one last creature resembling a turtle, burdened by a heavy shell, appearing rather clumsy and too lazy to move. It was noted that it could command all the zombies around it, having appeared in the basement of the laboratory. The final one was terrifying. What emerged was an ability user capable of teleportation. After 3 days of treatment in the hospital, he ultimately exploded due to overexertion of his powers. Yujing let out a sigh. The ability user left behind a rough sketch of the special mutant's appearance and its extremely dangerous ability. Not only did it have high defensive power, but it could also command a horde of frenzied minions to kill them. Yujing was contemplating the details of this illustration, feeling it was almost complete. Xiaowei looked at the last mutant. Laboratory. The specific laboratory was not clearly mentioned. Perhaps this special mutant was still alive. Xiaowei was 100% certain that this creature was definitely a mental-type special mutant. She was somewhat tempted, but judging by its appearance, going there would likely be a death sentence. Meanwhile, Yuan Xiao, who had been sleeping slightly, opened her eyes but quickly shut them again. Her small hands clenched tightly. A special mutant. This thing is indeed troublesome, and not even sure I could defeat it, Xiaowei lamented. If she could conquer a mental-type zombie, her second ability would surely be astonishing. There's no way if abilities could be obtained so easily, wouldn't everyone have one? Yujing shook her head, finding it somewhat a bird's meal. Xiaowei wholeheartedly agreed. This world was truly dire. In the end, she could just bury a destruction mushroom at Xiao Linfeng's doorstep. She was now nearly able to afford it. One destruction mushroom cost 150 points, and if it were daytime she would need a coffee bean to accompany it. Xiaowei currently did not want to waste points casually. Those things could not be used continuously. Once used they were gone, which was indeed a waste. We're at the clothing store, let's go. Lu Su suddenly spoke up. Xiaowei glanced outside the window, just about to call out to Xiao when she saw her get up and yawn slightly. Have we arrived? She asked, her eyes showing a hint of confusion, appearing as if she had just woken up. Yes, I'll visit several clothing stores and grab all those clothes. This is a street full of clothing shops, you all can just sit here. Xiaowei got out of the car. Just as she stepped out, a zombie pounced from the clothing store, but she kicked it aside. Damn, you scared me. Without mercy she smashed the zombie's head, retrieving the energy crystal core. Once inside, Xiaowei collected all the clothes. Lu Su drove closely behind her, initially worried about his sister's safety, but it later changed to fearing the zombies his sister might encounter. These zombies were enhanced, but no matter how upgraded they were still mindless creatures. Xiaowei's kick caused one zombie's head to become trapped between the shelves. These zombies were not seeking to munch on her brain, but were drawn to the aura of a ruler emanating from Xiaowei, wanting to get closer. Only if Xiaowei purposely revealed her intent to kill zombies would these creatures refrain from disturbing her. After Xiaowei had cleaned out 10 clothing stores, she stepped outside and saw 3 cars parked across the road with a man in a black coat head bowed. He was handsome, and when he noticed this side, his brow furrowed. For a moment Xiao Linfeng thought he was hallucinating. Xiaowei. Wasn't she dead? He had seen it with his own eyes. The beautiful saleswoman who had bitten Xiaowei was still among his harem. As Xiao Linfeng squinted to get a better look, he saw that the girl had entered the car parked on the opposite side of the road. He clearly saw her go into the clothing store, yet she came out empty-handed. It really was Xiaowei. Had she not turned into a zombie? Xiao Linfeng frowned as he got into the car. Just as he sat down, a charming woman in a white dress leaned over. Her long legs looked particularly striking in the back seat, and as she lowered her head to massage his thigh, her rosy lips were alluring, her eyes slightly hazy, and the bell around her delicate neck stood out. Master, what's wrong? Tang Yeye's red lips parted slightly, her voice cold yet carrying a hint of affection. She was the very saleswoman who had killed Xiaowei. She had been Xiao Linfeng's classmate, and after he utilized the controlling ability granted by the system, he bound Tang Yeye's mental strength to. Having obtained Tang Yeye, Xiao Linfeng lifted her chin, kissing her lips, his eyes holding a trace of coldness. Xiaowei might still be alive. Tang Yeye was his favorite pet, much more satisfying than his senior, appearing nothing like a zombie, and was extremely sensitive. Master, should Yeye kill her? A flicker of cold light passed through Tang Yeye's eyes, yet she was extremely obedient to Xiao Linfeng, clinging to him like a cat. Let's observe for a while longer. I can be certain she was dead. Could it be? She turned into a zombie. At the mention of the word zombie, excitement flickered in Xiao Linfeng's eyes. Although Xiaowei had spatial ability, she wasn't exactly a top-tier zombie. However, he had always liked her innocent face. He had already captured Xia Jingli, he just needed the male protagonist, Lizu's sister. Unfortunately, he did not know what had gotten into Lu Su daring to betray him right in front of him, especially with his sister. A flash of anger crossed Xiao Linfeng's eyes. He knew all the plot points of this book, he had gathered so many beautiful girls, yet Xiaowei was an unexpected variable. Damn it. Senior, drive. Catch up to that car and see where they are going. Xiao Linfeng looked up at Su Wanwan, who was driving. She wore a beautiful red dress today, and her fiery curves ignited a blaze of desire in Xiao Linfeng. He suddenly felt parched. Immediately he pulled Tang Yeye, who was still massaging his leg, and with a rip her white dress was torn to shreds. What a pity. What he desired were all the purest girls in the world. Xiao Linfeng's eyes narrowed as he looked at Tang Yeye's puffed cheeks. Her eyes squinted slightly and she let out a soft hum while Xiaowei was still rummaging through clothes in the space. This outfit is nice, what do you think? Xiaowei waved her hand, taking out a black hoodie and pants for Yuan Xiao. Previously she had no choice but to wear pink and white, now she had options. Then can sister wear a dress? I saw someone wearing a dress at the base, sister would look great in a dress. Yuan Xiao took the clothes, her lips curving into a smile. What dress would fit in this apocalypse? Xiaowei found it somewhat absurd. You can wear it, little sister, girls look best when they are pretty. Lu Su chimed in as well. So can we pick in the car? Xiaowei glanced back. That big teddy bear. Was it still watching her? Happy New Year's Eve. I woke up late. Sure, I must dress my sister up beautifully. Yuan Xiao was very enthusiastic. Lu Xiaowei. Honestly, I feel that dressing extravagantly in the apocalypse makes one look like a fool. However, there are advantages one can show off. To satisfy her desire to show off, Lu Xiaowei put in a lot of effort with Yuan Xiao to select clothes, taking out wave after wave of outfits she found appealing. This smoke green dress is nice. Yuan Xiao spotted a long dress at first glance, took it out and handed it to Lu Xiaowei. Why this color? Lu Xiaowei glanced at the dress. It was a color often worn by her master and sister Emochi liked it too. I think it's beautiful. Yuan Xiao slightly raised her lips, revealing a sweet smile. Then let's go with this one. Lu Xiaowei didn't want to change it. However, wearing a dress had a small issue: it wasn't convenient for fighting, so Lu Xiaowei planned to change later in the evening. She looked back to see Teddy's car closely following them, and Lu Xiaowei fell silent. She had never raised a Teddy, but this dog was far too clingy. How annoying. Why are they still following us? Yu Jing also noticed the car behind and frowned deeply. The car windows were one-way glass, so from the outside it was impossible to see the people inside, which is why when Xiao Linfeng glanced over earlier he didn't know that the three of them were in the car. Meanwhile, Xiao Linfeng had finished his business, lowering his head to smoke while watching the scenery outside. Master, their direction seems to be north, which aligns with our route to the northwest. They are indeed heading northwest. This direction can take the highway. Let's follow them. After all, we can't stay at the southeast base for too long. Xiao Linfeng's lips curled coldly upward. He usually didn't linger at the base as long as these harem members were present. The world outside the base was his paradise. Moreover, looking at Lu Xiaowei, she seemed to be of a higher tier than Su Wanwan. This was an exceptionally rare pet. He must have it. With all the plots he knew, if he couldn't acquire another member for his harem, he might as well be dead. Xiao Linfeng is getting on the highway. A C informed Xiaowei of his movements. Ha! Lu Xiaowei displayed a puzzled expression. Isn't he on the highway every day? Don't joke around. A C almost laughed. Lu Xiaowei was somewhat dissatisfied. She wasn't joking, she was stating the truth. However, since a C said so, it seemed they couldn't temporarily shake off this persistent figure. Side quests are generally simpler than main quests, so Lu Xiaowei didn't think killing Xiao Linfeng would be a simple task. After all, the male protagonist's halo above Xiao Linfeng's head was almost lighting up the apocalypse. If she were to create trouble, the heavenly Dao might protect this male protagonist, striking down with a lightning bolt, shattering the darkness with thunder, and then Lu Su could enjoy the feast. If they like to follow us, let them, brother, there's no need to pay them any mind. Lu Xiaowei noticed Lu Su frowning deeply and spoke irritably. What dog doesn't like following its owner? It's just a matter of getting used to it. However, what puzzled Lu Xiaowei was that even when they stopped for food, the male protagonist's side merely halted, showing no intention of approaching. What does he want to do? Lu Xiaowei was filled with questions. When Yuan Xiao got out to throw away the trash, she glanced back several times only to see a woman in a light yellow dress washing her hands. From her appearance, she seemed to be a water-type ability user. So envious. Yuan Xiao couldn't help but take a few more glances, and the woman looked over as well, her expression somewhat complex, but she quickly lowered her gaze and hurried back to the car. Lu Su saw this scene from the window, his fists tightly clenched. That woman was his childhood friend Xia Jingli. Sister, there was a quite pretty sister over there just now, looking rather sorrowful. Yuan Xiao got back in the car, biting into her spicy and sour noodles, so delicious it felt like she could swallow her tongue. Lu Xiaowei naturally noticed it too, and she could roughly guess that the woman was Xia Jingli. One must admit that Xia Jingli had it pretty rough, originally the favored one in a single female protagonist apocalypse novel, now reduced to one of Xiao Linfeng's harem. She was merely a water-type ability user appreciated elsewhere, but how could Xiao Linfeng lack such people? Gaining Xia Jingli was merely due to a man's desire to collect. No matter how good Xia Jingli was, how could she compare to a zombie? Zombies can't go bad and they can't get pregnant. He could do whatever he wanted, and it could even enhance his ability level. Thus, shortly after acquiring Xia Jingli, Xiao Linfeng rarely paid her any attention. When Lu Su was around, he found it quite amusing to play with Xia Jingli in front of the male protagonist. Among the many harem members, Xia Jingli had the least presence. Brother! Lu Xiaowei called out. Only then did Lu Su come to his senses, replying lightly, I'm fine. Once you finish eating, you'll drive, you all can rest in the back. Hand the map to Xiao, we're traveling at night. Lu Xiaowei truly didn't want to see Xiao Linfeng with him around. Lu Su and the others didn't dare to kill zombies. After all, Xiao Linfeng was best at stabbing in the back, and he also liked to use others as a weapon. Meanwhile, the backseat Xiao Linfeng was also plotting how to obtain Lu Xiaowei. The senior sister said that Lu Xiaowei's level was higher than theirs. A few zombies could still be dealt with. The crucial problem now was that they didn't know how many people or zombies were in the car. He even had the system investigate, but the result was that the system couldn't detect anything. He wanted to curse the useless dog system, but Xiao Linfeng didn't dare. Everything he had now was given by the system. In his previous life, he was just a homebody who liked watching beautiful women and reading novels, and he looked quite ordinary. Now the only opportunity was at the snow moon. If Lu Xiaowei and the others were headed towards the northwest base, then he had to delay their arrival time at all costs. The system told him that the zombies bound to his soul would not be affected by the snow, but Xiaowei was different. What puzzled Xiaowei was why Xiaowei didn't take the initiative to find him. Regardless of the reason, with Xiaowei's fiery temper, she would definitely come to ask him. The zombies he had on hand were somewhat tiresome. He needed someone with a fiery personality to spice things up. The stronger the stimulation, the better. Senior sister, let's catch up and block the car. Xiaowei's lips curled into a smile. Yuan Xiao had just finished her spicy and sour noodles when she saw several cars bypassing them, blocking the road. One of the men got out, hands in his pockets, casually flipping his bangs, and walked over to knock on Xiaowei's car window. Yuan Xiao grabbed Xiaowei's hand. Sister. Before Su could say anything, Xiaowei rolled down the car window, looking at him expressionlessly. Do you think you're very handsome? Xiao truly did not expect her to say such a thing. He was about to express that he thought the same, as he had become increasingly simple-minded since crossing over into this novel world. After all, this body was indeed quite attractive. It's really you, Xiaowei. Finally, we meet again. You have no idea how much I've missed you. Xiaowei wore a self-assured smile he believed to be charming. He raised his hand intending to pat Xiaowei's head, but she was about to curse at him, saying what the hell, when the car window on one side was suddenly rolled up by Yuan Xiao. Yuan Xiao tightly grasped her arm. Sister, don't pay attention to him, he looks like a bad guy at first glance, Yuan Xiao said, her lips pursed and her tone displeased. Why do you say that? Xiaowei looked at Yuan Xiao. Although what she said was good, it would anger Xiaowei if he heard it. He's too ugly, he doesn't deserve you, sister. Xiaowei fell silent upon hearing this. Wait, Xiaowei is the main character, his looks are only a notch below when he was a boy before this, so how could he be considered ugly? Could it be that she was just of average appearance? This was too disheartening. Boo-hoo, so sad. I think you look fine. Xiaowei gave a candid evaluation. Oh, Yuan Xiao was displeased. Anyway, you're not as good looking as me. Xiaowei didn't understand why the child was acting like this and could only say something to make her feel better. Upon hearing Xiaowei's words, Yuan Xiao's lips curled slightly, but she did not say much more. Meanwhile, Xiaowei, who had been shut out of the window, darkened his expression. The previous Xiaowei had never been this arrogant. Did her wild side emerge after becoming a zombie? However, the girl sitting next to Xiaowei was also quite good-looking. But her gaze sent a chill down Xiaowei's spine, feeling colder than the eyes of a ghost in a horror film. Having been in this world for so long, it was the first time Xiaowei felt such an aura from an ordinary person. It was too eerie. He didn't even feel the slightest impulse to tarnish her. System, what was that thing? Xiaowei left the car with lingering fear. Su looked at Xiaowei's back, gripping the steering wheel tightly. If Xiaowei were just an ordinary person, his car might have already crashed. I don't know, I can't detect it. It's best not to provoke it for now, the system replied, equally troubled. But I couldn't detect any information about that car before, probably because of that girl. However, she doesn't emit any signs of supernatural abilities. The system was even more puzzled about this. Such a situation had never occurred before. I must have misjudged. It's hard to say it wasn't that girl, right? Xiaowei did not believe that a young girl could possess much power. He inherently looked down on girls. After all, they were just accessories to men, especially in the cruel environment of the apocalypse. As Xiaowei pondered, he got into the car. Liar, he suddenly called out. Xia Jingli, who had been dazed in the back seat, looked up at him and quickly stood up. What is it? She felt a bit awkward, and in fact she was somewhat scared inside. As a water-type ability user, she had little offensive power. Right now she was the weakest in the team, surrounded by zombies, which made her unable to sleep well at night. She had thought about running away, but she had witnessed Xiaowei ruthlessly killing traitors. After that, she never had such thoughts again. As for Xiaowei, she had previously found him quite handsome, but now she saw that this man was unrestrained, even keeping a harem of zombies. Xia Jingli found it difficult to accept. Slowly she began to dislike this person and even wondered why she had liked him before. Oh right, she remembered that she seemed to have been deceived by this person. She accidentally drank the wrong wine and was dragged to the school restroom by. Thinking of this incident made Xia Jingli feel a slight nausea in her throat. While she was lost in thought, she was startled by Xiaowei's command. You go talk to Xiaowei, ask them if they're heading to the northwest base. If they are, it would be convenient to go together and help each other out on the road. Xiaowei didn't notice who was driving in the front seat, or else he wouldn't have suggested such an idea. But Xia Jingli wanted to say something when she saw Tang Yeye looking over. She felt a bit scared and quickly got out of the car. In fact, Xiaowei and the others had previously discussed that if it really came down to it, they could turn her into a zombie too, which would raise the strength of Xiaowei's harem. But Xia Jingli refused. She was crazy to want to become a zombie. Those beautiful female zombies were just Xiaowei's playthings, instinctively drawn to him, calling him master with affection. Xia Jingli couldn't accept that. After getting out of the car, she took a few steps to the front of the car, looked around, and before she had a chance to speak, she saw the car window in front of her roll down. She saw a familiar face and her fingers tightened. What is it? Su asked. In fact, he knew how Xiaowei had deceived Xia Jingli into submission. It could be considered a form of coercion. However, Xiao Linfeng had taken photos and Xia Jingli didn't dare to speak out, especially since the apocalypse had just begun. With nowhere else to go, she could only follow Xiao Linfeng. "It's you," Xia Jingli said, feeling somewhat uneasy, not even daring to look up at Lu Su. "Did Xiao Linfeng send you?" "What does he want?" Lu Su asked, visibly annoyed. He was fed up with that perverted man. Indeed, Xiao Linfeng gave him that kind of impression. It was as if he had never seen a woman before. Any pretty girl could make him rush over. It was utterly ridiculous. In this entire world of the apocalypse, he was the one having the most fun. He asked if you guys are heading to the northwest base. If so, he said it would be more convenient to go together. As soon as Xia Jingli finished speaking, she noticed Xiaowei staring at her. Xia Jingli lowered her head in guilt and didn't dare to look at her. Although what happened to Xiaowei had nothing to do with her, she felt very guilty for not protecting her well given her previous close relationship with Lu Su. "You're a water-type ability user, right?" Xiaowei asked. She remembered that the original female protagonist's ability was quite remarkable. The water she produced could somewhat inhibit the zombie virus. As long as any infected ability user drank it, they would be perfectly fine. However, for ordinary people it depended on their constitution. Xiaowei's eyes flickered as she opened the car door and stepped out. "Brother, come down." Lu Su, confused, got out of the car. With the car door blocking the view, Xiao Linfeng hadn't seen who was driving, so he saw that man getting in. Once he got in, Xiaowei pulled and shoved the bewildered Xia Jingli into the car. Before Xiao Linfeng could react, Xiaowei got into the car, closed the door, fastened her seatbelt, and in one fluid motion accelerated and rammed Xiao Linfeng's car to the side. Xiao Linfeng was still dazed and nauseous, and just as he lifted his head, the car vanished. "Xiaowei, what are you doing?" Asi hadn't even processed the move yet. This was outright poaching. No, it couldn't be. Even if Xiaowei were utterly devoid of sentiment, she'd never orchestrate something so absurd. Sure enough, Xiaowei spoke. "A hydrokinetic, Teddy doesn't need one, but I do. I want to bathe." Asi sighed inwardly. She'd known it all along. Surviving in the apocalypse was grueling. Ever since the day of the blood rain, every water source had been rendered toxic and unusable, filthy beyond measure. To Xiaowei, Xia Jingli's hydrokinetic ability was pure gold. She'd even asked to see outright whether the heroine was infatuated with Xiao Linfeng. If not, then stealing her away would be far less wasteful than leaving her for him. And truthfully, she wasn't meant to be his in the first place. Only after watching the car pull farther and farther from Xiao Linfeng's convoy did Xia Jingli finally exhale in quiet relief. "Thank you," she murmured softly. "Don't you wish to stay with him?" Lu Su suddenly asked. Xia Jingli shook her head. Who could possibly admire a fickle heart? And that perpetual indiscriminate flirtation, she didn't even know how to describe it. "What would you even do with him?" Xiaowei retorted, unimpressed. Lu Su choked on his words, but said nothing more. "If you're thirsty, ask me for water. I'm a hydrokinetic." Xia Jingli quickly interjected, "I may not excel at much, but in this apocalypse logistics is where I truly shine." "Chow chow," Xiaowei said abruptly. "Ha! What is it, elder sister?" Yuan Xiaoqiao replied instantly. "Once night falls, your culinary skills will finally come in handy." Xiaowei smiled gently. They sped along for hours, only halting once certain the male lead couldn't catch up. At the highway entrance they found a tangled heap of abandoned vehicles and swarms of zombies. After brief consideration, Xiaowei decided against entering. The road was already gridlocked. The highway likely offered no better prospects. City streets would suffice, and with Yujing as their living navigation system, Xiaowei felt no trepidation. What Xiaowei hadn't anticipated was that mere hours after securing shelter, a living person would descend from upstairs. "I'd rather not bother teaming up with you lot. What kind of riffraff are you anyway?" A handsome youth spat contemptuously onto the staircase before striding out. Just as Xiaowei's group parked, the youth glanced over, expressionless, ready to walk past without a word, yet halted abruptly beside her. That sensation, strangely familiar. He paused, then extended his hand. A small crackling orb of deep violet lightning bloomed in his palm. "Does your team need another member?" He offered a sunlit, effortless smile. "Lightning affinity." A flicker of astonishment crossed Li's eyes. Lightning affinities were among the most formidable in the apocalypse. Unlike hydrokinesis, which only matured late, lightning wielders held innate dominance over mutated flora and marine creatures alike. With him aboard, their squad would ascend to a new tier of strength, though ultimately the decision rested with his younger sister. "My sister leads this team, ask her." Lu Su gestured toward Xiaowei. She studied the young man intently, head to toe. "What's your name?" she asked. "I'm handsome." Xiaowei fell silent. "We can't take him, he's even more self-obsessed than I am." Xiaowei's expression soured with undisguised disdain. Meanwhile, Yuan Xiaoqiao clutched Xiaowei's arm tightly. Something about the young man's gaze unsettled her deeply. Just like Xiao Linfeng before him. They both seemed determined to wrest Xiaowei away from her. Why? No, this thought was absurd. Xiaowei was already a third-year university student. Even as a zombie, she retained every right to pursue romance. This sudden irrational jealousy was profoundly unsettling. Xiaoqiao flushed with shame and inner disquiet, her mood souring into restless agitation. Just teasing. You're simply strikingly handsome." Still, I'm exceptionally strong, a level 4 lightning affinity user. An investment worth making. Oh, and my name is Xie Gantang. A C, good or ill? Xiaowei knew with certainty she'd never encountered this character in the novel. He isn't mentioned in the text. The choice is yours. The moment Xie Gantang appeared, AC recognized him instantly. His presence was unnervingly persistent. Last time had been Prince Mo Han Yun in Mu Miao's world, now had materialized in this apocalyptic realm. Yet judging by his demeanor had only just arrived, though he might well have traversed 2 or 3 worlds already. This surely was coincidence. Xiaowei cared little for high-tier affinities, but Lizu's reaction confirmed at level 4 was rare indeed. Such power would prove invaluable against elite mutated entities. Then keep him. At Xiaowei's words, Lizu exhaled in quiet relief. Toppling Xiao Linfeng alone was impossible. Something deeper, something terrifying, seemed to prop him up. Otherwise, how could an ordinary human possess so many affinities? That defied all reason. Upon hearing acceptance, Xie Gantang's smile turned smug. I've brought some provisions as a welcome gift. He handed over his backpack. Yu Jing inspected its contents and blinked in surprise. Rice, potatoes, even premium staples. Tonight promised a proper meal. The second floor housed occupants, the first was submerged. So they ascended to the third, and luck favored them. An empty, newly renovated apartment awaited. It even featured a gas stove. In the kitchen, Xiao discovered several unopened bags of rice and jars of untouched seasonings. The owners must have prepared to move in just as the apocalypse erupted. Fortunate timing, for them at least. Xia Jingli scrubbed the water storage barrel clean, filled it generously, then sat quietly, eyes closed, to absorb energy from her recently acquired crystal core. Elder brother, what would you like to eat? Xiao rinsed the wok and turned to them. Just prepare everything I brought. Xie Gantang crunched loudly on potato chips, utterly incongruous with apocalyptic survival. No, he hadn't anticipated sensing Lure's soul fragment under such dire conditions. That was utterly preposterous. Fine, let's cook those. It's been ages since we've eaten a proper meal, Lu Su agreed. Xiao hurried off. As Xia Jingli rose to help, Xiaowei caught her hand. The generator's low roar hummed steadily, the water tank stood open, and Xiaowei turned expectantly towards Xia Jingli. Release some water, I'd like to bathe. Xia Jingli hesitated, then watched as Xiaowei withdrew 3 hydrokinetic energy crystals from her pocket. She'd just replenished the cooking water and her affinity remained depleted. For a swift personal bath, sacrificing 3 energy crystals was a negligible cost. I'll let you go, but there's one thing I don't quite understand. Why did you take me with you? Xia Jingli bit her lower lip, asking with quiet bewilderment. This was for now the question that most intrigued her. She could clearly see that Li Xiaowei before her was a zombie, yet unlike Xiao Linfeng's mere playthings, Li Xiaowei possessed independent thought, a gentle yet formidable presence, and even an unexpected warmth that invited affection. Because you're still useful, na simple sentence, and Xia Jingli felt all her doubts dissolve. She filled the basin to the brim, then, fearing it might not be enough, added another bucket of water for Li Xiaowei before retreating to the bedroom utterly spent. Li Xiaowei remained expressionless. And she had rescued Xia Jingli not out of mere compassion but because of an underlying quest such as the purification objective. She couldn't simply abandon the original host without leaving her a sliver of hope, a thread of survival. With Xia Jingli alive, at least they wouldn't perish from thirst. After bathing, Li Xiaowei emerged, drying her hair with a towel while holding the blow dryer in one hand, only to find Xie Gantang staring at her unblinking. He was studying her behavior, and the moment he learned her name was Li Xiaowei, a chill ran down his spine. This world bore a striking resemblance to the previous ancient realm, yet her temperament remained elusive. After all, even back then Lure had often snapped at him to get lost. Where exactly are you looking? Xie Gantang was kicked sharply by Lu Su. Unfazed, he brushed dust from his trousers and retreated to the bedroom, sitting cross-legged on the bed. Before him floated a book shimmering with faint gold light. Its pages fluttered wildly before settling on a single page. Gilded characters blazed across the page. Lu Ccn. If she were not present in this world, the book would have displayed nothing at all. Xie Gantang exhaled in quiet relief and closed the book, whereupon it dissolved seamlessly into his body. Hey Xie Gantang, we need to rotate night watch. The girls are excused, but the 3 of us must take turns. Shall we start at 11 each, taking a 3.5-hour shift, or would you prefer midnight or the early hours? After driving for hours, Li Su and Yu Jing were thoroughly exhausted, not to mention the sleepless nights during the blood rain days. Let's begin at 10 o'clock, Xie Gantang replied, stepping out. And for night watch, the living room was ideal. The unit had 3 bedrooms and 1 shared lounge. Li Su and Yu Jing would share a bed. Yuan Xiao disliked sharing a bed and claimed a bedroom for herself, leaving just enough space for everyone. After dinner, Xia Jingli returned to her room to continue absorbing energy crystals, speaking little to Lu Su. Li Xiaowei stood on the balcony gazing into the silent, lifeless desolation of the apocalypse and sighed inwardly at her mission to find a wife for Lu Su. It truly felt like an eternity away. As Li Xiaowei prepared to leave, Xie Gantang watched her retreating figure from the living room where he sat snacking. And he had already deduced she was a zombie. And no wonder she was the one he cherished. Even amid ruin, her power sent shivers down the spine. The moment had entered this novel world, the overwhelming force had sensed beyond its borders vanished entirely. Had he not encountered her today, he'd have assumed Lu Cici wasn't here at all. Where are you going? Xie Gantang asked urgently. End to hunt zombies, Le Xiaowei replied. She had no intention of staring blankly out the window all night. Since Lezus group had organized night watch and since no dangerous zombie hordes lurked nearby, they'd face no immediate peril. Are you planning to become a savior? Xie Gantang's eyes gleamed. This was the true Lu Cece, one whose heart held the fate of all under heaven. And Le Xiaowei glanced at him oddly. Are you unwell? If you're so eager, go ahead and do it yourself. And Xie Gantang choked. This wasn't how it used to be. Where was the gentle, selfless Lu Cece? This selfish, calculating version bore no trace of her former tenderness. Watching the others sleep, Xie Gantang sank silently onto the sofa, helplessly watching Le Xiaowei vanish into the night, his heart heavy with grief. He regretted agreeing to Lezus' request. He could have been out wandering with Lure instead. And now he lay sprawled on the sofa, lost in idle thought. In the apocalyptic night, thick black mist hung stagnant in the air. Were she not a zombie herself, Le Xiaowei would never have dared step outside. See, are there any zombies nearby weaker than me? And she needed to level up urgently. There was no time to waste. And she wasn't the protagonist and certainly couldn't cultivate through dual cultivation. And yes, plenty. C replied. Le Xiaowei instantly knew C meant Teddy's harem of zombies who harbored no jealousy or rivalry and whose fights, if they ever occurred, unfolded with eerie harmony. Le Xiaowei wasn't insane enough to launch a bloody assault against a horde of zombies. And don't just any others, and well, yes, but they're in the suburbs and roughly your match in strength. She's the male lead's 7th consort. According to the plot's trajectory, the male lead won't meet her for many days yet, at least not until the Snow Moon arc. And that's when she'll be weakest, just as Xiao Linfeng stumbles upon her. At those words, Le Xiaowei's eyes narrowed slightly. And then let's find her. And watch over my brother closely. If anything unexpected occurs, inform me immediately. Her form melted into the darkness. And now skilled in lightness kung fu, reaching the suburbs on foot posed no difficulty. Her movements flowed effortlessly, her feet barely brushing the stacked cars, her body feeling no fatigue though her first steps had been tentative. Yet soon she reacquainted herself with the sensation of flight, as if she had mastered this art long ago. Suddenly Le Xiaowei recalled the crown prince from her last world, and asked aloud, your company must be able to trace a person's past lives. Sis' heart skipped, unaccountably tense. And what do you wish to know, she asked. And I must have been extraordinarily powerful in my previous life, right? Le Xiaowei asked, hopeful. And otherwise, why would a system choose her? In your previous life. Let me check. C reached for the dossier previously provided by Agent 006, flipping to the second to last page. It detailed Gu Wei's past life. And I've found it. In your previous life you were born into poverty and passed away shortly after birth due to congenital heart disease. Le Xiaowei, and what kind of previous life was that? And she hadn't even drawn a full breath before dying. And the one before that. A stubborn defiance flickered deep within her bones. That one lasted longer. You lived to 35. Born into wealth, yet war shattered your world. You became a captive and endured unspeakable torment until your final breath at 35. Le Xiaowei, and she must have kicked the heavenly Da's ancestral tomb. No other explanation could account for such wretched fate. Le Xiaowei still could not let go of her hopes. Is there really no dignified option? It seemed too absurd for her to be born with such a tragic fate. There is a C suddenly closed the document. Tell me about it. Le Xiaowei stretched her body and continued heading towards the suburbs. Many years ago you were the son of the head of the righteous Huayang sect, the only one in the cultivation world at that time with the chance to ascend to immortality. Hearing this, Le Xiaowei almost stumbled to the ground. Just moments ago things were so tragic and now it felt as if she was suddenly talking to a different person. And then? Le Xiaowei asked cautiously. In the Kanglan realm where you resided, a devouring aura emerged leading to chaos. The rift in the sky grew larger, and if it was not stopped in time everyone would fall into the void beyond the rift, their souls scattered. Later you fell in love with a woman, the legitimate daughter of a top cultivation family born with spiritual roots. Together you closed the rift in the Kanglan realm and lived a happy life together. Le Xiaowei listened to this story in a daze, rubbing her chin as she sensed something was amiss. So did you not become a god? This plot felt strange. C slightly closed her eyes, her dark lashes fluttering gently. You did almost. The Kanglan realm was merely a small part of the 3,000 worlds. Such damage to a plane could not wait for Gu Wei to ascend. However, he was born under auspicious signs, and even without ascension it was not difficult for him to leave the Kanglan realm for a while and integrate into another cultivation plane. However, Gu Wei had her in the Gu family in the Kanglan realm. He did not let go of these ties, naturally preventing him from attaining divinity. By that time he had already met the leaders of the company who valued Gu Wei's abilities and believed that someone with such extraordinary fortune should not be entangled in the mundane world. They allowed him to enter the company as a high-ranking official, enjoying more prestige than any god in the divine realm. As for repairing the plane, the company's technology at that time was not as advanced as it is now. Such repairs could only be made at the cost of lives, they were completely incapable of achieving it. As for shattering the plane, Gu Wei was already capable of that. In the end, Gu Wei devised a way to shatter his own divine soul using his physical body to patch the Kanglan realm together with an ordinary half-divine soul. The remaining divine soul was left for Asi, helping her break free from the confines of the Kanglan realm and ascend to become the goddess of the Kanglan realm, the only one since ancient times to walk through the void without needing to ascend to the divine realm. Naturally, the company received Gu Wei's recommendation letter and incorporated Asi into the upper management, but Asi insisted on becoming a system, for it was the least regulated position in the company, ranking 4th according to strength, which meant today's 004. A half of her divine soul within her could not be extracted, so she could only pick up a trace of Gu Wei's aura and soul at the edge of the Kanglan realm, which was the form of Gu Wei she first encountered in the system space. There was not even a proper shape. If it were not for Gu Wei needing to reincarnate for many years to cleanse the filth of the void, and his reincarnation being difficult to trace, Asi would not have waited so long to appear. Without his extraordinary fortune and divine soul, Gu Wei's every life was filled with hardships and bitterness. If there were a Naiha bridge, he would likely be one of those pitiful souls whom Mengpa takes pity upon. She shattered part of her own soul just to find Gu Wei's reincarnation and to repair his soul. What she sought was not for Gu Wei to live a complete life, she wanted the god who was meant to be revered by all beings. She must help Xiaowei reconstruct her divine soul. It's done. Asi finally spoke. There's no point in lying. If I became a god, even if I reincarnated, it wouldn't be so unfortunate by normal logic. Never mind, if you're deceiving me, then so be it. I don't care about becoming a god as long as I can become a normal person and be with my master and sister Emoching, that's enough for me. Xiaowei waved her hand, not caring much about these matters. Hearing this, Asi's eyes curved up as she teasingly said, "What if I am your sister Emoching?" Xiaowei. You are definitely not. Xiaowei said firmly. My sister Emoching is not a lewd girl like you. Asi bit down hard. I think you're about to get beaten. I think she's quite the lewd girl too, you have no idea where she likes to touch you. Xiaowei blushed at Asi's words. What nonsense. How would you know? Asi's face suddenly flushed as her gaze drifted lightly to the little sun on Xiaowei's sportswear. What a sin. Asi clasped her hands together. How can a god act like this? No, she is no longer a god, she is a system. The company never said she couldn't fall in love or be lewd. Seeing that Asi was silent, Xiaowei slightly tugged at her lips, knowing that this system was a lewd girl. However, they had finally arrived in the suburbs, which were very quiet. The female zombie that Asi mentioned was standing in the street. Xiaowei had never seen a female zombie appear so casually. She appeared to be only 1.50 meters tall, yet she did not look like that height. Especially the figure in front, smooth and graceful with long and slender white legs, wearing a pair of white leather shoes. After glancing, Xiaowei couldn't help but look down at herself in doubt. Could she possibly be a boy? Upon noticing someone approaching, the beautiful porcelain doll-like zombie rushed up to Xiaowei. Her eyes seemed a bit dull, but she quickly raised her hand to strike at Xiaowei's forehead, her purplish eyes filled with menace and coldness. Seeing her so straightforward, Xiaowei was not polite either. Just as she was about to grab the little girl's neck, the girl vanished in a daze. Gone. No, it should be teleportation. Xiaowei furrowed her brows, her alertness heightened. Fighting a zombie of the same level was somewhat challenging for her, after all she was not primarily an attacker. You come to my territory, are you here to deliver energy crystal cores? The little girl's voice suddenly appeared behind her. Zombies are inherently bloody and cold, and the little girl focused her attention on Xiaowei's nape as soon as she appeared. She had her eyes set on Xiaowei's brain. She desperately needed power. With power she would reach a brand new height. Lock on. Xiaowei called out softly, but to her surprise she only managed to lock onto the girl for 3 seconds. The girl hadn't even had time to pull something from her pocket. What is this? The little girl had a violent personality, and upon regaining her senses she was ignited with fury by Xiaowei's actions. Xiaowei shook her head in disbelief. How would she cater to such a temperamental little loli in the future? It's a zombie with mental powers and teleportation abilities. Asi timely reminded. Xiaowei bit her finger slightly, realizing that it was indeed troublesome. Fortunately she arrived in front of the male lead ahead of time, otherwise if this guy had fallen into Teddy's hands it would have been quite troublesome. Actually, I am your sister, I am here to take you home. Xiaowei suddenly wore a hypocritical smile on her face. Asi did not know why, but she particularly liked this cunning Xiaowei. But your little trick won't fool a young girl. Asi felt helpless yet amused. This zombie being of the mental type was naturally hard to deceive. Even Shaolin Foam struggled to control this one, almost rendering himself incapacitated. The young girl indeed let out a snort. Cut the nonsense, I just want your energy crystal core. As she spoke, the girl licked her light pink lips with a greedy expression. She had already consumed all the zombies in this area, and after finally encountering such a powerful one she certainly wouldn't let it go. Just as Xiaowei was about to speak, she saw a familiar figure approaching with a knife, followed by someone else, none other than the idol Segon. Segon Tang was really uneasy after staying at home for an hour. He called Lu Su out only for Yuan Xiaoqiao to wake up. It seemed like she couldn't stop worrying about Xiaowei and insisted on coming out with him. Segon Tang felt somewhat helpless, but there was nothing he could do. He was out looking for his wife. What was the point of bringing a girl along? Lu'er would definitely misunderstand. Are you even giving out snacks? Thank you so much, big sister. The little girl spoke very innocently, but her cruel expression made Xiaowei unable to resist kicking her. Le Xiaowei completely engaged in a fight with the oblivious little girl. Xia Gontang felt uneasy watching this scene. He knew he couldn't defeat this zombie. Even though he could traverse to different worlds, he would still be heavily suppressed in them, only able to exert the original strength of his body. Xiao, why don't you go first? Xia Gontang tugged at the stubborn little girl. Yuan Xiao's eyes were a bit red. Le Xiaowei was indeed skilled in lightness skill, but against the girl's teleportation she was still at a disadvantage. Coupled with the girl's reckless fighting style, Le Xiaowei realized for the first time that a rabid dog was not easy to deal with. How could anyone manage to bite her arm like that? Can you act like a human? While Le Xiaowei was kicking the girl, she found that the girl's bones were very hard and she protected her head tightly, which made Le Xiaowei somewhat Hand it over or I will kill you. The little girl, as Le Xiaowei said, threw punches, relentlessly tugging at the girl's hair without showing any fear. Xia Gontang still wanted to persuade Yuan Xiao to leave. He couldn't bear to watch this. If Yuan Xiao were not there, he could have used his spiritual sense to help Lu'er. But with Yuan Xiao there, if anyone saw him, it would be a violation and he would never be able to enter the world to find Lu'er's soul fragments. Moreover, the two were too close together. If Xia Gontang's lightning struck, it would also harm Le Xiaowei. Xia Gontang was on the verge of panic, seeing Yuan Xiao clenching her fists tightly. Chao. Xia Gontang tugged at Yuan Xiao, his expression filled with confusion. This was not the time to be dazed. When Yuan Xiao was pulled, the cold night wind blew away her thin bangs, revealing her bloodshot eyes, which startled Xia Gontang. Why do you have red-eye disease? Goodness, where would he find a doctor for her at this time? Is she harming my sister, right? Her voice was as light as the wind, dissipating as soon as it left her lips. No, calm down, they are just play fighting. Look, Xiaowei is not at a disadvantage, hurry and leave, I will go save Xiaowei. Xia Gontang grabbed her and was about to stuff her into the car. What use are you? Yuan Xiao's words completely infuriated Xia Gontang. What did she mean he was useless? Was all his thousands of years of cultivation for nothing? If it weren't for that damn rule, he wouldn't be so restricted. Just as Xia Gontang was about to say something, he turned his head and glanced at the tall building. The little girl had already grabbed Le Xiaowei's head and Xia Gontang almost lost his mind. Le Xiaowei was just about to use all her strength to use the locking technique again so she could take this mad dog's life. Before Le Xiaowei could speak, a golden light descended from the sky, nearly blinding her titanium alloy eyes. What was going on? Le Xiaowei only heard 4 words. Divine Realm Stasis. Immediately the earth fell into silence and the previously bustling city was so quiet that not even a breeze blew. Le Xiaowei couldn't even hear the zombies' howls. But she could still move. She watched as the originally divine golden light transformed into a rich black light. From a distance she saw Yuan Xiao, who appeared to be harmless, holding a faint black bow in her hands. Meanwhile, Xia Gontang had already collapsed to the ground. He was dumbfounded. Oh no, he was divinely dumbfounded. Now he finally understood who Lu Cici was. That dazzling golden light just now could only have been produced by a deity from thousands of years ago. But sister. Xia Gontang was truly on the verge of tears. For just a high-level zombie, was it worth such a huge commotion of divine souls? With just a little finger movement, this world could shatter. The black feathered arrow shot straight into the little girl's zombie head behind Le Xiaowei. Le Xiaowei watched helplessly as the transparent crystal core that was once so easy to obtain turned to dust under the attack of the black feathered arrow. Well done, but don't do it like this next time. Then Le Xiaowei saw a massive black energy form in front of Yuan Xiao. Before she could react, it was swallowed by her. The bow and arrow in her hands had also disappeared. Le Xiaowei couldn't handle the shock, rolling her eyes, she almost fainted. But before she could fall, Yuan Xiao stepped in and caught the traumatized Le Xiaowei in her arms. She stood firmly in midair as if the ground beneath her feet was solid. Sister. Her dark eyes held a glimmer of brightness. Le Xiaowei glanced down and quickly closed her eyes. Put me down, I have a fear of heights. This was the first time in her life she experienced acrophobia, completely frightened. At the moment Yuan Xiao turned dark, she saw a familiar shadow on Xiao, that of her master in Ning Emoching. How strange. Clearly not the same appearance and temperament, but at that moment she recognized it. However, it felt like Yuan Xiao was even crazier than that mad little zombie. Her spiritual energy crystal core, farewell. Okay, let's listen to sister. Yuan Xiao seemed very happy. Meanwhile, Xia Gontang, who had finally managed to stand up, looked at Yuan Xiao with a complicated mood. If this person were Lu'er, then what was in her arms? Well, it must be Gu Wei, although this scene looked a bit like a joke. For some reason in that moment Xia Gontang felt that he might not need to look for Lu'er anymore. It seemed like he barely recognized her. It felt like the collapse of an idol. Le Xiaowei obediently lay in Yuan Xiao's arms while Xia Gontang cleared his throat and asked with a slight smile, "Do you want me to take you back?" Yuan Xiao glanced at him, her black and white eyes carrying a hint of indifference. No need. Le Xiaowei was puzzled. The plot was not developing as expected. Before Le Xiaowei could react, she was lifted by Yuan Xiao. The cold wind began to stir and Le Xiaowei was immersed in the sorrow of losing her mental energy core. Forget it, this must be fate. Diary of Xiaowei being captured. Hi everyone, I am Gu Xiaowei. Oh no, you should call me Le Xiaowei now. I never expected that I might have been kidnapped by my official CP and I am currently in a small dark room. She even locked the door, dragging a living zombie onto the bed, hugging and cuddling me before going to sleep. I was thinking that it would be a pity if I didn't do something. But she just held me and slept. It's quite ridiculous, how can a zombie sleep? I could only stare blankly at the ceiling, still perplexed about where things went wrong. The next day I said I was hungry and Yuan Xiao looked at me with her deep eyes for a long time. I felt a chill down my spine, and not long after she dragged in a gigantic special mutated creature, yes, the one that looked like a turtle, and it was still alive. The living room was a bit small, so Yuan Xiao broke its bones. She did it right in front of me. Crack crack, it sounded like someone was eating crispy chicken bones. Then she ripped off the mutated creature's arm and handed it to me. I felt nothing, just a slight pain in the arm. Oh my goodness, you have no idea how long the leg hair of that mutated creature was. It could rival my hair. There were even fleas on it, but Yuan Xiao knew I liked cleanliness, so she washed it with water before bringing it over. Her ability is to absorb and transform. As long as she absorbs any crystal core, she gains that power, so washing things is a breeze for her. But I said, ugly thing, don't cue me. She seemed to have gotten a bit smarter, finding the energy core of the special mutated creature, cleaned it and stuffed it into my hand. The thing I had always wanted was now in my hand. When I swallowed the energy core of the mutated creature, it showed no sign of resistance. I finally had the mental ability. My physical attributes surged significantly. But I wasn't happy. Because I couldn't go outside. She said the outside world was full of things that wanted to harm me. Even a shootin' like me would go crazy from being cooped up. I was wrong. I shouldn't have come to this sorrowful place. If I hadn't come here, I wouldn't have met Yuan Xiao, and without meeting her I wouldn't have thought of her as a cute girl. She used to be such a well-behaved girl. Recently she even started looking at things on her phone that she shouldn't be watching. I don't know whose LSP phone it was that she could find. Can there be a bit of shame? It made even an old shootin' like me blush. Oh, I'm a zombie with no heart. She even had the sound on speaker and was moving her hands, asking me why I didn't have the same expression as the girl in the video. Please, I'm a zombie. She boldly told me. I realized on the day my sister had an accident that I just like my sister. I just want to be with my sister for a lifetime. Sister, let's have a baby together. I doubted for a moment, did she lose her mind after gaining power? Looking at her now, it was indeed so. What do you mean by an accident? It sounds as if Yuan Xiao is about to eat a feast. I was just calculating the mental energy core rationally. Forget it, no need to get angry. I won't get angry with a young girl. However, on the 7th day Yuan Xiao finally decided to take me away. I had tears in my eyes, and just when I was excited for a day, I was stuffed back into a small dark room in the northwest area which looked quite similar. Moreover, she was particularly keen on carrying me. Am I not a big man with some dignity? On the 8th day of being kidnapped by Yuan Xiao, I was given another energy core from a special mutated creature, awakening my light ability. Thanks for the invitation. I was almost becoming a god. Nothing much, just a bit missing my brother. Xiaowei wrote with tears. On this day the snow moon finally began. Xiaowei sat by the bed watching the snowflakes swirling outside, softly falling, decorating this scarred world with a holy touch. Suddenly I wanted to build a snowman. I wonder how Su is doing, and what about Xiaogontang? Before I left, it felt like he was under some stress. But for now I should worry about myself. Although Yuan Xiao hasn't done anything yet, the video is still playing. Xiaowei's ears twitched, and when she turned her head she saw Yuan Xiao staring at her intently. What are you doing? Xiaowei frowned. Suddenly she leaned closer, looking up at Xiaowei's clean and delicate face, gently reaching out to touch it. Sister, I have some impure thoughts. Before Xiaowei could react, her head was already pressed against the wall behind the bed. Although she couldn't feel the temperature of the wall, she felt a chill at that moment. Their lips brushed softly against each other, feeling soft without any particular taste. But Yuan Xiao seemed to feel differently. She held Xiaowei's hand, intertwining their fingers, gently pressing them down on the soft blanket, which sank slightly. After a long time she released Xiaowei, still with that bright and innocent expression. Yet her gaze was firmly glued to Xiaowei's face. Do you like me? Yuan Xiao suddenly seemed a bit cautious. She was so domineering, would her sister be unhappy? But that annoying group included Xiaogontang, whom she disliked, and those people couldn't protect her sister at all. Only she could protect her sister well. Is this really your true nature? Xiaowei was actually a bit confused. Whether it was her previous master or sister Moqing, they both seemed like righteous figures with an aura as gentle as celestial beings. Yet she sensed a trace of darkness in Yuan Xiao. Hearing Xiaowei's words, Yuan Xiao's eyes fell with a hint of sadness. Sister, do you dislike me? Her voice carried a slight whimper, like a little sheep about to be abandoned, soft and delicate. Her small hand carefully grasped Xiaowei's sleeve, giving it a gentle shake. I don't want my sister to be in danger, especially at this time. Now that her spirit had fully awakened, there was already a vast energy within her, allowing her to foresee any danger. Xiaowei called out. There was no response since Yuan Xiao's darkening began. A sea seemed to have disappeared. What was going on? Even a meeting couldn't last this long. Xiaowei frowned and saw Yuan Xiao suddenly smile, revealing a clean and innocent grin. Sister, who is a sea? Xiaowei. Oof, little rascal, I won't force you to stockpile books forever. What Xiaowei did not know was that C was frantically searching for her. The book on the shelf had disappeared, indicating that this fragment of soul was completely out of her control and her power had reached a terrifying level. It could even be said that she had completely turned dark, having pretended to be obedient and adorable all along merely to deceive Xiaowei into her grasp. And then she intended to possess her entirely. Such an incident had never occurred before. C suddenly smashed the system control panel and with a loud crash all the books on the shelf fell to the milky white floor. The commotion was significant enough to even startle the adjacent system within its own space. The system, dressed in short sleeves, half-squatted to help her up from the ground. Sister AC, what happened? Her beautiful eyes held a hint of concern. It was 005. It was said that she used to be a well-behaved girl and since coming to the system company she had always been obedient. But who among those who came to the jumping space company didn't have their own story? AC let out a scornful laugh. One of my soul fragments has betrayed me. It was somewhat amusing to say if it weren't for the shattered soul injuring her foundation, how could Yuan Xiao have done such a thing? Yuan Xiao was indeed pure, but once the power of that soul fragment was awakened, transforming divine light into dark light, she was no longer the simple Yuan Xiao. AC truly regretted not having suspected Yuan Xiao sooner. Her soul fragments were mostly clinging to Xiaowei's side. 005, knowing all her affairs, was momentarily stunned. Has the book world vanished? That is indeed a bit of a problem. Why not contact that big brother who is chasing after you? He is from the divine realm. 005's smile was straightforward and sweet. AC then realized, oh right, Xiagantang was still in that world. As long as she had the company check on Xiagantang, she could find the entrance to that world. She didn't expect that after all these years she would still have a connection to that person. How unfortunate. However, she couldn't afford to think too much about it now. Xiaowei's soul needed various lights of soul to nurture it, and it must come from a soul that had been purely kind and had suffered for 10 lifetimes, otherwise it would be difficult to become a divine soul. How could Yuan Xiao find that in the apocalyptic world? Well, sister, please be careful and don't break the space, after all your space still houses others. 005 patted her shoulder, a hint of a smile passing through her eyes before turning and disappearing. Once calmed down, AC waved her sleeve and completed the repair of the operation. She needed to find Xiagantang. Oh no, to be precise, she needed to find Yushin Shimu. When Shimu ascended to the divine realm, AC had sensed it. She was the goddess of the Kanglan realm. Although she was not in Kanglan, as long as someone ascended from there they could be of use to her. However, she had never dealt with this matter. Shimu had always believed that she had gone to her death alongside Gu Wei. When he noticed her soul fragment, he went down to find her. He knew of the company's existence, but the system of the company was the highest secret, so naturally no one informed him that Lu Cici was still alive. Thus when AC contacted Chimu's main body, he was quite surprised. Your split soul in that apocalyptic novel is called Xiagantang, isn't it? AC looked at Chimu on the screen, who was in a picturesque setting, her expression anxious. When Chimu saw her, he suddenly smiled. So you are still alive. It made him seem like a joke for having searched tirelessly in the 3,000 worlds for so many. AC. Let me clarify this up front, I never promised you anything. As long as you are alive, that is enough. Chimu lowered his eyelids. Upon seeing Yuan Xiao, he actually understood in an instant that it was supposed to be Gu Wei who became a deity, because a god's heart would harbor no selfishness or dark thoughts. Yuan Xiao embodied all of Assist's negative energy. She was simply too afraid of losing Gu Wei again, which led her to do such absurd things. I apologize for the trouble, but Gu Wei cannot die, you must help me. This was the first time AC spoke to Chimu in such a manner. In such matters we can only be bystanders, after all you cannot enter that world. Yuan Xiao would never allow you to take over her body, and even if you did manage to get in, Yuan Xiao would not treat you as her own. That is your dark side, and only Gu Wei can save her. Chimu pondered for a moment, then looked up and said to AC calmly, however, I can help you send something like a note or something. Chimu secretly hoped that Xiaowei would not face any trouble. Although they were rivals in love, he merely found that guy somewhat annoying, not truly harboring hatred. Alright, thank you. AC hurriedly tore a piece of paper from a nearby notebook, quickly wrote a few sentences on it, and then sent the paper to Chimu across the space. With a wave of his hand, the note landed in his palm. Yuan Xiao was merely wary of Assist's presence, which had been following Xiaowei, so sending a note posed no issue. To think she would even save her rival in love, this made it seem like Gu Xiaowei not calling him brother was unreasonable. However, it must be said this dead guy had turned into a girl and was quite cute. Qin Yu's eyes curved into a smile. Meanwhile, in the apocalyptic world, the snow continued to fall, covering the ground in thick layers, and the night was devoid of the zombies' howls, for they had all turned into snowman zombies. They could only move their eyes, as they were unable to do anything else. Sister, I estimate that I will be out for a few days. You need to stay here and not run around. After thinking for a day, Yuan Xiao decided she still needed to find the source of purification in this world. She wanted very little, she just wanted to make her sister become a normal person. What are you going to do? Xiaowei asked. She also wanted to go out and build a snowman. I am going to find something that can turn my sister back into a human so her body will have warmth again. Yuan Xiao tilted her head and smiled, her lips curving, looking no different from the sweet girl she used to be. Oh okay, just be careful. Xiaowei lay on the bed. For the past few days Yuan Xiao had done nothing at most, sharing kisses, probably also dissatisfied with her current identity. After all, if she were to break skin and bleed, Yuan Xiao would also become a zombie. And this rare snowfall made her body, which had been in a state of intense excitement, gradually sink into fatigue. This was after all the season for zombies to hibernate. Unable to contact Asi, she was no longer as anxious as before. Although she did not know the reason, she and Asi were soulbound. If something truly went wrong, she would certainly feel the pain of soul tearing. There was no rush after completing the task. However, there were currently no issues with side quest 2 and the main quest. The key now was how to find a partner for Lisu. Oh God. Please grant her brother a beautiful wife with fair skin and stunning looks. Xiaowei was unaware that Xiaokantang was on the verge of being beaten to death by her own brother. I tell you, if anything happens to Xiaowei, I won't spare you. Lisu fiercely grabbed Xiaokantang by the collar, wishing he could swallow his entire life whole. Xiaokantang coughed heavily. No hurry, no hurry. She's fine. That Yuan Xiao has some powerful abilities. I have some matters to attend to, so I'm leaving the base first. You should calm down. Xiaokantang clutched the note in his pocket. With this note he could easily sense Xiaowei's presence. After all, it was produced from a Sith space and carried Xiaowei's aura. Get lost. The more Lisu looked at Xiaokantang, the angrier he became. He even shot him a suspicious glare. They had arrived at the northwestern base before Xiaowei along with Xiao Linfeng and his harem. However, Xiao Linfeng's human harem consisted of only one person now, so Lisu wasn't particularly wary of him at the base. The two had each formed a small team and were daily tackling tasks on the leaderboard, where both of them ranked first. Every time Xiao Linfeng saw another name next to his, he was furious. It shouldn't be like this. He had traveled through time, knew the plot, and had the system. He should be far ahead of the original male. It seems something had slipped out of his control. What Xiao Linfeng didn't know was that on the day he arrived at the northwestern base, Yuan Xiao was nearby, directly stripping him of that brilliant male lead halo. Unfortunately, she couldn't absorb such things. After thinking for a moment, she tossed it to Lisu. After all, he was her sister's biological brother, and her sister's brother was her brother too. She hated Xiao Linfeng so much. After Xiaokantang left the base for a while, he finally found the place where Yuan Xiao was locking Xiaowei. Given that girl's nature, there must be some barrier nearby. Xiaokantang didn't dare to rush in and walked to the opposite side of the building. Xiaowei was locked on the second floor, and from his angle he had a clear view of her. Gu Wei, he suddenly shouted. Xiaowei, hearing the noise, abruptly opened her eyes, got up from the bed, and saw someone jumping up and down across the building. Looking at that figure, if she didn't know what he looked like, she would have thought a monkey had come out of the apocalypse. Just as Xiaowei opened the window, a note flew in from outside. She hurriedly caught it. The text was in golden font. She is also Ning Maching and also Mu Miao. Besides the previous task, you have an additional task to rescue the darkened Yuan Xiao. This time it is an extra task, and you can ask for any reward except for immediate rebirth. This was given to her by Asi. Why would it be from Xiaokantang? Did Xiaokantang know us? Xiaowei was currently confused. After reading the note, it vanished into thin air. Seeing this, Xiaokantang walked out and looked up at her from below. Are you okay? Xiaowei. I'm fine. In fact, Xiaowei didn't carry much psychological burden. No matter how dark Yuan Xiao became, the essence hadn't changed much. It was just that the trauma from tearing apart the mutated beings weighed heavily on her mind. Nothing else mattered. I don't believe you. Show me a set of radio calisthenics. Xiaowei's eyes suddenly turned cold. You jump your sister. I'm helping you this much. I'm not much different from your brother. Quickly call me brother. Hurry up, don't let me down. Xiaokantang was still jumping up and down below. Xiaowei slammed the window shut. Just as Xiaokantang showed a dejected expression, the window opened again. A pile of chips fell from above along with 2 big bags for holding snacks. Xiaokantang was somewhat surprised, and when he looked up again he saw Xiaowei sticking her head out. No matter what, thank you. She shut the window. It turned out that Asi really couldn't contact her. When Xiaokantang was about to leave, he deliberately trampled the snow below, disguising it as if a group of people had been there, and only then felt at ease to leave. Fortunately, he was lucky Yuan Xiao wasn't there. However, the originally tough Gu Wei was suddenly bound here by his soft and adorable wife. Xiaokantang didn't know why he felt a hint of schadenfreude. Forget it, if it really doesn't work he can at most break the rules once and rescue Gu Xiaowei. Xiaokantang felt quite good humming a tune while squatting under the eaves munching on chips. Meanwhile, Xiaowei sat on the bed yawning while wondering if the purification source would be easy to find. She really hoped nothing would happen to Xiao. Damn, if it were someone else binding her she would have rebelled immediately. But since it was her dear wife, she couldn't. However, if the purification source was originally her task, wouldn't it be just a matter of reaching out for Xiao? But looking at how she had been gone for a few days, could it be that the purification source was very far away? It couldn't be in the Arctic, right? Antarctica was also a possibility. After all, both of these places sounded very pure and could easily touch the core of things. Currently, Yuan Xiao could fly and jump. These were the only 2 places where she could disappear for several days. Wait a minute, could it be that Asi originally planned for her to swim to Antarctica to capture penguin zombies? That would be a stretch. Just as Xiaowei was lost and thought the snow along the coast gradually melted into the sea. This world was quietly undergoing changes and the people still spending winter at the southeastern base had no idea that disaster was about to descend. If it were the previous Lisu he might still care about ordinary people's affairs but now he had no time for that. As for Xiao Linfeng he had always disliked dealing with people. When Xia Kantang returned to the base he saw Lisu had gotten into a fight with Xiao Linfeng. Rarely Xiao Linfeng was at a disadvantage and looking at his injured body Lisu stared at him without blinking. Why? Xiao Linfeng lightly wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, a look of confusion flashing in his eyes. He didn't understand why the two of them had come to this point. Lu's early betrayal was something he couldn't comprehend now. If you don't kill my sister I might really consider working for you. Of course even if you don't kill her I still won't follow your orders. Lu's gaze was very cold. Just as Yu Jing said, how old were they? Why should they lick the boots of a college student? With his shamelessness. With his playing with zombies. It was truly ridiculous. Lu Su couldn't understand when in his past life he had lost his mind. Xiao Linfeng felt the sensation of defeat for the first time since coming to this world, just like before when everyone looked down on him, called him a failure and accused him of being a parasite at home waiting to die. No, it wasn't like that. He was the new god of the apocalypse, he still had the system. System, come out and help me. I need many more abilities. Xiao Linfeng had no idea that ever since Yuan Xiaoqiao darkened, everything around her had been influenced by her magnetic field. Even the kind of system AC had lost contact with its host, and his own naturally was also gone. Xiao Linfeng had not called upon the system for a long time, feeling somewhat uncertain, and chose not to entangle himself with Lu Su. After all, there were rules and the base fighting was prohibited within its confines. Lu Su clenched his fists tightly, vowing that one day he would kill Xiao Linfeng to avenge his sister. Xia Gantang had his hand in his pocket and noticed that the male lead halo had vanished from above Xiao Linfeng's head. After receiving the note he inquired about Gu Xiaowei's task. He still needed to stop Lu Su. At the very least Xiao Linfeng had to be killed by Lu Xiaowei's own hands. The road ahead was obstructed and long. Sigh. Xia Gantang lamented. A few days later Lu Xiaowei finally waited for Yuan Xiaoqiao to return. She was dressed in a light yellow hoodie and white plush pants, looking like a small soft ball. However, Lu Xiaowei still noticed the fatigue in the corners of Yuan Xiaoqiao's eyes. Where have you been? Lu Xiaowei asked. Yuan Xiaoqiao perked up and pulled out a white box from her pocket, presenting it to Lu Xiaowei. Sister, I found the purification source for you. This is it. Yuan Xiaoqiao opened the box, revealing a water blue transparent orb before her. This thing. Is this the purification source? Lu Xiaowei raised her hand to grab the orb, which was soft and seemed like a layer of transparent plastic wrapping around the water. Oh, it's still sky blue. Can I just eat it? Lu Xiaowei pondered for a moment, unsure of how to begin. You can. Yuan Xiaoqiao nodded with a smile. Lu Xiaowei held the water orb to her lips, opened her mouth slightly, then closed it again. What about washing it first? Yuan Xiaoqiao helplessly took it back to wash it. Only then did Lu Xiaowei place it to her lips, take a bite and drink a couple of sips of the juice inside before swallowing it all. It was somewhat like mineral water, a bit sweet. Where did you find this? Just as Lu Xiaowei finished speaking she looked down to see Yuan Xiaoqiao asleep on the bed. After all, she was in a human body. Yuan Xiaoqiao could not withstand it normally. Just as Lu Xiaowei was about to move she felt something was off in her abdomen. She placed Yuan Xiaoqiao on the bed and walked a few steps outside. Earlier Yuan Xiaoqiao had filled the bathroom with plenty of water, enough for her to wash for 7 days. Now she was in immense pain, as if several people had brutally broken her ribs. It also felt like someone was scraping meat off her body with a knife, her blood turning hot and lively. This sensation lasted for half an hour before Lu Xiaowei finally lay exhausted in the bathtub, her body covered in faint green blood. She closed her eyes and turned on the shower head. The water had already been heated. Her clothes were so dirty they couldn't be washed anymore. After washing up, Lu Xiaowei found a clean outfit from her space, put it on, and then looked at herself in the mirror. Humans and zombies were indeed different. The warmth under her palm allowed her to feel a beating heart and even the excitement of fresh blood flowing. That previous purification source had extracted all the toxins from her body. Although it was painful, she had finally transformed back into a human. Even her dark red eyes had returned to the normal hue of a human. They were as clear as lake water, and even the contours of her face became softer. The girl in the mirror wore a lake blue dress, appearing gentle and serene. Time to cook. Although she had no vegetables, there were plenty of semi-finished products. Yuan Xiaoqiao had already prepared oil, salt sauce and vinegar. She stir-fried a plate of stir-fried rice cakes and made a cup of milk tea. Slurp. Lu Xiaowei hadn't had something hot in a long time and tears almost fell. Finally this day had come. After finishing her meal Lu Xiaowei glanced outside, unsure of her current strength. Having been fed a large number of energy crystals by Yuan Xiaoqiao, she felt like she was turning into a pig. Light system, space, and then the mental system. Lu Xiaowei spread her hands, feeling an unprecedented amount of energy. After absorbing the purification source she felt stronger than when she was a zombie. After all, the light system had nothing to do with zombies. In her hand was a brand new object, a silver staff about 30 centimeters long, adorned with white patterns that shimmered. The tip of the staff resembled a flower made of clustered starlight with 3 diamond-shaped ice cones floating inside. If it were the light system, it should be for healing or purification. Tisk, that didn't quite match her character. But this way she wouldn't have to worry about getting hurt. What effect would it have on zombies? Xiaowei opened the window and leaped down. The zombies in the snow were still unable to move, buried under the snow, showing only their pale skin and deep green eyes. With a wave of her staff, a white light swept over the ice staff. The light shone on the zombie's head and instantly vanished. So cool. Xiaowei raised an eyebrow, feeling the energy from the deceased zombie merging into her current staff. It transformed from black into a beam of white light. As for other light systems, they surely didn't have something like this, right? Xiaowei looked at the staff in her hand, inexplicably feeling that it was quite a treasure. It was just a bit feminine. Xiaowei suddenly waved her hand again and over 10 zombies instantly disappeared. It seemed that enhancing this staff would require a tremendous number of zombies. Does that mean? Xiaowei's lips curled upward slightly. Rise, the staff left Xiaowei's hand, slowly rising into the air, and a beam of white light suddenly enveloped her side. A beam of white light falling would take the lives of 100 zombies. After absorbing 1,000 zombies, the staff fell from the air. It seemed to be just over 1,000. Xiaowei glanced at the staff in her hand. Quite good, the silver pattern had turned a light golden color. Indeed, it could evolve. The light system was really impressive. As for the mental system, Xiaowei frowned carefully, sensing it and perceiving nothing. However, it could draw zombies to move. Mental attacks could work, but that would require human experimentation. This thing couldn't be tested recklessly, especially since she had no weapons. If only she could contact a C, she would know if this staff could be taken away. Purification might seem a bit useless, but with healing, she wouldn't have to fear encountering danger in any world in the future. After putting the staff away, Xiaowei returned to her room. As soon as she opened the door, she saw Yuan Xiaoqiao still sleeping there. She must have really gone to the South Pole. Xiaowei walked over, gently rubbed the little one's temple, and saw her relax significantly. Only then did she turn on the indoor air conditioning. Outside it was over -40 degrees, only she didn't seem to mind the cold. She never knew why. However, what surprised Xiaowei was that Yuan Xiaoqiao still had a fever when she woke up in the afternoon. Sister. Yuan Xiaoqiao was a bit dazed from the fever, opening her eyes with difficulty to look at Xiaowei, clutching her hand, her eyes rimmed with red. It was still that master who liked her. Xiaowei waved her hand and the staff appeared. Upon seeing that object, Yuan Xiaoqiao's pupils constricted. Sister, I can't use this thing. Oh, I see. Looking at the staff in her hand, Xiaowei let out a thoughtful remark. Then I'll use it on you. With a mischievous grin, she pretended to actually use the staff on her. Yuan Xiaoqiao pressed her lips tightly together, a hint of grievance spilling from her starkly black and white eyes, the redness at the corners of her eyes appearing inexplicably adorable. I was just joking with you. Xiaowei waved her hand and the staff vanished from sight. Seeing Yuan Xiaoqiao like this, the earlier feelings of confinement slowly faded away. It's strange. Perhaps all men are soft-hearted. Can cold medicine cure your illness? Xiaowei asked in confusion. However, it would likely be difficult to find cold medicine at this moment, as this place is near the northwest base and pharmacies must have already been thoroughly searched by the teams. The only place with medicine now is probably the hospital, or perhaps inside the base. Sure, Yuan Xiaoqiao's small voice was a bit hoarse, her little nose rosy. Don't go to the hospital, it's quite dangerous there. Let's go into the base instead. Yuan Xiaoqiao tugged at her sleeve as if to act cute. Xiaowei disregarded everything else and stored the items in the room into her spatial storage. Though she wasn't clear about her current strength, she believed that gathering enough energy crystals for medicine should suffice. Inside the base, energy crystals are abundant. However, the ones Yuan Xiaoqiao had previously collected had already piled into a small mountain, so Xiaowei naturally didn't keep any. After everything was tidied up, Xiaowei entered the room. Yuan Xiaoqiao still looked very uncomfortable, rubbing her nose. Xiaowei approached and squatted by the bedside. Sister. Yuan Xiaoqiao was momentarily stunned. Come up, let's enter the base. Yuan Xiaoqiao hesitated for a moment, but then lifted her hands to hug Xiaowei's neck, resting her head on her shoulder, her little face flushed. Xiaowei carried Yuan Xiaoqiao out. Soft snowflakes floated down from the sky, gently landing on the crumbling city walls, and on them cold yet tender, causing her fingertips to turn a delicate pink. Fortunately, there was a large heater behind her. Yuan Xiaoqiao fell asleep. Fortunately, the system panel could still be open to see the locations of the 2 male leads, otherwise Xiaowei wouldn't even have been able to find the way to the base. The weather was too cold outside the base. A small house had been erected surrounded by glass windows. Inside was an iron stove that used to be common in rural areas. The guard at the gate, wrapped in 2 layers of blankets, reluctantly pulled out his hand when he saw someone approaching. Do you have an entry permit? If not, please fill out a form. The man handed Xiaowei 2 forms from the side. Xiaowei glanced at the form while holding the pen. She hadn't seen it before, but now it seemed to be just some identity information plus whether or not one was an ability user. After some consideration, she noted that among the 3 types only the water type wasn't particularly eye-catching. As for Yuan Xiaoqiao's form, Just as Le Xiaowei was about to ask, Yuan Xiaoqiao shook the snowflakes off her eyelashes. Water type. I am a water type. After Le Xiaowei filled out the form, the man handed her 2 cards. Take these 2 cards for inspection. The results will take half an hour. Once approved, you can enter the base. The man saw that the 2 had nothing on them and said nothing more. According to the base rules, they were supposed to collect energy crystals. Alright, thank you. Le Xiaowei took the 2 cards. They had their names and abilities written on them along with identification numbers. After entering, Le Xiaowei found that the inside of the base wasn't much different from the outside. It was still bone-chillingly cold, but a few people were shoveling snow, making walking seem somewhat less arduous. The inspection staff were waiting in the office right next to the entrance of the base. Upon seeing the 2 enter, they took the cards and glanced at them. Not bad, both are ability users. By the way, this one. The staff member glanced at Yuan Xiaoqiao on her back. She has a cold, which is why we rushed over. Le Xiaowei revealed a faint smile. The staff member said nothing more, took out a small syringe, drew a bit of blood from the 2 and sent it for testing. You 2 wait here, the results will come out in half an hour. The staff member said as they closed the door, stamping their feet to sit by the heater to warm up a bit. The staff member was quite considerate and fetched a stool for the 2 of them. Le Xiaowei helped Yuan Xiaoqiao sit down, and with the heater warming her, her expression improved considerably. By the way, big sister, do you know someone named Lu Su in the base? He is my brother, we got separated earlier. Yuan Xiaoqiao didn't move, just held tightly onto her hand. Lu Su. You're his sister. He previously issued a bounty to find his sister, and he didn't expect you to come by yourself. He'll have someone call him. Once the results are out, he can drive you home. His place is quite far. The Northwest base is exceptionally large, nearly comparable to a city. Thank you, big sister, Le Xiaowei replied with a sweet smile. Yuan Xiaoqiao lightly tugged at her hand, but Le Xiaowei didn't notice. Le Xiaowei wanted to ask about the situation inside the base, but Yuan Xiaoqiao suddenly looked up and kissed her on the cheek. Le Xiaowei. The 2 sisters in the office exchanged surprised glances, then revealed an understanding look, lowering their heads to smile. Le Xiaowei swore she felt an impulse to hit Yuan Xiaoqiao. If she weren't sick, Le Xiaowei would have doubted that this person dared to kiss her lips. She's feverish and tends to cling to people, Le Xiaowei explained, touching her numb face. The sister who had been speaking with Le Xiaowei went out to find someone to call Lu Su at the base center. Lu Su had previously disclosed his sister's name, which matched exactly with the one on this card. If it's true, even if Lu Su doesn't reward anything, gaining the favor of a powerhouse would be beneficial for them. The remaining sister said nothing but gazed at the 2 with ambiguous eyes. Le Xiaowei felt like she was about to die of embarrassment. She lowered her head and gently gritted her teeth, speaking fiercely to Yuan Xiaoqiao. If you dare to touch me again, I'll toss you into the snow. Oh, Yuan Xiaoqiao responded, lowering her head. But she hadn't done anything. What does "oh" mean? What does that imply? Le Xiaowei felt somewhat displeased. She initially intended to stand up and walk around, but Yuan Xiaoqiao with a weak appearance rubbed her head and fell asleep on her lap before she could even get up. Le Xiaowei. It was deliberate. Le Xiaowei avoided the sister's ambiguous gaze, sitting upright in her chair like a wooden statue, waiting for the inspection results to come out, and the sister returned. I sent a message to Lu Su, he will be here soon. Thank you, Le Xiaowei replied dryly. By the time her legs went numb, Lu Su finally arrived, dressed in a black down jacket, holding 2 pink and white items in his arms, and knocked on the office. Sister. Lu Su looked anxious. He froze when he saw Le Xiaowei turn her head. The eyes that once represented the zombie were gone. On his way here, he had been driving recklessly, fearing that the base would discover something. Now seeing that Xiaowei had transformed back into a human, he was filled with astonishment, but it wasn't the right time to ask about these matters. Here, put this on and let's head back first. Lu Su handed over a down jacket, and even Yuan Xiaoqiao seemed to regain some spirit as she accepted the jacket and put it on. Thank you, brother. Le Xiaowei's eyelids twitched. Lu Su felt that the address was somewhat strange. He had never seen Yuan Xiaoqiao call him that before, but he didn't say anything. By the way, did the examination results come through? Lu Su asked the 2 staff members, his heart racing. It's approved. As soon as the 2 staff members finished speaking, Lu Su stuffed over a dozen energy crystal cores into their hands. Thank you. The 2 staff members did not refuse. These items were the common currency in the base. It was already quite difficult for an ordinary person to produce 2 in a day. Lu Su opened the car door and glanced at Yuan Xiaoqiao, whose face was flushed red. Running a fever. Then we should go to the base hospital for N4 later. Lu Su did not expect that the culprit behind his sister's abduction would be this soft and adorable little girl. At that moment, he still found it hard to believe. Thank you, brother, Yuan Xiaoqiao called sweetly. Le Xiaowei's eyelids twitched even more. Yuan Xiaoqiao, practically had "I have my eyes on your sister" written all over her face. However, Lu Su had never encountered such a situation in his 2 lifetimes, so he did not realize anything was amiss. Don't cause any trouble for me. Le Xiaowei whispered to Yuan Xiaoqiao, carrying a hint of threat. Yuan Xiaoqiao blinked her strikingly clear eyes. One had to admit her face was incredibly deceptive. If it weren't for her exceptionally serene gaze, Le Xiaowei would have almost thought she had transformed back. I didn't. Yuan Xiaoqiao lightly traced the palm of her hand with her fingertip. Le Xiaowei felt a tickling sensation just as she relaxed her fist. Yuan Xiaoqiao grasped her hand firmly, stubborn yet warm. Li Xiaowei's face had not yet darkened when she saw Yuan Xiaoqiao lean slowly closer, her head tilted slightly just in time to see Li Xiaowei's clean powdery earlobe, the warm breath escaping her lips tickling Li Xiaowei's delicate neck. She heard Yuan Xiaoqiao's voice. And it was exceptionally clear. Wife. Li Xiaowei was utterly melted by this cool little voice, and she no longer sat as upright as before. It wasn't even husband that she called out, so why was she feeling so weak? Anger surged within Li Xiaowei, who immediately wished to smash herself into pieces. What are you two whispering about? Lu Su noticed the two of them speaking quietly and couldn't help but raise his brows in teeth. Li Xiaowei. You wouldn't want to know. Li Xiaowei slapped her flushed face, maintaining a cold expression as she spoke to Lu Su. By the way, sister, how did you transform back? Lu Su was genuinely astonished by this matter. Could it be that his sister upgraded too quickly, making her indistinguishable from a human? If that were the case, wouldn't there be many zombies entering the base in the future? You have to ask Xiao Qiao about this. She found me a purification source. Purification source. Lu Zu's pupils constricted. This item had never appeared even until his death in his past life. Where is this thing? Lu Su could not hide the excitement in his expression. Li Xiaowei glanced at Yuan Xiaoqiao, who lightly blinked her eyes, and she still spoke. At the Antarctic sea bottom. Lu Su. Li Xiaowei. For a moment Lu Su doubted whether Yuan Xiaoqiao was joking, but it was indeed highly plausible that the purification source could be located there. Before the apocalypse, the world had been polluted to varying degrees, and only that place remained clean. Previously, Xie Gantang's description of Yuan Xiaoqiao now made Lu Su believe it about 70 to 80%. Li Xiaowei looked shocked as she glanced at Yuan Xiaoqiao. She did not expect her guess to be correct. This little girl really did swim in the sea, and it was the Antarctic sea bottom. No wonder Yuan Xiaoqiao had been so strong before, only to return with a cold and fever. Wait. If that was the case, then side mission 2 was indeed more difficult than the main mission. She did not possess the ability to sense the purification source. Are you touched? Yuan Xiaoqiao suddenly asked. Touched? Li Xiaowei was genuinely moved. Then dedicate yourself to me. Her request was straightforward and simple, but it completely left Li Xiaowei speechless. In that instant, the feeling of being touched evaporated. You couldn't guarantee that the Antarctic sea bottom wasn't just this girl's nonsense. Li Xiaowei handed the items to Lu Su. Why are you buying this for me? Lu Su was taken aback, feeling a mix of amusement and confusion. He had just finished his lunch. If you don't want to eat it, you can take it back. Li Xiaowei suddenly felt fortunate that she was a zombie before. Otherwise, as an ordinary person, she wouldn't have so many energy crystal cores, and hiding around would be quite troublesome. Zombies could roam freely without care. Then I might as well eat a little. Lu Su patted his stomach, still having room. Yuan Xiaoqiao, sitting next to him, stared eagerly at the fried noodles. Unfortunately, her right hand was receiving an 4 drip and her left hand was inconvenient, so she could only watch as Li Xiaowei opened the bag and placed it over the bowl. Here. Li Xiaowei picked up a small chopstick of fried noodles and held it out to Yuan Xiaoqiao's lips. Only then did Yuan Xiaoqiao's eyes curve with delight as she bent down to take a bite. How is it? Li Xiaowei asked. Yuan Xiaoqiao was from the south and she wasn't sure if she would like it. It's delicious, I like this. This was indeed Yuan Xiaoqiao's first time trying this dish, and her eyes lit up. Watching her younger sister take care of a little girl like this, Lu Su felt something odd in his heart, though he couldn't pinpoint what it was. After feeding Yuan Xiaoqiao, Li Xiaowei then picked up another pair of chopsticks to eat the fried noodles herself, along with the baked pancakes and vegetables, which smelled utterly delicious. Li Xiaowei consumed 10 energy crystal cores in this meal. However, for her it was worth it, as it was fresh food she hadn't had in a long time. She was deeply touched. Although the food in ancient times was exquisite to Xiaowei, it still couldn't compare to the street food sold at small stalls. Street food is the best. Once Yuan Xiaoqiao finished her 4 drip, Lu Su took both of them back to the villa he had in the center of the base. His second awakened ability, the Azure Fire, was particularly valued by the base, and this villa was granted to him by the base. However, in return he had to complete a special task every month. This task involved finding resources or equipment for the base which were located in dangerous areas. Currently only 2 people in the base could handle such tasks. One was Xiao Linfeng and the other was Lu Su. However, due to special circumstances, both he and Xiao Linfeng were currently resting at the base. Brother, this villa is quite nice and it's 3 stories high. Li Xiaowei got out of the car and saw the tranquil little villa with green vines on the walls, but upon closer inspection they were fake. After all, plants had long since disappeared. After the snow moon, the apocalypse would undergo a significant change. Yes, I even made a swing specially for Xiao Qiao and you. As for your living arrangements, I arranged everything long ago. The first floor is where we live, the second floor has no one storing things, and the third floor is for you and Xiao Qiao. Li Xiaowei glanced at the several steps, realizing that the designer of the villa had accounted for the apocalypse. Even if there was heavy rain, the villa's first floor wouldn't be submerged. Moreover, the drainage system was also well designed. This is the advantage of having power. Once Yuan Xiaoqiao entered, she first took her medicine, then went up to the third floor. The 3 rooms on the third floor were centered around a large living room which had a gray sofa. Before Li Xiaowei could say anything, she saw Yuan Xiaoqiao staring intently at the sofa. Then she knocked on the wall. The soundproofing is excellent. She smiled with her lips curled. To prevent accidents in the villa, each floor was not open plan. It was designed to avoid too many residents and prevent anyone downstairs from turning into a zombie, so the third floor still had a door. Before Lisu left, he closed the door for them, allowing them to choose their own bedrooms. Yuan Xiao walked over in a few steps and lay down on the gray sofa, her eyelids drooping as she nearly fell asleep. Go to the room to sleep, Xiaowei urged. Only then did Yuan Xiao raise her eyes. Even if we sleep in the same room, they won't know. Yuan Xiao suddenly liked this place very much. What are you thinking about? Xiaowei wanted to roll her eyes. She walked over and just touched Yuan Xiao's shoulder when suddenly the world spun and she found herself lying on the sofa. Yuan Xiao shifted to a comfortable position, propping her hands on the side of the sofa, her gaze dropping to look at her. This will be our home from now on, right, sister? Her voice was ethereal yet very close. Xiaowei. Oh no. This was truly an awkward situation. Get off me. She covered her eyes, too afraid to look at the expression on the girl's face. Damn it felt a bit too violating. What terrified Xiaowei the most was that she seemed to be gradually getting used to this position, and that realization was truly frightening. Ha! Why? Yuan Xiao leaned in closer, seemingly intent on forcing an answer out of her. Because I'm afraid I might punch you and make you cry. Xiaowei's words became increasingly harsh. Yuan Xiao paused slightly upon hearing this, then lowered her head and broke into a smile. Okay, she said. Xiaowei's head was filled with a large question mark. What did that mean? Did she want to be hit? So the question arose, could she beat Yuan Xiao? Xiaowei suddenly recalled that night when the black feather arrow shot towards that lowly zombie. She wondered if that zombie was scared anyway. She was quite afraid. If that arrow had been slightly off, Lisu would have really been in trouble. It was true that she couldn't win in a fight. Can you stand still and let me hit you? Xiaowei made a rather unreasonable request. Yuan Xiao paused for a moment and nodded. Then she stood up, her figure graceful, the pink and white down jacket draped over her slender shoulders. Maybe it's better not to hit her. She was already running a fever. Xiaowei couldn't bring herself to bully a girl who was turning dark. I'm going to sleep, I'm exhausted. Xiaowei stretched lazily. After becoming human, aside from her body being able to withstand the cold, she couldn't resist the drowsiness. Just as she stepped inside, Yuan Xiao followed her and took off her down jacket and lay on the bed more skillfully than her, then grabbed her hand. Sister, cuddle with me. She patted the edge of the bed. Her voice was filled with excitement. She hadn't cuddled with her sister while sleeping for a long time. Just a sweet moment. Xiaowei had just wanted to leave when Yuan Xiao pulled her onto the bed. The girl clung to her like an octopus, refusing to let go. As soon as her head hit the pillow, she fell asleep. Perhaps because she had a fever, she fell asleep particularly quickly. Xiaowei plugged in the electric blanket. It was already top-notch equipment, at least it wouldn't be cold. Xiaowei took off her down jacket and covered both of them with a blanket. Meanwhile, Xiaowei, who had just returned, nearly dropped his jaw upon hearing that Xiaowei was back. Back so soon? Xiaowei exclaimed in surprise. Yes, I saw that Xiao still has a fever and now they're probably resting. In the evening you'll call them down, and while have hot pot, there are new vegetables from the plantation and he'll go buy them soon. Lisu spoke as he walked out. Xiaowei glanced at the third floor, her eyes flashed with golden light, and she saw two people sleeping together in the bedroom. Is this progress a bit too fast? So the question arises, with Yuan Xiao being so fierce, can Gu Wei still regain his manly dignity? Xiaowei felt that something was off, but since she had only turned into a girl, this attribute belonged to Lu Sisi's husband, so it shouldn't have changed, right? This realization was shattered 3 hours later. Because Xiaowei saw Yuan Xiao wake up early, then she started to touch Xiaowei, her gaze extremely brazen, completely disregarding propriety. Xiaowei was literally awakened by a kiss. What are you doing? She looked up at Yuan Xiao, who had her long black hair draped over her shoulders, feeling the urge to kick her. Seriously, they don't even let someone sleep well. I'm feeling better now. She lowered her gaze, seriously looking at Xiaowei's blushing cheeks from lack of sleep. Hearing this, Xiaowei instinctively pressed her forehead against Yuan Xiao's to test her temperature. She really was much better. You recovered quite fast, huh? Xiaowei was somewhat surprised. Then she saw Yuan Qiao's fingertips resting on her abdomen. So can sister have a baby now? Xiaowei. This is hardly what you call a sister. Clearly she doesn't regard her as human. I can't have one. Xiaowei said woodenly to Yuan Xiao. Xiaowei's head rested on the pillow, just catching her breath when Yuan Xiao leaned in, her voice reaching Xiaowei's ear. I'm not someone who focuses on results, I care more about the process. A hint of blush crossed Xiaowei's face. How infuriating, what kind of lewd words are these? And Yuan Qiao's eyes were filled with determination. That gaze was unbearable. Xiaowei blocked her eyes with the back of her hand. Do as you wish. If you don't want to see sister, I have a way. Before Xiaowei could react, her eyes were covered by a soft cloth that Yuan Xiao seemed to have pulled from nowhere, plunging her vision into darkness, rendering her unable to see anything. In an instant everything was pitch black and she couldn't see a thing. Do you have space ability too? Le Xiaowei asked, quite astonished. Of course my ability is devouring whatever energy core I absorb grants me that ability, and I can also strip others of their abilities. Her voice was soft. Le Xiaowei never expected such a terrifying ability. Remembering Assis's advice, she bit her lip slightly. Wasn't it just about making Yuan Xiaoqiao happy? This was her forte. After all, Yuan Qiaoqiao's darkening was also because of her. Le Xiaowei suddenly hugged her and kissed her lips. Yuan Xiaoqiao was genuinely taken aback by her sister's initiative. Did that mean her sister liked her too? She felt a surge of genuine joy. The girl's neck was long and fair like the slender stem of a rose. Yuan Xiaoqiao couldn't hold back, leaning in to kiss her fingertips, brushing over the cool collarbone, causing ripples to rise. Le Xiaowei dared not move. Sister, your heart is beating so fast. Yuan Xiaoqiao carefully leaned in to listen, her eyes holding a hint of a smile. After speaking, Yuan Qiaoqiao's cheeks turned red as well. After all, she was inexperienced, and these things were something she had only recently learned. Le Xiaowei's legs were straight and fair, making Yuan Qiaoqiao's heart tighten. She felt somewhat nervous. Yuan Xiaoqiao's head rested on the delicate part of her body, her demeanor cautious and careful. Fortunately, she timely drew the curtains and her heart was no longer as tense as before. Sister, are you really not regretting this? She asked softly. She couldn't see her sister's gaze, only her clean and fair jawline, fragile like a night, blooming serious as if it would vanish at any moment. She was terrified of losing her sister. She didn't know why she felt this way, but seeing her sister like this, Yuan Xiaoqiao was truly restless. Without holding back, she acted. Le Xiaowei was already accustomed to this feeling. Even though her face was flushed, she felt shy and awkward, yet she was still a young girl and finished quickly. When she woke up, Le Xiaowei realized that Yuan Xiaoqiao hadn't left. Damn! Get your hands off me! Le Xiaowei's face was burning. Even as a master, it had never reached this extent before. Xiaowei, are you awake? Come down for breakfast. Le Zu's voice came from outside the door. Le Xiaowei panicked, quickly removing Yuan Xiaoqiao's hand before shifting her body and moving to the bathroom. Damn it! She still had to take a shower. Le Xiaowei practically finished washing with her eyes closed. She didn't dare look. The girl's enthusiasm was simple and straightforward, akin to gnawing on ribs. Yuan Xiaoqiao pushed the door open, glanced at her, seemingly recalling something. Her face turned red and she lowered her head to wash her hands. Watching the remnants of blood on her fingertips wash away under the running water, Le Xiaowei leaned against the wall, feeling indescribably complicated. Forget it, after all, she had something on her hands before, but it had just disappeared later. Not really a loss. Only Yuan Xiaoqiao bit her lower lip, managing not to make any sounds that would lead to imagination. She was still the one at a disadvantage. Next time she would sew her mouth shut with a needle. Sister's voice is really nice, I want to hear it again in the future. Yuan Xiaoqiao suddenly said this. Le Xiaowei's hand paused, glancing sideways at her. Go die. No, Yuan Xiaoqiao rejected. If I die, sister won't be able to bear my child. Le Xiaowei. She had no words, hoping Xiaoqiao would pass away sooner. When coming down from the stairs, Le Su glanced at his younger sister's legs. Did you fall just now? You seem a bit off. Xia Gantang's eyes revealed a contemplative look, soon understanding. Unexpected. She truly didn't expect it. Gu Wei, you have fallen. However, with Gu Wei reincarnating so many times and his soul being weak, most of his reincarnations were likely of beautiful, fragile young ladies. I wonder if he married a man. Xia Gantang thought maliciously. Le Xiaowei, upon hearing her brother's question, kicked the secretly delighted Yuan Xiaoqiao beside her. It's nothing, just fell a bit, it's not a big deal. Le Xiaowei said with a blank expression. Yuan Xiaoqiao rubbed the sore spot on her leg slightly. Does this count as being angry out of shame? She had previously looked for quite a few novels, but unfortunately she wasn't in that kind of ABO world, otherwise Xiaowei could have carried her baby. A bit of knowledge interpretation in the text. ABO worldview setting: all humans are divided into 6 genders, each possessing characteristics of both sexes to varying degrees, with male and female primarily distinguished by appearance, categorized as alpha, beta, or omega. A is the absolute leader and dominant, B has mediocre capabilities and is the majority, while O is the weakest among the 3 categories responsible for reproduction regardless of gender. If it's nothing, come eat today is hot pot. I bought a lot of fresh vegetables from the plantation. Have you developed plantable soil already? The soil was previously untouched and pure, with experts discovering that the snow contained elements of vitality. They are currently utilizing the snow resources to transform the soil, and once the snowfall ceases, unexpected gains are anticipated. Le Su glanced at his sister's lips, furrowing his brow. Why do they seem slightly swollen? Is it just my imagination? If that's the case, it doesn't look too bad. Le Xiaowei pondered for a moment. At least for now, humanity still has hope. Once the mission is completed, she can leave with peace of mind. But how can one prevent a person from turning to darkness? This point. Wait, the problem lies with her. As long as there is nothing in this world that can harm her, and she is determined to be with Yuan Xiaoqiao for a lifetime. Will Yuan Xiaoqiao not turn dark then? The first point is that if she doesn't suffer any harm, wouldn't that mean world peace? Oh no, there's also the absolute powerhouse. World peace is too far-fetched. Le Xiaowei isn't too keen on being a saint. The second point is that if they really want to be together for a lifetime, Then at the very least they must gain the blessings of others and the approval of their families. Lu Xiaowei glanced at Lu Su. Oh no, is this going to force her to announce her relationship? Both seem quite difficult. Lu Xiaowei didn't even know how to broach the subject with Lu Su. It seems a bit unreasonable for her to start dating while leaving her brother single. Lu Zu's temper flared as he prepared the ingredients for the hot pot just in time to hear his sister's warm inquiry. Brother, have you found a partner? Lu Xiaowei asked tentatively. No, Lu Su replied without even blinking. Xia Jingli, who was beside them, showed no expression upon hearing this. She knew she could only remain friends with Lu Su now. She felt unworthy. The past events had left her with some psychological scars. Being single for a lifetime isn't so bad. Then brother, how about I help you find someone? Xia Gontang placed a hand on Lu Zu's shoulder, smiling. Calling you big brother is fine since you are older than me. But there are very few single girls in the base now, everyone else is paired up. Our requirements aren't high, just finding one will do. Xia Gontang patted Lu Su on the shoulder. In response, Lu Su shot her a glare. He had initially thought of driving her away as soon as they reached the base, but her abilities had upgraded quickly and he had no idea what her qualifications were. Now that Xia Gontang was hanging around, Lu Su felt it was inappropriate to kick her out personally. Then how about finding two? Xia Gontang observed Lu Zu's unwilling expression, hesitating before speaking. In the apocalyptic environment, finding two isn't impossible. Lu Su. No, his reaction was akin to that of a steel straight man, impossible to bend even with pliers. Xia Gontang displayed a look of helplessness. Forcefully trying to find a partner was indeed a challenge for him. He wondered how Gu Xiaowei managed to complete the previous tasks. Sister, eat some potatoes. Yuan Xiaoqiao paid no mind to the strange atmosphere at the table, her heart and gaze solely focused on Lu Xiaowei. Xia Gontang stroked his chin, looking at her several times. It was truly hard to recognize her. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would never believe that this cute girl, only about 1.60 m, was part of Lu Si's soul. Of course, it was probably the darkest part. Just not to the extent of being completely malevolent. Should this be called a benign tumor? Oh no, benign darkening. Lu Xiaowei answered Yuan Xiaoqiao while contemplating what to do next. Getting stronger is quite simple, it's just about going out and fighting zombies. By the way, brother, how do you check levels? Lu Xiaowei suddenly asked. The levels of human ability users and zombies are somewhat different. This thing, I will help you find the testing materials shortly. Lu Su glanced at his sister. He suspected that his sister's level might now be higher than his, at least he couldn't tell what level she was currently at. All right. Lu Xiaowei replied with a smile. Outside, heavy snow was falling and the few of them were happily enjoying hot pot in the living room, exuding a strangely isolated sense of comfort. Lu Su borrowed a measuring stone and placed it on the coffee table in the living room. It was said that this stone was a meteorite transformed by the base. As long as it absorbed supernatural ability, it could sense the current level of a person. Lu Xiaowei reached out, injecting her light-type energy into the stone. Lu Su stared at the white light on the meteorite, and after a long while a faint black hue emerged within that white light. Level 9. Wow, sister, you are actually level 9. Lu Su was at level 7 and his upgrading speed was already among the top in the northwest base. However, since his sister was previously a zombie, level 9 isn't too surprising. After all, zombies are inherently better suited to survive in this world than humans. What about Xiao Qiao? Lu Su looked at Yuan Xiaoqiao. Yuan Xiaoqiao glanced at the stone several times and shook her head when she held her hand. I don't need to test. Lu Xiaowei understood if Yuan Xiaoqiao were to genuinely inject energy, that stone would probably explode. She vaguely remembered that Xiao Qiao seemed to have shouted something at that time. It seemed like she said something about the divine realm stillness. The realm of the gods. Is Xiao Qiao a god? Lu Xiaowei frowned slightly. Do gods truly exist in this world? Moreover, this sudden ascension to divinity was indeed a bit outrageous. These matters it seemed she must ask Ah Si. After returning, she appeared to be quite familiar with her master. Returning to her senses, Lu Xiaowei stretched lazily. Brother, I'm going to sleep now. Lu Xiaowei yawned. She needed to change the bedsheets, otherwise she wouldn't be comfortable sleeping tonight. Yuan Xiaoqiao followed Lu Xiaowei upstairs. Sister, how about I do it? Yuan Xiaoqiao rushed in front of Lu Xiaowei, pressing her down onto the couch. I'll wash. Lu Xiaowei, seeing this, comfortably settled onto the sofa, watching Yuan Xiaoqiao bustling about. Yuan Xiaoqiao was water type and could control water temperature, so washing sheets was easy for her. After hanging the sheets on the balcony, Yuan Xiaoqiao finally pounded her tired shoulders. If you're tired, you can sleep first. Lu Xiaowei suddenly spoke up. Yuan Xiaoqiao sat beside her, resting her head on Lu Xiaowei's shoulder. Sister, I'm so sleepy. Lu Xiaowei. Then go to sleep. What's with leaning on her shoulder? You can just sleep on the bed. Lu Xiaowei touched her face, which felt completely numb. Carry me up. Yuan Xiaoqiao stated boldly. Lu Xiaowei. Go die. I want. Lu Xiaowei was too lazy to carry anyone. Her arms would give out. But I can carry you, I'm not picky. Yuan Xiaoqiao said again. Le Xiaowei paused for a moment but still picked up Xiao Xiao and tucked her into the quilt. I certainly want help you take off your clothes. Le Xiaowei maintained a cold expression pretending to be an emotionless man. I didn't let my sister take it off, Yuan Xiao Xiao said, her grape-like eyes fixed on her. Le Xiaowei. This is a bit awkward. Sleep. Le Xiaowei turned around to tuck her in but was stopped by Yuan Xiao Xiao as she was about to leave. Aren't you going to sleep with me? Yuan Xiao Xiao looked at her hopefully. Le Xiaowei cleared her throat. I want to rest well tonight. A hint of disappointment crossed Yuan Xiao Xiao's face but she obediently lay back down. Never mind, I am already content. After all, my sister is already mine. Just one night, there's no rush. Le Xiaowei finally could choose a comfortable bedroom for herself and lay back on the bed. She tentatively called out a C. There was still no response. She had been used to arguing with a C and not doing so today made her feel uncomfortable all over. Le Xiaowei entered a dream with a tinge of disappointment. Meanwhile, a C with the help of Qimu finally found the trace of that realm. Is this it? A C stood by the river watching a small light orb appear on the water's surface radiating a black light, clearly Yuan Xiao Xiao's handiwork. Yes, this is it. The teleportation point was destroyed by Yuan Xiao Xiao, so I have to personally fix it. A hint of helplessness lingered in Assis's eyes. If it weren't for Qimu noticing that Yuan Xiao Xiao's vigilance had relaxed somewhat, she wouldn't dare to take such a risk. The teleportation point you mentioned, it won't be a blank book, right? Qimu looked at the book in Assis's hand, amusement in her eyes. What's wrong with a book? A book is also a world. That's nonsense, Assi said irritably. Once the teleportation point is established, what's the use? Although Qimu knew the company, it was her first time encountering such a secret matter. It allows me to contact her, and once the mission is complete I can bring her back. Otherwise she will remain in that world for— As Assi spoke, the book in her hand flew toward the small orb and words appeared on the light orb flying into the book. The sound of pages turning echoed. I see, so when can she change back? Qimu stroked her chin. This I'm not too sure about, it depends on the mission's completion. Why are you suddenly so concerned about Xiaowei? Assi glanced at Qimu sidelong. It's nothing, I just think she's much cuter as a girl than you. Assi. Your words carry a bit too much meaning. Assis's face showed no visible emotion. Do you like her? Before Qimu could speak, Assi took the lead. Qimu was taken aback. What nonsense are you spouting? I'm not a boy. Qimu rolled her eyes. Oh, that's good. Thank you for this matter. I haven't been to the divine realm. If you need any help you can come find me. Assi rarely spoke gently to Qimu. She had been contemplating such matters for 1,000 years. But now that her wish had been fulfilled, she didn't feel particularly happy. No need, I just probably won't visit these small worlds in the future, Qimu said, lowering her head with a smile. Oh, that's fine too. Assis's expression did not change, but she frowned, scrutinizing Qimu. This guy made her feel that something was amiss. You really don't like Xiaowei, do you? Assi still felt uneasy. Don't make such jokes. Qimu glanced at the book. Assi retrieved the book and a glowing screen appeared before her displaying Xiaowei's current scene. She was asleep. So we can contact her now. Qimu was somewhat surprised. Yes, but the fewer times I appear the better. Once I establish contact with her we can communicate to complete this mission. Otherwise, if Yuan Xiao Xiao's soul fragment cannot be purified, I won't be able to bring it back. After chatting for a while, Qimu finally left this place. She dared not linger and Assi quickly returned to her own space. Xiaowei. She called out. Le Xiaowei groggy heard Assis's voice and momentarily thought she had misheard. She slightly opened her eyes looking at the dark sky outside and heard Assis's voice again. Host. Assi. Le Xiaowei exclaimed softly. She finally managed to contact Assi. If she couldn't reach her again she would be frantic. Keep your voice down, we can't let Yuan Xiao Xiao hear us. By the way, what did you do? I feel that her level of corruption has decreased significantly. Assi asked, somewhat puzzled. If she hadn't sensed that Yuan Xiao Xiao was sleeping she wouldn't have dared to contact Xiaowei. After being out of touch for so long, Assi had fallen behind the plot. Oh, it's nothing, just paid the price of blood. Mentioning this, Le Xiaowei still felt quite unhappy. This represented that she had already stepped into the abyss of corruption. Assi paused for a moment, then understood the situation. Do you have any plans now? Xiaowei informed Assi of her thoughts from the day. I think it's feasible. Assi pondered for a moment and felt that this plan was indeed workable. Apparently Xiaowei was quite reliable in her absence. Alright, I have something to ask you. Is Xiao Qiao a deity? When she was corrupted before I heard the words divine realm. Assi genuinely did not expect Le Xiaowei to ask this, her expression carrying a hint of embarrassment. However, she still spoke up. I'm not sure about that, you will know in the future. Assis's thoughts drifted, her speaking voice light. I feel like you know, but you're just not willing to tell me. Never mind, I feel much more relaxed being able to contact you. By the way, what's going on with that purification source? You don't really want me to swim in the Antarctic, do you? How could that be? The purification source is fine in the Antarctic, but later the marine life mutated and there are also some on land. There's no need to swim in the depths of the ocean at all. Asi nearly laughed, thinking that swimming in the Antarctic was an extreme sport that had nothing to do with Xiaowei. She wasn't that kind of ruthless person.
I see. If you really want me to swim, I'll catch you and give you a beating. Lu Xiaowei huffed. Asi couldn't help but laugh a little. Alright, you can give it a try then.
Lu Xiaowei was just joking, after all. How could she beat a string of virtual data?
Then go to sleep. In the future, try not to call me in front of Yuan Xiao Xiao or she will find out.
Asi didn't expect her to be so cautious.
It's like we're having an affair. Okay, then I will work hard to complete the task. By the way, can I sleep a little longer this time?
I feel like 4 hours is really too short.
I can extend it for you.
Asi's lips curled up slightly.
That's not bad. Well, I'm off to sleep now. Good night, Si Jiang.
Upon hearing Asi's agreement, Lu Xiaowei kicked her legs lightly and vanished on the spot.
Asi.
She really did disappear in a flash. Still, seeing that Xiaowei was unharmed, she felt reassured. A peaceful night's rest followed. Upon waking from her dreams, Lu Xiaowei felt markedly more refreshed. Had Asi secretly injected her with a stimulant while she slept? No, rather, after prolonged companionship she had grown accustomed to Asi's presence. As long as Asi remained near, an unshakable sense of calm settled over her.
After all, even a dog grows dear with time, doesn't it?
As soon as Lu Xiaowei emerged, she found Yuan Xiaoqiao drying bedsheets. The indoor temperature remained too low, so she resorted to her ability.
Big sister, you're awake.
The snow seems to have stopped. Yuan Xiaoqiao beamed with genuine delight.
Snow had ceased.
Lu Xiaowei dashed to the window and gazed outside. The snow had indeed halted, yet lay thick upon the ground like a soft downy quilt.
At that moment, a knock echoed from downstairs.
When they descended, they saw Xia Gantang closing the door behind him. We'll likely need to head out shortly. We've received a cold glint flickered across Lu Xiaowei's eyes. Did this mean the opportunity to eliminate the male lead had finally arrived?
Thanks to Qiao Qiao's support, her strength now unquestionably surpassed Xiao Linfeng's.
Yet killing for the first time, Hansen no less, left her trembling with nerves. Was this what high-stakes apocalypse gameplay truly felt like? Her palms were already slick with sweat.
Would you two like to join us?
Xia Gantang glanced at Lu Xiaowei a bit longer than usual.
He knew slaying Xiao Linfeng was her central objective.
With the snow just ended and the external situation still unknown, their mission, to scout hazardous zones beyond the base, presented the optimal window.
Few others dared venture out, yet timing could not be more precise. Yes, we must go.
Lu Xiaowei clenched her small fists tightly. Xiao Linfeng was after all an anomaly, best eliminated without delay. As Lu Xiaowei pondered this, Lu Su opened the door holding a mission card and a generous stack of breakfast items.
Baozi soy milk, this is our pre-mission ration.
Oh, Xiaowei and Xiao Qiao should stay home. Lu Su hadn't finished speaking before Lu Xiaowei cut him off. I want to kill him myself. Her voice carried a chilling frost.
Lu Su paused, lips pressing into a thin line. Find somewhere secluded when the time comes.
Though killing was commonplace in the apocalypse, Xiao Linfeng remained a prized asset of the Northwest base. If word got out that they were responsible, explanations would grow exceedingly difficult. By the way, where's Xia Jingli?
Lu Su scanned the room, finding no sign of her.
Ordinarily she rose earliest and always tidied every room herself. Oh, she mentioned an old classmate stationed here. She ran into her yesterday on the street, probably went out to catch up.
Xia Gantang snapped his fingers, suddenly recalling.
Lu Su paid little mind. Xia Jingli held a villa key anyway, her staying behind suited them perfectly.
An old classmate.
Lu Xiaowei raised an eyebrow, something felt off. Just as the group finished breakfast and prepared to depart, Xia Jingli appeared at the doorway conversing with a young woman. At the sight of her, Lu Xiaowei smiled.
Xiao Qiao, someone even shorter than you.
Xiao Qiao blinked, her expression briefly flustered. How dare her elder sister spout such nonsense?
She wasn't that short.
The young woman heard Lu Xiaowei clearly, but took no offense.
By the way, Lily, is this your team?
Yu Chou glanced inside, her eyes crinkling warmly, her voice bright and sweet. Yu Chou embodied the quintessential adult, lowly, her hair tied in an adorably rounded bun, her pristine white down jacket rare even within the base. She radiated youthful vitality, her cheeks plump with collagen, her round eyes sparkling, faint wisps of breath curling from her lips.
Yes, they're all friends of mine. You probably know Lu Su.
Xia Jingli smiled faintly. Lu Su's brow furrowed slightly.
Brother, you know her.
Lu Xiaowei leaned in, eyes alight with curiosity. The base commander's daughter, I met her once during a visit to his residence. Lu Su rubbed his nose, expression neutral. Lu Xiaowei nodded slowly, now it made sense. Her attire bore no trace of apocalyptic grit. If she were royalty, then everything fell into place.
Yet that also meant little hope remained.
Lu Su was hardly one to indulge delicate sensibilities, and having such a girl around would likely drive him to distraction. True to form, Yu Chou perked up instantly upon learning of their mission.
May I accompany you?
She clung to Xia Gantang's arm, her gaze shimmering like scattered starlight.
Don't cling, I'm actually male.
Xia Gantang shifted uncomfortably, quickly prying her arm away.
A flicker of disappointment crossed Yu Chou's face. Lu Xiaowei. She'd known it.
Xie Gantan's absurd charm clearly appealed to many girls, whereas her brother, though warm and private, now resembled nothing so much as a mobile ice-cold zombie.
Young mistress, please return home, we're departing. Lu Su opened the door, his tone flat and unreadable. But why? I'm strong, I have an ability, I won't slow you down. With a flick of her wrist, jagged icicles materialized before Lu Su's eyes. Ice affinity. He raised a hand, azure flames erupted from his fingertips, dissolving the ice into vapor in an instant. Yu Chou's cheeks puffed up like steamed buns. I'm already level 5. Dad just won't let me go out and play. Her voice wavered with grievance. Lu Su ignored her protest, started the car and drove past the villa gates. Le Xiaowei and the others climbed and Xia Jingli gently patted Yu Chou's hand. Enough, go home. If anything happened to you, we'd bear full responsibility. Yu Chou was the base commander's treasured daughter, even Xia Jingli dared not indulge her whims. Hoof. Yu Chou grumbled, pressing her forehead against the window to watch Lu Su. Always scowling, may you remain wifeless forever. Put. She stuck out her tongue. Oh. Lu Su remained impassive. Then I'll take your blessing. Yu Chou's eyes widened. Before she could retort, the window slid shut. Lu Su. Yu Chou stamped her feet in fury behind them. How had her father ever taken a liking to this man? It baffled her utterly, yet he'd even instructed her to spend more time with him to cultivate feelings. Cultivate what exactly? But. Leaving the base. For her that would be effortless. As Yu Chou's gaze shifted, she suddenly vanished from the spot. This was her second ability, teleportation. Thankfully she hadn't told her father about this power. Looking at the icy landscape outside, Yu Chou crouched in the snow, rolling a snowball. In just a few minutes her hands instinctively began to scrape the snow beside her, planning to continue building. Then a pale claw caught her hand. Yu Chou froze for a moment, and upon seeing a pair of glowing green eyes she was frightened and jumped up. Ah! Zombie! Why does it look so much like a person? Yu Chou was so scared that tears nearly fell from her eyes. Her father had told her before that the more beautiful a zombie looked, the more dangerous it was. At that time she didn't take it seriously, thinking it was impossible, but now she had encountered one. That zombie was relentlessly chasing her. Yu Chou had just raised 4 ice walls to trap it when the zombie slammed against the wall, causing it to crack. Yu Chou watched in horror, feeling as if she might crack as well. She had never seen such a fierce zombie before. How was she so unlucky to encounter one of this caliber? She vowed never to leave the base again. Help! Yu Chou ran for half an hour. Her stamina was decent, and with her teleportation ability, although the base pampered her, they were also cautious that something might happen, so she was not weaker than other ability users of the same level. However, that zombie seemed to have locked onto her scent. She desperately wanted to escape but couldn't. Lu Su and a group of people spotted someone running in the snow from a distance. Lu Su quickly recognized the disheveled figure as Yu Chou. His brows furrowed, and after a moment of thought he decided to get out of the car. Just as he stepped out, Yu Chou, not paying attention, accidentally knocked him down into the snow. Lu Su grunted inwardly, nearly twisting his waist. The female zombie was about to attack but was stopped by the just disembarked Le Xiaowei. Le Xiaowei had a faint impression of this female zombie. She was the supermarket cashier who had killed the original host. Unexpectedly, Yu Chou, through a twist of fate, managed to find her. Doesn't this mean she could destroy the male lead's backyard before he even left the base? The snow had yet to melt, and it was likely that Xia Linfeng's zombie harem still hadn't awakened, otherwise there would be more than one behind Yu Chou. What do you want? Tang Yeye looked coldly at the person in front of her. She recognized this girl. Yet she remembered this girl was supposed to be one of her kind. But now there was clearly a scent of flesh emanating from her. I'm not doing anything, I just find it a bit coincidental, Le Xiaowei said just as Yuan Xiao stepped down from the car, a shiny black sword in her hand. Le Xiaowei's eyelids twitched as she recalled the energy crystal that Yuan Xiao had turned to dust earlier. Before Yuan Xiao could act, Le Xiaowei kicked her aside, sending Yuan Xiao burrowing into the snow. When she got up, she silently hugged her sword, crouched to the side, and poked at the snow with her little finger, resembling a wronged kitten. Tang Yeye sensed a dangerous aura from Yuan Xiao and turned to leave, only to see a silver staff appear in Le Xiaowei's hand. Do you dare to move? Le Xiaowei asked. For the first time, Tang Yeye felt death so close to her. The aura of that staff was more terrifying than the little girl squatting there growing mushrooms. Run! She hurriedly dashed in the direction she had come from. Want to run? The zombie that had just been caught couldn't escape. Le Xiaowei quickly followed. The zombie was fast, but her level was already above Tang Yeye's, and it seemed the staff had a particular interest in Tang Yeye. After running for half an hour, Le Xiaowei finally stopped Tang Yeye. A glint of ferocity flashed in her red eyes. You only bully me when the master is not around. Bully you? Tang Yeye gritted her teeth in anger. As long as you tell me the locations of the other zombies, I can give you a quick end. I seem to have taken a liking to you. Le Xiaowei spun the staff in her hand, a hint of a smile crossing her face. Tang Yeye adopted a defensive posture, and a flash of cold light flickered in Le Xiaowei's eyes. As she spun in the air, the staff emitted a faint golden glow, looking somewhat unclear against the pure white snow. Tang Yeye's expression turned grim. Seeing the thing about to smash down her black hair became disheveled as she attempted to dodge, but the speed of the person in front was too fast. It was too late to evade. Tang Yeye could only brace herself. Xiaowei grabbed her arm, and with a crack in the blink of an eye her arm fell into the Tang Yeye glanced at her bleeding shoulder, and in a flash of white light the staff was already poised above her head. She had no strength to fight back. The speed was too fast. I won't let you die, Xiaowei said, narrowing her eyes. Tang Yeye hadn't even reacted before she stood there dazed. This was Xiaowei's first time controlling a zombie with her mental abilities. It felt somewhat mystical, as if countless silver threads pierced into Tang Yeye's mind. She could even sense the connection between her soul and Xiao Linfeng. Xiaowei's mental power mercilessly severed their connection. At that moment Xiao Linfeng, who had just left the base, suddenly spat out blood splattering onto the car window. Linfeng, what's wrong? The soft girl beside him asked worriedly. It's nothing. How far is it to the location? We need to hurry there. Xiao Linfeng felt an overwhelming panic. It was bad enough that he couldn't contact the system, but now Tang Yeye's mental connection with him had been forcefully severed. What on earth is happening? Who did this? Is this a zombie? Su looked at the hollow-eyed Tang Yeye, questioning in surprise. Yes, just right for experiments. The research base should be very interested in such advanced beings, Xiaowei said with a slight smile. She would not let this girl die easily. The original host had spent her entire life in that small supermarket. Isn't it a bit dangerous? Yu Qiu asked, looking at the motionless Tang Yeye. She reached out to poke her arm and quickly withdrew her hand. It won't be. I've got her under control, Xiaowei replied with a smile. We need to go to a place now. You might as well hurry back, although I don't know how you got out. Su glanced at Ning Qiu, who was observing Tang Yeye, and said flatly. Just now being knocked down in the snow by Yu Qiu, his down jacket was now damp and his hair was a bit messy. Could I not follow you? I won't be a burden. At worst, when we get back, you'll bake you a big cake. I have ingredients at home. Yu Qiu gestured with her hands and then waved in front of Lu Su. Is that okay, Captain Lu? My dad won't let me out to play. Yu Qiu drooped her head. What is the point of merely enhancing one's abilities? She believed true growth would come from surviving in the outside world. Su glanced at Xiaowei. Sister, what do you think we should do? Su kicked the ball over to Xiaowei. If you like her, let her keep it. Her level isn't low anyway. Xiaowei was actually reluctant to let Ning Qiu go. It was rare to find someone who could subdue her brother, and if she could grasp this opportunity, she might complete the side mission. Before Su could speak, Ning Qiu flashed a sweet smile. Thank you, everyone. I won't trouble you. Lu's forehead twitched. Did he ever say to keep this girl? Get in the car, this place isn't far from us. With Tang Yeye's memories, finding the male lead's harem wasn't difficult. The others, however, had no real connection to her. It was just a matter of eliminating them. The group got into the car and soon arrived at a vast expanse of white snow. There was only one snow mountain nearby with nothing else around. Where is it? Su asked the Xiaowei standing beside him. Xiaowei pointed down at her feet. This place was indeed remote, usually devoid of people. If it weren't for Ning Qiu luring Tang Yeye out, she might not have found Xiao Linfeng's harem even after half a month. In the snow, how are we supposed to find it? Lu Su frowned. There are quite a few of them, so brother, I need your help this time. Xiaogontang was also eager to try, rolling up her sleeves to prepare for work, but quickly pulled them back as she froze. It was freezing. Yuan Xiaoqiao waved her hand, causing the snow to melt away, revealing 4 beautiful female zombies on the barren ground. They seemed to sense something was off and started to jump around. Su Wanwan looked at Xiaowei in front of her, a glint of sharpness passing through her eyes. Take action, Xiaowei commanded. Su quickly summoned indigo flames, while Ning Qiu, trapped in the car by Su, formed hand seals to bind the zombies with ice. Controlling Tang Yeye had been troublesome, but eliminating zombies was not necessarily that complicated. Just a light-based staff was enough to intimidate those zombies. A purification staff and a ghostly blue fire that could burn zombies. By the time Xiao Linfeng arrived, not a trace of ash remained on the snow. He clutched his wound while wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, staring in shock at Xiaowei and Su. You've turned human. Xiao Linfeng pointed at Xiaowei, his voice trembling, his mind struggling to comprehend. Yes, did you not expect that? Xiaowei smiled sweetly at Xiao Linfeng. His head was spinning and he had no idea what was happening. Why are you all targeting me like this? Xiao Linfeng silently swallowed a mouthful of blood. The girl from before had seen him bleed heavily and had already run off. Haha, he had no harem left. After so long in this world, he was still alone. Xiao Linfeng grew increasingly anxious. Why are we targeting you? Su suddenly laughed. Have you forgotten how Xiaowei died? But she isn't dead, is she? You all just know how to target me. This was the first time Xiao Linfeng felt such hatred towards 2 people. The fire in his hand burst forth, charging towards them. Then he saw a cold, transparent silver needle suddenly appear in the center of Xiaowei's brow. It plunged deep into his brow. Ah, it hurt so much. Xiao Linfeng crouched down, clutching his head, as merely severing ties with those zombies was already painful enough. Now it felt as though there was a firecracker hidden in his mind, exploding violently. What was that just now? Lu Su asked. Mental attack. It can turn someone into an idiot. Le Xiaowei stared at the male lead. His spiritual power wasn't strong. He likely controlled those zombies with the system, and after she destroyed it, it was a miracle he wasn't left an idiot. Xiao Linfeng fell to the ground in pain, rolling around madly. Just as Le Xiaowei was about to say something, her ears were stuffed with cotton by Yuan Xiaoqiao. At this moment, Lu Su suddenly remembered something. In his past life, he never got to see his sister before he died. Why was it different in this reincarnation? He looked at Le Xiaowei, confusion filling his eyes. Le Xiaowei noticed Le Zu's gaze but said nothing more. She pulled out his dagger from his pocket. Aside from those zombies before, this was her first time killing. Le Xiaowei's hand trembled slightly. When Xiao Linfeng turned to face her, she plunged the knife into his chest. His dazed eyes shifted to her face and she turned away. You deserve this. If it weren't for your filthy desires, you could have lived a good life and wouldn't have fallen to this state. Immediately after, Le Xiaowei took a few steps back, almost losing her balance. Yuan Xiaoqiao hurried to support her. Sister, it's okay, Yuan Xiaoqiao comforted softly. Snow began to fall again, layer upon layer, covering his body. Xiao Linfeng's eyes widened as he watched the car grow distant, resentment overflowing in his gaze. It shouldn't be like this. He should have many beautiful women in his arms and reign in the apocalyptic world. Otherwise, how could he justify his identity as a traveler? This isn't how it should be. None of this should have happened. Xiao Linfeng resentfully swallowed his last breath. Le Xiaowei sat in her seat. Le Zu's fingers trembled as well. Xiao Linfeng had died just like that, far simpler than he had imagined. The once mighty figure in the apocalypse had just died like that. Le Su couldn't articulate his feelings. Perhaps it was too hasty of a death for Xiao Linfeng. Little did Le Su know, without the system, Xiao Linfeng was just that. Plus, coincidentally, during the snow moon period, he couldn't level up through dual cultivation. Sister, are you alright? Le Su looked at Le Xiaowei, who was rubbing her brow, a hint of concern in his voice. This seemed to be her first time killing someone, and she probably struggled to overcome it mentally. I'm fine, just can't shake off this feeling. At least the main mission was finally completed and her brother's love interest seemed promising. Now they just needed to address Yuan Xiaoqiao's darkening state. Yuan Xiaoqiao looked at Le Xiaowei, worry evident in her eyes. Sister, she called again. Le Su couldn't help but find it amusing. Qiuqi, why are you so clingy with my sister? Yuan Xiaoqiao lowered her head, tilting it to look at Le Xiaowei. Le Xiaowei's eyelids twitched. Did she really have to explain this? I'll tell you about it when we get back. Le Xiaowei cleared her throat, lightly rubbing her aching forehead. This? How could she bring it up? Would Lu Zu's gaze towards her be strange from now on?